There was no danger ahead. Dark shadows enveloped the unknown place. Chen En squinted, trying to discern the surroundings in the semi-darkness. Behind him stood a massive door. Its stone texture and intricate carved patterns spoke of grandeur, reminiscent of the portals of ancient European castles. In front of him stretched a corridor with roughly hewn stone walls, clearly created by human hands. People once lived here, or even now. Drip, drip. The distinct sounds of dripping water could be heard from somewhere, echoing in space. The only other sounds were Chen En's own breathing. The silence was frightening. What kind of place is this? The boy's last memory was of 10 o'clock at night, when he set his alarm and tried to fall asleep. So, a dream? Chen En glanced at the dark corridor ahead, then looked down at the glowing words at his feet. There is no danger ahead. He took a step forward carefully but decisively. The corridor extended for about 50 meters, but it took Chen En a full 5 minutes to cover these 50 meters. At the end of the path, the armor appeared before him in full length. The armor was made with exceptional craftsmanship. The neck, waist, elbows, and other joints are protected by tightly woven chainmail. Chen En stopped in front of the armor, examining this clearly highly protective armor. Who? A hot blast of air hit him in the face. Huh? Chen En suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking up, he met the gaze of a pair of scarlet eyes burning behind a completely closed visor. This was not just armor, but a demonic creature. Ah! The knight pulled out a sword from his belt and pierced Chen En's chest with one blow. The icy metal entered the body. The freezing sensation pierced to the very soul. A stream of blood gushed from the young man's throat. Horror froze in his eyes. And before his death, he managed to utter only 3 words. What meanness! Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock on the bedside table rang, and Chen En sat up in bed, realizing that it was already 6 in the morning. Instinctively, he felt his chest. Everything was fine with it. ... It seems like it really was just a dream. Chen En, are you awake? Along with the knock on the door, the sister's voice rang out from the entrance. Chen En got out of bed just as the door opened and a head peeked inside. With medium-length dark blue hair and a slightly childish face, coupled with lively black eyes like a deer's, the man behind the door looked quite young. But she was the older sister. She looked at Chen En from top to bottom, and the corners of her red lips curled into a smile. You got up early today. Are you nervous? Chen En was not shy about appearing in front of his sister with his torso bare. Taking off his pajamas, he said, How can I not be nervous? Today is the awakening of the profession. You are a healer without much combat power, so the rise of the Chen family depends entirely on me. Chen Dan did not look away. Raising an eyebrow, she replied, I gained the right to awaken my profession a year ago. What about you? ... Chen En fell silent. A year ago, Chen Dan awakened the healer profession, though with a bronze talent and somewhat limited growth potential. She trained in the squad, participated in several simple missions with the team. At this point, there's only one thing to say. The future promises to be promising. Chen En raised his head. Is breakfast ready? In the kitchen. Go eat it yourself. I need to report to the squad. Chen En watched Chen Dan leave and headed to the kitchen. The stove was cold, the pot was empty, and there was a cup of instant noodles standing by the sink. This was probably his sister's thoughtful breakfast. By the way, Chen En. Chen Dan returned. Leaning against the doorframe of the kitchen, she said to Chen En, who was holding a bowl of noodles, When you know the result, send a message to Xiaoxia. She wants to know what profession you will awaken. Chen En didn't raise his head. Why do you need this? Qi Tianxia and I haven't talked for a long time. I didn't look for her, and she didn't look for me either. As you wish. Bam! Chen Dan slammed the door and left resolutely. The residential complex Bobrovi in the city of Dihua was located on the outskirts, an hour-and-a-half drive from the city center, in an extremely remote place. The buildings of the complex were low 4-5-story buildings. The landscaping left much to be desired, and there was not even a decent road around the complex. It was a resettlement zone where people who fled the town of Bobrovi lived. 3 years ago, during the Great Changes, the town of Bobrovi became history. Chen En rolled the electric scooter out of the house and, out of habit, automatically turned his head to the south, looking at the horizon. Under the iron-grey veil, a castle was dimly visible. It was the ground structure of the Dungeon of the Ash Furnace, an evil lair that originally did not belong to this world. 3 years ago, an anomalous phenomenon occurred. Unknown structures called dungeons suddenly appeared all over the world, affecting all living beings within a radius of hundreds or thousands of kilometers. Beavertown had the misfortune of being in the vicinity of the Ash Furnace dungeon, and was the first to be invaded by demonic creatures. Chen En, then a schoolboy, clearly remembered what the impending disaster looked like. At that moment, the air was filled with nothing but horror and despair. A month after the crisis, a squad in white robes descended from the sky and evacuated all the residents of Bobrovi town to Dihua City. The Chen family brother and sister were also saved. The anomalous phenomenon brought not only demonic creatures, but also magical elements. Each person living in the vicinity of the dungeons, to a greater or lesser extent, accumulated magical elements in themselves. These mysterious particles were supposed to guide ordinary people onto the path of professionals who possessed powerful forces. Today, 3 years later, the magical elements in Chen En's body have finally accumulated enough for him to become a professional. He rode an electric scooter to the city sports complex. There was a crowd of people in front of the sports complex. Today's professional awakening had attracted hundreds of teenagers, and Chen En couldn't even find a parking space. But there was one person who could be spotted at first glance even in such a crowd. He stood majestically at the entrance to the sports complex. His tousled hairdo must have required a lot of gel, and in his gracefully raised fingers he held a glass, which, judging by Chen En's knowledge of him, contained, most likely, Sprite. His name was Long Xing. Like Chen En, he was from Beavertown. "Dear friend, you've finally arrived." Chen En kept a calm expression as he walked past him. Long Xing put the glass down and immediately followed him. Hey, Chen En." Chen En glanced at him. "What kind of performance is this? People are looking at you like you're a fool." Long Xing indifferently adjusted his hair. "How do you like my style? I created it especially for today. To put it bluntly, it looks stupid." "Ha! It may seem stupid now, but when I awaken a sword mage, a holy knight, an elemental mage, or even a hero, such a high-ranking profession, you won't think of it as stupid anymore." Sigh. Long Xing sighed softly, as if full of thought. A strong man, even in a vest, looks like a master. A weak man in a suit is just a dressed-up brute. The human race is always so selfish. Chen En, I thought you were special. I didn't expect that you two are corrupted by the vanity of the world. A high profession. Is it possible? Chen En's sister received the right to awaken a year ago. A healer is not a bad profession, at least not an ordinary one. Qi Tianxia is a heroine. She received the right to awaken during the dungeon invasion. It was for her that squad in white came. Why did Chen En and Long Xing, also residents of Beavertown like Chen Dan and Qi Tianxia, only receive the right to awaken today? Ultimately, each person has a different sensitivity to magical elements. Talented people are much more sensitive to magical elements and perceive them better. They have a higher probability of awakening a high profession. Chen En knew that he would most likely not awaken a powerful profession. He would probably get something ordinary, a warrior, a scout, or a monk. The ordinary majority. But the good thing is that courage and justice do not belong only to the strong. Chen En's wish was very simple, to gain power and then, with blood for blood, exterminate the impolite Ash Furnace Lord and all his minions. He took out his entrance ticket and waved it in front of Long Xing. "I'm in the third hall. Where are you?" Long Xing immediately replied, "In the first hall. Meet me at the exit after the end." Chen En patted him on the shoulder and headed towards the third hall. There were 7 sessions held in Dihua City today. Chen En was assigned to the third hall and was the first in line. When the ceremony began, the first thing he did, under the gaze of the rest of the waiting people, was to pull back the curtain and enter the white conical tent. The location of the awakening ritual was surprisingly modest. An elderly woman sat at a low table in a white tent. She smiled kindly, inviting Chen En to sit down opposite her. Her first words surprised the young man a little. You are Chen En, right? Chen En suddenly raised his head. Do you know me? The old lady nodded. I know. 3 years ago, I accompanied the White Squad to Bobrovi Town to search for the heroine Chi Tianxia. Even then, I noticed you. You were standing next to Chi Tianxia, remember? Chen En looked at her. I didn't notice you. Your gaze left a deep impression on me, child. I feel that you still retain a deep determination and a fervent fighting spirit, even more so than 3 years ago. The old woman smiled softly. Stretch out your hand. I am waiting for your awakening. As a future professional, Chen En knew the procedure of the awakening ritual. On the ancient parchment, a magic circle was drawn in blood. Chen En put his palm on it, and the circle began to shine. In an instant, a warm stream from the palm spread throughout the entire body. Chen En shuddered from the pleasant sensation. The old lady opposite made a surprised sound. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Chen En in confusion. How did you... Chen En didn't understand. What happened? No, nothing special. Although your profession is rare, if it exists, then it must be so. The old lady wanted to say something, but she held back. She gestured. Chen En, the awakening is complete. The goddess has acknowledged you. Now you can use the abilities she has bestowed upon you. Say panel, and you will see your basic characteristics. Has the moment arrived? It cannot be denied that Chen En was excited. He cleared his throat, straightened up, and said clearly, Panel. A translucent screen appeared in front of Chen En. No wonder. Every professional has this ability. The panel displayed each professional's detailed abilities and a brief history. When creating an adventure team, showing your panel to others was the best way to introduce yourself. Chen En looked closely and saw his profession, rogue. ... He bit his lip and turned to the old lady. The old lady smiled calmly and nodded. Congratulations. You have awakened the profession of a bandit. Chen En pointed to his panel. What can you congratulate a bandit with? It's a hidden profession. A robber doesn't sound like a good thing, Grandma. Can I ask? Will I be able to walk the streets now? Of course you can. Just because your profession is a robber doesn't mean you've done anything illegal. In the worst case, you'll be checked more often, you'll need to register all your actions, and you'll have to endure the prejudiced views of those around you. Chen En felt a heavy heart. He took a deep breath. Compared to ordinary professionals, what advantages do I have as a bandit? Since it's a hidden profession, it should be stronger, right? The old lady shook her head, keeping her smile unchanged. A hidden profession is not necessarily excellent, it's just special. You can click on Robber to see the specific bonuses. Chen En clicked on the Rogue and saw the detailed modifiers. You have awakened the profession. Rogue. Rogue stat growth modifiers. Strength, C plus endurance, D minus agility, C magic, E minus range, E overall rating, D minus. As a rogue, you cannot show your face to others. If you do not wear a mask, your strength modifier will be reduced to C when fighting others. Chen En repeatedly studied the bonuses and features of the bandit. Grandma, is my panel very ordinary? The old lady also looked for a long time, then said with a smile, the stat modifiers are pretty mediocre. None of the 4 main stats reach B level. The overall rating is D minus, which means increasing mediocrity in the future. Usually, the profession features give positive effects, but for the rogue, this is a negative feature. It is... Chen En analyzed everything himself and realized that the old lady was right. Not a single bandit's attribute modifier reached level B, which meant slightly weaker combat power at the same level compared to others. The peculiarity of the profession was also comical. Not only does combat power decrease without a mask, but at least something is added in the mask. However, the characteristics of professions can be strengthened. It is unknown whether there will be changes in the future. Chen En lost interest and involuntarily looked up at the advertising poster behind the old woman. There were 4 people on the poster, 1 middle-aged and 3 young. These were the 4 heroes of the Lee country. On the poster, they looked majestic. Their eyes showed determination and fighting spirit shining through the paper, and at the bottom was a slogan, "We need you." The old lady noticed Chen En's gaze and looked at the young woman on the poster and asked, "What is your relationship with Qi Tianxia?" Chen En looked away and smiled. "Neighbors." "Oh, she's the most promising. Recently, in the Battle of the Steep Cliff, she killed one of the junior commanders of the Ash Furnace dungeon and received a 3rd-grade reward." "Uh-huh." Chen En lowered his head. "Ahem, Chen En, don't be upset. Look at the color of the word bandit. Isn't it golden?" In a moment of silence, the old lady spoke again. Chen En turned around and saw that the word bandit was shining golden, radiating a luxurious luster. The old lady continued, "Wow, a golden title. You have a golden talent. This is wonderful." In Dihua City, there have been 12 rounds of profession awakening, nearly 30,000 successful awakenings, but only about 100 people have received the golden talent. You are one of the 100. Chen En was a little curious. "May I ask, are there any bandits among those who received the golden talent?" "You are the chosen one. You are the only one." ... The old lady continued seriously. "It's too early to despair. Professionals can undergo a secondary awakening. A warrior can become a berserker, a heavy fighter, or a light cavalry guard. Then the abilities will increase significantly. Your robber has a golden color, probably also has a secondary awakening. Probably." Chen En took a deep breath. What would a bandit turn into when he awakens a second time? The old lady took a breath and hesitated for a long time. Then she carefully suggested, "For example, a bandit, a mafioso, or an absolute killer." Chen En raised his hand. "Enough. No need to say more. That's all for today. There are others waiting behind me to wake up. There's no point in making them wait too long." The old woman nodded and held out the axe. "According to the rules, we issue each professional a weapon. This village axe is now yours, child. Bobrovy Town was invaded by demonic creatures 3 years ago, and Chen En only became a professional today. What did he do during these 3 years? The answer appeared at this moment. The armored demon's attack was met with Chen En's readiness. Even before the blade flashed with a cold light, he keenly sensed the enemy's killing intent. He dodged to the side, deftly avoiding the blade. Then, strike! Strike! The iron axe fell twice on the armored demon's shoulders. After 2 loud clangs, deep notches appeared on the demon's shoulder pads, successfully penetrating the defense until it bled. It was a victory in tactical terms. For the past 3 years, Chen En had been working towards one goal. Without sparing any time of day or night, completely devoting himself to the cause, he constantly trained martial techniques at headquarters. On the one hand, the Dihua City authorities took the threat of underground invasion seriously, providing professional military training to all teenagers who could become future professionals. On the other hand, Chen En himself had a strong desire and trained hard. After 3 years of practical training, his growth was unanimously recognized by the instructors. Now facing the demon one-on-one, there was no fear or confusion in his heart, only determination and cruelty to kill the enemy as soon as possible. Urgh. The headless armored demon finally realized that the human youth before him was not a weak creature ready to be slaughtered. He controlled his headless body, carefully raising the long sword and retreating some distance away from Chen En. Without intelligence, possessing only the instinct of bloodlust, with dull tactics, going on the defensive when faced with a strong opponent. Such a low-level demon can be defeated by an ordinary person with courage and wisdom. This is... Chen En raised his axe, taking an attack stance. "I figured this out 3 years ago." Measured footsteps sounded. Chen En took a large step towards the headless demon in armor. The axe blade in his hand shone with a bright light. The downward slash carried an irresistible imperial power. The armored demon extended his sword to block, but it was like a praying mantis's hand trying to stop a chariot. With a loud crack, the long sword broke. The axe blade continued to move, cutting the demon diagonally in half. He was dead. In a spray of blood, the armored demon turned into a golden stream and flowed into the back of Chen En's hand. Chen En looked at his hand. There was no abnormality. What was that golden stream? In reality, when killing demons, a similar stream would appear, but these were experience points for leveling up. The goddess's reward for the winner. Could it be that there are experience points in this dream too? Panel. Chen En called up the panel and was surprised to find changes in the experience graph. After looking through the history, he saw that the goddess had recorded his action. You killed the fallen swordsman and received 333 experience points. It was obvious. This wasn't a dream. It had to be a blessing, or perhaps a curse. It appeared in the form of a dream and chose Chen En. Chen En was slightly worried. He didn't know what the purpose of his appearance here was, whether he would be able to come here again next time, and even more so, he didn't know who was behind all this. Only, last time I was killed in my sleep, but after that, I didn't suffer any real damage. Does that mean that whoever brought me here doesn't have any ill intentions towards me? But why? To help me grow, or for another purpose? Chen En couldn't understand. The only thing he knew for sure was that if everything he was experiencing now was real, then it was a huge stroke of luck. The experience points that demons give to professionals are fixed. It doesn't matter whether a person fights alone or in a team. One fallen swordsman gives about 330 experience points. In the wilderness, the situation is complex and full of dangers. Few professionals are ready to act alone. At the very least, they take the most reliable partner to create a team of two for mutual support. When two people kill one fallen swordsman, each only gets 165 experience points. In contrast, Chen En, the previous dream experience had proven that death did not cause damage, and this experience showed that he could fight monsters and level up in his sleep. Assuming he could enter the dream every time he fell asleep, even if he could only kill one fallen swordsman at a time, that was still a huge profit. I'm lucky. Chen En spoke to himself, smiling. His blood from the recent battle had not yet cooled, and he peered into the darkness in front of him. Not knowing where the corridor ahead led, he did not lose his determination to move forward. He gripped the axe tighter and took a step. Roar! A roar came from the darkness. Chen En had already noticed the enemy's red eyes and was ready. Clank! The blade collided with the axe head. Sparks flew. In a momentary flash of light, Chen En saw that his opponent was once again a fallen swordsman. Having failed to achieve success with one blow, the swordsman began a series of furious attacks. For a moment, the flashing of the blade became like a splash, and the whistle of the cut air did not stop. Chen En held his breath and concentrated, taking his time. The previous battle had already proven that the fallen swordsman was no match, but Chen En still displayed high combat skills. He did not neglect the enemy or rush forward. From the very beginning of the battle he held the defense, not showing the slightest desire to attack. This was not cowardice, but a judgment based on experience. 7, 8, 9. Chen En dodged and silently counted the blows of the fallen swordsman. Wah! On the 9th time, the fallen swordsman grabbed the sword handle with both hands, raised it high above his head, and forcefully slammed it down on Chen En's head. This was the finishing technique of the fallen swordsman. At the moment of raising the blade, all the dark magical aura surrounding his body gathered on the long sword, increasing the power of the slash. Accordingly, his weak spot was briefly exposed at this very moment. Chen En finally waited for the right moment. He rolled over, barely avoiding the falling blade, slipped behind the fallen swordsman, and immediately swung his axe. There was a fist-sized hole in the fallen swordsman's back. The flesh around the edges of the hole was rotting, and in the rotten meat, a red crystal glowed brightly, replacing the heart and controlling all of the swordsman's movements. This was a vital spot. A light blow was enough to interrupt all the actions of the fallen swordsman and give him peace. Ring! A clear sound of impact was heard. The blade of the axe lightly touched the crystal, and it instantly flashed with a bright light. The fallen swordsman immediately turned into black ash and disappeared. A new golden stream flowed into Chen En's hand. 331 experience points. Phew. Before Chen En could enjoy the joy, a sudden change occurred. After defeating the second fallen swordsman, a slight sound of burning could be heard. Chen En raised his head and saw the torches placed diagonally on both sides of the corridor light up one after another, the light passing like dominoes, pointing the way forward. Chen En stood quietly, but no other changes occurred. The torches burned quietly, and in the diffuse light from the flames and ashes, the corridor was surprisingly brightly lit. Chen En could even see the ancient cracks in the stone walls. Cue cough cough. Chen En coughed and shouted loudly, "Is there anyone here? Is there anyone here? Is there anyone here?" In the dead corridor, Chen En's scream echoed layer after layer, but no one responded. He waited for a moment, then spoke again. "Since you remain silent, shall I go further? You have spent so much effort to light the way for me. Must this be an act of goodwill?" This time, scarlet letters appeared on the stone slabs at Chen En's feet. "Welcome. But why you?" How could Chen En know? He looked into the depths of the corridor and said, "I don't know why either. As you can see, I am completely at a loss. Sir, what is this place? Who are you? Why am I here?" The scarlet letters disappeared and reappeared. "I have no interest in explaining the worm's doubts. I thought a pure-blooded demon would come here, not a pitiful human." These blatantly insulting words undoubtedly irritated Chen En. He chuckled coldly. "You lack courage, but you have plenty of ambition. All you can do is hide in the dark and attack me? Since I am so insignificant in your eyes, why don't you come out and prove my weakness with your actions? Fool, if I could leave the council chamber, would I allow you, a human, to set foot on this last sacred ground and desecrate it? Come here. I will kill you." "Oh, really? What impudence! If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't understand how to spell the word death." Chen En rolled up his sleeves and firmly grasped the axe handle. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked along the torch-lit path to the very end. At the end of the corridor, 3 walls formed a dead end. The only way was back. Chen En was puzzled when an iron grate suddenly descended, blocking the way back. The next moment, the scarlet letters appeared again. "Commendable courage. You have changed my opinion of yourself a little. Human." Rumble! A heavy sound came from the stone walls. Chen En froze at first, then realized that he was climbing. The end of the path was not a dead end, and the stone slab under his feet was not a floor. It was an elevator. There was darkness all around. Only the noise of the rapidly rising mechanism echoed in my ears. Only the scarlet letters were visible under my feet. "But you will still die. The position of chief ruler cannot be entrusted to a human." Chen En looked at the writing. Only a cruel determination remained in his eyes. He tried to remain calm and remain alert. Now, if anything appeared around Chen En, he would only be met with reckless axe blows, even if it was a god. Boom! It was unknown how much time had passed, but with a loud tremor underfoot, the lift reached the end. It lifted Chen En into a huge hall of unknown width, illuminated by numerous fires. Chen En raised his head and saw the endless starry sky. No, it was not the sky, but a very high dome. On the dome, there were no religious paintings praising the gods, but shimmering magical runes. There were so many flashing runes that they looked like the Milky Way. Thick, sparkling, magnificent. Chen En looked down. There was nothing in the spacious hall except the throne. There was no king on the throne, only a blackened skeleton. A sword was stuck into the skeleton's chest, and 10 rings of different shapes were adorned on its 10 bony fingers. The huge precious stones on the rings alone gave clues to the wealth of this man during his lifetime. Chen En turned his gaze to the second living being, sitting next to the throne. It was a withered old man. He was dressed in rags, his ribs were clearly visible on his thin chest. His breathing was like a broken bellows, emitting hoarse, sharp, metallic sounds. His left eye was a bloody hole. His only right eye was filled with disdain, looking down on Chen En. How funny. After such a long wait, a man has come. I wish I was dead. One look at you, human, and I seriously doubt whether my steadfastness was worth it. You have destroyed my hope. Chen En frowned. Can you speak human language? I don't even know what you're talking about. You don't need to understand. The old man grabbed the man-sized iron staff at his feet and stood up with difficulty. He shook his head at Chen En and smiled sarcastically. I won't hand over power to you. You'll die under my staff. Chen En shook his head. Can you at least die knowing why? Bro, believe me, I don't know how I got here either. Let's do it this way. Let's share information. First, let's figure out the situation, okay? Maybe I can find you a purebred demon and help you fulfill your cherished wish. Huh. The old man didn't answer, raised his staff and said, Don't blink, as fast as lightning. The old man in front of him jumped 10 meters in the air, leaped several hundred feet, and with irresistible force came crashing down from above, brutally hitting his head with his staff. This strike far exceeded Chen En's expectations. He didn't expect that the old man who seemed to be dying would have such speed and strength. He was clearly on his last legs. Chen En even doubted whether he would be able to lift the staff that weighed a good 100 jin. But the old man not only wielded it freely, but also displayed physical abilities far beyond those of humans, easily doing what even a strong young man like Chen En could not do. Bang! At the moment the staff fell, Chen En barely managed to dodge the throw. The shockwave that followed stunned him. The staff strike just now was not a purely physical attack, but a supreme staff technique that combined magical power. Chen En seemed unaffected, but he actually did not leave the technique's range. He began to bleed from all his orifices, became dizzy, and vomited. In his dim vision, he saw the old man slowly approaching him. Long endurance has exhausted my strength to the ground. Now I am not worth even 1% of my former power. But man, even in this state, you are no match for me. Do you now understand your insignificance? The old man raised his staff. Don't come again. I'd rather let all this effort go to waste than see a man desecrate our sacred cause. Next time we meet, I will torture you in cruel ways. I give you my word. The staff dropped. Bam. Ah. Chen En shuddered and sat up abruptly. He was in a daze for a while, then realized that he had woken up and was at home. The dawn was breaking outside the window. Chen En took out his phone and saw that it was 5 in the morning of the next day. He had slept for almost 15 hours. ... Click. The scene of the bloody beating in the dream was still in front of his eyes. Chen En turned on the camera of his phone and took a photo of the back of his head. Fortunately, the back of his head was intact in the photo. The staff strike in his sleep had no effect on Chen En's head, and his brain was slightly foggy now, probably due to his long sleep. Only, how strong! That old man was incredibly strong. Such jumping ability, such explosive power. No small fry like a fallen swordsman could compare to it. The old man had exceptional strength, but it was a pity that he was killed at the first meeting, and Chen En was unable to test his capabilities. Next time we meet, we must first beware of his blow to the floor. Only after avoiding this attack can we talk about anything else. Chen En was excitedly thinking about his strategy when he suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly, "Panel! Bang!" The panel appeared in front of him, and in the experience column, Chen En was surprised to find 664 points. The experience from killing monsters in his dreams was actually transferred to reality. Dihua City, the headquarters of the Unification. Coach Anne sat in front of the computer, frowning and clearly in a bad mood. "What happened, Anne?" asked the political officer, noticing his colleague's gloomy face. "You've been walking around like a cloud since this morning." "See for yourself," muttered Anne and pointed to the monitor. The screen displayed the results of his recent awakening of abilities. The name is Chen En. The political officer frowned. "Is this some kind of mistake?" "It can't be. Chen En is a bandit. He's an honest guy. He doesn't look like him at all." And just shook his head. Character plays a role, of course, but it's not a determining one. If everything depended only on personal qualities, the country would have not 4 heroes, but many more. Perhaps you are right. The political officer read the lines again. Rating, D-. He clicked his tongue in displeasure. Bad, very bad. And yet I had high hopes for him. Anne was also among those who believed in Chen. The headquarters of Dihua City were dedicated to training future fighters, people with awakened professions. Coach Anne was the main instructor. Over the past 2 years, he had trained thousands of recruits, but Chen En stood out even among the best. The political officer noticed the heaviness in his gaze and spoke, "Listen, Anya, you know the current situation as well as I do. Yes, we vitally need professionals. But what's even more important is to keep them alive. We can't allow our fighters to fight without support and die in vain." He fell silent. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and understood everything. West of Dihua, only 300 kilometers away, the zone of influence of the Ash Dungeon began. The war with the monsters required ever new forces. But this was not preparation for the exam. This was a risk to life. There was a catastrophic shortage of personnel and resources. The headquarters was capable of accepting no more than 300 recruits. Otherwise, there would not be enough ammunition, medics, or food. I understand everything, Anne sighed heavily. This time, the awakening was very successful. More than 300 people received a rating higher than B-. 7 received an A. Letters with the invitation to join have already been sent out. More than 200 confirmations have been received. The rest will be taken from the C+ category. We will definitely gather 300 people. Excellent, the political instructor nodded. But what to do with Chen En? And shrugged. What can you do? He is not one of those who will resign themselves to an ordinary life. We must give a chance to everyone who wants to fight. If he passes the tests, I will write a recommendation for him. Let him try himself in one of the squads. At least there will be some protection. Having said this, he stood up and headed for the exit. Where are you going? Today I am not on duty, he said, without turning around. Dian was a strong man, almost 2 meters tall, with a build that inspired respect. He arrived at the Beaver residential area, parked his electric bike at the entrance, and took a deep breath. How to start a conversation? Chen En, I know. But you know, it doesn't matter who you become. The main thing is who you are inside. And if fate challenges you, answer it loudly. Fuck you. He rehearsed the speech a couple of times, but immediately winced. Not it. He saw how hard Chen En tried. He saw his determination. The guy wanted to rid the world of monsters, and as a reward received the title of Bandit and the lowest rating. Of course it hurts. He's just a boy. Maybe I should put it more gently. Chen En, I understand that you're having a hard time now. But remember, if you're gold, you'll still shine. Don't give up. That doesn't sound convincing either. Empty words won't change the facts. A D is a death sentence. Words of encouragement don't reach the heart when reality says otherwise. Anne began to pace nervously. None of his prepared phrases worked. Coach Anne, are you talking to the bike? He turned around and jumped up. Chen En was standing behind him in a sports jacket, looking at him with slight bewilderment. Are you here to see my sister? She's on a mission. No, I came to see you, Anne muttered, looking away in embarrassment. Great, I was just about to find you, Chen smiled. I woke up yesterday, got some weird grade D-. Looks like I'm banned from the headquarters, and gritted his teeth. It won't be easy. Not easy, it's impossible, Chen responded without any bitterness. I looked at the statistics, more than 1,300 awakened, and I'm somewhere closer to the last. They're recruiting 300 people. I won't get it. That's what I wanted to know. How difficult is it to get an adventurer's license? What do you need for this? Such a calm tone surprised Anya. So you still want to hunt monsters, even without the support of the headquarters? I have reasons. You know that. Anya nodded, becoming serious. A license is not a problem. There are only 2 stages: wilderness survival, driving, poison identification, cooking, and a one-on-one battle with a fallen swordsman. I think you can handle it. That's what I've been doing for the past 3 years. A fallen swordsman is no problem. When does it start? I'll organize everything and let you know. I have a day off today, so I can help. Excellent. By the way, Chen thought, I can learn one skill, but there are so many that I get lost. Is there something that helps defeat the strong with minimal resources? And was very good at this. He grinned. Show me your panel. We'll choose together. 3 years ago, after the dungeon invasion, the goddess brought the laws of another world to ours. Supernatural powers were just a side effect. The real revolution was something else, a radical change in the educational system itself. Knowledge is now transmitted not through labor, but through inheritance. No need to cram for nights. No need to practice for years. Just one click on the interface and you have mastered the skill, even if you have never heard of it before. Chen En and Coach Ann were sitting on a bench in the yard. The guy called up the interface and opened the skills tab. There were 2 sections in the skills list. The first is unique, related to his class, Rogue. Of the dozen available skills, 2 stood out. These were the recommendations of the goddess herself. Axe Throw allows you to throw an axe at an enemy with accuracy at a distance of up to 70 meters. Cruelty is a passive skill. When committing illegal actions, it temporarily increases strength by 7 points. Chen pointed at Cruelty. Strength plus 7. Is that strong? Anne frowned and did not answer right away. For a basic skill, this is a very high indicator. Most newbies get plus 3 to their stats, no more. Your Cruelty is an exception in this regard. But Chen, he paused, the skill only activates when the law is broken. Do you really want to go down this path? Number I was just asking. Or else your sister will bring you home in a cast. The goddess's descriptions of skills are always precise. If it says that damage will be done, then so it will be. If the enemy is not too strong or does not have evasion techniques. And Cruelty is not a play on words. Only robbery, plunder, theft. No more and no less. Chen had no intention of becoming a criminal. Skip. In addition to class skills, there was a universal skill pool available to everyone, and it was truly huge. In games, developers are limited, but the goddess knew no limits. There are thousands of skills on this list. Combat, craft, magic, support. Just scrolling through them took several days. The veteran's experience in this selection was worth its weight in gold. And explained, with her grace, we, the awakened, can instantly master skills. This is our main advantage over ordinary people. But the goddess is generous only once. Only the first skill is free. For the rest, you will have to pay with inheritance crystals. I know, Chen nodded. They are not rare in themselves. Sometimes they drop from elite-level monsters. But everyone needs them, which means the price is crazy. 1 crystal, and you're already rich. That's why most people master only 1 skill in their entire lives. If so, Anne looked into his eyes, do you really want to waste this chance on something risky? On the skill of small victory over the strong, and not on something reliable? And you think this is a mistake? I'm afraid you will regret it. Take at least Axe Throw. 70 meters radius. Not all mages have such a range. The argument was sound, but Chen remembered his dream. An old man with an iron staff. Such an opponent fears neither axes nor banal attacks. And if there is a chance to become someone greater, the first ruler, for example, shouldn't he take the risk? The goddess gave him a chance, and he must use it like no one else. He looked up and said calmly, Coach, tell me a skill that can crush someone higher up. Anne was silent for a moment, looking into his eyes. Then he nodded calmly. I'm not surprised you chose this path. I understand why you do it. Let's go. I'll show you a skill. It might suit you. The house given to the headquarters by Coach Anyu was in a residential area on the outskirts of Dihua. Due to its proximity to the dungeon, the land here was almost worthless. The house was detached, with a small courtyard. In the courtyard, Anne took a silver shield out of the storage room and said, The shield may not be outstanding, but it is special to me, and I want to give it to you. Chen took the thing in his hands. The shield was decorated with a bas relief of a blooming rose, aesthetically pleasing. But it was the scars that drew all the attention. Small nicks all over the surface and a deep dent underneath. Why would I need it? I don't use shields, Chen was surprised. Now you will. If you need a way to defeat the strong, Shield Answer will do the trick. It's a classic. Open the tab. Universal Pull, 27th line, 6th in a row. Chen found Shield Response, a technique of simultaneous blocking and counterattack. If the defense is successful, a counterattack is automatically carried out. The skill is difficult to master, but has no other drawbacks. Wait, he frowned. If the knowledge transfer is instantaneous, then why do they talk about difficulty? Because the difficulty is in the timing. You have to block the attack at the exact moment. If you make a mistake even for a second, it won't work. And if it doesn't work, you'll just be killed. And if it does work? Chen asked. Then you won't just avoid damage, you'll immediately strike back. And the strike will be almost irresistible. That's why people love Shield Response. It's the choice of madmen who are ready to put everything on one card. The risk is huge, but the reward is great. Chen ran his finger along the dent in the shield. Is this mark left by a successful use? Anne laughed. No, I fell down the stairs while drunk. I never learned this skill myself. I still want to live. I understand. There are no shield masters in Dihua. One axeman from the Great Snow Ridge tried it once. He fought a werewolf, tried to use Answer, but activated it too early. The werewolf struck and took off half his skull. I still can't forget what it looked like. I see, Chen responded calmly. He pressed the button. Skill selected. Study complete. Coach Anne watched Chen En's actions calmly. No exclamations of surprise, no attempts to stop him. He simply looked at the young man with a slight sadness in his eyes. To be honest, he had long had a special affection for Chen. He was hard-working, smart, and strong in his own way. Before the results of the awakening were announced, Anne had already made a decision for himself. Even if the result was not too impressive, he would still extend a hand to the guy and take him into the squad. But class, robber, rating D-. Such indicators were not just low, they could ruin Chen himself. He is not made for the front lines. Going into battle with such a starting position means step-by-step approaching death. Even if he dreams of being useful in the fight against monsters, it would be better to stay in the rear, helping, coordinating, supplying, but not fighting. Now it does not matter what skill he chose. None of this matters. And involuntarily clasped his hands behind his back. I offered him the shield answer not because it was the best option, but because this path should break his illusions. This skill is cruel, and that is why it can bring a person back to reality. He looked at the frozen Chen, caught up in the process of transferring the skill. Thoughts flashed through his head. I will show him how difficult it is to use this technique. I will arrange real fights for him. Let him make mistakes. Let him suffer failures. Let him realize his insignificance time after time. He will be broken. He will lose confidence. He will begin to doubt. And one day, he will give up this path. He will understand that a profession is not the only path in life, that you can be useful in another way. And knew all this from his own bitter experience. 3 years ago, in the first hours of the invasion, he awakened as a warrior. He fought, leveled up, reached 23 and exhausted. Not because he didn't want to continue, not because he was injured. He just couldn't pull through. Like Chen, his rating was also D- back then. His attacks were too weak. Where others would wound the monster with a single blow, his sword left only scratches. He tried to be useful, distracting, helping, coordinating. But with each battle, the gap between him and his comrades became more obvious. He became a burden. And when he realized this, he himself applied for a suspension from combat operations. They did not interfere with him. On the contrary, the next day he was seen off with songs and wine like a hero. But in his memory that evening remained as one of the most bitter in his life. That is why he knew the value of ratings. and he knew that Chen was his reflection. Only young, stubborn, and not yet burned. I'd better stop him myself. Better now than later. In blood and pain, he was about to pronounce the instruction out loud, but suddenly, Chen pressed the training button, and the world around him disappeared. The guy fell into a series of memories that he never had. He saw himself on the top of a mountain. The years changed one another. The seasons rushed by in a whirlwind. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. And he still stood and, day after day, year after year, honed the art of the shield counterattack. Thousands of repetitions, hundreds of situations, endless mistakes and repetitions. Until one moment, everything became clear and simple, like breathing. Chen came out of his trance and automatically grabbed the shield. The heavy metal felt strangely familiar. No discomfort, no awkwardness, only confidence. He looked up. It feels strange, like I've been holding this in my hands my whole life. Anne nodded with a slight smile. Yes, I felt the same when I received my first skill. Transmission is, well, a thrill. The most powerful feeling one can experience in this world. Chen didn't argue. He stood up and twisted his wrist a little. I think I already understood how this technique works. Want to try it? Anne was surprised. Then he nodded. Why not? I have everything ready. Now, I'll just put on my armor. Let's go to the garden, in the yard. Anne is dressed in training gear. In his hands is a training sword made of dense foam. He does a light warm-up. And opposite him stood Chen, holding a silver shield in one hand and a short wooden stick in the other. Coach, he said, don't hold back. Attack with all your might. Anne frowned. He was ready. Can we begin? Yes. Ha! He rushed forward with a cry. The sword, imbued with magic, cut through the air, leaving a trail behind, and put all the power of level 23 into the strike. Chen did not blink. He saw. The entire path of the blade, the angle, the speed, everything was easy to read. The shield shot up. Bam! The strike was stopped. The sword flew to the side, the momentum reflected back, and lost his balance. And at that very moment, the stick struck him in the chest. The armor softened the blow, but even so, the trainer staggered back 2 steps. He froze. His eyes were wide open. His hands were shaking. This, he exhaled. Did you just successfully use shield response? Yes, Chen nodded. If you had a real sword in your hands, you would be dead. I think so too. The guy grinned. Thank you for the recommendation. This skill is exactly what I need. 1 level against 23. And yet, I had a chance. Precisely because of the answer. No, it shouldn't be like this. This technique is not a safe trick. This is a weapon for madmen, with the risk of death at the slightest mistake. You can't just go and master it on the first try. Anne frowned. That doesn't prove anything. If it worked, maybe it was just luck. Let's continue. Of course. The second round. Now the blow came from the other side. Anne turned the sword over, attacking from an awkward angle. Chen was left-handed, and the blow came from the right. But he had seen it before in those memories. Thousands of times. Left, right, above, below. He knew exactly when and how to raise the shield. The shield parried the blow. The staff went forward again. Bang! The coach fell to the ground. He did not get up. He lay propped up on his elbows and silently looked at Chen En. Shall we continue? He asked calmly, and slowly shook his head. No, no more. Once may be an accident, but twice is already a result. Believe me, I did not hold back. Those blows were real. Shh. The fat from the meat dripped onto the hot stove, making a delicious sizzling sound. Coach Anne, despite being sent to the ground twice by Chen En, was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was in high spirits. He even invited the boy to a roast himself. Taking a juicy slice of pork from the grill, he deftly placed it on Chen's plate. Listen, here's the mystery. Judging by your combat reflexes, You have at least a B, but it turns out to be a D minus? That's nonsense. Chen shrugged. I don't understand it myself, but I have a golden gift. There are only a little over 100 of them in all of Dihua. Isn't that an indicator? And snorted. It's not worth a dime, this gift. Golden means you're perfect for the rogue class. Like, it'll be easier for you to awaken twice. But that doesn't change the most important thing. The grade. It's what determines how strong you really are. Chen remained silent. En twirled a glass of foaming beer in his hand. Do you remember this Wang Genuan? Who? A guy in the same group as you. Bleached hair. Shouted that he would become the 5th hero of the world. I don't remember. He eventually pulled out a lucky ticket, an ordinary class, a swordsman. But the grade? A minus. Yesterday, as soon as the results were announced, our team rushed to him. They wanted to sign. But, to put it politely, the meeting took place in a tense atmosphere. His family immediately began to bargain, rolled out a list of demands, either laugh or cry. Chen's face did not change. I'm not surprised. Since the invasion, not only monsters have entered the world, but also representatives of other civilizations, organizations, factions. Some were friendly, but not all. And those like Wang Zhenyuan were sought by everyone, both their own and others. And continued, the swordsman class itself is nothing special, but this is rare. He could become the greatest warrior of the generation. The major clans in the Grey Vale have already found out. Some of them reached his home before us. They offered him everything, full support, mentors, artifacts, if only he would become one of them. Chen nodded slightly. Were their offers better? Let's say it's something we can't afford yet. We're now betting on a human approach. But in their family, everything is for sale. I'm not sure we have a chance. Chen didn't answer. He wasn't interested in other people's lives, only his own. And if I awaken again, will my stats improve? And thought for a second, then nodded. Yes, of course. Otherwise, what's the point of reactivating? But don't flatter yourself. With your base, even if the awakening goes perfectly, the maximum will be C or C+. But isn't C+ better than D-? Well, if you put it that way, yes. Then you're not just a nobody, you're almost human. Maybe I'll even reach the triple awakening. Ha, keep dreaming. Only those who've reached level 50 make the triple. Do you think you'll get there? Come on, eat, philosopher. After dinner, Chen returned home. In one hand, a shield, in the other, a bag with the remaining food. How the dream mechanism works is still unknown. And whether that dream will appear again is an unanswered question. But no one cancelled the preparation. He took a phone stand out of the bag, turned on the camera, and pointed it at his bed. Then he put on his mask, grabbed his shield and axe, and lay on his back, looking at the ceiling. Silence. Only the clock on the wall ticked monotonously. He closed his eyes. Sleep would not come. He opened them again. He chuckled. Too many thoughts. He remembered Wang Zhenyuan. For these 3 years, he had lived in the home training center mode. The only people he interacted with were his sister, Long Xing, and a couple of guys from the training group. And this Wang, who was he? He probably didn't show up on the court very often. He wasn't the type to hone his skills day and night. But that meant at least 1, maybe 2, A-level attributes. Chen glanced at his stats. Why am I only a D? Bile rose in his throat. He sighed, pushing down his irritation, and closed his eyes again. The dream had returned. That same dark passage. No danger ahead. He recognized those words. 3rd visit. In his hands, the same shield and axe. He moved forward silently. At the exit of the tunnel, a familiar enemy was already waiting for him. A fallen swordsman whom he had killed the previous times. Without further ado, a short fight, a precise blow. Victory, plus 330 experience. As I thought. So, monsters are restored in their sleep. Even if he couldn't defeat that old man with the staff, he could still get 660 experience each time. Free leveling. He dealt with the second swordsman, and only then noticed the torches along the walls were not burning. What the? Chen squinted. Hey, old man, are you here? Turn on the backlight, I'm back again. Silence. Hey, what's wrong with you? Did I come for nothing? Where's the reception? Where's the hospitality? There was no answer. Okay then, since that's how you are, I'll go up myself. I hope you didn't turn off the elevator. He confidently entered the platform. Shh, grrk. The mechanism started. Half a minute later, a familiar hall with a runic dome. The old man with the iron staff sat, as always, right on the floor. He was wiping his staff with a shabby rag, not paying attention to Chen. The guy grinned. Hello. The old man froze. He turned around. Hatred burned in his one eye. Are you talking to me, puppy? Chen frowned. Do you have problems with your upbringing? Upbringing? The old man chuckled. Are you talking about decency? I've already made it clear. You're not needed here. If you knew even a drop of politeness, you wouldn't have come back here. Alas, but there's no choice. There are no other doors here. Either fight you or get stuck forever. Okay? The old man stood up. I won't crush you. I won't tear a scream from your throat. You'll still think it's a game. He raised his staff, twice as tall as a man. His gaze blazed with fire. Are you ready for torture? I promised that I would torture you. The atmosphere became extremely tense as both opponents waited for each other's first mistake like taut bowstrings. Chen En quietly raised his shield, gripped his axe tightly, and stared at the old man. He didn't rush to attack like last time, didn't fly up to crush him with his blade. He chose a flanking maneuver. Very carefully, step by step, the old man approached, not throwing Chen out of his sight for a second. There was no longer an arrogant gleam in his single golden eye. A cold calculation reflected in the pupil, without the slightest disdain. He took the young man seriously, as if he were an equal in strength, and rightly so. Could he really be afraid of me? Chen thought, but he did not let his guard down. At that very moment, the old man suddenly rushed forward and brought down the iron staff with lightning speed. He accurately caught the slightest wave of thought in Chen's soul. As soon as he changed his position, the old man instantly closed the distance and with a powerful blow carried the staff diagonally. Chen barely managed to soften the onslaught. He put up his shield and met the staff with a clang of metal. Dung! A ringing blow whistled in his ears. And at that very moment, the skill worked. The shield parried the powerful attack. In response, Chen instantly splashed out his energy through the axe. Ugh! Blood gushed out from under the old man's armor. A narrow cut on his shoulder gaped to the bone. The old man recoiled, almost losing his balance, but managed to jump back. He touched the wound in shock, then, wide-eyed, stared at Chen. Incredible! You really wounded me. Chen was silent. He lowered his shield a little lower and leaned forward slightly, assessing the situation. The circumstances were extremely unfavorable. In fact, the force was not on his side. Even if the shield counterattack worked perfectly, the skill might not work further. Timing is a rare gift, and Chen proved it. 3 successful shield saves in a row were an immediate indication of his talent. He could read the slightest nerve in an opponent's movements and catch the perfect moment to block. But for shield response to succeed, not only Chen's talent was needed, but also the opponent's absolute strength in each strike. The skill is activated only at maximum attack. If the opponent suddenly slows down and leaves himself a loophole to change the technique, Chen will get hit by a counterattack instead. The old man naturally knew this. Despite his superior strength, he didn't need to go all out. It was enough to keep the attack at a sufficient level so that Chen would catch imperfect moments every now and then. Well, it was worth throwing him off balance. Chen grinned. What's it like to be a wounded man? The old man tore off a piece of tattered rags and silently bandaged his shoulder. It's bearable. I only became an adventurer yesterday, and today is already my second battle. Chen teased coldly. The old man finished bandaging and asked coldly, "Yes?" Chen pointed his finger insolently. "Your level, as I see, is not high." The old man chuckled. "Continue." Chen fell silent. Damn it! Contrary to expectations, the old man did not lose his head and did not even take offense at the mockery. His face cleared up. A strange, almost sly expression appeared. And suddenly, a sudden jump and a familiar threatening attack from above. Chen, as if out of habit, jumped back a little and managed to dodge the blow to the ground. But this maneuver betrayed a slight shift in defense, and the old man pursued him further without mercy. He brought down his staff, precisely circling Chen, and then delivered another thrust to the chest. And the reaction was almost instantaneous. A full thrust or a decoy flashed through Chen's mind. He barely managed to raise his shield. But the enemy's agility was superior. He suddenly changed his trajectory, poking the armor with a precise movement of the tip of his staff. It was an imitation. The old man had prepared a replacement in advance, and at the moment when Chen tried to parry, the shield counterattack did not work. Once again, the old man was victorious. He did not press on old wounds, but watched Chen studying his every expression. And suddenly, he noticed something strange. For the first time in the fight, Chen did not respond with a sigh or a reaction of horror, but only raised his eyes and, as if checking something, met his gaze. At that very moment, the old man stopped short. He realized that his opponent had not reacted to the thrust in any way, which meant that Chen had been expecting this attack. And at that moment, the staff fell from the old man's hand. His hand trembled, and the weapon rolled across the stone floor, creaking on the gravel. The old man looked at Chen and saw an axe. "When?" he squeezed out with difficulty. Chen was in no hurry. He was breathing heavily, but his voice was calm. "You focused all your attention on my shield and considered the shield answer the only way to victory. But if I can hit you directly with a chopping blow, I don't need a shield. I distracted you with the shield and hid the axe until the right moment, and that moment was enough to chop off your hand." The old man was silent. He realized the truth of Chen's words. You can't cut with a shield, only the axe was scary. And in previous fights, he did not see the axe, only the torso of the young man behind the shield. Chen took advantage of this and chopped off the old man's arm with one blow. "Excellent," the old man whispered, looking at the curve of the wounded branch. "Your victory is fair." He looked up. "I apologize for my previous disdain, Lord Ruler." Chen pressed the axe to his side and chuckled darkly. "Ruler? Who are you anyway? And what is this place? Why am I here?" The old man bowed his head in a grin. "Lord Ruler, there are many questions, but I will not answer them all. I will only say, the one who defeats me will become the first ruler of this fortress, and that person is you." His figure began to dissolve. The runes on the dome flashed and, like falling stars, flowed into Chen's body. The next moment, the goddess's voice rang out in his mind. "You have awakened the second class. First ruler." Mysterious dream. Mysterious old man. After the old man disappeared and the glowing runes beneath the dome dissolved into thin air, the surrounding area began to rapidly disintegrate. Stone slabs crumbled into dust. Cracks ran across the floor. The once majestic hall began to decay and collapse before our eyes, all in a matter of seconds. The throne in the center shattered into pieces. The skeleton with the sword in his chest crumbled into dust, as if he had never existed. Only the ring on his finger rolled and stopped at Chen's feet. He reached out to pick it up, and at that moment, the ring crumbled into dust. What the hell? The hall that had been shining with splendor a moment ago had turned into ruins. But one thing remained among the rubble: the very sword that had been in the skeleton's chest. Chen picked it up and, after examining it more closely, froze in surprise. A golden mark? This is a legendary weapon. In the Grey Veil universe, the goddess turned everything of value into a digital system, giving seekers a convenient way to evaluate trophies. Weapons were divided into 5 categories: white, common, green, high quality, blue, rare, purple, epic, gold, legendary. There were rumors of red artifacts, but they belonged to myths and legends. And even a purple item is already a dream of any professional. And now the legendary sword is in his hands. He looked at the interface. Death of the Traitor. A legendary one-handed sword. It was once defiled by the blood of betrayal. The curse that had been absorbed into the blade had reduced its power to nothing. But if a way could be found to cleanse the weapon of its desecration, this blade relic would regain its true power. It could not be used yet. There was no blood or dirt on the blade. But the curse remained. It could not be removed by conventional means. Neither alcohol nor low-level magic will help. Only elite groups, ancient clans, or special rituals, that's a chance. But I won't give it up. Not to a group of adventurers, not to headquarters, not to the goddess. Only if they take my sister hostage. He pressed the sword to his side and looked at the second trophy, the bracer the old man had given him. It was nothing special in appearance. Dark grey leather, an almost imperceptible scent of medicinal herbs, a slightly glowing fire symbol on the front. But Chen noticed how carefully the old man treated him. His clothes were in tatters, but this bracer was polished to a shine. Then the goddess spoke. The Lionheart bracer is an epic rank item. Once a desperate demon gave it to a human. A questionable decision. 20 strength when equipped. Access to the skill. Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike is a powerful move that stuns the enemy. So that's what it was. It was with this strike that the old man jumped and shook the ground. Plus 20 strength. In terms of levels, this is the equivalent of 20 levels. After all, each level gives only one attribute, and players distribute them themselves. In other words, at level 1 with this bracer, he is already at level 21. Chen put it on. He immediately felt energy boiling in his veins. He instinctively clenched his fist and realized how big the difference is between rich and poor fighters. This thing closes the gap of 20 levels, and that's not even taking into account the damage from the skill. As the level increases, the required experience increases exponentially. After level 60, you need tens of millions of experience points. Even the kings of the worlds spend years to move on to the next level. So such equipment is priceless. Panel, he commanded. Numbers flashed before his eyes. Chen En, human, level 1. Strength, 35. Endurance, 20. Agility, 20. Magic, 6. His initial strength is 15, with an increase of 20 from the bracer. That's 35. Weak point, magic, only 6. But for a modern person, this is normal. And Chen's physical parameters are really strong. He has been training since his youth. Alas, without good growth factors, all efforts are dust. Below are the characteristics of the class. First class, Rogue. Strength growth, C plus stamina growth, D minus dexterity growth. C, magic growth, E minus range. E, overall rating, D minus peculiarity. If you are seen without a mask, your strength temporarily decreases to C. Everything is quite expected. But there is one but. Chen received the second class. After all, it is well known. Everyone can only have one. Even jobs like blacksmith and alchemist are considered support jobs, not full-fledged ones. But he has a second combat class. He clicked next. Second class, first ruler. Strength, a plus. Endurance, B minus. Agility, a plus. Magic, S plus. Range, B. Overall, S, the Overlord's confidant, leader of the demonic legions. At her behest, you can wipe the kingdom off the map. You are the appointed regent of the Overlord. You know how to use her power. You are her tool, and you must be loyal to her. Everything you own is from her. A plus in strength, a plus in dexterity, S plus in magic. Each of these coefficients is several times higher than that of the rogue class. Chen En looked at the panel in shock. This is an inhuman increase. After a brief euphoria from receiving a second profession, Chen En quickly pulled himself together. He returned to the panel and noticed an inconspicuous line under the title description of First Ruler. Not enough magic points 10 to activate the profession. Level up to replenish the required magic. Is that so? He immediately checked his current magic. Only 6 units. That is, before I can activate a new profession, I need to level up to at least level 5. Opening the Experience tab, he quickly assessed the situation. 2 battles with fallen swordsmen, 2 more killed in the dungeon, 1,325 experience, enough to raise several levels. But there was one but. Manual leveling is impossible. To increase the level, you need to be near the fire, under the blessing of the goddess. And in this dream, does the fire even exist? And how, in the end, do you get out of here? The last times, he simply died and awoke. But now, what, should I die again myself? Number? He had just defeated the old man, awakened his second profession. Who could guarantee that he would return here next time? There were no answers. Frowning sullenly, he hung the legendary sword on his back and stepped onto the elevator that had brought him here. Clack. The gears creaked. The lift started moving and began to descend back into the tunnel. Chen moved back along the corridor with his usual caution. The swordsmen he had killed earlier were still lying in pools of blood. They had not been resurrected. Apparently, monsters don't respawn if you've completed the test to the end. Soon, he saw a familiar sign. No danger ahead. The beginning of the path. The entire dream turned out to be linear. One straight corridor, no forks. In 3 attempts, he'd learned everything he could. But what now? He thought, standing in the stone silence. And then, wind. Cold. Damp. He raised his head and froze. The door? Open? The previously locked stone door with bas-reliefs was now slightly open. A weak golden light was coming through the crack. There was something there. Clutching the hilt of his sword, he slowly approached. He placed his palm on the stone. Ice crept through his skin to the very bones. He pressed. The door creaked and opened. Behind it was a small stone balcony, without any frills. In the very center, a fire. Small, the size of a basin, but even, stable, warm. It burned as if it was waiting only for him. Only. Chen stepped forward and extended his hand. Foom! The flames shot up. He pulled his hand back and burned himself. And then a golden inscription appeared in front of him. Brave traveler. You have enough experience? Do you wish to level up? It was him. The bonfire. He clicked yes. Pum. Level up. 2 + 1 free attribute. Experience spent. 100. Continue. Level 3. 200 spent. Level 4. 400 spent. 425 points left, and 800 needed for level 5. Not enough. But the main thing has already been done. He is on the verge of activating the second profession. Kill 2 fallen swordsmen in the next dream, and the magic will reach 10. He immediately distributed all the free attributes into magic. What are you doing? A strange voice interrupted him. Top, stomp. Quiet steps. Someone was approaching from the stone stairs. Chen turned around. A girl stepped out of the shadows, tall, in a snow-white dress. Her dark hair shone with a warm glow in the firelight. Her face was flawless, clean, without a mask. Her eyes were deep as the night and full of silence. Chen tensed, let go of the sword, and clutched the axe behind his back. But when he looked into her eyes, he loosened his grip. She was damn beautiful. Genuine beauty, the kind that disarmed, not by choice, but by instinct. He immediately tensed up again. Who are you? I don't know, she answered. And she smiled, quietly, softly, like an old friend. And in that smiling calm, there was no threat. I forgot who I am, why I'm here, why I stayed here. Forgot? Chen tensed up. So, you knew? Yes, I forgot. not didn't know. I remember that I had a goal. I remember that I once burned with rage. But the memory is gone. Only emptiness remains. And you think I'll believe you? Chen snorted. Let me guess. You dragged me here too? The girl laughed. Still, you don't believe me. You suspect everyone. You think this is all my trap, but if I wanted to use you, I wouldn't have to ask. She extended her hand, and an invisible palm squeezed his throat. Ka-ha! Chen jerked convulsively. He grabbed air, tore at the invisible grip, but in vain. Her strength was colossal. A moment later, the grip was gone. See? She said softly. If I wanted to subjugate you, I would. Without conditions, without dialogue. Chen drew back, gasping for breath. Is that how a good person behaves? First you strangle me, then you smile. Sometimes, she answered calmly, people only understand when there are no options left. Only then do they really start listening. He froze. Wait, you said people. So, you're not human? The girl thought about it. I don't know. I don't remember. A mysterious dream. A mysterious old man. And now there was a strange woman. Chen En, rubbing his neck after the recent strangling spell, looked gloomily at the black-haired woman. Everything became clear to him. He couldn't take her by force. Suspicions were pointless. He would just have to live with it. As it will be, so it will be. The woman, however, did nothing else. She sat on the stone floor, hugging her knees, and silently stared into the fire. Her red eyes reflected the dancing flames, but there was a hint of weariness in them. Chen broke the silence. My name is Chen En. What should I call you? She raised her head. I don't remember my name. Well, since you are so mysterious and have incomprehensible powers, I will call you Witch. As you wish, she answered quietly. A name is just a sound. She sighed, and suddenly, out of the blue, she said, Chen En, it seems you don't know very well how professions work. If you want, I can teach you a few things. About combat systems, magic. Everything about professions, I remember it clearly. Chen smiled, shaking his head. Thank you, but I'll manage. Understood. Her shoulders slumped, her voice became quiet, and again, silence. Thick, viscous silence. Only the fire crackled, illuminating the grey stones. After a while, Chen spoke again. How do you know that I have poor orientation? Did you know me before? She did not answer right away, and when she did, there was weariness in her voice. You are still testing me. It's annoying, but I will answer. No, we haven't met. Chen raised an eyebrow. Really? And that old man behind the door? He said something completely different. An old man? The witch frowned in surprise. What door? Who are you talking about? Was there someone else here? He turned around and froze. Where was the door? Behind him, where there had been a stone arch, there was now a solid wall. Perfectly flat, smooth, as if it had always been like this. He stood up abruptly, walked over and touched the stone. Cold. Dead. No seams, no marks, no door. Is something wrong? The witch asked, tilting her head. Are you sure you didn't see the door? I just walked in here through it. I don't know what you're talking about. What's going on? Chen took a deep breath and turned back. Tell me, witch, why am I here? I don't know. You can ask 100 times and the answer will be the same. I don't even remember how I ended up here myself. How can I know why you're here? Can I leave here? You should tell me. You came here, not me. Will I be able to go back? Oh, are you kidding me, right? I told you, I don't remember anything. Not about you, not about this world. So everything is as usual. Where? Why? What for? It doesn't matter. What's important is, are there any more monsters here? If he can't level up, why does he need this whole dream? Listen, he asked. Are there enemies here? like fallen swordsmen, small demons, or something more serious? The witch nodded toward the forest at the foot of the platform. There are fallen swordsmen in the pine forest over there. About 13. How many? Chen perked up. Can you show me? Of course, let's go. She stood up and snapped her fingers. A fireball the size of a head flared in the air above her shoulder. It dispersed the darkness around her. Now Chen could see the terrain. At the foot of the platform stretched a forest of dark spruce trees, with dark silhouettes moving between the trunks. That's right, fallen swordsmen. 13 of them. Level 4 to 800 XP. Kill them. Level 5, and you can activate your second profession. He grabbed his axe, but immediately staggered. Ugh. He almost fell, but someone's hand gently supported his shoulder. Light poured into his face. The witch was very close, but her face suddenly became blurry, as if in a dream. Chen En? Are you okay? Her voice sounded from somewhere far away, as if through glass. Chen's eyes were swimming in darkness. He tried to shake himself, but his body wouldn't obey. And everything disappeared. He opened his eyes. It was night outside. He turned on the light and looked at his watch. 4 a.m. He stood up silently, his right hand. The Lionheart bracer was in place, so some of the dream had come true. He checked. The legendary sword was gone. Apparently, it was still there. He sighed weakly and went to the phone. The recording lasted almost 18 hours. While eating noodles, he watched the recording at 10x speed. The first 17 hours. Nothing. About 3 hours ago, a black haze appeared over his body. After 10 seconds, the body disappeared. The bed was empty. At 3:50, the haze returned and the body reappeared in the same position. After 10 minutes, he woke up. So, he drew conclusions. 1. This is not just a dream. He goes there with his body, not just his mind. 2nd, time there, and here goes synchronously. He had been in the dream for about 50 minutes. The same amount of time had passed in reality. 3. Everything else is still unclear. Minus panel. He called up the interface. Level 5. Brace active. Second profession. Adelach. Now displayed. He immediately set the privacy mode. No one but him would see either the second profession or the bonuses from the bracer. For everyone, he would remain a simple robber. Scrolling further, he came across new lines. Skills. Shield counterattack. Already familiar. Basic one-handed sword proficiency, received without transfer. Passive axe proficiency from the rogue profession. Thunderstrike from the bracer, hidden. Absolute control magic, the skill of the Edelach, hidden. You are one of the few who can subjugate magic to the world. All spells you cast will be incredible in power, accuracy, and effect. Path to the Overlord's castle. Edelach skill. Hidden. Allows you to return to the castle when no one is watching. The transfer is interrupted if you are being watched. Time of stay is limited. 50 minutes. So now I can go back to sleep myself, whenever I want. If no one is watching, the dream has become reality. Chen En woke up on his bed, looking out the window at the bright morning sun. He froze for a moment, digesting what was happening. Today is the 2nd day since receiving his second profession. He spent the entire day yesterday sitting around, partly preparing for the adventurer's certificate exam, and partly unsuccessfully scouring the internet for keywords. First Chancellor, old man with an iron staff, white woman with amnesia. The result? Of course, nothing. It was evening. Chen En went to bed on time, hoping to fall into a dream again. But nothing happened. It turned out that with the skill path to the Overlord's castle, the falling into dreams system became controllable. Now, in order to enter that world, Chen En must activate the skill himself. And that's good. Before, he just lay in bed all day, nervous, suffering from insomnia, waiting for the entrance, wasting time. Now, he decides when to enter. But there is a problem. One level is missing. More precisely, 400 experience points. Last time, when he left the dream, he clearly saw 13 fallen swordsmen in the pine forest. And that's 4,290 experience. 1 day without sleep, minus 4,200 experience. 1 day is just wasted. How can you stand it? Chen En washed himself, got dressed, and immediately wrote to An teacher, "Teacher, when is the exam for the adventurer's certificate?" The answer came quickly. "Already registered you. The exam is in a week. Prepare yourself, and I'll help you in a few days. Give you some advice." A week. That's at least 30,000 experience points in minus. Oh, Chen En answered dryly and had already made a decision. Yes, monsters only appear within the Grey Veil, and entry is prohibited without a certificate. There are patrols at all key points, driving away ordinary citizens. But the Grey Shroud itself is huge. If you want, you can slip through. Having had a hasty breakfast, he threw on his tactical backpack, which he had packed in advance, and headed to the bus stop. Buses to the Shroud checkpoint run every 2 hours. He waited for about 10 minutes. The bus still didn't show up, but an armoured vehicle that looked like an army one stopped. Chen En! Long Xing's face appeared from behind the lowered bulletproof glass. Chen En was a little surprised. "Where are you going in such a vehicle?" Long Xing opened the door and walked out. "I'm accompanying Wang Ge to the Salad Group entrance exam. Would you like to come with us?" Wang Ge? Don't you know? Wang Zhenyuan, our big brother, is an A, the new star of Dihua. He's joining Salad, and today is the exam day. Yeah, Chen En glanced suspiciously at Long Xing. Since when did they become brothers? He considered the situation and asked, "The exam is taking place inside the Shroud?" "Yeah, there's an abandoned quarry nearby. Monsters have settled there. The task is to clean it up." "Great." Chen En's face became serious. His voice became louder. "I've long dreamed of meeting Wang Ge. I just never had the chance. Listen, Long Xing, if you're close to him, tell him from me. Let him take me with him. I want to see him in action." Haha. Chen En wants to meet my Wang Ge, and my Wang Ge wants to meet you too. The first class, the best in real combat, a legend. A voice came from inside the car. Chen turned around and saw someone waving. "Long Xing, take him with you. We need to hurry. This is the first task from the Salad Group. We can't be late." Long Xing smiled. "Let's go." The Grey Veil changed the world. But the world began to change the Grey Veil. One of the major changes was technology. Large groups of adventurers in the Palena now switched from horse-drawn transport to motorized transport. This greatly increased efficiency. And for elite units cooperating with the state, air cover has become available. Supersonic fighters and bombers can patrol the skies, providing support in large-scale raids. Yes, gunpowder does not work on monsters, but it works great on buildings. In return, the Palanian factions share their knowledge and experience. The emergence of the profession system and training in Dihua was made possible by close cooperation with these organizations. The armoured vehicle was spacious inside, but empty. Up to 12 people could fit on 2 long benches. Now only 3 were sitting. Chen En and Long Xing are standing next to each other. Opposite him is a young guy with black hair that has just been styled. He is dressed neatly and neatly. Even his hair is slightly curled, but you can't call him handsome, except that he is well groomed. Chen En looked at him in surprise. "Wang Ge, did you dye your hair back?" "Yeah, I was stupid before. I thought color was cool. But now I understand." Wang Zhenyuan shook his head. "Black hair is stylish. It's ours, Ligotsky. Black is restraint, dignity." Long Xing raised his finger. "You speak wisely, Wang Ge." "Yeah, wisely." Before, there was nothing to stand out with, so he dyed his hair to attract attention. Now, with the high rating, everything has changed. You need to look serious. Chen En saw through it. He glanced at the armor, the sword at his waist. He didn't say a word. Wang Zhenyuan noticed the look. He lightly stroked the sword and chuckled. They say you have a D minus? That's right. It's embarrassing to even think about it with you around. Oh, come on. Everyone has their own path. They say about you, the best fighter of the graduating class. Surely, after waking up, you are at least a B. The grade means nothing. Chen simply smiled. Blade. Wang Zhenyuan pulled out the sword. The steel rang, and a cold shine flashed in the salon. Chen glanced briefly. No less than a green rarity. Chick! The sword returned to its sheath. How do you like it? The salad group insisted on me taking it yesterday. I refused and made excuses. But in the end, they gave me this gift. They are generous guys. Wang Zhenyuan laughed. Do you have this at your training center? There were no such privileges in the squad. Green class equipment was already considered elite. To buy it, you had to shell out at least 100,000. This was especially true for long swords, a popular weapon among fighters. The Dihua squad did not encourage people to be attracted by material goods on principle. It was united by an idea, faith, and mutual support. Only those who showed themselves in training or in real battles could deserve such a reward. So, your broccoli is doing well financially? Chen En asked, squinting at Wang Zhengyuan. Were you given this to use, or was it a gift? You haven't even officially joined the squad yet. Broccoli? Wang Zhengyuan almost choked on air from the sudden nickname. After a pause, he chuckled, saying, Of course, it was a gift. A large detachment like ours won't go broke. Besides, I have an A- rating. We are given green class equipment lightly, and the entrance exam is a formality. Everyone has to pass it, even the stars. I can't ask for special conditions, right? Oh, come on. Longxing waved his hand. And think about it. We are on a team now. Wang Ge will clean everything up alone, and we will just follow him, gain experience. Seriously? Chen En narrowed his eyes, turning to Wang Zhengyuan. Well, if that's the case, then thank you in advance, Brother Wang. Now, Brother Wang? He rolled his eyes. You're flexible, of course. It's not for nothing that you have a D- rating. He sighed dramatically, took the noise-cancelling headphones out of his backpack and put on a sleep mask. Okay, I'll take a little nap. I've been on my feet since morning. I need to save up my strength. I'll have to save you later. The two of them stared at him and chuckled in response. A few minutes later, when Wang was already breathing evenly, Chen En leaned over to Long and asked, Hey, why did you forget about him? You were supposed to go through the test alone. I was supposed to... Longxing spread his hands in defeat. I wanted to be an ordinary guy, to meet you without any status. But in the end, all he got in response was suspicion. That's it, I'll come clean. My family is rich. Or rather, my uncle is very rich. Really? Chen En looked at the worn jacket he was wearing with doubt, but said nothing. He's the head of Zhujiang Development Corporation. All the real estate in Dihua is half his. Chen En raised his eyebrows. So he's the one who's going broke right now? With the current prices for land, it's pure ruin. Exactly. He hates dungeons more than anyone now. He swore to raze the Lugol labyrinth to the ground. And among all my relatives, I was the only one who was awakened. So he poured everything he could into me. Sighed Long. He nodded towards the dozing van. Yesterday, he gave his parents a villa in exchange for him taking me to Broccoli upon joining. Everything is documented, so I had no choice. But you could have refused. How? He said. If you obey, you will receive monthly payments. And if something happens to me, part of the inheritance. And my parents work for him. How can I say no? Chen En chuckled. Here it is. Capitalism in action. And what are you going to do next? I dream that he will kick the bucket sooner. Be a man, will you? Yes, I am serious. You can see for yourself that he sent me to the slaughter. The driver, who had heard this entire conversation, grinned and glanced sideways at the woman in the passenger seat. Commander, these two are some real guys, aren't they? But she didn't answer. Her face remained cold and focused. After a while, the armoured car stopped at the checkpoint. Chen En looked out. In the distance, just 300 meters away, an endless grey curtain stretched into the sky, like a wall separating the world of the living from something else. I never thought I'd end up here, Long Sing exhaled as he looked at her. This translucent grey veil rose to the clouds, stretching for thousands of kilometers, mercilessly dividing the earth in two. It didn't hinder the passage of people, but completely blocked the creatures from the dungeons. Therefore, everything that remained outside of it was considered relatively safe. But inside, an alien world began. And the worst thing was that the curtain slowly but inexorably expanded. See that sign? Chen En nodded. 2 years ago, it was on the safe side. Now it's already inside. During this time, the border has advanced 70 meters. If it continues like this, Dihua will soon be under it. Well, don't exaggerate, Long waved his hand. This year, there were reinforcements, 300 newcomers, and that's just in our city. Across the country, there will be 5,000. Everything will be fine. Chen En was silent. He understood. Near the veil, there really were more awakenings. The magical environment facilitated activation. But the further from the front, the less likely it was that someone would gain power. And there were rumors. Very persistent rumors. They said that the monsters in the depths had been adapting all this time. 3 years of silence is not peace, but the calm before the storm. If a full-scale attack begins, no one knows if the cities will survive. Oh, I see the emblem of the Broccoli Squad. Good luck to you guys. The officer on duty did not even inspect the transport. He waved his hand. Go ahead. The armored car jerked smoothly from its place and plunged into another world. From the inside, the grey curtain did not seem gloomy, but almost ordinary. The sun shone just as brightly, but everything around was different. The asphalt under the wheels had long since begun to crack. Young shoots and vines grew through the cracks, taking over the road. Along the roadsides were empty, overgrown fields. Occasionally, a wild animal, frozen in fear at the sight of machinery. And in the grass, something white. Bones. They were everywhere, hidden in the greenery. Alien. Human. 3 years ago, Chen En would not have believed that his native land would become like this. But now, he was simply silent. Look over there. Long pointed at the hill. We used to play there when we were kids, right? Chen En looked closely. He smiled. There was an old bunker there, our secret base. Exactly. Tianxia and I used to bring lemonade there, remember? Chen En paused, then suddenly said, I saw her post last week. She took a photo at the entrance to the bunker. She wrote that she was remembering the old days. Huh? Longxing immediately took out his phone and started scrolling through the feed. The last entry, 3 years ago. Not a word about the bunker. You haven't made a mistake by any chance? No, Chen En smiled. But maybe you're on her blacklist. Longxing froze with the phone in his hand and did not answer. The armored car raced along the highway for a while before quickly turning into the wasteland. A sharp jolt woke up Wang Zhenyuan, who sat up again, rubbing his forehead to recover his senses. Half an hour later, the armored vehicle stopped. Wang Zhenyuan opened his eyes and said, We've arrived. Get out of the car with me. All three came out one after another. 2 were already standing by the car, waiting. One of them was a man wearing leather armor and holding a dagger. He had a playful expression on his face, and he kept glancing at Chen En and the others. His look was not friendly, but rather offensive. There was a woman standing next to the man. She was wearing black high-heeled shoes with red soles, black stockings, a white shirt, a pencil skirt, and a blue ribbon tied in a bow on her chest. Her minimalist outfit gave her a sophisticated look, and long hair gathered in a bun, sharp black eyelashes, and scarlet lips made her look even more determined and impetuous. But this was just the first impression. A closer look revealed another side. The reason for this was the incredible figure of this woman. Her plump hips, barely, tightly fitted with a pencil skirt, they made a mesmerizing impression. Ignoring Chen En's gaze, the woman looked at Wang Zhenyuan and asked, Newbie, are you ready? Wang Zhenyuan puffed out his chest with all his might, not wanting to lose his composure. Captain Nightingale, I'm ready. You know, my overall rating is a solid 5. This abandoned mine is no problem for me. Just wait and see how I win. A smile touched the corners of her faces. Nightingale, a smile bordering on sarcasm. She nodded and said, Very good, very impressive. According to protocol, before we begin, I must explain the intelligence and objectives of this operation. You are about to enter tunnel number 7 of the abandoned mine. It was once a coal mine, but after it closed, it became a lair of demons. Investigation revealed that Tunnel 7 contained 8 fallen swordsmen and one of their captains. Your task is simple. Kill 1 fallen swordsman to pass. Just one? Since I'm here, how can I leave without killing them all? Chen En was slightly surprised, and Wang Zhenyuan was also somewhat unconvinced. He threw up his hands and asked, Just one murder? Captain Nightingale, I think you underestimate me. Nightingale smiled and said, 1 kill will do, but you can continue. Newbie, the better you do in this assessment, the more resources you will be allocated in the future. We at Broccoli Adventure Group only show leniency to those with ability. About. Fine. Wang Zhenyuan nodded, pointing at Chen En and Long Xing. He said, These 2 are my friends. They want to come with me and see the world. Can we unite? Nightingale remained calm. Of course, teamwork is important. We do not encourage solitary work. You can join together around the fire. The assessment may begin at any time. Unite. Wang Zhenyuan waved his hand and led them to the fire. The 3 of them gathered around. Wang Zhenyuan clicked twice, and a message suddenly appeared in front of Chen En. Want to team up with Wang Zhenyuan and Long Xing? Yes, the team has been successfully formed. Current team size, 3. You can get 33.3% experience points for each battle. Production distribution plan. Number, good luck. A series of pieces of information appeared before his eyes. Chen En turned his head and looked at the mine tunnel without saying a word. The reason he came here was, of course, to level up and activate his second profession. Still missing 400 experience points. A team of 3 would get around 110 experience points for fallen swordsmen. He would have to lead them and kill 4 to be sated. Wang Zhenyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and the arrogance on his face disappeared. He looked at Chen En and said, Let's go. Chen En nodded and said, Let's go. All 3 of them entered the mine tunnel one after another and disappeared at the entrance. Nightingale looked at the man next to her and said, Watch the car. The man was about to agree, but noticed that Nightingale's figure was slowly dissolving into thin air. This is the Twilight Cloud Garb, a stealth skill mastered by Captain Find Angel. It's so dark here. Chen En, go ahead. I'll watch you from behind. I can go forward, but give me a miner's lamp. The voices in the dark mine tunnel were especially loud. Nightingale followed the 3 newcomers silently, her face expressionless. As a mid-level member of the adventure group, Broccoli, Nightingale had previously led one of her task forces, but she was clearly not happy with it. She was a woman of boundless desires. Fame, wealth, and status. For her, the respect and admiration of others were the highest aphrodisiac, especially the admiration of a truly powerful person, which brought her into a state of ecstasy. But now she couldn't afford any of that. Instead, she felt a constant desire to possess her beauty and figure, which embarrassed and irritated her. Broccoli's adventure group was a powerful organization in the criminal underworld. Only by gradually increasing her status in the group, reaching the position of deputy leader or even leader, could she realize her dream. And now she had her chance. A month ago, the leader approached Nightingale and asked her to form the Night Song Squad and recruit promising recruits for group training. If these recruits performed well, they would immediately be promoted to junior cadres, becoming the backbone of the group. Any discerning eye would have realized what an opportunity this was. As privates, recruits never forget that their first captain was Miss Nightingale. It was Miss Nightingale who instructed and educated them, and this is a debt of gratitude. Even if these rank-and-file personnel do not receive promotions, the Nightingale name will inevitably spread throughout the group, a sign of prestige. If a newcomer stands out, his career will take off like a rocket, and the benefits will be unimaginable. This drives Nightingale to a feverish state. She is determined to carefully study the biography of each candidate and choose the right one. That's why she took advantage of the invisibility and followed them. Overall rating: 5-. On paper, your abilities are not bad. Nightingale glanced at Van Genuine, who was walking in the middle of the group. Let me see what you're made of. If you really have potential, I will be ready to show you my love. The Twilight Haze robe was a powerful invisibility spell that Chen En and the others were unable to detect. No one noticed Nightingale's presence, and Wang Zhenyuan and Long Xing were extremely nervous. Chen En, who was more relaxed, couldn't focus on anything else. He held his miner's lantern and walked carefully. Roar! A low roar was heard in front of him. Eh! Long Xing made a strange sound. He jumped 3 feet in the air and pointed with trembling fingers at the bright red light flashing in the darkness ahead. Chen En. What are these red lights? The eyes of the fallen swordsman. There are only 2 of them. Chen En handed the miner's lantern to Long Xing and turned to Wang Zhenyuan. You are on the left, and I am on the right? A. And Wang Zhenyuan licked his lips. Is it true? It's not easy to handle the 2 of them. Maybe we should wait. Maybe they'll break up. Chen En pulled out his axe. They are coming. Ah! Wang Zhenyuan looked up and saw 2 fallen swordsmen attacking with their swords with a loud roar. Facing the 2 aggressive fallen swordsmen, Wang Zhenyuan panicked slightly. He underwent quasi-professional training in the regiment. Although he was not as hard-working as Chen En, his class attendance was not low, and his basic training was guaranteed. Under the instructor's guidance, he had encountered low-level monsters such as fallen swordsmen. So he quickly calmed down and roared, "Ah!" After that, courage turned to fear. He took the initiative and used the sword skill. Steel Flash. Dang! There was a sound of a collision. Wang Zhenyuan's steel flash collided with the fallen swordsman's sword, causing sparks to fly. The man and the demon stepped back at the same time. Wang Zhenyuan looked at him angrily and shouted, "Hasa! Another steel flash! Dang!" The fallen swordsman also drew his sword and struck with iron again. But at that moment, the situation changed. Gusts of wind swirled around Wang Zhenyuan. After Steel Flash hit an enemy twice in a row, a whirlwind would envelop his blade. The next use of Steel Flash filled the blade with the power of the storm, cutting through the enemy. The mighty swordsman could even use the power of the storm to knock his opponent off his feet, instantly ensuring his victory. Take this hit. Another Steel Flash. The long sword, imbued with the power of the storm, shone brightly, standing out in the dim light of the mine tunnel. The fallen swordsman continued his attack, but a sharp gust of wind tore him to pieces. Wang Zhenyuan won. Fabulous. He clenched his fists and turned to Chen En, who, clutching the axe, smiled and said, "Swordsmen are magnificent. Their skill is not only in special effects, but also in sound effects. The buzzing sound of the third steel lightning was like an accordion. Very beautiful. Is it time to worry about special effects and sound effects now?" Wang Zhenyuan waved his hand furiously and shouted, "Get out of the way! Step back to me! Where is the second fallen swordsman? I will deal with him!" Chen En raised his leg and kicked the corpse at his feet. "I already got it." Eh? Wang Zhenyuan looked down and, as expected, saw the fallen swordsman collapse at Chen En's feet, turning into ashes. He looked up and thought, "When did you get it? Faster than me?" Chen En simply smiled. "You should practice more. Give me your skills and I can kill the fallen swordsman with 1 blow. Why do I need a third? I'll die if I don't brag. You think Steel Flash is that easy? Is it true?" Realizing that the enemy disappeared for a while, Wang Zhenyuan calmed down. He sighed with relief and a strong feeling of discomfort and fatigue came over him. Everything went dark before his eyes, and he almost fell to the ground. He was only level 1 and his mana was limited. Using Steel Flash 3 times in a row was clearly difficult, especially for someone who hadn't trained hard. He leaned against the stone wall, waved his hand and said, "Take a rest. Take a rest. Damn it, I'm a little tired. Let me rest for a while. Longjing, do you have any water? Give me a sip." Chen En glared at him. "This is just the beginning, and you are already so weak? Get up, kill 2 more, and rest." Or Wang Zhenyuan remained silent, not wanting to pay any attention to Chen En. Chen En hesitated for a moment, then looked up at the panel. Killing 2 fallen swordsmen only gave him 220 experience points, which was still not enough to level up. The longer the night, the more dreams. The main thing now was to gain experience. After all, the fallen swordsmen were no threat, and he could handle it alone. He said, "I'll go scout out the situation to get a better understanding. After all, this is a test." Although the captain didn't make any demands, the faster we kill, the better impression she will make of you. Wang Zhenyuan thought about it and realized that it was true. There was a note of concern in his voice as he said, "Be careful. Don't rush at the monsters. Wait until I come and kill them all together. I brought you here. If you die here, it's none of my business, but it wouldn't be good if everything were scattered." Chen En smiled. Of course. The team of 3 people was temporarily split up. Mrs. Nightingale, watching from the shadows, she watched with a slight smile as Chen En walked deeper into the darkness. She looked at Wang Zhenyuan and thought, "This Wang Zhenyuan is completely ordinary. He fights without rules. He was able to defeat the fallen swordsman only with his powerful equipment and skills. He needs more practice to become a skilled fighter." But Nightingale looked at Chen En's back, took a step, and followed him. Keeping her distance, she watched Chen En walking alone in the darkness and thought, he walks slowly and calmly. Even alone, he shows no fear. For a newbie, this is a great rarity. No, is this guy really a newbie? He just defeated the fallen swordsman so easily. Roar! The roar echoed in the darkness. The 3 fallen swordsmen noticed Chen En and rushed forward with their swords drawn. The first one to strike first. Chen En thrust it forward, blocking the blow with his shield. Then, crush, crush. 2 blows of the axe cut the fallen swordsman into pieces. With the additional power of the Lionheart Bracer, Chen En's combat effectiveness increased greatly. He no longer had to defend himself or wait for a trick. 1 blow from the axe could take half the fallen swordsman's life. Second, third. Chen En moved with unwavering grace, blocking 2 axe strikes with his shield each time, defeating each monster without any difficulty. His movements were light, without a single pause. Perfect. This display of skill brought a sparkle to Miss Nightingale's eyes. He fought 1 against 3 without a shadow of panic, blocking blows with his shield and then striking with 2 axes. Steadfast, precise, and ruthless. Who is this man? Is he also from Dihua City? Why didn't the adventurer group take him instead of Wang Zhenyuan? Judging from his actions, Chen En was 100 times better than Wang Zhenyuan. Nightingale curled her lips, deciding in her mind, "You are the one needed by my Night Song squad." Having defeated 3 fallen swordsmen, Chen En had already earned enough experience points. But since he had gone this far, wouldn't it have been better not to clear the area of monsters completely? Without thinking, he continued on, killing 3 more fallen swordsmen before finally reached the end of tunnel number 7, the edge of a huge hole. "Chen En! Chen En! What the hell are you doing?" A voice came from behind. Wang Zhenyuan, his eyes wide with anger, stepped forward along with Longxing. He pointed Chen En's nose without hesitation and scolded him. "Didn't I tell you to take it slow? Listen to the order, got it? Listen to the order. I'm sitting here. My experience is growing rapidly. What have you done?" Chen En's face remained calm. "I was in no hurry. I was walking, and suddenly 6 fallen swordsmen attacked me. Wang Zhenyuan was stunned. What happened next? Chen En spread his hands. I don't remember well. I was so scared back then that I swung the axe twice and killed all 6 fallen swordsmen. Wang Zhenyuan was speechless. After a moment he asked, There were 8 fallen swordsmen in total. Did you kill them all? I killed everyone. I stayed. Only one. Chen En extended his hand and pointed at the fallen swordsman sitting at the bottom of the pit, with a green flame blazing in his right hand. He looked at it and said, This must be the last monster in the mine, the fallen sword captain. The old man with the iron staff, the fallen sword captain, was the second strongest, the most monster Chen En had ever seen. He was a head taller and a size larger than the average fallen swordsman. His armor and sword were no different, although the azure will-o'-the-wisp burning on his right arm looked quite frightening. However, fallen Captain Swordsman was not an elite-level monster, meaning his strength was limited and not invincible. Chen En looked at Wang Zhenyuan and said, Let's go. Together? Wang Zhenyuan straightened up and ignored Chen En's invitation. There was anger and disgust in his eyes, resentment towards Chen En. Wang Zhenyuan was just over 20 years old, still an impulsive youth. He was always an ordinary person, did not receive much attention, and was never lucky. Who doesn't want to be the center of attention? Wang Zhenyuan wanted this. Awakening into a career brought him a pleasant surprise. He suddenly found that his overall rating had reached A-, indicating great potential. At that moment, the sky was azure, the water was blue, and the world seemed huge. A special delegation arrived from the group's headquarters, inviting him to join and promising numerous advantages. And in front of the group's headquarters, several famous adventure groups arrived with gifts. His phone was ringing off the hook, and countless friends were sending him requests in chat rooms. Even his parents, who usually sullenly considered him worthless, praised his talent for the first time, saying, I knew my son was special. In an instant, he became the center of the world. Everyone revolved around him. Wang Zhen was not a villain at all. He was simply bloated, filled with wonder and vanity. Ego, self-confidence filled him. What is happening now? Isn't this his scene? Wasn't he the undisputed leader of this 3-man team? This Chen En is the weakling with D was so stupid. Wang Zhenyuan felt irritated, secretly thinking, I don't understand who you're pretending to be. You know very well that this is my assessment for joining the team, so why don't you let me speak? What should I say when we go outside and Captain Nightingale asks me, You, Chen En, killed 7 people, but I only killed 1? Are the fallen swordsmen strong? You act like you're so powerful. Thinking about this, he waved his hand, opened the panel, and said, Chen En, I will kick you out first. Eh? Chen En was stunned, and a message appeared in front of him. Captain Wang Zhenyuan has expelled you from the team. Seeing this, Longxing said, Brother Wang, it's not that serious, right? Wang Zhenyuan shook his head and exclaimed indignantly, It's nothing special, it's just that I have an entrance exam now, you know. Chen En killed so many monsters, but my abilities were not demonstrated. First I'll kick him, and then I'll kill the sword captain to prove my strength. He turned to Chen En and said, Chen En, are you okay with this, right? Chen En agreed. Pointing at the sword captain below, he asked, Are you sure you can defeat him? It's none of your business. So if you can't resist, don't forget to ask for help. You are cruel, but I cannot be unfair. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Wang Zhenyuan snorted coldly and jumped into the hole. The height was about 3 meters, not that high. Wang Zhenyuan landed confidently and raised his long sword with green letters. Raw fallen Captain Mechnikov had already noticed the 3 in the pit and was waiting. Now, seeing that someone had invaded his territory, he naturally found nothing to say. He growled, grabbed his 2-handed sword, placed it on his knees, and stood up. Whoosh! The green will-o'-the-wisp on his right hand flared brightly, lines of fire running up his arm and wrapping tightly around him. Compressed 2-handed sword. Seeing this, Longxing couldn't help but swallow. He tilted his head slightly and asked, Is everything okay? Chen En, focused on the situation below, thought, this shouldn't be a big problem. The Broccoli Adventure Group is quite famous, and the assessment they organize shouldn't be too risky. Even if it is, there are probably experts secretly protecting us. Expert? Long Xing looked around and asked, who else could it be? Chen En remained calm. I already said she's an expert, but how can you spot an expert so easily? Maybe she's standing to my left right now. Nightingale, who was standing to the left of Chen En, looked at him suspiciously with a strange expression on her face. While they were exchanging words, a battle had already begun below. Ha! Wang Zhenyuan, forcing himself to remain calm, suddenly leapt forward, his long sword turning into a white rainbow, when he struck the sword captain in the chest. But it had no effect. The sword captain easily dodged the flash's cutting steel by stepping back and then swung his sword diagonally, aiming for Wang Zhenyuan's neck. At this critical moment, Wang Zhenyuan instinctively ducked his head, narrowly avoiding the blade. Fire. The flame burning on the monster's sword was not a special effect, but a real flame. With a whistling sound, the blue flame ignited Wang Zhenyuan's newly curled hair. Wang Zhenyuan let out a strange cry and desperately hit his head, trying to extinguish the flames. The consequences of such a technique in battle are obvious. The sword captain struck again, the tip of his sword heading straight for Wang Zhenyuan's heart. Wang Zhenyuan was completely unprepared, not even maintaining a proper stance. Alas! Nightingale sighed quietly, about to help, when a sudden gust of wind blew past her. She turned around and saw Chen En, who had already jumped down from the pit and stood in front of Wang Zhenyuan, blocking the blow with the blade of his axe. Step aside. Chen En extended his hand, protecting Wang Zhenyuan. The captain of the fallen swordsman, noticing the stranger, was in no hurry to attack. A low growl escaped his throat and he slowly backed away, keeping his distance, waiting for his chance. Wang Zhenyuan, facing the dilemma between life and death, was terrified. He was full of terror, not paying attention to the burning pain in his head, and hastily retreated without saying a word. After moving about 10 meters away, he suddenly woke up and shouted, Chen En, this thing is very powerful. Let's retreat and let Captain Nightingale and the others deal with her. Powerful? Or something like that. Seeing the fallen swordsman captain in action, Chen En quickly realized he's not that fast, not that strong, not so smart. Weak, 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 compared to the old man with the iron. With his staff, this captain of the fallen swordsman was just him. The current Chen En was no longer the Chen En of the past. His chief archon hadn't activated yet, but the 20 points Lionheart strength bonus and his skills were giving him a huge boost. He couldn't even imagine how he could lose. He turned to Wang Zhenyuan and said, Look closely. I'll show you how to defeat the fallen swordsman captain just once. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Zhenyuan and the others, Chen En raised his shield, confidently stepped forward, and rushed towards the monster. The captain of the fallen swordsman couldn't stand his bad habits. Meet you, huh? I'll cut you down. The sword blade, enveloped in blue flames, swung with incredible force. The fallen swordsman captain put all his strength into the strike, and even a level 20 professional would have to temporarily dodge the sharp blade. But, dang! Chen En swung his left hand, and the shield in his hand struck the sword, not only stopping the monster's attack, but also cutting off its lower body. Stability. Small shards of blue flames flew out. Chen En took a step forward, and the axe in his hand came down violently, striking the monster in the shoulder. Shh! The swordsman captain screamed, and dark green blood gushed from the wound on his shoulder. The stench of decay hit my nose. What just happened? Shield counterattack? Nightingale asked uncertainly. First parry the enemy's attack, and then counterattack. Chen En's recent performance will amaze closely resembled the famous shield counter, which is often considered a divine skill, but ignored. But did anyone actually learn shield counter and use it in combat? Nightingale shook her head slowly, unconvinced. Impossible. The requirements for shield counter are well known. Perhaps someone could use the heritage stone to learn it for fun, but no beginner would waste precious spare heritage on such a dragon-slaying skill. Wow! The wounded shoulder only increased the swordsman captain's madness. Blood flashed in his eyes, and blue flames erupted from his greatsword as he seemingly activated his innate skill Wildfire Strike and struck Chen En's shoulder. "I will!" There was a sharp sound again. It seemed like the powerful Wildfire Strike had no effect, and was interrupted before it could fully execute the strike. Chen En gracefully swung his shield, and his axe slashed down fiercely on the wound, hitting the wound again. This was exactly a shield counterattack. What a madman! This time, Nightingale saw it clearly. Ha! Having suffered 2 defeats in a row, the swordsman captain seemed to have no restraint. He roared, casting Wildfire Strike again. Unlike last time, this time the Wildfire Strike was even more powerful. The flames intertwined on the blade changed from azure to inky black, rising into the air like pitch black. Chen En, who was standing a meter away, squinted his eyes, feeling a burning pain on his face. He watched the same attack with a dull pain. Boring. It's time to finish. Zen. 3rd strike with the shield. 3rd success. The fallen sword captain's furious attack had no effect, only wearing down Chen En's patience. The flames on Lionheart's braces flared. Chen En took a deep breath and unleashed a furious thunderclap. The peasant's axe in his hand began to glow brightly, and the sound of the blows changed from the light tearing of flesh and bone to a shrill, piercing whistle. A shock wave shot up, and Captain Mechnikov took the brunt of the impact, stunned and lost consciousness. Taking advantage of the moment, smash! Smash! Chen En swung his axe, desperately hacking and hacking, turning the sword captain into a mess. Without even groaning, the monster captain turned into a golden stream, flowing into the back of Chen En's hand. Chen En realized that the fight was over. He hugged his waist, breathing heavily, and wiped his face with his hand. He looked at the palm. She was covered in dirty, dark green blood. He couldn't do anything. His only skill, a shield counterattack, proved useless at the last moment. Chen En could only hack and slash, but the sword captain had a long health bar and was quite hardy. It took a full minute to finish him off. Chen En was exhausted, and his face and body were inevitably splattered with blood and torn flesh. He turned to the stunned Wang Zhenyuan and asked with a smile, "Little Wang, did you learn this?" Wang Zhenyuan's face showed disbelief. Honestly, he didn't understand how Chen En won. Chen En seemed to have superior strength. He was always able to knock the sword captain to the ground and then strike him with his axe, but on closer inspection, it seemed incredible. He saw the sword captain's 3 swings, and the momentum of the first one was still within his tolerance. So what were the second and third ones like? The flames engulfed by the swords were incredibly bright, illuminating the entire pit. The heat was so intense that even from a distance of 20 meters, he could feel its force. The third blow was especially powerful. The blow, as if in pitch darkness, was terrifying. The sound of the blade piercing the air was like the rumble of a train approaching a station. The force must have reached tens of tons. Chen En, on the contrary, he simply waved his shield, stopping him with ease. Such power. Is this really the ceiling of the first batch of semi-professionals in a real fight? Wang Zhenyuan looked at Chen En, whose face was covered in blood. He felt his huge figure cast a shadow that enveloped and engulfed him. He nodded his head in confusion, saying, "My teachings are useless. My teachings are useless." Chen En glanced at the control panel and suddenly slapped his thigh in despair. "Oh no, I forgot to team up with you when I killed the monster. Xiao Wang, this fallen swordsman captain, has 8,000 experience points. I took it all? You don't mind, right?" Wang Zhenyuan said awkwardly. "I don't mind. Brother Chen, you deserve it. Do you mind? That's good. Great. Your name is Chen En, right?" A voice was heard above the pit. Chen En looked up and saw Madame Nightingale suddenly appear out of thin air, looking at him with admiration. "Captain Nightingale?" Wang Zhenyuan was stunned, his face filled with panic. Confused, he asked, Why are you here? Nightingale looked at him. I have always been here. I saw your performance. Member Wang Zhenyuan, you killed the fallen swordsman single-handedly. You performed well and passed the assessment. Please return with this Longxing. Get in the car and wait. Yes. Wang Zhenyuan took a deep breath, jumped over the hole, and walked back with Longxing. Nightingale jumped down lightly, walked up to Chen En, curled the corners of her lips, and extended her hand. My name is Nightingale. I am the captain of the Night Song Squad from the Adventures of Broccoli Group. Chen En simply shook her hand. I am from Dihua, the country of Li Chen En. Chen En, I'll get straight to the point. I see talent and ability in you, and I think you have great potential. I'd like to invite you to join the Night Song Squad. Do you agree? Chen En Wu asked in surprise. Talent? Nightingale smiled slightly and repeated. Talent. 3 shield counterattacks, 3 successes. I have never seen such a miracle. Your fighting skills impressed me. I admire your courage and calmness. Perhaps it is a little exaggerated. I have never seen such a talented young man as you. Talent Chen En remained calm and took the initiative to show his tablet. He pointed to the overall D- rating and looked at the astonished Nightingale's face. After seeing this overall rating, do you still think I'm talented? Or rather, do you still want to invite me to your team? This Nightingale was silent for a long time, and then shook her head. Sorry. Chen En, your rating is too low. I am forced to withdraw my invitation. Chen En smiled and said, No need to apologize. Captain Nightingale, it is not your fault. On the contrary, I like your frankness. Deep, how can it be so low? Based on her recent results, Nightingale thought Chen En was at least a B, maybe even an A. But the goddess was absolutely right. The data on the control panel can be hidden, but it cannot be faked. Seeing Chen En's calm expression, Nightingale decided to clarify. My Night Song Squad is special. Our squad members can become cadres of the Zilankai Adventure Group, so the qualifications are very high. Wang Zhenyuan's fighting prowess has improved significantly. Dull's yours, but... Chen En smiled. Combat prowess can be developed, but the overall score is difficult to improve. My adjustments to char acting are too weak. At low levels, it is unnoticeable, but later on, the difference will become obvious. I'm glad you understand. Nightingale coughed and said, I still want to invite you to Zilankai. Your abilities have impressed me. Not to the Night Song Squad, but to one of the other battle groups. You are qualified. Is this true? Chen En silently looked at the woman in front of him, smiling. The benefits of an adventure group are obvious. Reliable comrades and stable development. For a beginner, this is the best starting point for adventure. But Chen En had no such intentions. Firstly, he had no good feelings towards the rude and tactless Zilankai group who had taken away a rank A professional from Dihua City. Although Wang Zhenyuan's previous achievements were not outstanding, as Chen En said, martial skills can be developed, but it is extremely difficult to achieve grade A. Wang Zhenyuan's departure was a serious loss for Dihua City. Secondly, Chen En didn't trust the woman in front of him. Even if he really wanted to join the group, he would definitely use his connections at the group's headquarters to join the group recommended by headquarters. This Zilankai group, I don't know their background. After joining, I will be treated like a pack animal. Who should I turn to for justice? Nightingale smiled faintly and asked, Unhappy? Chen En nodded. I'm sure you've heard. I used to train at the Dihua City League's semi-professional training camp. All my skills were taught to me by the League. How to develop further? I don't think I can decide for myself. I need to consult with the League. There are capable people in the Dihua City League who can train someone like you. Nightingale did not insist. She took her phone out of her backpack and said, Add me as a friend. I will post requests on WeChat Moments and send orders. I have a certain reputation in the industry, so it may help you. She showed the QR code. From this, it was really hard to give that up. Captain Nightingale was so enthusiastic that Chen En felt that she valued him. He took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and, having added his friend as a friend, involuntarily asked, "Captain Nightingale, you seem to be very optimistic about me." Nightingale smiled faintly. "Captain Fallen Swordsman, I've already killed him alone when I was level 20. Honestly, I'm optimistic about your growth. The kindness I show you today may be repaid 100-fold in the future." Chen En shrugged. "Or maybe it would be a total loss." Nightingale put the phone away. "I trust my judgment. Come on, I'll take you back." The group left the mine, got into an armored vehicle, and headed back the same way. On the way, the younger brother asked, "Captain, how is Wang Genyuan's character?" Nightingale answered simply, "Not great, but not too bad either. Just an average newbie. Longxing doesn't look too good." The younger brother laughed. "That's not true. He's a fat sheep. His uncle is a rich man. He gave our group 1 million last night. The leader told us to keep an eye on Longxing, spending money to the detriment of others." Nightingale took out her phone, changed Chen En's note to Chen En, shield bearer, and transferred it to the focus group. Focus? D. Not very suitable. Nightingale calmly transferred Chen En to the group of ordinary seekers. Adventures. She turned off the screen and put the phone away. The armoured vehicle entered the city, leaving people behind. Wang Genyuan and Longxing were about to eat. Chen En saw Wang Genyuan's sour face and knew that he had come to his senses. He felt sorry for the fallen sword captain's 8,000 experience points, so he didn't want to cause trouble. He waved goodbye to them both, returned to the fire at the entrance to the community, and held out his hand to activate it. Boom! There was an explosion and a message appeared. Want to level up? This trip to the mine yielded 8,880 experience points, plus the remaining 425, which was enough for Chen En to raise his level to 7. Nothing to say. Increase it to the maximum. Spend 3,200 experience points and your level will increase to 7. You have 3 unallocated attribute points. Chen En added the last of his magic power and looked at the panel. Chen En, Human, level 7. First class, Bandit. Second class, Chief Archon. Hidden Strength, 1535 plus 35. Stamina, 20 plus 20. Dexterity, 20 plus 20. Magic, 10 plus. 10 unallocated stat points, 2. What's happening? Why did his stat points double? Chen En took a closer look and found that all the numbers in brackets were grey. This did not mean that they were ineffective, just hidden. If he had opened his second class, the numbers in brackets would have become normal black. In other words, Chen En's face beamed with joy as he realized what was happening. I was wondering how my true combat power would be calculated with dual classes. The difference in their attribute bonuses was so huge. Now it turns out that the attribute bonuses for your primary and secondary classes aren't the highest values or anything like that. They stack. First, bonuses to the bandit's attributes are calculated to form his combat strength, then that of the Chief Archon. The sum of these two values is Chen En's true martial power. That's why his attribute points are displayed like this. This must be a privilege of a dual-class player. Chen En's attributes haven't increased, but his true martial power is stacking. This, while the bandit's attribute bonuses are terrible, they are still useful with this mechanic. Take the maximum mana bonus, for example. Chen En's current mana bonus is E plus S plus. Even if the opponent also has an S plus bonus, Chen En still has an extra E minus. After his ecstasy, Chen En couldn't help but feel a flaw. After getting his second class, his first class, Bandit, didn't seem so impressive anymore. D was D, and he still had Chief Consul, S rank. But Bandit sucks now. If I had a C, I'd be floating right now. 1 level is like 2 levels. 1 point is like 2 points. Overall rating D minus, a waste of my dual classes accumulated properties. No way. I need to find a way to improve the bandit's stats. Whether it's taking secret potions or a secondary awakening, anything that can improve his overall rating is a huge improvement. Chen En decided not to. Keep scoring points. He walked away from the fire and went to the nearest pastry shop to buy 2 small cakes. As he waited for the seller to wrap them, he couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. He took out his phone and sent a message to his sister. "Sis, in case you didn't know, I'm telling you, I'm soaring." Here he noticed. Unread message. The avatar was a crown, and her name was Nightingale. "Chen, if you need a good shield, I can look after it." Shield. The shield that instructor Anne gave to Chen wasn't even an item with white letters. It was just an iron shield made using modern technology. Nothing special. After he had repelled 3, the fallen sword captain's flaming sword, the shield melted, its delicate rose carvings crumbling to dust. Chen immediately replied, "I need it, please." After waiting a moment, Miss Nightingale did not answer. After thinking for a while, Chen sent another message. Just a polite question. "How much does a sign with green letters cost?" "Demon King City, by the fire under the cliff." Chen opened his eyes and found himself on the same platform as last time, and he couldn't help but smile. He looked around and shouted, "Witch! Witch! Are you here?" No answer. "Where are they?" Chen held up a small cake in his hand and said, "I brought you a cake. Are you here?" A golden light flickered before him. In the golden light, the witch's figure appeared. She was still wearing a snow-white long-sleeved dress. A dagger was hanging from her waist, and a charming smile was shining on her face. "Chen, hello." "Hello." Chen handed her the cake and said with all sincerity, "I'm sorry, I was so suspicious of you last time. I have no bad feelings. Intentions, just a little uneasy. You know, suddenly finding myself in a completely unfamiliar place, I can't help but be wary. It's okay, I understand your concerns." The witch looked at the box in Chen hand, and the smile on her face became even more pleasant. "Is this a gift for me? It looks very cute. I don't know if you like sweets." "I don't mind, thank you." They became polite. Chen couldn't tell whether this beautiful woman in front of him was good or evil. But as the only possible being capable of communicating with her in her dreams, Chen naturally wanted to establish contact with her. She has a good relationship. He will enter this dream not once or twice, but hundreds of times. To make an enemy means to invite trouble. Which? "I would be glad to have the company." She gestured. "Would you like to come and stay at my house?" "My house is right by the lake, just a 5-minute walk away. I can make you some hot tea." "Yes? That's great." Chen looked delighted. He hesitated for a moment, then looked towards the pine forest below. More specifically, the 13 fallen swordsmen in the pine forest. "What if I kill them first? I need experience points." The witch shuddered. "Of course, I'll wait for you." Chen nodded, jumped off the platform, and headed towards the pine forest. It was clear that it was already noon when he activated Send to Demon King's castle, but in his dream, it was already midnight. Under the pale moonlight, the pine forest was shrouded in darkness, and the path was indistinguishable. Boom! As soon as he hesitated, a bright light flashed behind him. Chen turned around and saw the witch casting another spell, a pure white ball of light hovering above her head, illuminating the way. Chen smiled and nodded. "Thank you. You helped a lot." The witch answered politely. "It's a small thing, nothing special." The light source certainly made the task easier. Chen was surprised to find 12 ordinary fallen swordsmen in the pine forest, including the fallen swordsman captain. That's 8,000 experience points. With a cry of "Ha!" he confidently ran towards the fallen swordsman, holding a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. The captain of the fallen swordsman also noticed Chen and, feeling for the trombone from his belt with his backhand, he brought it to his lips and played "Woo!" The sound of the trombone, like a whistle, it attracted the attention of all the fallen swordsmen. They responded with a unanimous roar, rushing forward like mad dogs. It was an unimaginable sight. Chen froze, silently raising his shield, carefully preparing for the situation. Experience told him that 1 or 2 fallen swordsmen were no match for him, but facing 12 at once was something new. If he will get confused, won't there be consequences, Raw? The first fallen swordsman hesitantly rushed forward. Chen En concentrated, instinctively wanting to counterattack with his shield. Just as he was about to apply his skill, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He saw it clearly. For some reason, Chen En noticed that the fallen swordsman's movements were unusually slow. Every movement was crystal clear. The merciless swing of his sword was no longer a black line, but a series of frozen frames. From this point of view, the fallen swordsman was vulnerable. Chen En threw down his shield to counterattack. He stepped forward, swinging his axe. Blood spurted and flesh was torn to pieces. With one blow, Chen En crushed the enemy in front of him. With such attack power. Chief Archon. The Chief Archon's bonus has come into effect. At this moment, the slow-witted Chen En finally understood everything. It wasn't that the fallen swordsman was slow in his actions, but that he had keen perception. The Chief Consul's magical power was S+. The magic characteristic affected not only magical power and magical damage, but also gave a large bonus to perception. Chen En only had 10 magic points, but with the S+ level Supreme Blessing, 10 points was not a small amount. A low-level monster like the Fallen Swordsman is definitely not, posed no threat to him. As for the ability to blow up an enemy with one axe, then, undoubtedly, it was still a transformation caused by the activation of the second profession. Strength was A+, and the Lionheart braces granted 20 strength. Combined with these two abilities, Chen En's physical damage was undeniable. He was no longer a weakling with a D- overall grade. Battle, or rather, the one-sided massacre, continued. Countless thoughts flashed through Chen En's mind, but his hands did not stop for a moment. He swung his axe, hacking and slashing his way through. The fallen swordsmen, urged on by the trombone, were nothing more than punching bags. In less than 2 minutes, all 12 were dead. 12 golden streams merged into the back of Chen En's hand, bringing him 3,960 experience points. The captain of the fallen swordsmen stood behind the line and watched the tragic death of his men. He lowered the trombone and slowly drew his sword. Whoosh! Emerald green flames swirled around, igniting the blade. But he didn't attack. Even mindless monsters instinctively seek to gain an advantage and avoid damage. The swordsman captain showed no hostility. He gripped the sword with both hands, retreating instead of advancing. He was horrified. Chen En's anger burst out. He looked at the 8,000 experience points he had earned, and without hesitation, took the first step forward. With no escape in sight, the fallen swordsman captain roared, his sword blazing with green fire, and delivered another spark strike. I'll show you some respect. So clear, so slow. Fallen captain attacks. The swordsmen were no longer a threat to Chen En. He deftly counterattacked with his shield, easily neutralizing the enemy's attack. He raised his axe and brought it down straight on the enemy. Wow! The blood loss was colossal. Chen En was merciless, striking 2 blows with his axe after one. Captain Mechnikov, who previously needed a minute, now died from just 3 blows. After awakening the second profession, combat, Chen En's efficiency has undoubtedly risen to a new level. Now, he was not only superior to level 7 professionals, but even to level 27 junior experts. The bonus from the Chief Regent was terrifying. All 13 fallen swordsmen were killed in just 5 to 6 minutes. He easily earned 11,960 experience points, which, combined with the remaining 3,705, was enough for Chen En to reach level 8. He was certainly in a good mood. The witch looked at him with a smile and calmly said, "Chen En, I give up my previous judgment of you. Your skills and tactics are exceptional. You have achieved what is beyond your capabilities at your level, and you have done it with astonishing ease. You are undoubtedly a formidable force." Chen En had nothing to say, so he smiled and said, "Not bad, right?" The witch praised him generously. "Very good. You got me hooked. Do you want to visit your home? Please follow me." Chen En was in no hurry to explore other areas. Instead, he followed the witch, skirting the pine forest and reaching a large lake. "Oh!" A loud cry rang out, echoing across the lake, shimmering in the moonlight. Chen En looked up and saw a strange fish, about 30 or 40 meters long, jump out of the lake. Then she splashed back into the water with a roar, raising waves tens of meters high. Chen En4 remained silent and turned to the witch. The witch, keeping a calm expression on her face, smiled and said, "It was the fish monster in the lake. Although she looks scary, she is actually a very cute child. If possible, I would like to introduce you to her. I guess it's better not to." Chen En waved his hands. He didn't want to meet some strange fish in the lake. He was only a man. There was a small 2-story wooden building next to the lake. The first floor was about 70 square meters in area. Not very large, but impeccably clean. There was a small garden behind the gate. In his dream, he couldn't tell what time of year it was, but the flowers were in full bloom. Looking up, Chen En saw red and purple spots dotted with white and yellow dots. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Looking at the flowerbed, Chen En relaxed significantly. He smiled and said, "What a beautiful garden." The witch looked pleased and said, "I have nothing to do. I spend most of my time tending to the garden. Next time you come, it's better to come during the day. The flowers will be even more beautiful in the sun." They came in and sat down, a teapot of flower tea and 2 plates of snacks. In the living room, Chen En and the witch were sitting at the pine table, both of them acting very reserved. Chen En was not an outsider, but he was a little... It was awkward to sit opposite a beautiful woman and enter someone else's house when he didn't know her. The witch was also a little nervous. Her bright red eyes swept across her face, and while pouring tea for Chen En, she accidentally spilled it outside the cup, and she panicked again. Introduction is, of course, important for the first communication. The witch lost her memory. Chen En twirled the cup and said, "I come from the Li Kingdom, a peaceful, ancient country. For some reason, I suddenly gained the ability to travel here. Witch, you won't be unwanted, right?" The witch quickly replied, "How is this possible?" "Chen En, I look forward to your visit. You can come by more often." "Oh, but I can only stay for 50 minutes. I'll leave when the time is up." "Huh? Only 50 minutes? Doesn't that mean you're leaving right now?" About 20 minutes passed. Chen En smiled and said, "Yes. As you can see, I am a newbie. I need experience points to improve. Next time I come, I'll probably explore the area, kill monsters, and level up. My country is threatened by a dungeon, and I need strength to fight it." The witch bent her fingers and placed them on her chin. "Chen En, perhaps I can provide you with a map? I can mark the locations of the surrounding monsters and indicate the approximate threat." "Hmm?" Chen En immediately perked up, straightening up. "Yes, that would be very useful." The witch smiled warmly. "Of course, I told you I was glad to see you. But I may not be able to help you in battle. Before you came, I seem to have made a contract with some creature. I cannot harm the monsters, and this creature will restrain them, preventing them from ruining my life." About... Chen En looked out the window at the garden and smiled. "Such a beautiful garden. It would be a shame if someone destroyed it. Me drawing a map won't break your contract with that person, right?" "Don't worry, it won't break." The witch winked. "Anything that isn't written in the contract has no force. It would be much easier to explore the area with a map in hand. As for the witch's intervention, it was secondary." "Oh, right. Chen En, wait a minute." The witch seemed to remember something. She suddenly stood up and left, quickly returning with a one-handed sword. The legendary one-handed sword, Traitor's Death. This sword, which did not return with Chen En, was taken away by the witch. She stroked the blade and said, "Is this your sword?" "He is defiled." Chen En nodded. "He's mine, so what's wrong?" "Maybe I can cleanse it of its filth. Want to try?" "Can you do it?" "This is a legendary weapon. To say it's worth 100 million is an understatement." Chen En asked curiously, "Do you have a way?" The witch smiled and looked confident. After all, I am a powerful spellcaster who can use many types of sacred magic, and purification is just one of them. However, this sword is deeply contaminated and requires special materials to cleanse. Materials? Chen En remained silent. The witch pointed to the east and continued, "What I need now is the spirit of resentment." The body of the zombie leader wandering around the cemetery in the east contains the spirit of resentment. If you bring it to me, I can begin the purification. East of here? Yes. It's not a problem. Chen En asked, "That zombie leader you spoke of, is he strong?" The witch thought for a moment. At your level, ordinary zombies are considered quite strong. Generally, only regular professionals with a level above 20 can compete with zombies, and you need to be careful not to get caught in a crowd of zombies. Over 20? With the blessing of the Lionheart Guard, Chen En is now above level 20. He stood up and said, "Will you take me to see? I still have some time. Okay, please follow me." The witch did not lead Chen En directly to the large cemetery, but headed towards the back of the house. Chen En then discovered that she also had a stable with 5 horses. He didn't understand what was happening. Chen En turned his head and looked at one of the black horses. For some reason, he felt something familiar. The black horse also noticed Chen. He snorted, raised his hooves, and took 2 steps forward. He looked at Chen En with intelligent eyes. Which one could read an inexplicable closeness? Wow! Chen En's thoughts were interrupted by a horse's neighing. He stopped looking at the black horse and turned to the other 4. These 5 horses were stronger and more majestic than each other. Chen En had never seen a horse in real life. At best, he had played a mobile game for horse girls, but when he saw these horses, he immediately realized 5 famous horses. Among them, the most majestic was the pure white horse. Upon seeing the witch, he immediately became agitated, releasing white smoke from his nostrils and raising his front hooves every now and then. "Well done! Well done!" The witch came up and hugged the horse's head to calm him down. Oddly enough, the white horse immediately calmed down in her arms and gently rubbed the witch's chest. Witch looked at Chen En and smiled. "His name is Yuenli, and this is my horse." "Yuenli, say hello to Chen En." Pfft! Yuenli looked at Chen En and spat at him, clearly showing his rudeness. Chen En did not argue with the beast. He asked, "Aren't these 5 horses yours?" No. The other 4 are not mine. They have their own owners." There was an inexpressible sadness in the witch's eyes, and her voice dropped. "But I don't remember. I don't remember the names of these horses or their owners." Chen En didn't know what to answer. The witch quickly came to her senses, smiling. "The cemetery is far from here. Let's go on horseback. Chen En, who do you want to ride?" He wanted to go to Yuenli, but seeing Yuenli's disdainful gaze, Chen En gave in. He looked at the other 4 horses. 3 of them didn't even look at him, grazing on their own. Only one comparatively small black horse continued to walk forward. It was the same horse that Chen En had noticed first. Chen En pointed at it and asked, "What is the name of this horse?" The witch smiled and said, "I call him Cutie. He is very handsome. Let's take him." "Yes." The witch led Cutie out of the stable and brought her to Chen En. Cutie lowered her head and rubbed her cheek against Chen En's shoulder. Chen En was very surprised. He stroked Cutie's soft mane and turned to the witch in confusion. The witch was also a little surprised. She smiled and said, "Chen En, it seems like he likes you." "It seems so, but I can't ride a horse. Get up and try it. Maybe Cutie can guide you." Cutie was in the saddle, and behind him hung 2 large bags empty inside. If necessary, Chen En could fill them with tents, cooking utensils, ropes, and other adventuring gear. Horses are certainly the companions of adventurers. Even today, with the advent of SUVs, horses are more comfortable than cars in many situations. However, not only the price of the horses themselves, but also the costs of raising them proved to be an unbearable burden for Chen En. As refugees whose homes were destroyed by monsters, Chen En and his sister were truly poor until recently receiving government assistance. Chen En mounted his horse and didn't feel anything unusual, but when Cutie started running, he started to get a little nervous. How can I say this? The rocking motion of the horse's back was disturbing. After all, it was not walking on its own, and it felt unstable. The witch who was sitting on Pollet observed Chen En's condition. At this rate, you'll disappear before we reach the cemetery. Chen En, holding on to the saddle, said, "Darling, hurry up." Humph. Cutie snorted, picking up his pace slightly. Just a little bit. Cutie was no ordinary horse. He was very spirited. At full speed, it could reach a terrifying speed of 200 kilometers per hour. At that speed, Cutie coped, but Chen En couldn't. As a newbie at horse riding, Chen En couldn't even keep his balance. The witch saw this and said with a smile, "Chen En, forget it. At this speed, it will take us at least an hour to get to the cemetery. Otherwise, you might want to practice horse riding first and then head to the cemetery." It all seems logical. The last time he came out of his dream, Chen En was clearly walking on the platform. This time, entering. Sleep? He still found himself on the platform. From this, it can be concluded that the place where Chen En appeared when he entered the dream was either on the platform or by the fire. In any case, it was not the place where he passed out. Since he can't get there, there's no point in continuing to run, so that he could practice horse riding. But Chen En asked, "How long will the practice take?" "I can only practice for 50 minutes at a time. I'm afraid it will take a month. The baby loves you. If she agrees, I can give her to you. This way, you can practice horse riding in the Li Kingdom." "Give it away?" Chen En dismounted, confused. The witch stood before little Cutie, her eyes closed, her hair flying, her figure shining. She reached out her hand and placed it on little Cutie's forehead, as if expressing something. Then she pulled out a dagger from her belt and said to Chen En, "Little Cutie said she wants to follow you. Chen En, give me your hand. I need your blood." "What?" Chen En extended his palm, but the witch cut it and stained his finger with blood. Then she drew a magic circle on little Cutie's forehead and said, "Little Cutie is not an ordinary horse. She is an immortal spirit horse. Place your palm on the magic circle on her forehead and sign a spiritual contract with her. Chen En, you will be her master until death." What kind of magic is this? What is a ghost horse? Chen En was eager to make his move, but he maintained a certain composure. "Didn't you say he already has an owner? Should I take him now?" "It's okay. It was Cutie who chose you, not me. Even if Cutie's owner comes back, I'm sure he'll understand. And if not, I will help you convince him." The witch raised her graceful fist and clenched it tightly. What can you say? To steal someone else's love is the true nature of the strong. He, Chen En, and Cutie are a match made in heaven. Could this unearthly master judge? Chen En stood in front of Cutie and raised his hand. The Cutie snorted and obediently lowered his head. His palm touched the magic circle, and suddenly a bright light flashed. In the pure white light, Cutie turned into golden threads, wrapping around Chen En's left middle finger, turning into a copper ring. Chen En suddenly felt enlightened. He instinctively touched the ring, feeling a familiar soul. Horse spirit whistle, got it. The witch watched everything that was happening and smiled. If you want to summon the little Cutie, just touch the copper ring with your finger first. The spirit of the horse is immortal, brave and faithful, and it will become your best companion on your journey. You will feel the help of the little Cutie. Chen En was delighted and turned to ask her, "Witch, what does little Cutie like to eat? How do I take care of it?" The witch shook her head. The horse spirit doesn't need food or water, and it doesn't need rest. It only needs love. Chen En, you must take care of it and not let it down. Don't let us down. Is this true? Chen En nodded seriously. I want to. At that moment, his head began to spin, his face changed, and he said, "It seems it's time." The witch became a little worried. "Is everything okay?" "Everything is fine." "Witch, see you tomorrow." Witch smiled and nodded vigorously. "Be sure to come. I'm waiting for you." Broccoli's Adventure Group, headquarters. Just a polite question. How much does a green shield cost? Nightingale looked at Chen En's reply sent a few hours ago and turned off her phone. She headed towards the armory. The young man behind the counter saw Nightingale and quickly stood up, saying, "Captain Nightingale, what brings you here?" Nightingale didn't know who he was. She smiled politely and asked, "Do you have any spare shields? They don't have to be high quality. Bring me both the green and the white." "Shield, huh? Wait a minute." The young man turned and headed towards the warehouse. The armory is a department in each adventure group that collects and organizes the group's weapons and equipment for use. Most of the equipment drops from monsters, and a small amount is bought out at low prices. As for usage, one as a reward, the other for sale. As an elite member of the group, Nightingale receives a 20% discount on equipment purchased from the armory. Using this privilege, Nightingale provided weapons and equipment to her chosen adventurers, thereby slightly increasing their ranking. Chen En, despite her lack of potential, had combat prowess. Defeating Captain Fallen Swordsman in single combat was a remarkable feat, which only a few professionals are capable of. There was a shortage of masters in this world, and even less of the brave. The qualities Chen En demonstrated were superior to those of most professionals. Zrania, which is all the more remarkable given its low level. Nightingale was willing to invest in him, a potential investment that might not yield any return, but for her, it was a no-brainer. Buy. They waited, and a man in golden armor approached them. Nightingale saw the approaching man and involuntarily straightened up. "Deputy Captain." The deputy captain winced and looked at Nightingale's plump chest for a long moment before saying, "This is Nightingale. Have you come for your gear?" "Yes, to a friend." "I need a shield and I came to check." "Yeah." The deputy captain stood next to Nightingale and suddenly said, "Did you hear? Lao Shu had an accident." Nightingale shuddered. "Senior Lao Shu? I heard that he led a team to the Lost Land to find the horse spirit whistle. What's happened?" "I don't understand either. The horse spirit whistle is just a tool to summon a horse. What's the point? Is it really necessary to mobilize so many troops and bring 7 masters from the team? I don't understand what happened to the captain. He approved of this." The deputy captain complained, and Nightingale was at a loss. All she could do was smile politely but awkwardly and listen silently. The deputy leader continued, "The group has been destroyed. 3 of the 7 experts are dead, 4 are wounded, and the monster bit off his left arm. He deserves it. I didn't count on this operation from the start, but I kept quiet. He killed so many elite members of the group. I wonder how he will explain it." Nightingale noticed that the deputy head was swearing, but he smiled. Broccoli's adventure party had 2 vice leaders, Meat Mountain, the one in front of him, and Rat. Chris brought with him elite fighters whom he personally trained for this hunt. Now, 3 of the 7 elite fighters are dead, 4 are wounded, and he himself has a broken arm. It's safe to say that the Rats faction in Broccoli's adventure group has lost its influence, and Meat Mountain has become the de facto deputy. Otherwise, Meat Mountain would not have dared to insult so brazenly. Rat. Nightingale realized the change in the atmosphere caused by this sudden incident and sensed an opportunity. While she was thinking, she was suddenly overcome with a stream of sweat. Her heart sank, and she instinctively felt disgust. She involuntarily pulled her hand away from the counter. The next second, Rushan's palm pressed on the place where Nightingale had just stood. She looked up and saw Rushan approaching, looking at her with a smile. "Nightingale, are you free tonight? I recently got hold of a glass of good wine. Let's go to my room and have a drink." Nightingale remained silent. Rushan continued. "The rat fell, and I was left as the only deputy leader in the group. Let's celebrate and keep me company." Nightingale expressed disdain, and the smile at the corner of her lips was very cold. "Deputy manager, do you consider me a cheap call girl?" The deputy commander was stunned. "How is this possible? I just want to buy you a drink, nothing more." Nightingale looked at him straight. "I really don't like your frivolous invitation. Please respect yourself." Of course, of course. The deputy commander did not expect such directness from Nightingale and was embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Captain Nightingale, believe me, I mean no harm." At that moment, the same young man who had left earlier appeared in the doorway, with two shields in his hands. "Deputy Captain?" He looked at Meat Mountain with genuine surprise. "Yes, yes." Meat Mountain waved her hand and said, "Let Captain Nightingale take care of this first." "Yes, Captain Nightingale, here are the shields you requested. One with white lettering, the other with green." The young man placed both shields on the counter. Nightingale wrote down the details, took a photo, and asked the price. Finally, he said, "Please keep them for me. I'll be back soon." "Yes, then, Deputy Captain, I'll go." Nightingale smiled and nodded, then staggered away. She was in no hurry to write to Chen En. If she told Chen En now, it would sound too enthusiastic, and Nightingale didn't want that. She will try to contact Chen En in 2 or 3 days, so she will act more proactively. In the meantime, Nightingale opened the chat and wrote, "Just saw this. Good afternoon. A good white shield costs 50,000, and the most basic green one costs 200,000. These are our internal prices in the Adventurer group. You can compare them with the market price. If it suits you, I'll ask." She sent it. Then she wrote, "But don't flatter yourself too much. Shields are always scarce, and I may not get one. All I can say is, try your luck." Topic changes dramatically. Chen En opened his eyes and turned to the window. The sun was shining brightly. He raised his hand and looked at his left middle finger, where a copper ring gleamed. He touched the ring, silently filling it with magic. The copper ring turned the axis into a golden stream and disappeared, and a little cutie appeared in the room. A slight worry flashed in the cutie's eyes as she looked around. Upon seeing Chen En, the worry disappeared, giving way to joy. She took 2 quick steps closer, burying her nose into Chen En's face. This Chen En touched the cutie's face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Come back first. I'll walk with you later." Cutie turned into a golden stream, wrapping itself around his middle finger again. After confirming the presence of the horse spirit, Chen En took out his phone to check the date and time. It still said today, but an hour had already passed. "Go to the Demon King's castle is on cooldown. It can only be used again after 23 hours. The Demon King's castle can only be visited once per day. Further, there's nothing else to do." After leveling up with experience points, training becomes an unprofitable option, especially for someone like Chen En, who could gain experience in the Demon King's castle. Instead of wasting energy on training, it is better to save it and strive to kill as many monsters as possible in the Demon King's castle. Until you get your adventurer certificate, you probably won't have much to do. When you can freely walk in and out of the grey screen, the sea will open up and you will be able to jump freely. Chen En changed his clothes and went downstairs, pushing his electric scooter, intending to go to a quiet place to call Little Cutie for horseback riding lessons. And then, ding dong, ding dong. The phone vibrated twice. Chen En opened it and saw a message from Nightingale. White text, 50,000. Green text, 200,000. How expensive. 200,000 was simply out of reach for Chen En. He had a little over 20,000, of which 20,000 was an advance from his sister. Chen En hesitated for a moment, then wrote, "This I don't have much money. I can't even afford a white shield." The message was sent at that moment and his face turned red. Chen En chuckled to himself, thinking that they were not face to face now, so why should he be embarrassed? Countless heroes started from the bottom. A few years ago, I couldn't even afford decent underwear. Later, I gradually recovered and became a member of the Broccoli Adventure Group. This time, Nightingale responded quickly. She continued, "Chen En, financial difficulties won't affect my assessment of you, but the shield, do you still want it?" Chen En thought for a moment and replied, "Please look after it." "Behind the white shield for me? I need a good shield, otherwise my skills will be in vain." "Certainly. Wait for my message. Thank you." This time, Nightingale did not answer again. One day, with nothing better to do, Chen En calculated the timing, using the skill just as the cool-down time of go to the Demon King's castle while falling asleep was about to expire. A black fog descended, and after a short delays, Chen En appeared at the foot of the cliff, on the platform, near the fire. Chen En knew his priorities. He stroked the copper ring, summoned his spirit horse, Cutie, and dove into the pine forest below the platform, searching for any trace of the fallen swordsman. The 12 fallen swordsmen were resurrected, and Chen En, without hesitation, he killed them. Unfortunately, the captain of the fallen swordsmen disappeared, and Chen En searched for him twice, without success. Is there a difference between the spawn mechanisms of regular monsters and bosses? Chen En didn't know the answer. All he knew was that he had missed out on 8,000 experience points. After that, he rode Cutie slowly to a small building near lakes. The door was wide open, and a witch with red eyes and a white dress stood on the threshold, waiting for Chen En. Her long raven-colored hair fluttered in the light night breeze. A warm, pure smile lit up her makeup-free face. Chen En dismounted and asked, "Are you waiting for me?" The witch nodded. "I heard the sound, Uki boy, and guessed that you were coming, so I went out to see. I cleared the coniferous forest of monsters. Shall we come in for tea, or straight to the cemetery? Then we won't go have tea. How can tea be as exciting as killing monsters?" Chen En said, "Let's go straight to the cemetery. I want to test the zombie's strength." The witch nodded and went to lead the horse. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped, carefully examining Chen En's hands, as if checking if he was holding anything. Chen En, confused, asked, "What happened?" "Nothing." The witch, a little embarrassed, twirled her fingers in front of her stomach, cleared her throat and asked, Chen En, is there a cake? To what did you bring yesterday? Was there a name?" "I don't know if it had a name. 15 wen each, commonly called small cake." Chen En smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" The witch nodded slowly and said shyly, "The texture is very delicate and the sweetness is just right. I was so happy when I ate it. I ate 2 in one sitting. Is this pie expensive? I hope it won't cost you a pretty penny." "It is not expensive. It's just that Chen En doesn't have a job. He earns money through part-time work. His sister Chen Dan helps the family. The small cake, which costs 15 wen, is only eaten on holidays. Buy 1 a day for the witch. It would cost 450 wen per month. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you about." Chen En walked up to the horse, opened the bag that the little beauty was carrying, and took out a cake from it. "Wow!" The witch took the cake in surprise. "Chen En, thank you." Chen En waved his hand. "The cake is inexpensive. It doesn't require much expense. But witch, spending alone is not enough. If you want to get freedom from cakes, you'll have to help me." The witch eagerly awaited the opportunity to try. "I can do anything." Chen En waved his hand around and asked, "The cake can be brought in a cute little hanging bag, and everything else can be taken out in a cute little hanging bag. Purse? Is there anything valuable in here? I need money to improve my life and myself." "Valuables?" The witch frowned and thought for a moment. "I don't know how things are in Lego. I don't know what is valuable. What seems very valuable to me may be of no use to you. It's not all that complicated." Chen En asked, "Do you have gold?" The witch shuddered. "Gold? I have gold jewelry that I can give you. Yours and gold jewelry. What am I doing here?" Chen En shook his head. "This is a bad idea. How can I take your jewelry? Is there any unclaimed gold?" The witch laughed. "Gold? How can gold be unclaimed? Many simple-minded monsters have a habit of collecting gold. Everyone loves shiny things." Chen En was at a loss and thought. The witch thought for a moment and then said, "I understand. Chen En, you said that your hometown was taken over by monsters. So you have specialists there?" "Yes, it's easy. Let's go collect alchemy materials or forging materials. Potions and equipment are essential for professionals, and they can definitely be exchanged for money." Chen En had already thought about it. He said, I am not an expert and I don't know what this raw material is. Do you know anything? The witch put her hand to her heart and said seriously, "You can trust me completely. I can determine the value of the materials. Among the living corpses in the cemetery, there is something very valuable. Went! Is it true? Went! After a night of practice, Chen En and the cutie became great friends. Although they could not gallop at full speed, they could still easily accelerate to 40 kilometers per hour. The witch valued Chen En very much. Yesterday, after he left, she went to the cemetery, scouted out the shortest route through the wilderness, and with the help of magic, cleared away the thorns and filled in the potholes along the way, creating a smooth path. 15 minutes later, the cemetery came into view. Chen En, looking from his horse, noticed a fire. He lit it and looked around at the view that opened up. The cemetery was huge. It stretched approximately 8 kilometers from east to west and as much as 20 kilometers from north to south. It occupied the sunny side of a lonely peak, and the whole mountain was covered with tombstones. Chen En looked at the densely packed graves and asked hesitantly, "Is there a person buried in each grave?" The demon goddess's expression was serious as she also looked at the moonlit tombstones. "I don't know. Every time I come here, my heart is heavy, Chen En. I always feel a connection with the people buried here, but I can't remember what that connection is." Chen En didn't respond, just looking at the cemetery. Wow, wow. Oh. Under the clear moon, more than 100 monsters wandered around the cemetery. These were zombies. Except for the low-level monsters, each of them had combat power roughly comparable to the fallen sword captain, and each one posed a serious threat. Zombies are characterized by an insatiable thirst for attack, high attack and defense, as well as exceptionally high survivability. Without prior preparation, they were difficult to deal with. Chen En took out an axe and shield from a cute little hanging bag and slowly stepped forward. "I will test them." The witch nodded and said, "Be careful." Under her, with a watchful eye, Chen En climbed over the iron fence, quietly crept into the cemetery, and slowly approached the zombie in the corner, and then, bam! The axe has fallen. Chen En attacked suddenly. His gaze and hands were quick, and he slammed the axe down on the zombie's neck, trying to decapitate it. However, protection. The zombie exceeded Chen En's expectations. He swung the axe with all his might, but the axe did not even scratch the zombie's skin, only striking a spark. Chen En was stunned. He didn't expect such strong zombie defense. The zombie was scared, thinking he had been bitten by an insect, but when he turned around, he saw, damn, the food was delivered right to your door. Wow. He roared and dug his claws into Chen En's face. Crap. Despite his surprise, Chen En did not forget to defend himself. He raised his shield and blocked the zombie's claw attack, the zombie's attack power exceeding his imagination. With one claw, he actually knocked off several pieces of iron and left 3 deep scratches on the shield. This amazing not only in defense, but also in attack. Chen En didn't think that his body could be stronger than a shield. Helpless, he took 2 steps back, then ran and with a deft jump, jumped over the iron fence of the cemetery. Wow! But the zombie's desire to attack was also beyond his imagination. Chen En jumped over the fence and ran towards the witch on the white horse at a distance of 3 or 4 meters. The zombie chased after him, not only left the cemetery, but also pounced on him, trying to attack Chen En again. Chen En was shocked and cried out, "What's going on? What's going on?" "Witch, you lied to me!" The witch flared at him. "How could I lie to you? Didn't you say a level 20 zombie could handle this? But are you only the 7th? No. Leveling up only increases stats, not skills." With the lion heart braces, Chen En's current strength, comparable to the strength of a level 20 adventurer, maybe even stronger. After all, he has an overall S+ Chief Archon rating. But gradually, Chen En became aware of the problem. At level 20, growth comes not only from characteristics, but also from experience. Typically, The average professional will not reach level 20 until 2 or even 3 years after starting their adventure. During these 2 years, he can earn a lot of money, which will help him improve his weapons and equipment. Over these 2 years, they have gained a lot of experience and have become more skilled in fighting monsters. The witch, riding on a horse, said, "Chen-en, I see that you lack common sense. Fighting monsters requires not only strength and courage, but also experience and wisdom. Do you know the characteristics of zombies? Characteristics? Wow. Wow!" Chen-en dodged the zombies' furious claw attacks while listening carefully. The witch continued, "First, zombies have extremely high defense. Sharp weapons such as swords and knives are of little use against them. They are extremely resistant to stabs. To effectively defeat them, one must use blunt objects such as sledgehammers, maces, sabers, and heavy axes. Secondly, zombies have zero resistance to magic. As a rule, before facing zombies, you need to enchant your weapons in advance, especially with holy and fire charms. Adequate preparation before an adventure will ensure twice the results with half the effort. This applies not only to fighting zombies, but to any adventure, you know? Phew. The witch's hand glowed. She smiled and said, "Hall, Chen-en, if you need help, just let me know. I can't help you fight the monsters, but I can help you escape." Got it, got it. But why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen-en was stunned. He looked at the desperately attacking zombies and silently swung his axe. With a thin, sharp blade towards yourself and a heavy, wide one towards the enemy. And then, lightning strike. The flames on Lionheart's braces flared. Chen-en's eyes widened in anger, and the villager's axe shone brightly as it fell on the zombie's head. Shock waves were heard, and the zombie, struck by magic, swayed in place. He was stunned. Taking advantage of its weakness, Chen-en swung his hand and unleashed a barrage of blows on the back of the zombie's head. Bam, 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 bam. It was unclear whether Chen-en's offensive power was insufficient, or the zombie's defense was too strong, or perhaps both. After 30 to 40 blows, the zombie remained unharmed, even showing signs of awakening. This was truly beyond Chen-en's understanding. He gave it his all, using Thunderstrike over and over again, using up all his mana. Today, he was determined to crush this creature with his skills. Thunderstrike! Thunderstrike! After 5 consecutive thunderclaps, Chen-en collapsed to the ground, his head splitting in pain. Due to excessive consumption of mana, his body became weak. He felt dizzy and lost track of where he was. At that moment, someone's hand lay on his back, and warm sweat flowed down his back, nourishing his depleted meridians and warming his body. A moment later, Chen-en felt much better. He turned around and saw a smiling face. "Witches, well done. You won. But don't overdo it with mana, otherwise you'll fall into a state of exhaustion, which can be very dangerous." "Is this true?" Chen-en breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm high. I feel much better now." "Yeah." "Tien." The witch stopped pouring mana, stood up and walked towards the zombie. She pulled a dagger from her belt and cut off the zombie's flowering head with incredible ease. She pointed to the exposed cervical vertebrae, or rather, to the dark golden thread inside them, and said, "This golden thread is a unique tendon found in living corpses. It is incredibly strong and flexible, making it an excellent material for stitching and sewing armor. It is often called the sinew of wealth." Chen-en was stunned. Wealth tendon? Names are usually chosen for luck. If it's not the sinew of wealth, it's the marrow of a living corpse. Do you want to use the marrow of a living corpse to make armor? Then it's still a wealth tendon, right? Isn't it? The witch's hands were steady and quick, her knife a testament to her experience. She slashed across the corpse's spine, not only cutting through the skin and flesh, but also vertically slicing through the spine. Then, seizing the thread of the tendon of wealth, she pulled it out. A half-meter long, dark golden tendon, completely removed. She twisted the tendon of wealth around her finger, formed a ball, and handed it to Chen-en. "I don't know how much it costs, but I don't think it's cheap." It was only a small piece, so it couldn't have been that expensive. Chen En turned around, looking at the hundreds of zombies roaming around the cemetery. He said, "Tomorrow, I will bring the charm to check if it will increase the efficiency. If I kill one, like today, it will be disadvantageous." Chen En was speechless with surprise. The zombies were much stronger than the fallen swordsman, but only gave 500 experience points. I don't know what's in this is good. If Rich Tendon wasn't worth money, he wouldn't have come, right? What if he had been beaten to death? Ding ding. Just when he felt irritated, the witch suddenly made a strange sound. She pulled out a parchment scroll from behind her back and waved it in front of Chen En. "Fire charms! I made them especially for today." Chen En silently watched as the witch unrolled the scroll. The scroll crumbled to ash, and a stream of bright red fire lingered, clinging to his axe. The peasant's ordinary axe glowed with a faint red light, and a fiery aura emanated from it. Chen En was surprised. "Is this a fire spell?" The witch handed him a cloth bag full of scrolls of fire. Spells. Chen En counted them and found that there were about 20 of them. The witch looked at him and said, "Try again. With my spell, it should be much easier. Easily. Easy, easy, easy." Chen En, holding an axe in his hands, wandered around the cemetery as if there was no one there, and killed people indiscriminately. After using the witch's fire spell, Chen En suddenly discovered that zombies, initially strong as steel and seemingly unconcerned by the damage, they turned into pigs and dogs that he could kill at will. One blow of the axe was like butter in a hot pot. Although the zombies did not die instantly, they did catch fire. They instantly lost their will to fight, ran, engulfed in flames, and finally fell to the ground as charred corpses while running. Some individuals were more ferocious and furiously pounced on them to bite, but the scorching flames deprived them their movement's precision. As long as they were careful and dodged, they could avoid the sharp edges and easily find weak spots to defeat them. In just 10 minutes, he killed 6 zombies and earned 3,000 experience points. Chen En was becoming more and more skilled at killing, but unfortunately, time was running out. Taking off Chen En's skin and pulling out the tendons, the witch looked up and said, "Chen En, it looks like it's time to say goodbye again." Chen En smiled. "Parting is for the sake of reunion. See you tomorrow. Witch, thank you for your charms. They're so useful." The witch smiled back, her face shining and charming. "I have to thank you. I'm so glad I have someone to talk to." "It's a pity you only have 50 minutes. What a wonderful woman." Her smile was as pure as an ice-cold summer drink or a warm winter stove, soothing and warming. It's a pity she and Chen En were from different worlds. If they could see each other for at least 50 minutes a day, they wouldn't be tormented. Each other. Chen En looked away, took the muscle from the witch and said, "See you tomorrow." The witch nodded seriously. "Yes, if muscle were worthless, I would... You too? I can handle it." The witch closed her eyes, as if after a difficult internal struggle, finally making a decision. Chen En was ruthless. If she is worthless, then not only will she be gone tomorrow, but she will be gone this month as well. Yeah. Although she agreed, the witch looked hesitant. 50 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen En opened his eyes, returning home. It was 1 o'clock when he fell asleep, and now it was 2, which meant he had just taken a nap. He checked his phone, made sure there were no messages, and opened his palm again. 7 bundles of wealth tendons clenched in his palm, returning along with Chen En. Along with the sinews of wealth came 20 fire spells created by the witch, and on his elbow hung a cloth bag. Chen En. "I went to the bathroom to wash up, went downstairs and rode my bike to the regimental headquarters. The world may be short of everything, but it is not short of people willing to earn money. Although Dihua City is hidden from view, it is home to around 30,000 professionals and countless aspiring professionals. This is a real blue ocean." 2 years ago, when the center was the Dihua City Regiment headquarters, shops related to professions were springing up like mushrooms after rain. By that time, the Armory Street opposite the regimental headquarters has become a major business district. Weapons, equipment, Ingredients and potions could be purchased here without entering the grey veil. As a quasi-professional, Chen En had undoubtedly visited Wubei Street many times. He knew the way, parked the car in front of the store where they sold goods, and opened the door. "Sir, are you buying or are you sending?" The elderly man behind the counter, wearing a long green robe, asked politely. From the look of him, he must be from the grey curtain. He leaned against the counter and said, "Our store operates honestly and in good faith. All purchases and sales are based on the official price of the day. See this QR code? Scan it to see the estimated price published by the Adventurers Association. We won't waste any time in following it. Of course, if the order is large, I will give you a discount." Sure, the conveniences of modern society have begun to have an impact. No, not just influence, but change the business models of people from other worlds. Chen En didn't waste words. He took out a piece of the wealth skewer and asked, "How can I buy this?" "Oh, skewer of wealth." The shopkeeper was quite knowledgeable and immediately recognized its origin. He put on white gloves, took out a magnifying glass, and, after examining it carefully, said, "The sword of wealth used to be very valuable. As a necessary auxiliary material for making armor, a foot of it cost more than 30,000 wen. Your sword of wealth of the highest quality is the tendons of the spinal cord of a 100-year-old corpse. If you want to sell it, I'll give you this price per foot." He spread out his 5 fingers, each of which was adorned with a jade ring. "This 50,000? A foot is 33.3 centimeters, a skein is half a meter, and Chen En has 7 of them. Doesn't that mean—" Chen En remained impassive, only weakly smiled. "Expert, 50,000 per foot?" The salesman replied calmly, 500 per foot. "Are you kidding?" Chen En threw up his hands. "Where was the agreed price of 30,000 per foot?" The seller laughed. "You said that too. Before. And now it's worth nothing. For what? Do I need to explain? You are a native of this world. You should know." Chen En thought for a moment and said, "Progress in polymer material research?" The seller nodded, sighing. "Although there is no magic or professionals in your world, the results of your research in many areas are not visible to us, people from the grey screen. To comprehend, not to catch up with, and not to surpass. Take your skein, for example. Who still uses a skein for armor these days? Polymer fibers are 100 times more efficient than a skein. This, an unimaginable development of events." Chen En looked at the salesman suspiciously, then took out his phone to scan the QR code and enter the official website of the Adventurers Association. After searching the site for the recommended price, he quickly found that a foot of skewered sinew cost only 300 wen. The seller was willing to offer 500, probably because Chen En's goods were of good quality. He raised his hands and asked, "So how are things? Should I sell or not? I still buy because some enthusiasts don't trust your craftsmanship. They insist on using the original method of processing the original soup with the original products. However, such people are a minority, and with the decrease in the number of people, demand is low, so the price of skewers has naturally fallen sharply. Sell." Why not? Chen En manually entered the QR code into the Adventurers Association's official website, confirmed that the store's QR code had not been tampered with, and that the tendons really only cost 300 wen, and then he put all 7 skewers on the counter. 7 3.5-meter-long skewers for 5,250 wen is a considerable sum, but not a small one either. It was not at all what he expected, and he was a little disappointed. This whole situation can only be described. So, money is hard to earn. Shit is hard to eat. It's not that simple. Chen En confirmed the payment and left the store. He looked up and saw the group's front door across the street. "Since I'm here, I need to say hello to Coach Ann." Coach Ann looked at the man standing in front of him with a rather respectful expression on his face. He looked at the commission in his hand and said with a smile, "I couldn't even imagine that. 2 years after retirement, I will still have the opportunity to show your skills." Don't worry, organization. I still have a strong fighting spirit. This mission is guaranteed to succeed." The man's face was cold and sarcastic. He was saying, "Your role is limited. But that doesn't matter. I will lead this operation. My team is sufficient. Yes, yes." The man's rather arrogant words did not affect Coach Ann at all. He rubbed his hands together, his stocky 175-centimeter frame looking a little shabby. "You're our rising star. With you in this situation, this time we will definitely be able to catch the enemy." The man finally smiled slightly and, satisfied, turned away. At this time, Chen En entered Coach Ann's office and collided with a man. "Sorry?" He looked up and saw a pair of cold, piercing, triangular eyes. "Proceed with caution." The man gently pushed Chen En away and left. Chen En looked at him suspiciously and entered the office alone. Who was that just now? Coach An looked calm. "Zhao Hu, have you heard about him? Who is this?" "What, are you so perky? You don't even know Zhao Hu, and you're from Dihua. This Zhao Hu awakened 3 months before you and is now a level 18 expert." "Only the 18th? Is level 18 really that impressive?" In other words, Chen En hasn't leveled up yet. His current experience is enough to reach level 9. How long has he been awakened? Coach An, noticing his indifferent look, smiled. "Don't be upset. Zhao Hu's overall assessment is not high. Зрение только 4, но его класс – магический мечник, и он уже овладел 3 навыками. He is very strong." "How many skills?" 3. Chen En couldn't come to terms with this. He turned to Instructor Anyu and said, "One heritage stone is worth 500,000. How long has it been since he mastered the 3 skills?" Instructor An remained calm. "It depends on how many resources you consume and how many you contribute. Heritage stones are not given for free. In addition, magic swordsmen have the most extensive set of specialized skills of all classes. Skills are tightly integrated, and the more skills you learn, the greater your combat power. I heard that Zhao Hu's current combat capabilities are almost the same as an average level 25 professional." What's happening? Chen En was worried about the 50,000 Wen shield. Zhao Hu ate 2 of his 500,000 Wen inheritance stones. Comparing myself to others was truly depressing. Alas, everyone has their own destiny. There is nothing to envy. Chen En took some dried fruit from Instructor An's table and put it in his mouth. He asked, "What is he doing here?" Instructor An pushed his plate away and said, "A small incident occurred recently. The grey veil appears to be expanding abnormally." "Was it a minor incident?" Coach An continued, "The organization gave Zhao Hu a test by sending him to explore the newly created secret realm. Zhao Hu came today to invite me to join you." "Wow, does anyone still remember you?" "What are you talking about? I'm at least a level 23 warrior, which is not that low." Chen En didn't care about the test. He hasn't even passed the adventurer's certificate yet, so it's not his turn to worry about what's going on behind the grey veil. He pulled the shield out of his backpack and said, "Coach, I broke your shield. You said it meant a lot to you? I'll give it back to you." "Broken? A strong iron shield. How bad can it be?" "Coach." Anne glanced at him casually, then his eyes widened and he stood up in confusion. He raised the shield, examining the melt marks and 3 deep scratches. He couldn't imagine surviving this shield. "This..." He touched the melted and solidified piece of iron, his mouth wide open. "What are these traces of melting? Did you throw my shield into the furnace and burn it?" Chen En waved his hands. "Number Captain Fallen Swordsman? Do you know about that? The one with the flaming blade? I blocked 3 of his attacks with my shield, and this is what happened." "Eh?" Coach Anna touched the scratch on the shield again and asked, "What is this scratch?" "Zombies," Chen En simply said, and Anya felt dizzy. "Captain Fallen Swordsman, is this the kind of opponent Chen En should be fighting against?" Wisp slash. Incredibly powerful, dealing mixed elemental damage. One hit can easily kill a level 20 professional. How tall is Chen En? And zombies? Zombies are even more outrageous. Coach An clearly remembered an incident where he and his squad were chased by a pack of zombies and they ran for 7 or 8 kilometers before they finally escaped. At that time, his squad consisted of 4 people, whose average level was 25. But what puzzled him most was, where did zombies come from? There were no zombies on the edge of the Grey Vale. According to current investigations, the closest zombie pack was located in Mardanshan Cemetery. After entering the Grey Vale, travel 200 kilometers southeast to find the Mardanshan Cemetery. This Chen En coach An asked angrily, "Have you entered the Grey Vale?" Chen En remained calm. "You know Wang Zhenyuan, right? He came into Grey Vale that day to participate in the assessment of the Zilankai Adventure Party, and I followed him. And then what? This Wang Zhenyuan wasn't very good. He was almost killed by a monster. Just thanks to my intervention and a little support, he would already be dead. Is this true?" After a moment of anger, Coach An calmed down. He looked at Chen En and said, "You have shield rejection, so ordinary monsters won't do anything to you. I have been reporting your situation to the organization for the last 2 days. What do you think the management's reaction was?" Chen En remained calm. "What does shield rejection mean? The overall rating of D- is real. There are no less than 8 million C-rated professionals in Dihua City. I got a D-, so what will everyone else think?" His understanding was heartbreaking. Instructor An remained calm as he handed Chen En a booklet. It was the inside information, the adventure guide, that every soldier in the regiment had. "I was planning to send it to you in 2 days, but since you're here, I'll give it to you in advance." Adventure guide? Chen En opened it and his eyes lit up. It was a map, detailed topographic map of the southeastern part of the Grey Curtain. Not only did he mark the monsters that appeared in each area, but he also carefully indicated the threat level. It even listed the materials produced in each region. At the end of the booklet was a materials receipt sheet with images and text. After looking around, Chen En came across a plant called saffron, which seemed incredibly familiar to him. Wasn't it the red flower that was so abundant in the witch's garden? Here is the description. Saffron, a unique plant rich in magical essence. During the full moon, it emits a bright red glow, a truly beautiful sight. Its flowers and leaves, crushed and ground, can be used as a hemostatic agent, much more effective than any special medicine. Purchase price, 300 wen per plant, 300 wen per flower. Chen En stood up and said, "Coach, I suddenly remembered something. That's why I'm leaving." Coach An was stunned. "Are you leaving? Let's have dinner together. I'm leaving work soon. There's a new hot pot restaurant on Huayan Road, and I heard it's pretty good. Someday." Hum, hum, hum. It was midnight. The witch hummed a song as she tended the garden. Tonight was the night of the full moon. The saffron planted in the garden swayed in the wind, emitting a pure, bright red stream of color. From afar, it looked as magnificent as a dream. 3 months of growing flowers, and today was the result. She made a ha sound, looked at the moonlight, and thought to herself, "Chen En already came at this time yesterday. What happened today? Isn't he free? If he is not free, it would be a pity. Today's saffron is the most beautiful, and the witch wanted Chen En to see this sight too." The melodic sound of horse hooves was heard. Hearing this sound, the witch smoothed her hair with her hand, carefully adjusted her collar and cuffs, slowly approached the gate, and stopped quietly. "Witch, good evening." Chen En rode up on horseback. He looked at the crimson courtyard and asked, "What are these red lights? Is it the glow of saffron?" The witch nodded and gestured. "Yes, today is a full moon and the saffron will glow. Isn't it wonderful?" And it really was beautiful. The glow was soft and dim, hovering like a fog, almost surreal. The two of them walked around the yard, maintaining social distance as if they were in a dream. The witch asked, "You are a little late today. Did something hold you up?" Chen En shook his head. I came right away. I appeared at the fire in the cemetery. If all goes according to plan, I'll always be at the last fire I touch. Next time, I won't bother you. I'll go up a level to the graveyard." The witch nodded without changing her expression. Chen En looked at her and smiled. "There is bad news and good news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "I only need good ones." "And you're just going to ignore the bad news?" The witch said seriously, "Bad news you haven't heard is like it never happened. That's my philosophy. You can learn from me." What philosophy? Now that's an ostrich mentality. Chen En didn't indulge her. He said directly, "The bad news is that saffron is useless, so you have no gingerbread. The good news is that saffron is very valuable. They buy them for 300 yen per flower, which is 20 gingerbread cookies. So, Chen En thought for a moment, unsure whether to continue. The witch certainly loved flowers. She took great care of her garden. For Chen En, one flower cost 300 yen. But for her, he could become a whole world, a priceless gift of hard work. If the witch didn't want to sell the flowers, Chen En wouldn't have forced her. Click, click. While he was hesitating, there was a rustling sound. Chen En looked back and saw the witch. She rolled up her sleeves, took a sickle, and began to collect saffron, one bush at a time. She turned around and waved, "Help, Chen En. You only have 50 minutes. We'll have to pack them up when we're done." If I had known, I would not have planted other flowers. I planted only 200 saffron bushes. "Isn't that enough? Enough! Enough!" Chen En also rolled up his sleeves. He looked at the witch and asked, "Nothing? Maybe I'll leave some for you? These flowers are so beautiful." The witch didn't care about beauty. She only wanted the pie. It was surprisingly easy to persuade the witch to part with the saffron. In just 20 minutes, 200 flowers, stems and leaves were tied into a bundle, and the witch personally placed them into a cute little hanging bag. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. "Chen En, is saffron the only valuable one?" "The purple ones are gypsophila, which is used to make magic potions. It makes sense that they should be valuable too." The assumption was reasonable, but not quite. As long as Chen En didn't have a reliable channel to sell the stolen goods, he didn't want to use Demon King City for profit. The position of Supreme Consul of the Demon King, seemed completely inhuman. He pulled a small woven bag from a hanging pouch on the other side and handed it to the witch along with a handwritten note. He said, "I didn't bring you a cake today, but I did bring you a recipe. I brought you the ingredients and the tools. Follow these instructions and you will be able to repeat the recipe." "Recipe?" The witch shuddered and reached for the handwritten note. Yesterday, after leaving the regimental headquarters, Chen En went to the pastry shop to check H. What's there? He realized that all this time he had been buying tiramisu. He checked online and found that it didn't even require an oven. Then, is it necessary to buy a finished product? The witch was trapped in the Demon King's castle and could not escape. There were no living people here, so she had plenty of time. Instead of bringing one every day, it would be better to buy everything she needs and let her do it herself. Based on this, Chen En went to the market and bought everything she needed. The witch looked at the handwritten records. Her bright red eyes sparkled. So detailed. Each step is clearly spelled out, and the cooking method is not complicated. You don't even need magic. This is something that even mortals can easily do. The witch took the notes and looked at Chen En. "Such a precious technology. Can I really take it for free?" "Chen En, you don't want to pay for it?" "Precious?" Chen En's face was expressionless. "You don't understand Liguo? That's why you say that. The recipe I gave you is easily accessible. There is no secret in it. Is it true? Why should I lie?" The witch smiled, lifting the wicker bag to her feet. "It is available to you, but for me. This is something that only you can give me. I will master this skill as soon as possible and make you tiramisu." Chen En smiled faintly. "Go. I'm going to the tiger to kill those fallen swordsmen. It's a rare trip, so I can't leave without gaining experience. Ta-da! Ta-da! Chen En was riding a horse, galloping towards the nearest tiger. A moment later, the cries and screams of the fallen swordsman echoed throughout the taiga. The fallen swordsmen were no longer a threat. Compared to them, Chen En was more like a monster. Unfortunately, the captain of the fallen swordsmen had not yet been revived. He only got 4,200 experience points, which was a bit of a shame. Taking advantage of the last stop, Chen En opened the control panel and checked his statistics. In the previous 2 dreams, he killed 24 fallen swordsmen, 7 zombies, and 1 swordsman captain. With the remaining experience points, the total experience was 23,125. Taking into account what he just accumulated, he can only reach level 9. Chen En counted the level and silently shook his head. How difficult it is to level up. Even the owner of such a magical skill as sending to the king's city. Demons feels a lack of experience. What about ordinary professionals? That Zhao Hu was able to reach level 18 in 3 months, essentially by consuming 3 types of food. Chen En was even more dissatisfied that he mastered 3 skills. Having mastered the shield counterattack, Chen En gradually felt the inadequacy of his abilities. It's not a matter of poor performance, but of insufficient funds. With his current base stats, he should be able to handle fights more easily. Unfortunately, his lack of damage skills has seriously affected his combat effectiveness. When facing low-level monsters, it always feels awkward when you have no energy and nowhere to put it. But now, he can learn the second skill. The Goddess Forgives. When you gain a class, she will grant you a free opportunity to learn a skill. A Chen En has already received a grade for the 2nd time. So now, he can learn a free skill. He used to put off studying because it was not the right time. Now, well, it's still not the right time. He clicked on the skills page and began to look through the Chief Archon's class skills. The Chief Archon's skill set is small and requires high base stats to master. Currently, Chen En can only learn 2. Absolute Pursuit, a leader who embodies perfection. You have no tolerance for mediocrity. You can cast Pursuit on a target, greatly increasing the effectiveness of their skill the next time they cast it. This skill requires at least 15 mana to learn. It's a weird skill. The effect of the improvement is unpredictable. Chen En currently has Shield Counter with no damage and Lightning Strike with low damage. Even if it is upgraded, it is not of much use. I'm afraid that after learning it now, I can only use it against others. I don't want to study it. Battle. Violence is often inevitable. Even if you are the leader of the demons, some lives must be ended by your own hands. Exit from behind the scenes and enter battle mode. In battle mode, a stream of magical energy surrounds you, temporarily boosting all of your stats. Each attack deals damage to Abyssal, and you gain the Echo skill. Echo increases the power of your next 3 attacks, each more powerful than the last. This skill requires at least 25 stamina to learn. Powerful. Not only does it boost all your stats, but it also adds a skill that deals damage. The next skill Chen En needs to master is Battle. However, Chen En is 5 points short of stamina, and he can only spare 4. He needs to reach at least level 10 to replenish the required stamina, so even if he learns this skill now, it will be useless. Next time I have a dream, I'll try to kill more monsters. He felt dizzy. Chen En closed his eyes, and when I opened them, I returned to reality. He took the saffron out of a cute little hanging bag, took a picture of it and sent it to Coach Anya. "Coach, look. Ding dong." Coach Ann quickly replied, "Saffron? Where did you get it?" "I saw them by chance when I was in Huemu. I just took them back. Only 200. I'll hand them over to the regimental headquarters. Can I get 60,000 wen? Why did you go to Huemu again? You really aren't afraid of death, are you?" Coach Ann's answer was inappropriate. After scolding him, he said, "Are you free? There is a UN tea house on Wubei Street. Come." Chen En asked, "Why?" "That's right. Let me know when you arrive and I'll pick you up." "Hey, bring flowers." "Understood." Chen En got on the electric scooter and quickly reached Wubei Street. He passed the message to Coach An, and they met at the entrance of the tea house. Instructor An, who usually treated Chen En with great care, did not hold back this time. He picked up the saffron bag and examined it carefully. Not bad, very good. The petals were plump, the roots were green, and the leaves were red. Excellent quality. Chen En smiled. Then can you give me more? I don't mind overpaying. Does my word matter? Instructor. Anne threw a small bag into Chen En's hands. He glanced at the tea room in front of him and said mysteriously, Zhao Hu is there. He asked me to discuss the details of the operation. He saw your message too. Chen En was at a loss and remained silent. Instructor Anne continued, We have points in the regiment, right? After the operation, everyone is assessed, and the assessment is converted into points. Points can be exchanged for equipment, potions, or treasures that enhance abilities. The same goes for saffron. It is a raw material for a hemostatic agent, and the regiment lacks it. Pass everything and you will get at least 80 points. Chen En had heard a little about it, and he also guessed what Instructor An would say. He asked, Zhao Hu wants to pick flowers from me and then exchange them for glasses? He needs a lot of points. The more skills you have, the stronger you become as a sword mage. Legacy stones are expensive, so exchanging them for points is more profitable and much more convenient. About. Chen En didn't object. It doesn't matter who he gives it to. The main thing was that he would eventually hand it over to the regimental headquarters. The process didn't bother him. But he turned around and asked, Is this legal? Coach Anne said seriously, It's not a matter of conformity or inconsistency. It's just awkward to say it out loud. Everyone needs to be friends, right? Yeah, let's go. They entered the tea house side by side, where they were met by Zhao Hu and 3 strangers. Chen En took a look and saw that although they didn't have swords, they were all wearing armor, clearly professionals. Coach An smiled and said, This is Chen En, your junior. I suppose. In a few days, he will pass the exam for the adventurer's certificate and set off on a journey. Ron, these are all the elders from Taigoban. Say hello. Hello, Chen En said in a friendly tone, but received only a slightly indifferent nod in response. Zhao Hu, in particular, was as motionless as a turtle, not even looking at them. Tai Guoban, clearly derived from the English word for tiger, not, needed no introduction. Chen En guessed that this was Zhao Hu's team, and they were his teammates. It seemed that this elite group was not easy to live with, and Chen En, wanting to finish quickly, put 200 bunches of saffron on the table and said with a smile, Brother Hu, instructor, and gave it to me. Here are 200 bunches of saffron. Please count them. Call me Captain Zhao. Zhao Hu suddenly spoke. His face showed displeasure, and he sneered, Brother Hu? What Brother Hu? I am an employee of the Dihua City Regiment headquarters, an active officer of the Homeland Defense Battalion, and not a bandit. Chen En was stunned, but Instructor An quickly responded. He pulled Chen En's hand and rubbed his hands again. Captain Zhao, don't take this seriously. This Chen En has never seen the light of day. He's just a little hooligan. The tactful Chen En held back his displeasure and changed his address to Captain Zhao. The witch was very attentive. She tied the saffron into 10 bunches to make it easier to count. A young man of about 20 counted them and said, Captain Zhao, there must be 200 bouquets. Yeah. Zhao Hu nodded arrogantly and looked at Chen En. Chen En, right? How much do you plan to sell these flowers for? Chen En smiled. I have heard of Captain Zhao's reputation. I will not receive 60,000 from you. Hearing this, Zhao Hu not only remained silent, but even closed his eyes. This really confused Chen En. What does it mean? Are you trying to get something for free? He turned to Coach Anyu and saw that he was also puzzled. For a moment, a solemn atmosphere hung in the tea room. Atmosphere. Chen En was still smiling, waiting for the other side to make a move. A cough broke the silence. Chen En turned around and saw a middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 30s. Quite the senior in the group. He said with a smile, "Chen En, you don't know yet? Our Captain Zhao has an overall rating of 4 dash, and his profession is a high-level sword mage. We are gathered here today to hold a mobilization meeting to investigate the expansion nest. More precisely, 4.0. The middle-aged man fiddled with his mouse, rewinding the PowerPoint presentation to the beginning. Chen En glanced at the projection screen early in the tea room and saw an aerial photograph of a grey screen. He frowned and asked, "Is the grey screen sticking out?" The photo looked strange. The grey screen was a perfectly round circle with smooth, rounded edges, a perfect arc. But the grey screen in the photo was different. The surface was uneven and bumpy, with many protrusions that resembled a virus under a microscope. "Yes, the grey screen is swelling," the middle-aged man answered seriously. He continued, "According to the investigation of the regimental headquarters, in each projection of the grey curtain, one can find a newly formed secret area, and we suspect that these two areas are closely related. We are currently assembling personnel to conduct a fire reconnaissance of the 33 expansion nests whose locations have been discovered. Our Taiga team is directed to expansion nest number. By the Neravda." The middle-aged man clicked the mouse, and the image on the projection screen changed to show the exact location, expansion sockets number 17. Chen En took a closer look and found that he was in a large restaurant called the Golden Garden. The Golden Garden restaurant was quite famous, located close to the National Highway. As a local, Chen En naturally knew him. He even had lunch there before the dungeon invasion. But why did he say all this? Chen En remained calm and asked, "Does the rules prohibit you from revealing the details of your operation to me?" Of course not." Middle-aged man coughed again, looked at Chen En seriously and said, "I'm telling you all this to prove that our Taiga team is a serious matter. We risk our lives for a noble cause. You're still young and haven't been in adventures. You don't know how terrible the monsters are and how dangerous it is to fight them. It's really a very difficult and frightening thing. For what? What's the point of saying all this? Are you trying to use moral blackmail?" Chen En looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. He said, "Brother, if you have something to say, say it. Good. Then I'll be frank. Chen En, we need your saffron. You don't need it. But for us warriors, a hemostatic made from saffron is a real salvation. How about this? I heard from Coach Anya that you want to go pro, right? Give us some flowers and we'll find time to host you. At the very least, reaching level 7 or 8 won't be difficult." Chen En's face became serious when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Of course, I want to help fight the monsters. Give me 60,000 wen and it's yours." Shh. Someone smacked their lips impatiently. Zhao Hu lost his patience and said, "Chen En, right? I'll give you 20,000 wen and help you reach level 5 in a month. Keep the saffron. Think carefully. You're a D- and have no adventure experience. No one will pay you to go beyond the grey curtain. You will have to pay someone to take you there. Let us take care of you, and you will feel more at ease. I'm already level 9. Who are you with?" Chen En was speechless. After a pause, he suddenly asked, "Zhao Hu, do you have any money?" "What did you say?" Zhao Hu narrowed his eyes. Chen En leaned back in his chair and said clearly, "Don't talk about money. Brother Chen is not stingy. Just say, 'If you don't have money, I don't need 20,000 wen. I'll give you saffron for free.'" Coach Anne, who was watching the whole process from the side, looked at Chen En with suspicion. He knew very well about the boy's financial situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken Chen En out to eat hot pot and barbecue, nor would he have given him nutritional supplements during the holidays. He is not. I expected that everything would turn out like this today. He had good intentions, and he thought Zhao Hu was talented, so helping him score points was also a help. But he didn't expect that Team Tegi would be so shameless in deciding to get something for free, and even bring it to the 5th level. Do you think his trainer, Anne, is a scammer and someone else is needed to reach level 5? He can take the sword and easily bring Chen En to level 10 in a month. He raised his hand and said, Chen En, what are you talking about? Does Captain Zhao not have enough money? He holds the position of an officer in the regiment's headquarters, and besides, his monthly allowance is more than 20,000. Besides, if he doesn't have enough money, doesn't he have any teammates? The points are divided among the team members and distributed by the captain. Can't the 5 members of Team Taeg reach 60,000? Chen En suddenly realized what was going on and turned to Zhao Hu. Captain Zhao, do you have money? Do you have money? If you hadn't told me that you had money earlier, I would have thought that you were asking me to donate. 60,000. Take it when you get it. Give it to him. Zhao Hu's face darkened and his eyes filled with anger. The middle-aged man was not thrilled either. He took out his phone and said, I'll scan you, Lud and Bao. Lud and Bao is an online payment app that is used for almost all transactions these days. Chen En showed the QR code, confirmed receipt of 60,000 yuan, and stood up saying, I won't bother you anymore. Zhao Hu snorted and closed his eyes. The middle-aged man shook his head indignantly and said, Chen En, I heard you got a D-. Your overall rating is not very good. As a graduate, I give you a tip. Find a job in a factory. You will not become a professional. Not mind your own business. Chen En didn't want to waste any more time. He stood up and said, Goodbye. Coach An stood up. I'll see you out. On the street, Chen En and Coach An exchanged glances. Chen En pointed to the tea house and asked curiously, Who are these people? Coach An, don't tell me you're close to them. I can't believe it. Coach An waved his hand. I really don't know them. Their team was originally 5 people, and one of their soldiers was injured and hospitalized. Then an urgent mission arose, and they fraternized with me. I knew they were such people. There was no way I could reveal your information to them. Is it true? Coach An, seeing that Chen En was silent, hurriedly said, Chen En, we have known each other for 3 years. You should know how I feel about you, right? That was really tactful. Chen En shook his head and asked, Will there be any problems with my release? They are definitely not happy with you. Are you still going to cooperate with them? Alas, the expansion slot is a serious matter. We can't ignore it. Preliminary reconnaissance shows that only professionals around level 20 can effectively deal with the monsters inside. And this is an urgent mission. Where are we going to find a level 20 soldier so quickly? It was true. All the soldiers at regimental headquarters had their own teams. They couldn't just take them. Coach An, with his adventuring experience and level 23, was the best choice. Chen En asked, When are you leaving? Tomorrow early in the morning. I won't talk to you anymore. I need to get back to the meeting. Dad, Coach. An patted Chen En on the shoulder and said, You have an exam in 2 days. Don't go out for these few days. Stay at home. I know. Chen En stood and watched as Coach An returned to the tea house. The process was a bit tedious, but the money was in hand. Chen En opened the chat and sent a message to Nightingale. Captain Nightingale, good afternoon. I found enough money to buy a white shield. Ding dong! The answer came surprisingly quickly. Chen En looked down and saw Nightingale saying, Good afternoon. I was just about to send you a message. I found 2 white shields for you. Take a look. 2 photographs were sent, and Nightingale briefly described the properties of the 2 shields. The first one was completely ordinary, priced under 20,000. Battle-hardened shield. Nothing special, just a regular shield. Durability. The battle-hardened shield is very durable and will not. Wears out, that's all. A simple shield with standard effects. Firstly, no stats. Secondly, no skills. No other advantages except durability. The second one was more powerful, costing just over 50,000. Tortoiseshell shield. A small round shield carved from the shell of a tortoise. A monster that is ideal for using the counter-shield skill. Durability. The turtle shell shield is very durable and does not wear out. Self-healing. The turtle shell shield has the ability to self-heal. Until it breaks, it will slowly repair damage. Stamina boost. When you equip this shield, Your stamina is increased by 1. And this, is there any reason to doubt? Chen En looked around and didn't think that this was a multiple-choice question. He was more inspired by the fact that Turtle Shell Shield increases stamina. Chen En immediately said, "The Tortoise Shell Shield is good. I want it." "Okay, when do you want to trade?" "I'll send someone to the Grey Vale checkpoint to wait for you, and you can trade in person." "No problem. I'll leave now. My people will be at the checkpoint in about an hour and a half." Chen En, without thinking, immediately headed towards the bus stop. Bus going to checkpoint slowly approached the stop. Chen En and a few passers-by bought tickets and boarded the bus. Usually, few people travel to the Grey Curtain checkpoint, but today was obviously an exception. The bus was almost full, and the passengers in the car were armed with swords and knives, clearly professionals. Seeing someone getting on the bus, a young man with dyed blue hair shouted, "Hey, are you going to the expansion nest too?" Chen En remained silent. The girl who sat down with him asked, "What happened?" "Nothing special, I'm just asking. Why don't we get together as a group and go together?" The recommended adventure level for the expansion nest is 20, but the situation there is unclear, so it's best to be careful. We're all Ogi, and Ogi taking care of Ogi is better than going with the Grey Curtain, right? The girl hesitated, looking back at her teammates. Blue-haired young man enthusiastically took the initiative and stepped forward. He pointed to an elderly man with long grey hair, sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, with a manner reminiscent of an immortal. He said, "See, this is Master Yuan Jingyuan, a descendant of the Dragon and Tiger sect, a man who can cut down mountains and rivers with his iron palms and open the gates of heaven with his sharp axe. He is the captain of our team. Our team is absolutely reliable, and it is completely safe to join us." Recently, Chen En had been flitting between Demon King City and reality, not paying much attention to external events. Listening to the blue-haired boy, he took out his phone to check his messages. After searching, he finally realized what had happened. Early yesterday morning, the boundary of the Grey Veins suddenly shifted, and exploration revealed many new secret worlds. It was said that these secret worlds began to be called the Nest of Expansion, which led to their being called Expansion Nests. Not only did the group notice the situation, but the Adventurers Guild in the Grey Vein also noticed the anomaly. They issued a series of tasks calling on professionals to investigate. Most of the professionals were also delighted. In more modern terms, the secret world is a dungeon. What are the characteristics of the dungeon? High amount of experience points, good loot, and generous rewards. The experience and loot speak for themselves, but as for the final reward, all secret worlds, there are bosses. Defeating the boss will cause the world to disappear. The goddess watches over everything, and once someone successfully defeats the boss and clears the secret world, she will grant the winner additional rewards. These awards include, but are not limited to, increased performance, donated equipment, and powerful skills. Which of these three will the professionals not like? Especially the third one. The goddess can grant a unique, powerful skill that does not depend on either general skills or professional skills. It's not just about one particular hereditary stone. This is something that only he can use. No one else can master it. Therefore, although professionals understand the enormous risks of penetrating the secret kingdom, they still flock there in droves. The bus is full of greedy gold diggers. The blue-haired youth's negotiations with his target were not going very smoothly, and he reluctantly gave in. Suddenly, he noticed Chen En standing nearby. "Hey, brother, how are you? Why don't you come with us?" Chen En looked at him. "I just woke up a few days ago and haven't taken my certification exam yet. You don't even have a certificate, so why are you on this bus?" "Can't I just go to the checkpoint and admire the scenery?" "Fine." The blue-haired young man waved his hand and turned his back. We arrived at the final stop, the checkpoint. Grey Curtain. "Passengers, please check in your bags and exit through the exit." An announcement boomed from the bus and everyone started to get off. The others filed into the station. Chen En looked around, wondering if Nightingale's men had arrived. "Are you Chen En?" A voice came from the side. Chen En looked trilled in the direction of the voice, his gaze riveted on the figure, or rather, on the tin can. The figure was clad in jet black armor, with no trace of skin visible underneath. He was practically armed to the teeth. He ran up, his mask flying open to reveal a determined face. "I am Captain Nightingale's man." Chen En cautiously approached and asked, "Where is this item?" The container smiled, revealed its shield, and said, "Captain Nightingale asked me to give you this. Please check. If everything is in order, simply hand the money directly to Captain Nightingale." Chen En had seen images of the tortoise shell before. Its front part was covered with regular hexagonal patterns, and the back part was covered with animal skin. Made from the shell of a magical beast, it had no metallic sheen, and was more like leather. The touch was cool and hard as stone. Looking closer, Chen En noticed small inscriptions engraved on the edge. "To my beloved Lorraine." It was a shield with history. Chen En glanced at the panel and confirmed that his stamina stat had increased by 1 point, then said, "That's it. I will hand the money over to Captain Nightingale immediately." Black Jan confirmed the translation, nodded, and left. Chen En touched his shield and walked towards the fire in front of the grey curtain. Initially, he lacked the stamina to master engage in combat, but now he does not have it. Stop by. Grey curtain checkpoint. There is a fire burning in front of him. Chen En walked forward and raised his level. Spend 12,800 experience points. Your level is 9. You have 4 unallocated attribute points. Put all your stat points into stamina and his bar will look like this. Chen En, human. Level 9. Strength, 1535 plus 35. Durability, 2, 5 plus 25. Dexterity, 20 plus 20. Magic, 10 plus 10. Thanks to the blessing of dual profession, Chen's fighting power. Enya after the correction is equal to the sum of 2 professions, but his overall stats have not changed. Stamina is still 25 points instead of 50. The skill Go Into Battle requires 25 stamina points, which is now barely enough to learn. There's nothing special to say. Learn. Chen En opened the skills panel, found Into Battle, and clicked Learn. The skill has been transferred and activated again. Into Battle is a skill with amplification, or in other words, a transformation skill. After activating this skill, a stream of black magical energy enveloped his entire body, forming a mana armor that strengthened everything, characteristics, and endowed it with lethality. During the process of inheritance, Chen En spent years adapting to the benefits of this magical flow. Then, step by step, he wrapped his arms and legs, then his torso, and finally, his head. After countless years, Chen En could instantly summon this magical flow that enveloped his entire body, completely hiding his facial features. After activating this skill, he became similar to the Black Knight, filled with a threatening, sinister appearance. Thus, he mastered half of the campaign. Over the next few days, Black Knight Chen En continuously and mercilessly swung 3 axes, each one more powerful than the last, and each wave more powerful than the last. 3 more years. Later, he also mastered the Echo sub-skill in Embark. Chen En felt a newfound strength building within him and sighed softly. He turned around, surprised to see that the bus had already left. The professionals who had been standing in line at the checkpoint were nowhere to be seen. A quick glance at the time showed that half an hour had already passed. The battle was so difficult that even the succession process took another half hour. As for the real results, Chen En turned around, looking towards the golden garden that he remembered. Expansion socket number 17 was located in this restaurant. The recommended level for the expansion nest was 20, with a team size of 5, which meant a less risky dungeon. Chen En was currently level 9, but his stats were comparable to those of a typical level 20 adventurer. Combined with his dual-class abilities, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to defeat him. This is the secret kingdom. Wouldn't it be a shame not to explore it? Besides, Coach An hadn't dared to go there for 2 years. Zhao He would not deliberately try to deceive him, but he would not be too lenient either. Warrior leading the attack, right? Given the high stakes and tension in the secret realm, it makes sense that the warrior would be slightly injured, right? Indeed, logical. This is exactly what worried Chen. Enya. He left the grey checkpoint on foot and reached a deserted place. He immediately stroked the copper ring on his wrist. Darling, come here. With a long neigh, a sleek, dark as night, spirit horse appeared. Chen En mounted his horse, and Little Horse rode off silently. The horse's spirit was immortal. His legs were strong. After several days of practice, Chen En gradually adjusted to the horse's rhythm. As for management then, thanks to the spiritual contract and telepathic connection, Chen En did not even need to pull the reins. He simply plotted the route in his mind, and Little Cutie followed it. Instructions! It wasn't just about the route. A bit bumpy, Chen En thought to himself, and Little Cutie immediately turned onto a smoother surface, allowing Chen to enjoy a comfortable ride. Faster, Little Cutie added. Gas without even pressing the gas pedal. In short, Little Cutie was like an artificial intelligence embedded in Chen En's brain, automatically adjusting to the situation without anyone's input. About an hour later, a manor house appeared in the distance along the overgrown national highway. Chen En reined in his horse, stopped, and looked into the distance. The area of the estate was about 1,000 square meters, and its interior architecture was done in the European style, with a white stone arch at the entrance and small buildings with red, green, and yellow domes behind them. Chen En had rarely been here, and the manor he had seen before was very different from his previous impression. The fountain has long since dried up, revealing a statue of Ding Ding covered in vines. The once carefully tended garden was overgrown with weeds, and the corpses of unknown animals were rotting among the grass. There were many vehicles parked at the arch, but it was guarded only by a few low-level specialists. It appears that several squads have already entered expansion nest number 17 to explore it. Remained at the gate only auxiliary workers who were assigned to look after the machines and supplies. Chen En was surprised. A camouflaged armored personnel carrier bearing the Broccoli Adventure Group logo parked in front of the arch. If nothing unexpected has happened, the Broccoli professionals have also arrived and seem to have already begun their adventure. Not wanting to attract unnecessary attention, Chen En turned his horse, chose a deserted direction, and rushed to attack. You have come under the influence of a secret kingdom. Stop! For the first time, the goddess's warning was heard. Chen En ignored him and continued on his way. Warning: your level is too low. This secret realm is too difficult for you. Please take care of yourself. He continued moving. The next moment they were enveloped in thick fog. At that moment, the world changed, and an inexplicable, enormous power surged towards Chen En, enveloping him. Goosebumps ran all over Chen En's body, and a slight feeling of weightlessness washed over him, as if he had teleported. The text on the message screen changed from black to red, resembling blood. You have no choice. The next moment, the sun set. The fog receded like a tide, and Chen En's vision cleared, revealing a dense jungle. The path stretched through the forest, its end hidden among the vegetation, winding in an unknown direction. Is this a secret kingdom? Where is Jinjiayuan Hotel located? How did it turn into a wild forest? Chen En looked around calmly, not knowing what to do. No clues, no monsters. He looked up and saw deep in the jungle what looked like a tall, square tower, the purpose of which was unclear. He patted the baby on the neck and said, "Darling, let's go to that tower first." The baby made a noise with his nose, staggered, and took a step. Wildlife adventures usually require a team. Without someone to care for you, strains and diarrhea can be fatal. Hiding in a secret place is even worse. Chen En rode the baby slowly through the forest, carefully examining his surroundings. He didn't dare let the baby escape. After walking through the forest for more than 10 minutes, the baby suddenly stopped, snorted, and looked towards the dense forest on the left with his spiritual gaze. Chen En felt something was wrong. turned his head and looked, but saw nothing. Juicy grass. It swayed in the wind, and a pair of golden eyes were hidden in the grass. And a long time passed before they blinked. Wait eyes. Wow! A sharp sound pierced the air. A sharp arrow flew out from the bushes, heading straight for Chen En's chest. Chen En flinched, but fortunately he held his tortoise shell. Now, pressing it to his chest, he heard a sharp "oosh!" and a powerful blow from the shield almost knocked him off his horse. What was that? Chen En looked up and saw a small humanoid creature in a grey-green cloak running away into the dense forest. It was Goblin. The monster had a big one, head and a small body with underdeveloped limbs. It looked very much like the goblins in the illustrated manual. Goblins are low-level monsters. In a real fight, a level 5 professional can easily deal with them. But goblins are a rare type of low-level monster that possess intelligence. They form tribes, have their own language and culture, and know how to make and use simple tools, differing little from the people of antiquity. On the hunt, they not only use tools, but also have complex coordination of movements. A professional who could easily kill a fallen swordsman would hardly be able to kill a goblin in the wild. If it weren't for this cutie's sharp mind, Chen En wouldn't have even noticed him, let alone been wary of him. Hidden arrow! But what irritated Chen En the most was ears. The fleeing goblin had 3 bloody human ears hanging from his belt, all intact. 3 people have already died here, killed by this goblin before him. Let's go, Chen En commanded, and the cutie roared furiously, rushing away. The goblin, wrapped in a grey-green cloak, appeared and disappeared into the jungle, almost blending into the surrounding environment. Even Chen En, who kept his eyes on him, sometimes missed his target due to his snake-like movements. Its rough, tough skin allowed it to move quickly through the forest. If an ordinary person had been chasing him, he would most likely have gotten lost within 200 meters. But now, it wasn't a man who was biting him, but the spirit of a horse. 15 seconds later, the cutie and Chen En caught up with the goblin. Chen En's gaze was impassive. He gave vent to his rage and swung his axe. Squeak! The goblin let out a shrill scream. Dark green blood spurted out, and a thin but muscular green arm fell to the ground. Chen En cut off his right arm with one blow. The goblin archer's face twisted with fear. He overcame the pain and stumbled back into the thicket of the forest, not wanting to lose hope. It's all over. I'm going to die, Gulu. Feverish thoughts raced through his head. The goblin's steps were uncertain. He lost track of where he was. It took him a long time to realize that the sound of hooves. It became quiet, but there was no attack yet. He turned around and saw no one behind him. This survived? Survived, Gulu? Excitement overwhelmed him. He survived. Even though his arm was broken, the main thing was to get back to camp. He was safe. In fact, he killed 3 people by cutting off their ears and putting them back. After such a feat, the leader was not going to treat him lightly. Having escaped from his desperate situation, the goblin archer stumbled and reached the cave 20 minutes later. Dangbu! Dangbu, what's wrong with you, Gulu? There was a rustling sound in the night, and 2 goblin guards emerged from the cave entrance, supporting Dangbo on either side. Dangbo breathed heavily and raised his ear in his hand. I was ambushed, Gulu. A man, a cunning man, ambushed me. Although I lost my arm, I fought bravely and killed him. Look, this ear belongs to that despicable man, Gulu. Ah, Gulu! Dangbu! You are a warrior, Gulu. I will take you to the chief immediately. Hang in there. The goblin threw Dangbo over his shoulder and turned to face his companion. Stone Spear. Watch the cave entrance, Gulu. Don't let anyone get close. Stone Spear nodded, adjusting the bow and arrow on his belt. Don't worry, Gulu. Watching his companion disappear into the cave, Stone Spear was about to turn around to observe the situation when suddenly a sound came from behind him. Clack! It was the sound of horses' hooves. Stone Spear turned around and saw the man jump off his horse and swing his. With all his might, he cut the goblin in half. It was Chen En. Goblins were social creatures, and Chen En knew this well. He deliberately wounded the goblin rather than killed him, precisely to encourage him to set an example. It's better to break one finger than to damage all 10. But Chen En, from the very beginning, I wanted to break all 10. Having easily decapitated the sentry, Chen En picked up the longbow from him and tried to string it. It turned out pretty good. He took the quiver and said to little Cutie, "It's so rare that someone shows you the way. It's just impolite not to say hello, little Cutie. Let's go." Little Cutie snorted and followed Chen En. The cave was about 2 meters high and clearly showed signs of excavation rather than natural formation. After walking about 50 meters in the darkness, he suddenly saw a view. The camp was located in a valley between a mountain and a river. Fires were burning everywhere, and by the light, Chen En could see the entire camp. He was small and simple. Scattered around here were tall, narrow, umbrella-like wooden buildings, the roofs of which were covered with straw and animal skins. Several goblins armed with knives stood guard at the crossroads and the gate, looking tired and completely exhausted. Chen En was even more surprised at how few there were of them. In every house, the doors and windows were tightly closed and the lights were out. There were no signs of major fires in the camp, and even a few people were visible. Are they really? Everyone was sent on missions? Ooh! Just as he hesitated, the horn sounded. The goblin squeaked and shouted something. Chen En didn't understand what it was, but it seemed to be a call for a meeting. Even the goblin guards at the crossroads began to move, gathering towards the largest fire in the center of the camp. What are they up to? Chen En narrowed his eyes and noticed the goblin whose arm he had cut off. He stood next to the old goblin, his head held high, his face unusually pink, as if he was about to receive honors. Chen En smiled and said to the little Cutie, "It looks like there is a ceremony to honor the goblins here, Cutie. Let's go and celebrate. Let's honor their merits with their blood." Without saying a word, the little Cutie soared into the air, carrying Chen En on his back. Compatriots, Lord Ash's people, great Mother Earth, today I announce to you, a warrior has emerged from our goblin clan. By the large fire, the elderly goblin chieftain, arms outstretched like an eagle, gave a rhythmic speech. A dozen goblin warriors stood before him. These were all the goblins that were in the camp. The rest of the goblins were deployed, shooting down jungle professionals like Dangbu. Pointing to Dangbo next to him, the chieftain continued, "This warrior is Dangbo. Just today, in just one day, he killed 3 people. Dangbo, show everyone your trophy!" Dangbao's face was sinister. He stepped forward, raised his hands high, and showed 3 bloody left ears. "Long live! Long live! Long live!" The next moment, the goblin warriors below roared loudly, and the chieftain looked at them with satisfaction. When the scene died down, he continued, "Dangbo is great. He did not disgrace us. In the last battle, he was ambushed by a man and lost his arm. But even in such an unfavorable situation, he fought bravely, delivered a frontal blow to the vile attacker, and successfully cut off his ear. This is bravery that everyone should learn from. The Grey Bones tribe will not treat any brave warrior unfairly. As a leader, I declare, Dangbu, hero of the Grey Bones tribe. From now on, what pleases me pleases Dangbu. What is mine belongs to Dangbu. He will get everything." Dangbo looked delighted, and the people below were envious. Finally, the chief said, "Now please allow the great warrior to say a few words to us. Welcome, everyone." Dangbo breathed a sigh of relief. He took a step forward, but didn't know what to say. After a moment's hesitation, he cried out, "Brothers, I am crippled. I have been attacked by treacherous men. I have lost my arm and can no longer fight Gulu. But I believe that my courage will remain with us forever, and each of you can create a more glorious track record than me. Today, I want to share my catch, Gulu." Dangbo lifted his ear, put it in his mouth, and chewed it hard. Broken bones sprayed from his mouth, and he threw his remaining 2 ears on the ground, shouting, "Come on, who is braver? Eat my spoils, share my courage and glory, and you too will become a great warrior, Gulu." Fine. The leader felt a great sense of relief. He looked up to see two unusually strong goblins pushing through the crowd and moving forward. Each of them grabbed an ear, opened their bloody mouths, and was about to swallow it. At that moment, the bowstring trembled. Under cover of night, an iron arrow pierced the wind and fire, flew out and stuck in the goblin's head. Click! The ear in his hand fell to the ground and the goblin collapsed. The monsters were terrified. Before the commotion could begin, another sharp arrow pierced the head of another goblin. The goblin chieftain was shocked. He turned around and saw a young man with an impassive face riding a black horse. It was still Chen En. In 3 years of semi-professional training, Chen En has certainly encountered bows and arrows. And he didn't just encounter it, but was a real master in this matter, achieving ideal results in almost every shot. Given that firearms required special, homemade bullets to fire effectively, and bows and arrows were less effective against monsters than gunpowder, bows were the key subject of study. Now, when shooting at a stationary target from 50 meters away, there was no room for error. Chen En casually threw away his bow and arrows, mounted his horse, and watched with pleasure the stunned and angry looks on the goblins' faces. It was him. It was him. How did he find this place? Fen Gong looked at Chen En with disbelief, his eyes filled with horror. How did he find this place? The answer was obvious. Fen Gong stared at his empty right hand, finally realizing that Chen En had planned everything from the very beginning. He wanted not only his life, but also the lives of all goblins. He glanced furtively at the chieftain, fearing that his actions would be discovered. Luckily, the chief was not busy with other matters. He stared at the man who suddenly appeared, baring his teeth in anger. He waved his staff and shouted, "He is calling down death! Everyone, kill him!" About a dozen goblins reacted. A human dared to invade their camp, and alone? He was truly reckless. Squeak! In an instant, the goblin warriors drew their weapons and rushed forward with shouts. Their previous mobilization had not yet cooled down, but the sight of their two dead did not weaken their fighting spirit at all, but, on the contrary, enraged them. They rushed forward, one after another, unstoppable, towards Chen En. Chen En took all this for granted. He dismounted, holding the axe horizontally. You are not a formidable opponent, but even a lion fights a rabbit with all his might. I pay my respects to you. The aura of the abyss spread. Threads, hellish magic intertwined like silk, forming a pitch-black circle around Chen En. There were quiet whispers and the shrill laughter of a demon. The chieftain looked up and saw a powerful stream of magical energy enveloping the man. Now he looked as if he was wearing pitch-black armor. Under the mask, his eyes glowed, with a furious crimson glow. What kind of magic was this? He looked extremely dangerous. But there was no time to stop. The goblin leading the attack had already approached. With roar, he waved with an axe with both hands and chopped furiously. Ooh! The goblin's head spun around on the ground like a top several times before turning over, spraying boiling blood. There was confusion in his golden eyes, as if he still couldn't understand how he had been beheaded. Quiet, quiet. You're not even toys. 2 of them attacked and both died instantly. The remaining goblins finally came to their senses, their attack suddenly stopping. They raised their weapons, each of them taking a defensive stance, looking at Chen En, who was caught in the flow of magic in front of them. Each step Chen took forward was a 3-step process. Retreat! Chen En used infiltration for the first time in combat. In this stream of magic swirling around him, he felt the difference. His strength increased, his reflexes quickened, his vision cleared. The axe has become more controllable, and the damage has increased significantly. In infiltration mode, his damage has become mixed. With each blow, the axe blade, filled with mana, dealt physical damage to the enemy, and then 1 magical damage from the abyss. The 2 strikes did not happen simultaneously, but with a slight delay of less than a second. Chen En was not sure whether this mechanism was more advanced or other miraculous effects. but he had already felt their beneficial influence. Now each blow of the axe was equivalent to 2. Moreover, Chen En clearly felt that his control over his body had improved greatly. He looked at the goblin who had retreated 10 meters, then at the axe in his hand, thinking to himself, mastering skills does not depend only on the gift of the goddess and stones of inheritance. With years of study and constant practice, one can master the skills. The so-called inheritance simply excludes the learning process. Training is still useful, and with hard work, professionals can learn new skills. If someone uses a skill perfectly, even just once, the goddess will appreciate it. His skill by displaying it on the toolbar with the effort label. Achieving perfect execution, the same effect as with active use of the skill, is incredibly difficult. But now, throw the axe. Without thinking, Chen En threw the axe. The axe spun in the air, describing an elegant arc, and accurately cut off the goblin's head. Perfect throw. Thanks to your hard work, you have successfully mastered the axe throw skill. At that very moment, the goddess's message appeared. And that's not all. The thrown axe didn't even touch the ground. Instead, it made a buzzing sound, described a perfect circle in the air, and returned to Chen En's hand. Exquisite. Mastery. Thanks to your outstanding mastery, your axe throw skill has been upgraded to spinning axe. Spinning axe. Throw an axe, accurately hitting an enemy within 150 meters. You can use this skill again to return the axe to your hand. And that's all? There is a change. Due to the impact of the battle, the flying axe hits the head and deals another abyssal damage to the goblin who lost his life. The goddess's hint appears again. Amazing change. Your mastery of the spinning axe has reached such a high level that you are a master thrower. Your spinning axe now has an additional feature. It is sublimated. Spinning Axe Plus. Throw an axe, accurately hitting an enemy within 150 meters. You can use this skill again to return the axe to your hand. Feature 1. Add Abyss attribute damage to your axe. Ha! Chen En let out a sigh of relief and, under the increasingly serious gazes of the goblins, slowly smiled. His premonition was not wrong. Sleep is truly a stairway to heaven, and the Supreme Console is the best gift. Finding it, mastering it. This is the final form of Chen En. He opened his eyes, put his foot out, and kicked the goblin axeman's axe, throwing it into his hands. He took the axe in both hands, looking at the goblins in front of him fighting the formidable enemy, and struck with both axes. Double strength, rotating axe plus exclamation mark. The wind howled in the air as the reaper swung his scythe, reaping lives. This reaper was Chen En. After mastering Spinning Axe Plus, his kill efficiency has increased significantly. His buzzing axe never missed. Every axe was life. The goblins tried to dodge, but Chen En knew their movements very well. His axe always hit where they dodged, cutting off their heads. The goblins tried to block, but the blows from the thrown axes were so strong that even their swords were powerless. The axe easily cut off their blades and then slit their throats. Within seconds, over a dozen goblins were dead, leaving only the desperate chieftain and a trembling dent bow. Dent bow. Forward, forward! The chieftain, staff in hand, ordered Dentbow to move forward. Dentbow's breathing quickened, his eyes filled with horror. He heard the chieftain's cry, froze for a moment, and then suddenly cried out, "Ah!" Then, with one hand raised, he rushed towards Chen En with boundless courage and despair. Chen En, without any emotion, held it out in front of him, and then, with a furious blow of his axe, he cut it in two. Yeah. The next moment, the goblin chieftain, pulling up his aged body, rushed forward with his staff raised to strike. Chen En knocked the staff away with his axe and jumped, kicked the leader in the chest, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters. Ugh! Cough! Cough! The blow undoubtedly broke the chieftain's ribs, and the broken ribs pierced his lungs, causing him to cough violently and spit up blood. He rose to his feet with difficulty, looked at Chen En and spoke in a human voice. You, human. How did you find this place? Chen En was surprised. You can speak English. Human language? Ahem. Answer my question. I can tell you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to accept the creature you praise as a hero. Chen En pointed to the dung bow that was broken in half on the ground. I didn't kill it on purpose. I just cut off his hand and let him bring me here. Like this? Crap! Crap! The chieftain's eyes burned with rage. He cursed. This creature, she is not a hero. She is a sinner. A sinner from the tribe of grey bones. The old goblin gushed blood and cursed, looking truly terrifying. Chen En's face was expressionless, and he remained silent. He approached slowly, clutching an axe in his hand. Every step was like a countdown, causing the goblin chieftain's heart to flutter. The chief knew that he was dead. In his last moments, he muttered contemptuously, "Don't be so smug, human. When our king returns, he will kill you. You will pay for what you did." Chen En raised his axe. "Your king? The Ashbone King, the most powerful goblin in the world." "Really?" The axe fell. The goblin chieftain's head and body were torn apart, and he died, turning into experience points. The camp was flooded with blood. Chen En checked his resume. The goddess recorded his actions. You killed 20 goblin warriors, earning 17,600 experience points. You are self-taught, and through perfect control over your body, you have acquired the skill Spinning Axe Plus. This skill has been recorded and can be used at any time. You killed the goblin chieftain, receiving 10,000 experience points. You killed the goblin chieftain, obtaining the loot, Staff of Conscious Intent. A small tribe of goblins brought in almost 30,000 experience points. This, the secret kingdom, is truly profitable. Place. Dispatch is a truly outstanding skill, giving Chen En the ability to single-handedly destroy the goblin camp. While active, it continuously drains Chen En's stamina and mana. About 5 minutes after the transformation began, Chen En already felt the fatigue creeping in. His spell was about to crumble. He sighed and removed the spell. The lingering stream of magical energy slowly recedes, his dark armor disappearing, revealing a tired face. Chen En finds a free place to sit. The little cutie runs up to him, looking at him with concern. Chen En smiles, stroking the cutie's cheek, inhaling her scent and warmth. So charming and so reliable. The witch said that Chen En would appreciate the cutie's convenience, and it was true. Without the cutie, everything wouldn't have gone so smoothly. And in fact, Chen En could have died from the dung onion, losing his life the moment he entered the secret realm. But more importantly, it was feeling of security. The little cutie understood human nature. He couldn't speak, but it gave Chen En the confidence to take risks alone. Chen En took out a jar of yellow peaches from his bag, opened it, and brought it to the little cutie's mouth. "Do you want some peaches?" The little cutie snorted and began to eat. The spiritual horse does not need. There was food, but Chen En wanted to praise him, and the little cutie was ready to accept the praise. Chen En pinched the little cutie twice, then walked over to the goblin chieftain's body and picked up the wooden staff that he had knocked away. The wooden staff was 1.2 meters long, looked like wood, and felt like ore. There was a ruby glittering at the end. Upon closer inspection, Chen En was shocked to find that it was actually an equipment with green letters. Wand of Mindfulness, a weapon of superior rank. Very useful, a staff capable of storing a low-level spell. Without a doubt, among green quality items, this staff is simply outstanding. Magic Power Enhancement. Equipping this staff increases your magical power by 3. Spell Storage. Stores 1 low-level spell. Spell in the staff until you use it. Phew, phew. Chen En waved his staff, not knowing if this was a good idea. But with the green affix and excellent quality, it was definitely better than his sister's staff. He would save it for her. Chen En put the staff into a cute little bag. To leave or to stay? After a short rest, Chen En slowly came to his senses. He looked around the camp, considering his options. To them, the name of the Greybone King sounded a little scary. The strongest goblin was even more frightening. The cave was huge, probably built for Suro Bone King. The Grey Bone King had likely taken the group out hunting and could return at any moment. To be honest, Chen En felt quite confident. He felt that this recommended level 20 secret realm was not too difficult, and the Grey Bone King was not a boss, at best an elite. Elite, perhaps even his equal. Chen En knew it was a risk, but he was willing to take it. Him to go. Even the sharpest sword needs constant sharpening to keep it sharp. Trees thrive in storms and winds, and their roots grow best. The same should be true for people. Chen En wandered around the camp and found that the goblins' rooms, incredibly tight, and you had to bend over to get in. But the dungeon to the east of the center of the camp was spacious. Inside it was dry and deserted, 20 iron cages neatly arranged. The keys to the cells hung on the wall at the entrance, thoughtfully numbered. Chen En took the key to cage number 1, opened the door, and crawled inside. The room was quite large, and the cages were covered with a layer of hay. Although they were not particularly comfortable, they did not feel uneasy. Having not slept all day, and having fought 2 intense battles, Chen En was completely exhausted. He looked at the little cutie standing in front of the cage and said, "Sweetie, I'm going to sleep for a while. Please keep an eye on me. Don't forget to call me if anyone comes." The little cutie made a sound to show that he understood. "I'm fine. Faster. Faster, Gulu." The forest was still dark in the morning light. A group of warriors walked along the game trail with torches. The goblin warriors on the team squealed and screamed. The blue-haired boy did not understand their language at all and even forgot what they were saying. Judging by their behavior, he was very scared. Failure, failure. The secret kingdom is no place for a newbie like him. The goblins that hunt people here are also different from the monsters in the wild. Monsters in the wild have no wisdom, only instincts. If you understand their habits, they can be easily dealt with. But goblins, they even know how to set traps. The blue-haired boy did. He walked too fast and his left leg started bleeding again. He had to stop and adjust his stride. 3 hours ago, he accidentally stepped on a trap and was unable to move in place. He was captured by a group of goblins who had set up an ambush from the side. And not only him. 4 of his teammates were attacked at the same time. After a fierce battle, the sage heir of the dragon and tiger sect was pierced through the shoulder blade by the enemy's sword, rendering him unable to move. They were then pinned to the ground by goblins who outnumbered them many times over, and it was unclear where they were being taken. Why is this happening? Is this really it? Is it really death? No, I can't come to terms with this. The pain in his legs increased his fear. The blue-haired boy's lips trembled, his whole body shook, and tears welled up in his eyes. Faster, Gulu. What are you hesitating for, Gulu? Quickly, quickly, move. The wooden stick hits furiously Arila. This pain was no longer enough to touch his heart. The blue-haired boy knew that he should not rave anymore. He overcame the pain in his legs, lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and walked forward, letting tears flow down his face. The detachment moved forward slowly and soon reached the entrance to the cave. The goblin leading the squad spotted the body at the entrance and quickly reported, Chief, this is terrible. Our guard is killed." "What?" The goblin at the end of the group, wearing a black helmet and standing a head taller than his comrades, frowned and stepped forward. He noticed the body. Judging by the stiff body, the goblin guarding the entrance to the cave had been dead for more than 8 hours. The cause of death was one blow of an axe? Everywhere. Horse hoof prints were found, indicating that the killer was a mounted axeman. Problem, thought the goblin in the black helmet. A horse can tell a lot, not least about wealth. A horse that can travel will not come cheap. 500,000, 800,000, even 3 million. That, who killed the goblin sentry, was at the very least an adventurer from a good family and with considerable financial resources. Even scarier. In the worst case, a group of adventurers will discover our base. The goblin in the black helmet preferred. A group of adventurers most likely have horses. Costs. The cost of collective breeding is lower, and the group can use horses flexibly and maximize its profits. In contrast, a solo adventurer has less chance of finding a horse for adventure. Black Helmet drew his dagger and shouted to his men, "Draw your weapons and be on guard! Compatriots, we may have problems!" There was a rhythmic clatter of hooves, and the little cutie snorted and nuzzled Chen En's face. Chen En opened his eyes, took out his phone, and saw that it was already 6 in the morning. He was too sleepy. Despite the dangerous surroundings, Chen En still slept through the night, probably due to the confidence this little cutie gave him. Squeak, squeak. A shrill goblin voice was heard in the distance, and footsteps were approaching. The enemy was approaching. Chen En rinsed his mouth with mouthwash and took out some dry food and water from the bag hanging on the little cutie's shoulder. Finally, he closed the door of the iron cage and said calmly, "Darling, come back first. I am unconscious and very hungry. Let's pretend to be a grandson first, and then kill him." Humph. The little cutie snorted and turned into a golden stream, wrapping itself around Chen En's arm. The next moment, the dungeon door opened. 3 goblins led 5 tied people. Chen En looked and was surprised to find the blue-haired boy from the bus among them. Taking another look, Master Yuan Jing Yuan, with his long white hair and mysterious noble demeanor, was also handcuffed and shoved into an iron cage. It must be said that this descendant, the Dragon Tiger sect, had a truly graceful demeanor. Even now, there was no trace of despondency on his face. He sat in the cage, legs crossed, eyes closed, resting. He looked less like a prisoner and more like a man invited to discuss the Tao. Crunch! The locks clicked. 5 prisoners were locked in 5 cages. The goblins accompanying them noticed Chen En and began pointing and chatting. Chen En knew what they were talking about, even without understanding it. These goblins must have witnessed the destruction in the camp, and they certainly didn't know what happened. Now that Chen En was suddenly in a cage, they must have been discussing the report to their superiors, hoping to learn something from him, who had already been there. After a while, 2 goblins stood guard at the entrance to the dungeon, and the 3rd ran away, landing on the ground. Chen En, without any embarrassment, looked at the blue-haired guy and asked, "Hey, buddy, are you okay?" The blue-haired man was confused and grinned. "Don't you see? We're all in a cage, just like you. Are you okay?" I'm fine." Chen En took the chocolate bar and took a bite. Then another one. The blue-haired boy, who was slowly watching him, was genuinely amused. "Hey bro, I remember you. What, you didn't even pass the adventurer's certificate?" Chen En finished his ration and unscrewed the bottle of water. "He did not pass. You don't even have a certificate. What the hell are you doing here? Are you in a hurry to be reborn, huh? Well, now you really will die. Your dream has come true. Congratulations. I noticed that you have quite a sharp tongue." The blue-haired young man chuckled and fell silent. At this moment, Yuan Jing from Dragon Tiger Gate suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Chen En. His face was distorted with extreme shock, and he spoke. "My friend, the massacre in the camp. Did you arrange this? You weren't captured. You were here, resting. If not, then why weren't you tied up? And why did you have food and water?" Chen En smiled slightly and stood up. "Old man, you have a keen eye, and your guess is absolutely correct. I wasn't really caught. I was just tired of killing. And it was dark, so I slept in this cage." Bang! Chen En stretched out his hand and pushed, causing the iron cage door to open with a bang. He grabbed the axe handle and, like a meteor, rushed towards the 2 goblins at the entrance to the dungeon. Squeak! The loud sound naturally attracted the attention of the 2 goblins. They didn't expect that the iron cage was not locked. But it didn't matter. They had just returned victorious and were in high spirits. They did not regard ordinary people as a threat. They did not even give any warning and rushed towards Chen En with swords. Chen En was slightly surprised. He smiled slightly, placed them in front of him, and then, wow, Gulu, Gaha Gulu, one axe after another. Chen En really didn't understand who these two goblins were pretending to be. Don't they know their weight? How dare they throw themselves in his face? Having received 1,760 experience points, he shook his head and wiped the blood from his axe. On the other side, Yuan Jing and the others were also surprised to see Chen En casually kill two goblin warriors with his axe. The level of these. The two goblin warriors were not low in stature and their combat skills were mature. Even if they were level 18 now, they would not be able to deal with them as easily as the youth in front of them. Didn't he even pass the adventurer's certificate exam? Yuan Jing thought to himself. What a guy. Brave, calm, skillful, with an impeccable sense of timing, and his strength is colossal. He cut a goblin in two with one blow of his axe, in armor. I can't do that. It goes without saying that Chen En's strength indicator is truly exceptional. With the bonuses from his two classes, his unmasked bonus is C plus A plus. The average class might not even have a C, let alone an A plus. Add to this the 20 points of strength given by the combat. Lionheart braces. Even a level 30 class with full strength wouldn't necessarily surpass Chen En. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Chen En walked up to the blue-haired youth's cage and knocked on the lock. Let you out? No need. The blue-haired young man refused. He snorted coldly and snorted disdainfully. No one thinks killing two goblins is a big deal, right? Newbie, let me tell you something. There are 10 goblins up there, and one of them is the goblin leader. If they all attack you, will you be able to defeat them? Doesn't matter. In any case, I'm not going to let you go just yet. Before Chen En could say anything, Yuan Jing from Dragon Tiger Gate suddenly shouted, "Young man, help me open the door. These creatures have no morals and they attacked me. I was captured alive before I could use my skills. What a disgrace. Young man, please release me. I will fight these creatures to the death." This old man, why does he speak so awkwardly? He speaks a semi-literate language. Who is he trying to fool? After Yuan Jing said these words, the twin sisters also said, "Classmates, let us out. Instead of slaughtering us like pigs and dogs, it's better to fight to the death. Maybe there's still a chance to survive." The last strong youth, covered in blood, pounded on the iron cage and shouted, "Save me! Save me first! Brothers, I can still fight. If those creatures up there come down, I'll fight them." The blue-haired boy looked at his teammates, feeling shame and anger. He wanted to say something sarcastic, but he couldn't open his mouth. At that moment, he really wanted to rush into battle and die for his life. But he looked at Chen En's irritated face and didn't want to stoop to asking a newbie for help. Chen En looked around at everyone, but did not move. His gaze was calm as he said, "It's not that I didn't save you. I just thought it was inappropriate. The goblins up there took you back and imprisoned you, meaning they can't hurt you for now. You're safe now. If I release you, you'll be my accomplice. And if I catch you again, you'll die. If I hold you, you'll stay where you are, and maybe you'll have a chance to live." So, Chen En pointed up. He spoke again. "Wait a moment. I will go up and check the quality of these goblins." There was another important reason that Chen En didn't mention. After activating Join the Battle, his combat effectiveness had increased significantly, but he was hesitant. Demonstrate this skill publicly. He decided that the 5 wounded, defeated men in front of him would not be as useful in battle as he was, so he did not save them. Once he reaches the top, if he really can't beat them, he could just run away on his little cutie and find someone else. Opportunity for battle later. It would be better than risking my life with these 5 men. Yuan Jing's face was serious, and he asked, "Young man, how sure are you?" Chen En thought for a moment. "It's hard to say. If you insist on an answer, I can only say that it all depends on human efforts." He looked at the stairs leading down and confidently climbed up. Does everything depend on human efforts? If it is beyond human strength, then isn't it all just chance? Unreasonable. Unreasonable. Yuan Jing looked at Chen En's back, and anxiety grew in his heart. He was forced to admit that the young man in front of him was stronger than him. But the goblin in the black helmet was no ordinary creature. Even if it wasn't an elite monster, it was close to it. Yuan Jing estimated that Black Helmet was level 30. Level 30. Monster leader plus 7 to 8 elite minions. Could a common man endure this? He is a deputy. He squealed and Chen En's back disappeared. The dungeon was deathly silent. The bodies of the two goblins were still sloshing around with blood, but no one paid attention to him. The blue-haired youth frowned. He looked at the others and asked, "Is everything really okay?" Silence. The only answer he received was silence. Yuan Jing sighed softly and sang, "Alas, it's come to this. What can I do? Stomp! Stomp!" In the midst of his anxiety, a rumble of footsteps was suddenly heard. Yuan Jing and the others raised their heads and saw the one who left earlier retreating into the dungeon. "What is happening?" Yuan Jing shouted, "Young man, why did you come back?" Chen En. He turned around and waved his hand helplessly. "I didn't want to go back either. They forced me." There was a cold snort, followed by a rhythmic knock. A pair of combat boots came into view, and upon seeing them, Yuan Jing's heart became alert. The black helmet goblin was approaching. Goblin. The black helmet held a short sword and had a cruel smile on his face. His golden eyes looked straight at Chen En as he walked down the stairs, his entire being filled with fighting energy. He raised his sword, pointed at Chen En from afar, and muttered in human language, "People up there, did you do this?" Chen En shook his head. "I don't understand. Can you explain this completely and logically?" The black helmet goblin's speech was not very good, but the fact that he could speak proved that he had undergone a lot of training and understood Chen En's words. He kept the last of his patience and asked again, "My compatriots, did you kill them?" Chen En shook his head. "You are much worse at speaking human language than this old goblin. He can communicate with me very freely. I can sense his reluctance and anger from his words. I also clearly know that he was in great pain before his death. He died very painfully and kept begging me not to kill him. Of course, I ignored it." "To hell!" Black Helmet said in a clear voice, his eyes wide with anger, and with great hatred he swung his sword. A little strong, but not invincible. Chen En felt the sword wind approaching him and grabbed his shield, subconsciously wanting to use it to counterattack. At the last moment, he held back. He only lightly tapped the shield, and the power transmitted by the shield was small, which matched Chen En's premonition. Black Helmet was simply bluffing, not giving it his all. This exchange of lines, it only lasted for a moment, but Chen En's heart was filled with anxiety. He realized that the black helmet goblin in front of him was not to be underestimated. He was very strategic and incredibly cunning. "What just happened?" Chen En mocked, and Black Helmet attacked with fury. His anger was so real, his impulse so shocking. But his sword blade was just a test attack. On the other hand, the goblin in the black helmet did not pursue after the sword strike. His golden eyes narrowed, and he thought, "A strong enemy. A strong enemy." Chen En was surprised. "Isn't it the same thing?" He was confident that his performance was flawless. Based on the previous conversation, he naturally played the role of an enraged warrior, carefully controlling his facial expression and coordinating his body movements to create the illusion of a furious one-hit kill. According to his reasoning, the man in front of him had to defend himself with all his might, allowing him to take advantage of the moment when Chen En's movements became stale and irreversible to deliver a truly powerful blow that ended the fight. But he didn't have a chance. The man was so calm and collected that he only symbolically defended himself, successfully blocking him. Symbolic attack! Both the man and the goblin were serious. They retreated at the same time, taking up positions at a safe distance, looking each other in the face. Squeak, squeak. The goblin warriors behind the black helmet didn't understand what was happening. They whispered to each other, pointing at the two men in the arena, their words incoherent. Bulletin silence reigned in the dungeon. The atmosphere became tense. The 5 people in the cage watched Chen En and Black Helmet with bated breath. Yuan Jing saw all this, but he could not solve the mystery. Confused, he wondered. What was going on? The final blow was supposed to decide the outcome, so why were they all retreating? In the silence, Chen En suddenly lowered his shield and pulled out a second axe from behind his back. Goblin axe. And then he threw. Ooh! The axe hit Black Helmet's head and struck. Goblin chest on the steps. The goblin screamed in pain and fell down dead. Chen En looked disappointed, as if he had missed. Without thinking, he threw his peasant's axe again. Back, Black Helmet shouted back, but it was too late. Ugh! Sip, sip. The second goblin warrior collapsed into a pool of blood, and those around him, the goblins retreated in terror and panic. 2 axes struck at the same time, but both missed. Without having, or with the sword in his hands, Chen En could only raise his shield and take a defensive stance. Black Helmet stepped forward cautiously, his golden eyes staring at Chen En. Are you kidding me? I don't understand. He didn't understand why he was doing this. Those 2 axes didn't just miss, they were intentional. The man in front of him hadn't targeted him from the start. He'd aimed for the 2 dead goblins. But why? Didn't he know that he was the real enemy? Put yourself in an unarmed position to kill 2 puny goblins. Was it recklessness or a strategic move? Black Helmet didn't understand. Doesn't matter. Since the enemy was unarmed then, attack! Attack! Maintain a certain level of intensity, always leaving room for retreat. If he does this, it will soon become clear whether the man is reckless or a strategist. Hooray! Black Helmet roared, rushing forward with his sword. He was so fast that in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. A strong wind blew in his face. Chen En smiled faintly and activated the skill, Rotating Axe Plus. After 2 quiet puff-puff sounds, the 2 goblin corpses lying in a pool of blood suddenly began to tremble. The axes pierced into their chests were pulled towards Chen En by an inexplicable force. Captain Black Helmet, watch out! Gulu is behind you! The goblins screamed. The next moment, 2 sounds pierced the air, one on the left, the other on the right, as if they were stuck in his head. It was, so that's it. That's how it is. This man has the ability to recall his axes. He deliberately threw 2 axes to provoke me into attacking. As soon as I reached him, he immediately withdrew his axes and killed me. Black Helmet's guess turned out to be correct. The goddess's description of the skill was incredibly accurate. By obtaining the rotating axe skill, Chen En had mastered an axe skill that could not be obtained through practice. Under normal circumstances, how could an axe stuck in someone's chest return to Chen En's hand out of thin air? Only active use of the skill could cause such a thing. Unnatural effect. Here it is, the power of skill. On the brink of life and death, Black Helmet and Chen En looked at each other from a close distance. Black Helmet thought to himself, great scheme, but I have one option. Chen En thought to himself, in this situation, all you have left is one choice, attack with all your might. Black Helmet must attack with all his might. His mind must be clear and pure. His next strike must crush Chen En, otherwise he will be killed by Chen En's axe. But in fact, from the moment he decided to hit with all his might, no, from the moment he rushed at Chen En, forced with all his might by his tricks, the fight was already over. Crap. With the sound of a hammer, Chen En swung his tortoise shield, deflecting Black Helmet's dagger. This is a shield counterattack! This is truly a shield counterattack. Shock filled his heart, and despair quickly grew. Black Helmet stared at Chen En's swing and closed his eyes. I'm dead. Bang! Chen En delivered a blow, breaking Black Helmet's nose. Puff! Bang! 2 axes flew overhead, cutting off Black Helmet's left and right hands before Chen En grabbed them again. Then, Chen En crossed his arms and struck with all his might, one axe cutting off his head, the other cutting his waist. Blood gushed out, and the Black Helmet shattered into 3 pieces. The next moment, the goddess wrote down on Chen En's resume, you killed the Goblin Captain Quasi-Elite Monster and received 20,000 experience points. Quasi-Elite Monster, 20,000 experience points. A smile appeared on Chen En's lips. He looked up at the remaining stunned goblin warriors and threw his axe. Double, spinning axe plus. Slaughter, the second appearance of goblins in this camp. Although I know that reading this chapter is definitely not enough, and I won't be able to pass the next round of PK, I still want to add one more. Chapter to avoid those who do not know the truth and say that I am too short and incoherent. 10 normal goblins gave 8,800 experience points, and one quasi-elite gave 20,000 points. I was in this secret realm for less than a day, and I gained over 50,000 experience points. Thank you. I am so happy. Besides the experience points, there is another surprise. A short sword of a goblin in a black helmet. This sword shines with a cold light, and at first glance, it looks like it costs a lot of money. Chen En picked it up and saw that it was a weapon with white words written on it. Silver-plated sword. A normal grade short sword. A short sword taken from the hands of a passerby is not excellent, but it is enough. Sharpness. The silver-plated sword is very sharp. Dexterity fortified. When you equip this sword, your dexterity increases by 1 point. For Chen En, increasing his agility by 1 point is not very useful, but the price of equipment with additional characteristics is definitely higher than usual. How can this be sold for 50,000 yen? Moreover, the short sword is a one-handed sword, which can be bonused by Chen En's one-handed sword entrance. Using it as a backup weapon is not a problem. A dagger in a sheath tucked into a belt. Chen En used the key to open the chamber and free everyone. Yuan Jing and the others looked at Chen En with serious expressions, their gazes full of respect. They did not witness the chase with the normal goblins, but watched the entire battle with Black Helmet in the dungeon. Honestly speaking, the battle unfolded so quickly, so strategically thought out, and with so much detail that none of the 5 present noticed the undercurrents lurking beneath the surface. What they saw was the last, almost executed moment. The thrown axes flew back like ghosts and returned to Chen En's hands, then collided, striking downwards, cutting the black helmet into 3 pieces. Real bloodshed, real violence. Just watching it was soul-stirring, and that cruel but beautiful final moment was mesmerizing. To put it simply, they couldn't understand, but they were deeply touched. The blue-haired boy's expression changed completely. He leaned closer, exclaiming, "Brother! Who is your brother?" Crawling. Chen En glanced at him, then turned around and asked, "Are you on the same team?" Yuan Jing, with his usual wise expression, stepped forward with a humble demeanor. "We're on the same team. I'm ashamed to be captain, but I'm honestly completely incompetent. I almost crippled everyone." Chen En was willing to admit he was right. The goblins are much more cunning than I expected. You fell for their tricks, and that's why you were captured, right? Who said no? Brother, you don't know. These green-skinned creatures are really cunning. Extremely cunning. The blue-haired guy spoke again. This guy, now with incredible enthusiasm, was the first to join in. We fell into their trap, and that's why we ended up in this situation. If you hadn't stepped on the trap, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Right? The twins started talking. Liu Min and Liu Ling. Both were mages with an overall C rank and charming appearances. They were clearly very unhappy with the blue-haired guy and spoke sarcastically. The blue-haired boy's surname was Lan, and his real name was Lan Yu. He was a magician by profession. The last one, a sturdy young man of 1.8 meters in height, was a spearman who called himself Zhao Zilong from Dihua City. This guy probably took the grey screen as a game and came up with a game name for himself. Yuan Jing and the others were in terrible condition when they were captured. After Chen En killed everyone, he found their weapons in the camp and naturally rearmed. Zilong waved his red tassel spear and turned to Chen En. "Brother Chen, what should we do next?" Everyone, including Yuan Jing, turned around and waited for Chen En's decision. "What's happening? You are a team and you have your own captain. Appropriate to ask a stranger how to act." Chen En looked at Yuan Jing and asked, Master Yuan, what are your plans? Yuan Jing shook his head and said, I have no more ideas. There are only two ways to escape from the secret world. The first is to defeat the leader, and the secret world will automatically disintegrate. The second is to find a hidden exit point and leave on my own. Under the current circumstances, there is no hope of killing the leader. I want to find an exit point, return to the real world, rest, and then plan my return. Exit point? Chen En asked. Where is the exit point? Yuan Jing shook his head. This is unknown. Young friend Chen, this secret realm was formed recently, and everything is still unknown. There is no information about the exit point, Chen En said, feeling a little embarrassed. Without any information, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. The exit point may not be so easy to find. I share your concerns. Young friend Chen, you are the strongest here. What happens next is entirely up to you. Hope that you, for the sake of our compatriots, will not hate us for our weakness and will not abandon us. At this moment, the heir of the Order of the Dragon and Tiger, who had been under tension all this time, finally gave in. The previous experience really scared him. Finally seeing the powerful figure, he lost all hope and just wanted to hug her. He spoke so sincerely, but if Chen En said this to anyone, he probably wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it. Chen En was not some kind of villain. He had a heart that was willing to help others. How could he sit idly by when his compatriots got into trouble? Impossible. Yuan Jing was stabbed in the shoulder, Lan Yu was stabbed in the leg, and the other three were injured to varying degrees. Chen En couldn't allow them to act in such a dangerous situation. After thinking for a while, he said, Master Yuan, how about this? So you take your team and hide for a while? Hiding for a while? Yuan Jing raised his head in confusion. Chen En continued, There should be many people in this secret realm. From what I heard, the Tegi squad from Dihua City headquarters and the Zilankai adventure team are already here. I'll go and see if I can transport any of them. There's strength in numbers. Before I get back, you guys should find a place to hide nearby and recuperate. That's not a bad idea. Yuan Jing thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Zilong listened and said, Brother Chen, I will go with you. Chen En shook his head. Stay. I can handle it alone. The goblin camp was located on the bank of a stream. The group found a relatively secluded cave near the stream. Chen En led them inside and said, Wait here. 3 hours at most. I'll be back soon. Yuan Jing and the others nodded. Young friend Chen, take care of yourself. Chen En walked out, holding a shield and an axe in his hands. Returning to the crypt they came from, he touched the ring and summoned his little cutie. A jet-black ghost horse emerged from the golden stream and took 2 steps towards Chen En. Chen En touched his neck and asked, Darling, do you smell the scent of human A? Take me to the professionals. I need to find more people. The little cutie knelt down to make it easier for Chen En to mount the horse. He stopped bragging. The sound of hooves echoed as 5 powerful red horses galloped through the forest, their riders members of Tasia's company. He was the commander, none other than Zhao Hu, a man Chen En had met several times. He was dressed in brand new leather armor, and the dragon heads on his shoulder pads were adorned with gems that emitted light. As a participant in the 1,000 Talents plan, Zhao Hu received a significant amount of resources. His shoulder pads were actual gear with green letters on them. Compared to him, the horses he rode were mere non-entities. After all, the organization was short of drab curtain props, and things like horses were readily available. Zhao Hu casually lashed out with his whip, urging the red horses on. Captain Zhao, there's someone up ahead. A middle-aged man from the squad pointed forward, bewilderment evident in his voice. This guy looks a bit like Chen En. Chen En? How could this good-for-nothing guy who failed his adventurer's certification exam and only got a D- end up here? Zhao Hu stared, his face showing surprise. It was Chen En. How is that possible? Maybe ? Zhao Hu frowned and said, Let's go take a look. The 5 men spurred their horses and galloped towards Chen En. Chen En had good eyesight and had already noticed Taiji's team approaching. A smile lit up his face and he was the first to greet them, shouting, "Captain Zhao, hello! I didn't expect to see you here." Zhao Hu looked at the young man, unable to utter a word. From his horse he asked, "You are Chen En. Why are you here? Don't you know how dangerous this secret kingdom is? Get out of here immediately and don't interfere." Chen En smiled and said, "Even if I wanted to get out now, I wouldn't be able to. Or did you find a way out?" Zhao Hu smiled slightly, quite pleased with himself, and said, "The goal of the Taj team is not to find a way out. We're looking for the petty leader of this secret kingdom. You must have noticed, right? The jungle is full of goblins. We need to find their camp and then kill them all." Oh, what a coincidence. Chen En pointed back and said, "Captain Zhao, I have important information. I found a goblin camp there. I think they call it the Greybone tribe, and their leader is the Greybone King. Might be the junior boss you're looking for. Goblin camp? King of the Grey Bones? Here it is." Zhao Hu's eyes lit up and he asked, "Really? Is it true?" Zhao Hu raised his hand, pointing the way with his whip. "Where is the camp? Take me there, quickly, this way, follow me." The professional people they encountered were from the Tage squad, which was technically good news. Chen En and Zhao Hu were at odds a bit. They clearly despised each other and did not see eye to eye. But in the end, they both were. Dihua, hardly from the regimental headquarters. Even if they lacked compassion, they had their duties. It wasn't like the previous little conflict meant they were going to taunt someone in the secret world, hoping that monsters would dismember and eat them. That would be too gloomy. Of course, it was expected that Zhao Hu would become friends with Chen En. Impossible. Chen En walked quickly ahead, while Zhao Hu and the others leisurely followed behind on horseback. No one asked Chen En if he wanted to ride, let alone dismount to accompany him. Chen En was helpless. If he were riding alone, he could do whatever he wanted. If he couldn't win, he could simply run away and even use engage in battle with impunity. But the bondage weakened him. Chen En was confident in his own strength, but he felt that he would not be able to properly protect Yuan Jing and the others. If the situation became tense, he might not be able to handle everything. Everyone had only one life, and Chen En didn't want to risk the lives of others. He looked back, but didn't see Instructor An. He couldn't help but ask, "Captain Zhao, where is Instructor An?" Zhao Hu chuckled. "I've thought it over and I don't think a soldier who hasn't seen combat in 2 years is trustworthy, so I've found a temporary replacement. What's your problem?" Chen En smiled faintly. "No problem. You're the captain." "Okay, keep going." Instructor An didn't show up. For the better. The power of the expansion nest was undeniable. Coach An had been absent from the battlefield for a long time, so anything could have happened. How comfortable will it be to stay at the regimental headquarters? There was no danger whatsoever. 40 minutes later, Chen En led them to the entrance of the Ru cave. The goblin's body at the entrance was frozen stiff, and the blood spilled on the ground had long since dried. Only droplets of it remained on the grass. Zhao Hu dismounted and examined the body. After a moment he said, "This monster was killed by the master." Chen En exclaimed, "Oh," and asked, "How did you guess?" "One blow of the axe, and he felled both the man and his armor. He is much stronger than me. I rate this expert's strength bonus at least A, and his strength is over 30 points. This is too conservative. He could have been bolder." Chen En crossed his arms over his chest, silently. Old Li also looked at the goblins and then said, "Captain Zhao is absolutely right. Did you notice? Have mortal wounds? No other. This expert is ruthless, cold-blooded, and experienced. Such cold-bloodedness is extremely rare. I just don't know where it came from. Must be from the grey screen. Have anyone in our regiment who knows how to handle an axe?" Team Tig started making noise, making Chen En feel a little awkward. The bad thing was that Zhao Hu came to his senses and stopped praising him. Zhao Hu stared at the dark entrance of the cave and asked, "How many enemies are there in the camp?" Chen En replied, When I left, there was no one left there, but I am not sure whether any of the goblin squads that were on duty while I was gone returned. You said you came here with a team of professionals? Where are they? The wounded. They temporarily hide in a cave inside. I went out to find more people. It's safer to act in a group. Zhao Hu pointed at the corpse and asked, "Which team of experts killed this monster?" Chen En shook his head. No, he really wasn't. In the end, Chen En came alone. Zhao Hu chuckled and said, "Find me and you and your team will be safe." Chen En smiled. "That's true. It's an honor for me to have found you, Captain Zhao. You behaving well now? The secret kingdom is dangerous, so you keep your tail between your legs? Weren't you a bit too arrogant at the tea shop? What a scoundrel who changes his behavior, depending on the situation." Zhao Hu looked at Chen En and said, "I passed the saffron to you. It is of good quality and the regiment is very pleased." Chen En seemed surprised. "Really? Captain Zhao, even if it is of good quality, you don't need to pay me more. 60,000 is more than enough." Zhao Hu looked at him meaningfully, then waved his hand and said, "Everyone dismount and follow me. Chen En, follow Lao Li." The middle-aged man smiled slightly and said to Chen En, "Follow me. Don't panic or run if you encounter monsters. We'll take care of it. Just don't create problems." Chen En nodded. Of course. The Taij team, who were transporting firewood, showed outstanding valor. The warrior temporarily invited to replace instructor An Yu led the attack, another axeman stayed behind, and the remaining 3 spread out in the center, forming a formation 1-3-1, with coordinated support from head to tail. Given the uncertainty of the situation, this was the best option. The middle-aged man next to Chen En, Old Man Li, the healer, raised his hand and cast a spell, blessing everyone, slightly enhancing their attributes. And Old Man Li looked at Chen En and asked, "Do you want a blessing?" Chen En nodded. "Yes, I won't give it to you." Old Man Li smiled and added, "Brother Chen, I'm not looking down on you. It's just that my mana is limited. Please be patient." Chen En nodded again. "I understand. The blade must be made of good steel." This is true. The group continued on their way, naturally avoiding any danger. They moved forward, emerging from the caves and catching a glimpse of the camp in the valley. Chen En pointed to the side and said, "The other team is over there, Captain Zhao. Let's meet them first." Captain Zhao looked into the distance and saw a goblin camp strewn with corpses. He realized that this was not what he had imagined. He assumed that Chen En had come for help. The goblin camp may not have been hostile, but it was not supposed to be breached or destroyed. But now look at him. Blood. Deathly silence. Corpses are scattered across the ground. The fires had long since gone out, and wisps of smoke were rising from them. The empty camp was empty, except for dozens of bodies lying in disarray. The wind carried the smell of blood. Zhao Hu looked around the camp and suddenly noticed a chilling detail. The bodies were horrific. Beheaded or cut in half, not a single one remained whole. Zhao Hu was horrified, thinking to himself, "What a cruel method. The culprits are either mentally ill or have an irreconcilable hatred for monsters. Otherwise, how can they be so cruel? Terrible." It was even more frightening. Could one person really do this? One man slaughtering an entire camp? No. This is unlikely. Zhao Hu looked at Chen En and asked, "Where is the Grey Bone King you spoke of?" Chen En simply replied, "He hasn't returned yet. You should know that the jungle is full of goblins who hunt professionals." Really? Along the way, Zhao Hu saw many corpses. Squad also encountered ambushes from time to time, goblins out hunting. The camp in front of him was quite large, and he estimated that there must be more than 50 goblins here, many more than the 20 or 30 lying on the ground. He snorted coldly and said, "Excellent. Follow me. We will occupy this camp and wait for a convenient opportunity." The members of Taeger's squad responded and were about to mount their horses. Seeing that they were about to leave, Chen En said, "Captain Zhao, There is a group of professional fishermen in the cave over there, all from Dihua City. One of them is injured. Maybe I can bring them here and reunite with you." Zhao Hu turned and looked at Chen En. "Is this necessary? If they are injured, they can no longer fight, right? So they need protection." "Funny. My Taige squad is not a medical team. This was completely different from what Chen En had thought. Chen En believed that we were all adventurers fighting monsters and should help each other. If someone is in danger, we must draw our swords and help. If someone is injured, we must protect and heal him. Knowing that someone is in danger, we must of course provide him with the proper assistance before moving on to other matters." But Zhao Hu didn't seem to think so. Chen En looked at him and said, "Captain Zhao, put yourself in his place. If you were ever in danger, would you want someone to give you a helping hand?" Zhao Hu frowned but remained silent. Number? He didn't want to answer. Who doesn't want to be helped? Chen En sighed quietly and then smiled incomprehensibly. 3 years ago, monsters attacked Beavertown. Of the 50,000 residents, 20,000 died in the first 3 days. At that time, the connection was cut off, the internet was down, the city was shrouded in fog. Nothing was visible, only deafening screams that did not stop either day or night. Many collapsed, many became numb, many went mad. The 3 pure ones, Buddha, the Taoist Bodhisattva, the Earth God, Guan Yin of the South China Sea, the Western God, even Satan from hell. The residents of Beavertown prayed to every deity they could think of, begging for mercy and salvation. But there was no salvation, none. It was only a month later that the White Robes squad arrived to find the brave Qi Tianxia and save the people of Beavertown. That's when Chen En realized the importance of the word salvation. He looked at Zhao Hu, and the smile disappeared from his face. "So you understand? There are people who need help, and saving them is our main task. You are the chosen one of the regiment. You have abilities, and I believe you have a duty. Come with me and help them." Zhao Hu shrugged. He mounted his horse and looked at Chen En. "I have no obligation to save you. Mission is a fire reconnaissance of this secret kingdom. Nothing more." "Okay, okay, okay." Chen En looked at Zhao Hu and sneered, "You are irresponsible." Zhao Hu sighed loudly and shook his head. "Chen En, with an overall rating of only D-, you cannot understand the ambitions of an elite like me. I need to seize the moment. Before the Greybone King returns, I must devise a plan, set up ambushes, and prepare to exterminate powerful monsters. I don't have time to save anyone. Killing the King of Greybones is my duty, and that is my value." Chen En suddenly understood and said, "I understand. For you, honor and praise are more important." Zhao Hu did not argue. "No matter what you think, I will not change my decision." Bang! Bang! Chen En, annoyed, was about to turn around and leave when suddenly he heard heavy footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw a huge goblin approaching with resounding steps. Normal goblins are only about 1.34 meters tall, but this one was over 2 meters tall, its body covered in muscular folds, giving it an incredibly ferocious appearance. But the most amazing thing is, there was a golden crown on his head. The crown was incredibly small, barely larger than a teacup. Cups. Sitting on the head of the giant creature in front of him, she added a little humor. "Oh, 1, 2, 3, 6 people?" Looking around at them, the giant goblin noticed Chen En and the others standing not far from the crypt. He looked around, grinning, and spoke in purely human language. "What's going on? People, since you came in person, why don't you wrap yourself in ribbons? A gift should look like a gift." Zhao Hu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" "I am not a thing. I am a person. I am the King of Greybones. King of the Greybones. Ha. After a long search, finally, without difficulty, you found it." Zhao Hu waved his hand and shouted, "Kill! Ha!" As soon as Zhao Hu finished speaking, the warriors of his squad drew their 2-handed swords and charged with a roar. Giant Goblin. The king of grey bones raised his palm and tapped his finger on the warrior's forehead. Earth spikes! The earth heaved. A stone spike jutted out of the ground in front of the warrior, easily piercing his chest and throwing him into the air. Wow! The warrior spat out blood, his limbs hanging limply. The king of grey bones looked at his masterpiece and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! How easy! Useful magic of the body. A monster that can use magic. The warrior's body hung in the air, blood dripping onto the ground, creating a halo of bright red colors. Everyone present, including Chen En, showed a slight fear, subconsciously tensing their bodies. Ahaha! Ahaha! Only the arrogant laughter of the king of grey bones echoed throughout the valley. Humph! The 2-meter goblin crossed his arms over his chest, raised his chin, and looked at the people standing in front of him. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then do not resist. Do not fight. Death is much simpler than you think. My killing skills will help you die painlessly, without any pain. Hee hee. In the silence, Zhao Hu sneered disdainfully. He pressed the sword to his chest and ran his fingers along the blade. The next moment, purple lightning struck the blade and he shouted, "Cover me!" He rushed into the attack. As a sword mage, Zhao Hu had significant damage output, but he lacked ranged attacks and relied mainly on melee attacks to use his elemental sword, now used thunder summoning, entering a state of purple lightning. The electricity increased his agility, and each attack dealt lightning damage. It was a good choice. The enemy Greybone King might be using a spell, and Zhao Hu needed to increase his speed to get closer. He put in all his power, soaring like lightning, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, covering tens of meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, with a little help from his teammates who interrupted the Grey Bones King's spell, he had a chance to score a goal. But support.teamtage entered the secret realm for the first time, and for the first time, they witnessed the tragic death of their teammates. The team's mage, momentarily distracted, missed the opportunity to cast a spell. Bang! The ground in front of them heaved up, and the thorn thrust out with force, blocking the path of Zhao Hu's attack. Spell worked. Fortunately, this was partly due to the Grey Bone King misjudging his opponent's speed, and partly due to Zhao Hu's courage, who trusted his own speed and did not slow down or turn around. The moment the thorns burst forth, Zhao Hu happened to run past, and the sharp stone tip almost hit him. "Cover me! Quickly!" Zhao Hu shouted. He couldn't back down. He had to succeed. The explosive speed provided by Thundercall clearly exceeded the Grey Bone King's expectations. If it doesn't work this time, maybe next time, it won't work. Will there be another chance? The Grey Bone King snorted coldly, raised his palm, pointed his fingertips at Zhao Hu, and magical energy froze around him. He was about to cast a new spell. Where is the support? Where is the shelter? Zhao Hu looked back in despair. He saw the mage on his team frantically raising his staff and only now began to chant the spell. It was too late. The Grey Bone King had already made one mistake. He could not make a second one. There were only 5 meters between them, a distance that could be covered in one jump. Zhao Hu had nowhere to retreat. He smiled to himself, thinking, "Am I really going to die here?" The axe blade started spinning. Just as the Grey Bone King's earth spear was about to strike, a sudden whistling sound of wind came from near his ears. At first he ignored him, intent on dealing with the seemingly threatening Electro Boy. But then, an alarm went off in his head and a premonition appeared. The King of Grey Bones sensed the approaching axe as a serious threat. Without thinking, he decisively broke the spell and reached out to catch the axe. He caught it. But this didn't happen either. The King of Grey Bones' palm gripped the axe tightly. But at that very moment, a huge force pierced, his hand shaking his whole body and throwing him off balance. How is this possible? The King of Grey Bones took 3 steps back, barely able to stay on his feet. His right hand, which had caught the axe, began to tremble violently, and he lost consciousness for a time. So strong was the blow. Who abandoned him? Who threw? Chenin, evil. Immediately. Chop! Thunder sounded. Under the protection of the axe, Zhao Hu finally approached the target. Jewel on his shoulder pad shone brightly, transmitting magical power to the sword blade, further increasing the damage. Zhao Hu concentrated his magic power, maximizing the effect of thunder summoning, and the long sword in his hand emitted an unbearable light, accompanied by the sound of thunder, creating an unrivaled aura of power. Taking advantage of the Greybone King's loss of balance, he slashed at him with his sword, releasing all of his magical power and inflicted a searing wound on his shoulder. Blood spurted, and the pain increased the rage of the Grey Boneshanks against the king. With a swing of the back of his hand, the sword hit Zhao Hu straight in the chest. "Get out of here!" Oh! Zhao Hu flew about 10 meters and fell headfirst onto the ground. He struggled to his feet, spitting out blood. He didn't die. His powerful attack did not kill the Grey Bone King or even immobilize him. Instead, he took upon himself the main blow. My chest ached excruciatingly. My ribs must have been broken. He could no longer fight. Fortunately, the Grey Bone King did not pursue him. After sending Zhao Hu flying with one blow, he immediately focused his attention on the man to the side. Standing alone in front of Tiger's team, the man casually threw down his axe and calmly looked at the Greybone King. "Captain Zhao! Captain Zhao!" At this point, the members of Tiger's team finally reacted. They surrounded Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu was alarmed and furious. He looked at the team's mage and asked, "I asked you to cover. Where are you?" The magician quickly lowered his head. "Captain, I was too nervous." "Damn it." If it weren't for Chen En's axe, Zhao Hu looked at them again, asking, "Why are you surrounding me? Don't you understand what's going on? Go fight. Where did I get such teammates? Fight? In such a situation, can we still fight?" The three remaining members of Tiger's team looked at each other without moving. In their team, Zhao Hu was the absolute power. Now Zhao Hu's energy was weak, his magic power was exhausted, and it was obvious that he could not continue the fight. And the opponent was the incredibly powerful Grey Bone King. Was there any point in continuing the fight? Old Li was alarmed. He whispered in a low, hurried voice, "Captain Zhao, let's go. A brave man never suffers defeat. We have horses. We can move." "Go? How could we retreat when there were monsters in front of us? Who will we feel sorry for if we leave now?" Zhao Hu didn't expect old Li to be such a person. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. The instinct for survival feeds cowardice. He looked up at the Greybone King, a charred mass on his shoulder, his eyes still gleaming, his aura still unstoppable. He realized that his full-force attack had had little effect on the monster. My chest hurt. Forget about continuing the fight. Prolonging the fight would put his life at risk. Retreat now may have been the most sensible decision. Zhao Hu remained silent as the meteorite fell. His silence gave Lao Li the confidence to continue. Lao Li came closer and said, "Captain Zhao, kindness does not make an army commander good. You can't be soft when you need to be ruthless. The task the regiment assigned us was fire reconnaissance. Haven't we completed it? We've already located the goblin camp and fought the local chieftain, the Greybone King. The Greybone King is a master of earth magic, has good defense, and is quite good in close combat, all of which is critical information. Yes, this information must somehow be transmitted to the regimental headquarters. Next time we come, the regimental headquarters will be able to take action based on intelligence, which will allow everything to go smoothly and save many lives." Seeing the hesitation in Zhao Hu's eyes, old Li continued, "Captain Zhao, you are a candidate for the 1,000 Talents plan. City, the entire Li Kingdom, and even all of humanity have great hopes for you. If you die here, who will you honor? Your journey must not stop here. Well, think carefully. I won't say anything else." While he was speaking, the mages and axemen from the team had already arrived on their horses. They helped Zhao Hu mount his horse, saying, "Captain Zhao, let's go first." Alas, there was only one thing left to do. Zhao Hu reluctantly mounted his horse. Sitting up, He turned his head to look at the battle unfolding nearby. Chen En and the Grey Bone King remained inactive. One of them, as well as his brother, Blin, turned around and looked at them with a grin. Zhao Hu was overcome with shame, but he had no desire to fight again. He didn't dare to look at Chen En, only shouting, "Chen En, this beast is too strong. We can't defeat it." "You ride? We have an extra horse. You can mount it. Run!" Chen En, clutching the axe, remained calm. "Shi Yao Zhao, go ahead. I'll help you stay longer, buy you some time." Zhao Hu looked up and asked anxiously, "What are you doing?" Chen En smiled sarcastically and added, "You are an elite. How can an elite die here?" Right? Not only Zhao Hu, but the entire Taige team was in a panic. Fearing an accident, old Li whispered, "Captain Zhao, the arrow is on the bowstring. It needs to be released. Let's go." "Don't let Brother Chen down." They whipped the horses, urging them on. The rapid clatter of hooves died down, and the 4 members of Taige's squad, overcome with panic, rushed into the valley's jungle. Ah ha ha, ah ah ha ha. There was an explosion of wild laughter. The King of Grey Bones, opposite him, shook with laughter. He spread his dark green hands and said to Chen En, "What a pity. You were abandoned." Chen En smiled faintly and replied, "They are the ones who are pathetic. You deceived them, mistakenly believing that you still had the strength to fight, mistakenly believing that you were still a formidable opponent." "But I know. Zhao Hu's sword strike was very effective. Your energy is exhausted. You've become just a walking experience point." "Ha!" The King of Grey Bones sneered. His eyes were full of fury, and he waved his hand, saying, "Then attack. I don't even understand what you're talking about." Chen En didn't move. There was silence. After about 15 seconds, the Grey Bones King's face turned serious. He looked at Chen En and asked, "How do you know?" Chen En smiled. "If you weren't so weak, you wouldn't have let these 4 go." At the entrance to the crypt lay the corpse of Mr. Goblin. From where the Greybone King stood, the goblin camp and the bodies inside could be seen. Although he didn't show it, everything. What he saw and heard along the way could not help but anger him. If the king had any strength left, he would not have let a single person go. His magnanimity in allowing Zhao Hu and the others to escape was sufficient proof that he considered himself to have lost his dominance, and that continuing the fight, risky, hence his resignation. Chen En looked at him and continued, "Greybone King, you have a little leader in a black helmet. Do you remember?" The Greybone King narrowed his eyes. "His name is Blackhelm. What's wrong with him?" This showed me that you goblins are actually quite smart. You love to be cunning and are a master at disguise. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have thought so deeply. I would have... Chen En sneered contemptuously. "I would treat you like pigs and dogs." "Ha! At all. Underrated." The Greybone King snorted coldly. "Human, you are perceptive, but your judgment is wrong. I am indeed injured, but I have no experience in walking. Attacking with 5 people can be really dangerous, but if you attack alone, I'll show you why I became an elite monster." An aura of the abyss pierced the air. Dark magic surrounded Chen Enya. He turned his head towards the Greybone King and said coldly, "Sorry, I used the wrong word. Let me correct you now. You are already experienced in front of me. To battle! What is this skill?" The Greybone King looked at Chen En, who was clad in pitch-black magic armor, and felt threatened. "Dear baby, come here." From the golden stream, a pitch-black ghost horse emerged, and Chen En, wearing armor, jumped on him and charged. It was... Ghost horse whistle. You really do have a ghost horse. You... Who are you?" Before the Greybone King could use any skills, little cutie, carrying Chen En, was already rushing towards him. Chen En was ruthless and iron-blooded. Echo, Part 1. The axe blade, enveloped in magical energy, fell down. The Greybone King raised a magical shield to repel the attack. A huge force threw him back 7 or 8 steps. His feet shook the ground. He could barely stay on his feet. He thought to himself, "What a powerful force, but I can withstand it." At this moment, little Cutie nimbly. He turned around, lowered his head and charged, carrying Chen En towards the Grey Bone King again. What a wonderful horse! Chen En had never learned horseback fighting. He didn't know how to chop or hack from horseback, and he had never practiced. But little Cutie was so good that he automatically failed. Chen En in the most comfortable and suitable position. Chen didn't need to change anything. He discovered that simply swinging his weapon effortlessly could effectively strike down the enemy. Echo, Part 2. The dark magic that had frozen on the axe grew stronger, its color becoming so intense that it seemed to absorb the light. The Grey Bone King heard the crash, and I realized that this axe was at least twice as powerful as the previous one. But he had just regained his balance. So where was there room to dodge? All he had to do was raise his mana shield again to prevent the axe from entering him. Bang! The shield shattered on contact. The Grey Bone King looked on helplessly. Towards the approaching axe, unable to defend himself, the merciless blade of the axe cut his body diagonally, and the piercing magic tore off his left arm. Wow! In the face of life and death, the Grey Bone King unleashed his potential. Magical runes scattered across his body, swirling with earthy yellow magic. He raised his only remaining right hand and released his final, most powerful spell, Earthquake! The ground around Cutie within a radius of 100 meters rose up. Sharp thorns sprouted like bamboo shoots, each one pointing straight at Cutie's torso. In a split second, a cage of spikes formed. The Grey Bone King changed the landscape, trying to block Cutie's movements. But, Cutie snorted contemptuously. Instead of slowing down, he sped up, darting back and forth across the thorny field like a ghost. Bang! Bang! Thorns as thick as arms, with tips glittering with a magical sheen, continued to appear. Some even touched Chen En's hair and shot into the sky, a truly terrifying sight. Cutie ran at lightning speed, approaching the Grey Bone King again. In desperation, the Grey Bone King gathered the last of his magical powers and shouted, "Die!" Bang! The last cluster of thorns jutted out of the ground in front of the Grey Bone King, leaning upward. Dozens of them, tightly linked together, resembled a tower rising above the sea. One with a leap, the little Cutie quickly jumped over the thorns, carrying Chen En over the Grey Bone King's head. Chen En took advantage of the moment, leaned forward and brought down his axe. Echo, Phase 3. The axe's magical energy thickened like night, and a black cloud fell from the sky. Meteorite falling on the head of the Grey Bone King. The Grey Bone King was powerless to resist. Bones cracked, flesh turned to mud, his massive body suddenly compressed, his massive head crashed into his pelvis. Bang! And then the earth opened up. At the entrance to the crypt, as if from nowhere, was formed, raising a column of dust to a height of 50 meters. Chen En, hidden in the smoke, held his breath, trying to suppress his trembling. The third phase of Echo was almost 10 times more powerful than the first. I will add to it as I write it, so that the ignorant child did not say that I write briefly and fragmentarily. You killed the Grey Bone King elite monster and received 50,000 experience points. You have defeated one of the bosses of the secret world and received a golden invitation. Once the square tower opens, you will be able to enter. A hint from the goddess appeared before his eyes, and a black light flashed. Chen En reached out his hand, grabbed the light, and received a hard card the size of a banknote, with a black background and golden edges. There was nothing on the back of the card, but on the front side there was a constantly beating gold this countdown: 180 hours, 10 minutes, 37 seconds. In 180 hours, the square tower will open. Chen En looked at the invitation and found that it was actually an item with a red letter on it. Then more detailed information emerged. Golden Invitation. First place in expansion. Nest number 17. Unique item. Entrance ticket to the Gospel Secret Kingdom. As the best reward for entering the Secret Kingdom, its value is difficult to measure. Entry with a ticket gives 5 freely assignable attribute points. If you can penetrate the secret realm, earn a good reputation, and even get a legendary item as a reward, it is possible. Adventurer, this is your chance to soar. Please take it. Gift of the secret world? Log in and get 5 freely distributed characteristics? This Chen En put the invitation into his pants pocket, feeling unsafe. After thinking for a while, he decided to put the invitation in. Cute little hanging bag tucked into the bottom. The smoke and dust slowly cleared, leaving Chen En in the crater he had created. He inevitably lowered his head to look at the grey bone king's body. His body slowly diminished, gradually becoming transparent, and finally turned into a golden flame, forming a fire on the site. Chen En stepped forward and stretched out his hand to touch the flame. The next moment, a message appeared. Do you want to get out of the secret world? After the death of the secret world mini-boss, it became the exit point. Chen En first pressed no, then carefully examined the flames and looked around the area around the fire. He could clearly see the crown on the head of the Ashbone King, which at first glance appeared to be made of gold. But now, she wasn't there. Nothing. There was no trace of gold anywhere. He didn't know whether it had been burned in the fire or whether Chen En's fierce attack had turned the crown into ashes. Chen Xiaoyu, brother Chen! At that moment, screams were heard behind him. Chen En turned around and saw Yuan Jing and the other 5 looking around and hurriedly approaching. Yuan Jing's steps seemed unsure as he looked at the meteorite crater that had suddenly formed. Pointing to the destruction around him, he asked, Chen Xiaoyu, what's going on? We just heard a loud bang, followed by a cloud of smoke and dust. We thought it was a bomb. Is this crater the result of this rumble? Chen En shrugged. I don't know. A Yuan Jing looked at Chen En suspiciously, suspecting that this was his doing. But then I thought, Chen Xiaoyu's powerful punches and kicks were meant for combat. He wasn't a magician. How could he know such destructive magic? The marks in front of him must have been left by a passing expert. Chen En looked at them and asked, Why did you come out? Yuan Jing hurriedly replied, There was a noise just now, like an earthquake. It was really alarming. We suspected something serious was going on outside, so we went out to check. Now, can't you see? That's why we came. About Chen En smiled and said, You arrived just in time. I didn't find any help, but I found a way to escape. Guys, I'm going to leave. What are your plans? The decision to take this adventure was spontaneous. Chen En came over, worried about Instructor Anne. Now that Instructor Anne hadn't come, and now that he had killed the minor leader, everything was fine. The day after tomorrow was supposed to be the mandatory exam for the adventurer's certificate. Yuan Jing and the others went over to check and found that the fire was indeed away. Run away! What else could be said? The 6 stood by the fire and simultaneously decided to leave the secret kingdom. The thick fog that brought them here returned. Chen En, stuck in the fog, could only see half a meter. To his surprise, the fog seemed to have some kind of restorative power. Chen En clearly felt his energy and magical power being partially replenished, and his overall condition was significantly improved. Then, Welcome back, professional. We are entering the settlement phase. You have killed 31 goblin warriors, 2 goblin chieftains, and 1 goblin elite in the secret realm. You have earned a total of 109,780 experience points. This achievement is astounding. You are a true warrior and deserve high praise. You did not team up with anyone throughout the expedition, dealing with each situation on your own. With comprehensive skills and a stable mindset, you have exceptional individual combat capabilities. You did not attack any of your kind, which is commendable. In short, your rating for this expedition into the secret kingdom. A level rating. After leaving the secret, the Goddess Kingdom will evaluate each class based on their performance. The lowest rating is C and the highest is S. A C level rating is meaningless. It's just then comment. The B-level rating deserves the praise of Bojini, requiring one solution from her awards. An A-level assessment requires 2 choices, while an S-level assessment requires 3. You have 2 options to choose from. Please select. Chen En was faced with 4 options. From left to right, he looked at them one by one. Double experience. Double the amount of experience points earned in the secret world. Riddle chest. Open the chest to get a weapon, armor, accessory, or booster of random type and quality. Stat improvement. Get random. Improving performance. Inherited skill. Gain a random skill. All the options were very tempting. Double experience was the least valuable, especially for Chen En. With the journey to the Demon King's city quest, he had no shortage of experience points, even though he could get 100,000 experience points for free. The other 3 seemed acceptable. The only downside was that the expansion nest was too low level, and all the rewards in it were random. In the truly complex secret worlds, prices were posted at the checkout counter. The equipment and skills provided were clearly marked, making it easy to tell the difference. Chen En thought for a moment and chose stat enhancement. Equipment could be bought, skills could be learned, was to be studied, but everything else was fake. Only the performance improvements were real. With the blessing of the goddess, your magic power increases by 1. Fine, anything will do, but the best thing is to increase your magical power. Chen En replenishes magic power the most. If you increase your magic power, your damage in the abyss will increase and the duration of the battle will increase. You have one more option. Please choose. The goddess's hint appeared again, and the stat boost option disappeared. Chen En looked at the mystery box and the inherited skills, and hesitated for a long time. He thought, chance is hard to beat. I don't think I'm lucky. In comparison, if I learn a skill that I can't use, I can just blame myself for being unlucky, but I can sell an item that I can't use. Chen En was very poor. He reached out and pressed the riddle box. Then I thought, open the healer's equipment that my sister can also use. All the variants disappeared at once. Chen En's hands became heavy, and a wooden treasure chest appeared in his hands. The box was very small, 20 centimeters wide and 30 centimeters long. At that size, it couldn't have been a weapon or armor. Most likely, it was some kind of object. Click. Chen En snapped his finger, and the box opened. A golden glow caught my attention. There was a legendary item in it. In the flickering golden light, Chen En noticed an object that looked like a pill. Looking closer, he discovered the following. Information. New talent. Grants you a new class feature. New class feature? The bandit's class feature was worthless, with the negative effect of requiring Chen En to hide his face in combat. Otherwise, his combat effectiveness would be slightly reduced. Feature of the main. The console was much better, giving Chen En magical talent. Chen En secretly figured that his S+ mana increase was largely due to this feature. What class feature will the golden pill give me in front of him? Or both? Chen En swallowed the pill without hesitation. The next moment, a peculiarity appeared. Your bandit class has received a new feature. Extortion robbery. Extortion disabled. As a bandit, you have a natural drive and a strong thirst for gain. You are quick to exploit and take advantage. After the battle, if you do not receive any tangible benefits, you will become enraged and forcefully take away the enemy's stats or one skill. This effect does not stack and lasts for a maximum of 30 days. Robbery off. As a bandit, you are greedy, cruel, and foolish. When your team kills a monster, you take 20% of each teammate's earned experience points. What does a bandit mean? Cool. Chen En crossed his arms, looking at his new ability with excitement. Seriously, the robbery talent is pretty good. As long as you fight, you are sure you will get something. The only problem is that the limitation of no tangible benefits is a bit harsh. Experience points are also an advantage. To activate this skill, you will probably have to fight others. The benefits gained from sparring last for 30 days, which is definitely a huge improvement. Finally, he looks a bit like a gold-tier bandit. Of course, Chen En immediately turned on the extraction switch. And then, what the hell is prey? The D-rank bandit class was already hard to form a team, and now he's the blood of his teammates. Sucks. It was outrageous. No, this new feature had to be hidden. Chen En had to only know that he can drain the experience of his teammates. No one else needed to know about it. Chen En hid Character 2, feeling a surge of secret delight. The thought of siphoning off the experience of my teammates was exciting. The thought of just sitting around with the team, watching them fight, draining their experience, is just too much. This thought was exciting. Chen En wanted to join forces with others and experience the thrill of being a freeloader. But unfortunately, he couldn't. After using features, the fog cleared. The sunlight poured down like a river, and Chen En looked around and saw him at the main entrance of the Jinjia Yuan Hotel. Yuan Jing and the others had already come out and were standing nearby. Seeing Chen En appear, they rushed towards him, thanking him profusely. Chen En responded as expected, saying that they were all heroes fighting monsters and should help each other. There was no need for politeness. Yuan Jing took out his phone from his pocket and said, "Chen, can I add you as a friend? We'll be in touch when you need help." "Certainly." And it was necessary. After traveling to the secret realm, Chen En had already realized the value of joining the battle. The skill was necessary, but its origins were unclear, the explanations were complex, and the risk of disclosure was uncertain, which made it unsuitable for public use. Chen En came to the conclusion that he could not join the regiment or any other adventurer group. He could only be a brave adventurer acting alone. In this situation, it was extremely important to make new friends. After exchanging contact information, Yuan Jing and the others did not linger, but headed to the nearest field hospital for help. The Dihua City Regiment and the Adventurers Association jointly organized a medical aid team, providing free assistance to passing professionals. Chen En, unharmed, looked around and decided to return home. Chen En, "Why are you here?" He hadn't even taken a few steps when a familiar cold voice was heard nearby. Crap. Chen En. Then the voices of Long Xing and Wang Zhenyuan were heard. Chen En turned around and saw Captain Nightingale standing at the entrance of the hotel, along with Long Xing, Wang Zhenyuan, and two other strangers. It seemed as if they had just emerged from some mysterious world. She was still wearing her pencil skirt, white shirt, and blue ribbon. Captain Nightingale was dressed as before, but now she was sweating, and her shirt was tight across her chest, giving her an even more majestic appearance. Long Xing stepped forward and shouted, "Chen En, why are you here when you're not studying for the exam?" "Wow, you haven't seen it. Captain Nightingale is really powerful. She's so powerful." Long Xing waved his arms wildly, as if they were knives. His face was filled with excitement. Just a few strokes, and you know what? The little boss of the secret world, the Bloodface King of the Bloodface tribe, has fallen. King of the Bloodfaces? Chen En turned around in confusion. Nightingale smiled slightly and said, "After all, I am already level 35. Those small bosses in the secret world are nothing." "Chen En, did you come here to explore the secret realm? This is probably not the best idea. The expansion nest is not for beginners. There are many goblins there, and they are very cunning." "No." Wang Zhenyuan looked at Chen En and said, "Little Chen, you need to know yourself. You don't think you're that great just because you defeated the fallen sword captain, do you? If it weren't for Captain Nightingale and the elders in the group, I wouldn't have even dared to look into this dungeon. The recommended level for the expansion nest is 20, and the recommended number of players is 5. If the average level or the number of players in the group exceeds the recommended level, a penalty will be applied to experience points. However, Wang Zhenyuan is level 1, Long Xing is level 1, and even if Nightingale is level 35, their overall average level is just above level 12. That's the benefit of an adventure group, having senior mentors." Chen En, keeping calm, asked, Captain Nightingale, have you discovered this secret kingdom? Nightingale shook her head and showed a black card. Golden invitation. She said, there is a second stage in the nest of expansion that will open in 180 hours. Only those with this invitation can enter. We'll find out if you can pass it then. About. Chen En remained silent. Wang Zhenyuan walked over with a smug expression and suddenly showed his control panel. Chen En looked at him with a puzzled expression. Look! Wang Zhenyuan pointed to the experience points column with an unusually bright smile on his face. See? I now have 20,000 experience points. Chen En, don't mind if I ask, how much experience do you have now? It can't be just a few hundred points, right? I have 100,000 points. Come down here. Chen En looked at Wang Zhenyuan's hair and asked curiously, Xiao Wang, has your hair grown? Earlier, Wang Zhenyuan's hair was burned in the mine. Chen En asked again, this isn't it. Wig? Shut up. Xiao Wan was furious. After bidding farewell to his allies, Nightingale and the others, Chen En found a deserted place to return to the suburbs, and then took the bus home. He always entered Demon King City at 1 p.m., which meant that it was around midnight inside the city. The time difference between the two places was about 12 hours. Now he could activate his skills, but Chen En was in no hurry. It was awkward to disturb the witch in the middle of the night. He waited until 9 p.m. before activating his skills and heading to Demon King City, falling into a deep sleep. The last time he logged out, he deliberately avoided the bonfire at the bottom of the cliff, next to the witch's hut, to save time and get more experience points on the Great Cemetery. This time, as expected, he appeared at the fire in the Great Cemetery. The last time he came in the middle of the night, Demon King City was creepy and scary, and the Great Cemetery was even more so. He turned around and saw neatly arranged gravestones on lush green hills. At first glance, this place did not seem creepy, rather gloomy. Zombies are nocturnal creatures that are afraid of sunlight. The zombie horde that had filled the mountaintop last time was nowhere to be seen, probably slumbering in the tombs. Chen En looked away, his face expressionless. He didn't want to kill monsters now. The power of the square tower was still unknown, but Chen En had great potential for improvements. The key to victory is to take advantage of the time before the tower opens and improve your stats. However, reality is not a game. Stats cannot be reset. Adding stat points was a lifelong endeavor. Previously, there was no other solution. Chen En needed to increase his mana to activate the second class and increase his stamina to master Go to Battle, otherwise he wouldn't have any combat power. Now Chen En felt that he had a certain level of self-preservation. His further actions could depend on the guidance of his elders. After much thought, he decided that it would be best to turn to a witch for help. Firstly, the witch was powerful, and secondly, she would not reveal her secrets to others. If Chen En reveals his origins, he will be able to get reliable advice from her. Come here, little cutie. Chen En clicked the copper ring, summoning the little cutie. When the little cutie appeared, he didn't approach Chen or show his usual affection. He showed slight nervousness, shaking the head from side to side as if warning of danger. Chen En sensed something unusual and tilted his head to ask, "What happened?" In the next moment, the sound of trampling grass was heard behind him, and icy air pierced his spine like needles. Chen En frowned and turned around. There was a pitch-black shadow standing behind him. The shadow stood up, faceless and limbless. The steel knife in her hand reflected the sunlight, emitting a blinding light. Suddenly, she raised the knife and swung it. What was that? Chen En didn't hesitate for a second. He pulled out an axe from his belt and used the skill Rotating Axe plus exclamation mark. The axe blade spun, effortlessly striking the shadow on the shoulder. The spinning axe ability activated, dealing additional void damage to the shadow's body, destroying it. Chen En immediately studied her profile, wanting to know her true identity. The goddess faithfully recorded Chen En's actions, writing in the summary, "You killed Shadow Whistle. receiving 0 points. Experience, 0 points. Shadow whistle. Is this one of the monsters in this Demon King's city? Ha 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 ha, ah ha ha ha. Abyssal damage, abyssal power. You really are the Supreme Archon. Has Death Lord Omen lost his insanity? He really and truly chose an uncorrupted human as the Supreme Archon. What nonsense! A wild laugh came from the other side. Chen-En turned around and saw a humanoid creature with wings on its ribs and 2 horns on its forehead. He bowed his head and asked, "Demon?" The horned demon was dressed in a purple vest lined with a white shirt. He spread his hands and smiled. "Your Excellency, Archon, except for you, everyone here is a demon. Why did Death Lord Omen choose you? I don't understand." Chen-En looked at him silently. The purple-veined figure in front of him gave Chen a strange feeling. He used Shadow Whistle to check on Chen-En, which was clearly an unfriendly gesture. There was also a certain arrogance in his previous 2 sentences, hinting that he looked down on Chen-En. But there was a smile on his face, devoid of hostility. It seemed like he had no intention of harming Chen-En. He was simply being unfriendly. That was understandable. He was a demon. Chen-En was a human. Some of the friction at their first meeting was quite acceptable. But what is even more important, he seemed to know something. Chen-En asked, "Who is the harbinger of death?" The demon raised his chin and curled his lips. "This one-eyed old man with an iron rod, Lord Death Harbinger, is one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord. He used to be a brave warrior known as the Brave Harbinger of Death. Quite an impressive one. But then his faith collapsed, and he surrendered to the Demon Lord, degenerating into the Brave Harbinger of Death and being rejected by people for hundreds of years." Chen-En asked again, "It seems you know a lot. So, demon, why did I come here?" "Good question, but I don't know the answer." A sudden sadness flashed across his face. Demon. He sighed softly and said, "Hundreds of years ago, or perhaps even earlier, on the day of a total solar eclipse, the beloved Demon King was betrayed and fell into an eternal slumber. Without the Demon King's protection, the nations of the continent immediately went to war. 17 brave warriors and their minions attacked the Demon King's castle. Despite our best efforts, we were unable to resist. I, Shadow Guardian Dodaro, also died in the protracted confrontation." The demon raised his hand, holding it up to the sunlight. Chen-En realized that it is semi-transparent. The demon in front of him had no shadow, and the sunlight penetrated through him. He was a ghost. What happened next, I don't know. After all, I'm dead, and the dead don't remember what happened after death. I can only tell you, one day I was resurrected as a ghost and appeared in that Demon King's castle. I heard the last voice of the great sage Succubus. She said, "In the near or distant future, the Supreme Archon will arrive here to lead us to a new life." The demon looked at Chen-En and smiled sarcastically again. He continued, "Man, I ask you, can you lead us to a new life?" Chen-En waved his hand. "How should I know? I don't even understand the whole situation yet. And, demon, I'm telling you the truth. Don't be upset. I haven't accepted this situation yet. I'm a human first and a Supreme Archon second. As for your talk about the Demon King, about resurrection, I don't care. Ha! When it comes to disappointing people, you people never disappoint me. Lord Death is truly stupid. How could he choose you?" The demon's face was full of contempt. He slowly dissolved and disappeared. But what an unexpected turn of events. Chen-En spoke, and the demon's disappearance stopped. He narrowed his eyes and heard Chen-En continue. "If you can give me a small benefit, strengthen. Fighting power. I don't mind helping you. After all, the position of Supreme Archon has helped me immensely, and I'm not one of those who doesn't know what's good for me." Ha ha, ha ha. The demon laughed again. His body became rigid again, and his facial expression became a little more friendly. "That's how it should be. Your Excellency, Archon. Profit is much more reliable than justice, ideals, or faith. If you strive for profit, We can become an unbreakable union. Is the new Destiny undercover worthy? It's good if she's worthy. Chen En looked at the shadow guard Dadalawa and asked, "So, what can you provide me? A reliable place to improve, weapons and equipment, or a skill inheritance stone? As you can see, I am very weak now, and I need all kinds of improvements." The demon in the purple vest, Dadalav, thought for a moment. Not only did he not have the three things Chen En had spoken of, but he also did not know the relevant information. Now he stood at the entrance to the cemetery, about 15 meters away from Chen En. It was not a suitable distance for conversation, but he had no choice. Being buried here as an undead, Dadalav was unable to leave the cemetery. He thought for a moment and then said, "Your Excellency Archont, I can provide you with myself." "What?" Chen En was puzzled. Dadalav weakly smiled and continued, "I have considerable combat prowess. Without it, I would not be a cavalier in Demon King City. Your Excellency Archon, are you familiar with the soul summoning bell? It is a unique item. When combined with the ashes of the deceased, he can call upon them to aid him in battle when needed." Chen En blinked. "So I can summon you?" The demon snorted, his gaze flashing. "Excellent. Temptation? You can order me, Master Dadalav, to fight for you. It's impossible not to succumb to temptation. The benefits of having an extra assistant are undeniable, especially since this assistant was personally summoned and seems to be incredibly strong." Chen En asked, "Da Adalav, what do you want?" Demonon. He hesitated for a moment, not answering immediately. What did he want? Fame, money, or power? Number locked in this cemetery for centuries, he moderated all his ambitions. Day after day, wandering through the forest of tombstones, watching the spring breeze turn the hills green, and then the winter snow cover the graves, all emotions faded into frozen cycle. Even the hatred for the traitor faded as much as it had in the beginning. Hearing Chen En's question, Dadara felt lonely, helpless, and perhaps about the desperate. The smile disappeared from his face, and it ceased to be proud or reserved, but became sad. He looked at Chen En and said, "Your Excellency, Archon, He fell silent mid-sentence. Then, shaking his head, he added, "I want to change. Ideally, I could go back in time, before the total solar eclipse, when everyone was still alive. The Death Lord, the Goblin Lord, and the Demon Lord. I want to see them again and work for them." Now that I think about it, those days in the Demon King's castle were truly happy. Is it true? I don't quite understand your feelings. Chen En asked, "Can I do this?" The demon evaded answering. "Now you are my only hope." Chen En looked at him and said, "I don't know if I'm the only hope, but if you think so, you must help me, and guide me. You must see for yourself what I can do. Dadalav, I need your strength now. Where is the soul summoning bell?" "Bring me to him." "Good idea, Your Excellency Archon. Okay, I'll take your offer and fight for you." There is a secret room in the cemetery, and the soul summoning bell is inside. Dadalav pointed to the top of the hill in front of him. His violet eyes narrowed as he added, "However, there is a ghoul lurking in the room. Before you can obtain the soul summoning bell, you must defeat it. The ghoul's combat power is low, but the rotting flesh and pus on its body constantly exude a poisonous mist. A person like you will be poisoned as soon as you enter the room. I advise you to prepare yourself before attempting to defeat it." "Otherwise, ghoul, toxin?" Chen En nodded and said, "I understand. I'll be back tomorrow. Then see you tomorrow, Your Excellency." This time, Dadalav really did disappear. The witch in the apron sang, whipping cream in a bowl. Then, wow! Suddenly, blood spurted from her mouth, falling into the purest white cream. An endless cold enveloped her body. The witch trembled, her eyes filled with despair. It's back again. The witch clearly felt her strength draining away. A splitting headache pierced her, and a mysterious image flashed through her mind. She saw 3 people around her: a dazzling woman in a loose nightgown, a young man in a suit and tie who looked like a human, and a one-eyed old man with an iron staff. They pushed her in the shoulders, shouting something. "People, wake up, sir!" Desperate cries echoed. But the witch heard only a cacophony of ringing in her ears. Who are they? In a trance, the scene before her froze. Finally, she saw clearly. A sharp sword was pierced into her chest. It was simple, unadorned, and strikingly similar to the traitor's death that Chen En had brought with him. The next moment, the witch remembered everything. The cries of 3 men were heard simultaneously and clearly. "Mr. Demon!" Yes. A glimmer of light flashed in the witch's cloudy crimson eyes, and she remembered. She was not a witch, but the Demon King. This had to be reported immediately to the Supreme Archon, who had come a long way to obtain the seed of deception. He had to be helped to grow and learn, so that he could use clever and inventive methods to trick time and the goddess, thereby changing history and removing the true day of the dark eclipse from the river of time. However, the operation went awry. The Demon King is the key link in this. In the process, lost his memory, and the plan failed. It must have been a meeting between Chen En King and Dadaro. This destiny, which was to be realized under my protection, has now openly manifested itself, and the goddess must have noticed the anomaly. Actions that violate the law of the stars are not allowed. The city of this Demon King, which was supposed to be hidden from time and history, may be captured and destroyed by the messengers of the illusory numbers. We don't have much time, Chen En King. Number it wasn't Chen En who was running out of time. The witch pulled the sword from her belt and cut her wrist. The bright red blood continued to flow, forming a red line and falling onto the ground, automatically drawing a mysterious magic circle. The witch sighed and said to herself, "To prevent the Demon King's castle from being destroyed, I can only use great magic. Chen En King, you will have to walk the next path alone." A thick fog appeared. Wow! In the wilderness, a galloping horse suddenly raised its hooves and almost threw Chen En off his horse. Chen En looked at the fog that appeared out of nowhere and frowned. "What kind of weather is this? Where did such a thick fog come from?" There was fog, so thick that not only Chen En, but even the horse itself could not determine the direction. Chen En and the steed circled in the fog. Soon, Chen's head began to hurt. Deep down, he knew that time is up. How did I get to level 18? Hey, it was 9 o'clock in the evening the next day. Back in reality, Chen En went nowhere except to Wubei Street to buy a chemical suit. Chemical suits used to be rare, but after the dungeon appeared, they were sold in many shops in Dihua City. Many areas inside the grey curtain were covered with poisonous barriers, and there lived many monsters capable of spraying poison and acid. Those with weak abilities had to wear a chemical suit for complete safety. It cost 1,500 wen, including the oxygen tank. After putting them on with difficulty, Chen En looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like a diver. His movements were a little limited, and, what's most, the main thing was that the field of vision was narrowed, which was very unpleasant. Gathering his strength, he raised his shield and axe and activated the Send to Demon King's castle skill. A black fog rolled in, and the sun set. Chen En opened his eyes again, and was already standing by the fire in front of the large cemetery. Yesterday's fog had cleared, and Dadalav stood at the cemetery gate, smiling as he looked at Chen En. He still wore a purple vest with white lining, black pants, and a gold belt with a ghost's head on it around his waist. "Your Excellency, Archon, what are you wearing? A mere ghoul. Is he worthy of your attention? Even the lion fights the rabbit with all his might. This is called caution. You should learn from me." "Ha ha, if I were not a ghost now, but had the power that I had when I was alive, I would easily destroy this little ghoul with one wave of my hand." "What's the point of all this nonsense?" Chen En waved his hand and said, "Lead the way." Dadalav straightened up. "Perhaps? Okay, follow me." Zombies appeared only at night, and during the day they slept in tombs. Chen En and Dadalav made their way through the tombstones without being attacked. 10 minutes later, they reached the top of the mountain. Chen-en activated the bonfire on the mountaintop and looked at his current status. He decided to level up first. Saving experience points was not interesting. From level 9 to 10, 25,600 experience points were required. From 10th to 11th, 40,000. Each level up to 21 gives 20,000 experience points more than the previous one. Chen-en currently has 114,550 experience points, but after reaching level 11, he only had 48,950 left, meaning he was more than 10,000 short of level 12. This Chen-en was stunned. He crossed his arms over his chest, thinking, how the hell did Zhao Hu manage to reach level 18 in just 3 months? Or, even after reaching level 18, he couldn't even defeat the Grey Bone King. I wasted all my experience points. Chen-en put all his stat points into magic, then took out 2 fire spells and cast them on 2 axes. Having done this, he rushed into battle, assuming his armored form. He bowed his head and said to Dadalav, "Let's go." Dadalav, feeling the surge of profound power in Chen-en, nodded and said, "This is already more like a demon. Your Excellency, Archon, follow me." At the top of the great necropolis, in front of the stone gates hidden under the grass, Chen-en pulled the handle and opened the stone, the door revealing a dark, deep tunnel. A light breeze blew from the tunnel. Through his respirator, Chen-en didn't smell any unusual odor. Only a few strands of green willow earrings clung to his mask, the composition of which was unknown. Dadalav paused for a moment, then said, "The air in this room doesn't circulate well, and with these ghouls inside, it's a real gas chamber. However, Your Excellency, the equipment you are wearing seems to have strong resistance to poison. If a normal person were to be blown through by a gust of wind, they would likely fester and die. Is it really that strong?" Chen-en walked down the stairs and slowly entered the room. "Dadalav, my name is Chen-en. You don't have to call me Your Excellency. It's not my style. Mr. Chen, please." The room was not a labyrinth. It was not that big. After climbing the stairs, Chen-en found himself in a room less than 10 meters long and wide. It was square, with no other way out. Along one wall stood many silver bowls, gold candlesticks, and white candles. Dadalav said, "This secret room used to be a storehouse for some sacrificial items. Do you see the 3 hand-cranked gold bells on the wall? These are bells for calling spirits." Chen-en glanced at the bells on the wall, then quickly lowered his gaze to look at, what was that creature by the wall? It looked like a large dog, more than a meter tall at the withers. He had the limbs of a dog, but his body was hairless. With his wrinkled, the body was dripping with dark green mucus, giving it an extremely disgusting appearance. The hardest thing for Chen-en to accept was the number of human heads. A human head grew on the neck of a large dog. The muzzle had long since rotted away, and even the eyeballs had fallen out of their sockets. In addition, human heads were growing out of his torso, buttocks, and even his tail. It's so uncomfortable. Let me die. Let me die. These heads were not just decoration. They seemed alive and conscious, their mouths continually making noises. Chilling groan. A ghoul is really not something a sane person should have to deal with. Dadalava's face was full of contempt. He waved his hands, saying, "No matter how many times I see it, it is disgusting. Even the most vile person cannot compare to the ugliness of a ghoul. Luckily, I'm a ghost. I can't smell it or touch its slime. Otherwise, it would not be a problem that could be solved with 1 or 2 baths." Wow! Suddenly, there was a sound of vomiting. The ghoul's Adam's apple turned over and a mouthful of dark green liquid burst out of his mouth. Caught taken by surprise, Chen-en's face and head were splashed. There was a strong stench, so strong that even the hermetically sealed chemical protection suit couldn't withstand it. Chen's throat tightened and he almost threw up. "Oh!" Dadalav stood aside from Chen-en, leaning against the wall. "Amazing! Lord Chen, ghoul vomit is not only highly toxic but also quite corrosive. But your equipment is so exceptional. Which master created this? This seemingly strange leather armor is so powerful. A special chemical protection suit, heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant, initially cost more than 3,000, and now only 1,000. Chen En thought of nothing else but to end the torture as quickly as possible. He swung it with all his might. Axe. The spinning blade easily cut off the ghoul's head and returned to Chen En's hands. But didn't work. Boil, boil. The headless ghoul did not fall. After the human head fell off the neck, one of the heads suddenly began to wriggle, unexpectedly moving all the way to the neck, reconnecting with the blood vessels and turning into a new head. Dadalov smiled and said, "Ghouls are incredibly tenacious. To kill them, you need to cut off all their heads. But, Lord Chen, that won't be a problem for you. Ghouls are weak, and their acids and toxins won't work on you. You will defeat them easily." In her resume, the goddess wrote down Chen En's achievements. You cut off the ghoul's head and gained 2,000 experience points. 2,000 experience points per head? Chen En counted. The ghoul in front of him had at least 20 heads. This is interesting. Chop him. Chop him! A ghoul is also a ghost. The witch's fire spells clearly restrain him, and Chen En, in his fighting form, kills him as easily as cutting melons and vegetables without the slightest effort. At first, the ghoul spewed poison and acid, but after Chen En beheaded it several times, it lost all will to fight. From the sixth, he no longer thought about resistance, he simply ran away. Chen En, determined to finish the fight, finally jumped on his back and swung his axe, chopping off every head that appeared. And here it is, bang! All the heads were cut off. The ghoul fell to the ground, lifeless. You killed. Ghoul quasi-elite monster, and received 10,000 experience points. 20 heads, a total of 40,000 experience points, and for the main body you received another 10,000, a significant amount. Remember, the King of Grey Bones only gave 50,000. Isn't the King of Grey Bones stronger than a ghoul? Chen En turned to Dadalawa and asked, "This ghoul seems completely ordinary." Dadalov snorted and said, "Master Chen, please don't be so smug. Ordinary professionals wouldn't be able to do this so easily. Your equipment suppresses the ghoul's attacks, and your fire magic is also extremely good. Honestly, chopping off a ghoul's head with just an axe? Even a level 30 professional couldn't deal that much damage." Chuff! Really? Chen En stood up and took down the 3 summoning bells hanging on the wall. Shaking the bells, he asked, "How to use them?" Dadalov smiled and said, "Come with me, Master Chen. I will take you to bow before my remains." Bow down? This Dadalov, although he called himself Master Chen, was full of arrogance. His words did not betray the slightest subordinate. But it's for the best. As a young man of the new era, Chen En did not attach much importance to his superiors or subordinate. A little offense in words did not matter. The main thing was loyalty and reliability in actions. Symmetry, middle level. Dadalov stood in front of the black tombstone, calmly pointing to the shovel next to it. "This is my grave, Master Chen. Thank you for your work." "Dig it out! You said so?" Chen En replied without hesitation and began to dig. He assumed that the body in the coffin must have rotted, but upon opening it, Chen En found no signs of decomposition, and the facial features were surprisingly intact. Dadal Av was buried with his spear broken into 3 pieces, and many wounds. Inside the coffin, Dadalav was dressed in broken blue armor, with more than a dozen holes in the front alone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Dadalava's left arm had been torn off. Alas. Dadalav sighed quietly and said, "In the last battle, my men and I fought with a brave detachment, defending a secret storage. Unfortunately, I was not strong enough and was ambushed, resulting in my arm being torn off on contact. Despite my subsequent resistance, I was still powerless. In the end, a bolt of red lotus fire pierced my chest, killing me instantly." Chen En remained silent. Dadalov smiled faintly, then turned and said, "But Mr. Chen, my resistance was effective." Chen En nodded and said, Yes, your body has been found, which proves that you and your men successfully held off the enemy. This brave detachment must have been repelled by the reinforcements that arrived, so you can be buried here unharmed." Dadalov remained silent. He looked at his body silently and then said, "Begin, Master Chen. I am ready to serve you. You are the chosen master of death. From now on, I will be your most faithful assistant. I will dedicate everything to you." Yes. Following Dadalawa's instructions, Chen En cut his palm and sprinkled the blood on the summoning bell and Dadalawa's face. Then, ring, ring, ring. He shook the bell. A stream of fire burst from the bell, igniting Dadalava's body and instantly cremating him. Then, the ghost of Dadalava and his ashes, which were standing next to him, were drawn into the bell, and it began to shine brightly. Chen En felt the bell become heavier, a distant but a reliable spirit. Looking at the bell more closely, he noticed that it had been given a purple tint too. Epic item. Spiritual bell. Dadalav. Epic item. By shaking the bell and channeling its magical energy, one can summon the shadow guardian, Dadalava. The summoned Dadalav can move freely within a 5,000-meter radius of the summoning bell. He will return to the bell only in the following cases. Dadalav will be exhausted. The owner of the summoning bell will actively recall it. He will be cleansed by divine magic or banished by the power of a higher being. Of course, there are limitations, but the benefits are huge. Having one more person for doing this work is a huge plus, no matter how you look at it. Chen En rang the bell, eager to summon Dadalawa. A vortex of black wind, thick as ink, swept past a meter away from Chen En. Dadalav, dressed in green armor and holding a spear in his hand, appeared inside the whirlwind. Chen En smiled and asked, "Dadalav, how are you feeling?" There was no response. Sunlight shone through it, casting a dark shadow on Chen En. His face was lifeless and, purple eyes, indifferent. He lowered his head, bowed, and saluted with his spear, expressing his respect and loyalty to Chen En. The smile on Chen En's face slowly disappeared. He looked again at the spirit-calling bell and saw a line of small grey words. Those who absorb the existence of the spirit-calling bell will lose consciousness and life and become weapons led by others. You can give orders directly to Dadalav, and he will carry them out on his own, according to his peak state in life. Will they lose consciousness, lose their lives, and become weapons? Does this mean that Dadalav before him became completely part of the bell that summons spirits and can no longer be considered a living being? Dadalav. Ding bell. Chen En shook the bell and looked at the demon in front of him. Did you know this in advance? There was still no answer. Dadalav silently looked at Chen En like a statue. Chen En looked at the demon in front of him, feeling something inexplicable, unexplainable. He believed that Dadalav knew about the power of the calling bell and must have been prepared for it long ago. But is this reasonable? Putting himself in his place, Chen En didn't think that he would become a tool and give it to a complete stranger, even if that person was the chief archon. But Dadalav did it so recklessly that he did not even warn him in advance. Having made his choice, Chen En felt heaviness. The desperate demon, blindly trusting, placed the burden of the promise on Chen En's shoulders. Chen En remained silent. Having received the summoning bell, he had already seen Dadalawa's special characteristics and all of his abilities. Dadalav, Demon, level 20, Occupation Shadow Guardian. Strength, a plus stamina, a dexterity, C plus magic. E overall rating, a Demon King City Squad and its support. As a Shadow Guardian, Dadarao excelled in trench warfare and reconnaissance. Strength, 50 stamina, 40 dexterity, 20 magic, 9. His first impression was that he was so weak. How can a party from the Demon King's castle only be level 20? Then he thought, the hero of death, known as one of the 4 heavenly kings, did not display his full power. Perhaps he was simply drifting. Or as he said, his strength had been exhausted over the years. The fact that Dadarao managed to maintain his ghostly form until Chen En arrived, which was truly amazing. He must have been a formidable man in life. The second impression was that there was something special about him. Dadarao was only level 20, but his total stat points reached 119. This Chen En guessed that this was probably because Dadarao was a demon. Demons had superior physical strength compared to humans, which was quite logical. After the stats, Dadalav has the following skills. General skills, Spearmaster. Dadalav has outstanding skills in spearmanship, Salted Fish Strike. Concentrate all your body strength and lunge forward. Professional skills, Shadow Guardian. Dadalava can summon up to 7 Shadow Guardians to patrol and guard within a 3-kilometer radius. Each Shadow Guardian will inherit 50% of Dadalava's stats. Shadow Guards ignore physical damage, but are instantly killed when taking elemental damage. Prepare the battlefield plus max. Dadalav prepares the battlefield. After a short delay, he creates a fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The strength of a fortress is closely related to the materials surrounding it. Property 1. As a master of battlefield arrangement, Dadalav can unconditionally increase the fortress's durability by 1 level. Property 2. As a battlefield master, Dadalav can summon 4 alchemical puppets in the fortress to help in defense. Each puppet will inherit 80% of Dadalava's stats and double its defense. Property 3. As a master of defense, when Dadalav fights in a fortress he has built, he will enter defense mode by default, greatly increasing his combat power. What the hell is this? Such battlefield preparation plus max? One look at the description is enough to understand how powerful this is. Is this the Demon King's castle squad? Is this it? Shadow Guardian? Build a fortress anywhere and anytime. Enter a special state and summon 4 puppets. Just the thought of it seems incredibly powerful. Chen En was looking forward to the opening for no reason. Square Tower. If he could get a useful weapon, it would become even more powerful. Moreover, weapons are not necessarily impossible to obtain. Isn't that the legendary sword traitor's death in the witch's hands? First, let's find the witch. Chen En called Dadalawa, summoned the little cutie, and ran to the house on the lake shore. The sound of hooves was heard from behind the courtyard wall. Chen En rode up and saw a witch in a white dress standing in front of the door as if waiting for him. At first, the witch smiled, but when Chen En got close enough, her smile suddenly froze. She covered her nose with her small hand and looked at Chen En suspiciously. Wait, Mr. Chen En, don't come in yet." Chen En stopped at the door and asked curiously, "What happened?" Where have you been? You smell... Is it true? Is it true?" Chen En tilted his head and sniffed his shoulder. "Nothing happened, right?" The witch took 2 steps back. "It stinks a lot. You smell like sour milk? Was it really that exaggerated?" Chen En looked at the witch's pale face and realized that she had lost a lot of weight. For some reason, her figure seemed pale and shining, somehow unreal. He frowned and asked, "Witch, you look a little exhausted. What's happened?" The witch smiled slightly and said, "Nothing serious. I didn't want you to see me like this, but I thought I should say goodbye properly." "Are you leaving?" "Yes, somewhere far away." Chen En was puzzled. He smiled and said, "What's going on? You speak as if we are parting forever. Where are you going? Maybe I will go with you." The witch smiled and said, "I'm going to sleep soundly now. Perhaps I'll wake up soon, or perhaps never. It all depends on you, Chen En King." At this moment, Chen En already began to have a premonition of something. He looked at the witch and asked, "Witch, did you remember something? What have you been calling me all this time?" "Chen En King, mistress of evil spirits, mistress of death omens, mistress of lilies. You are Chen En King." The witch smiled calmly. She looked at Chen En and put her hand to her chest. "This is how the Demon King addresses an important subordinate. Even if you don't like it, You have to accept it because it's the rule. Because I am the Demon King of Rose. You have learned the honorable name of the Demon King you serve. Suddenly, a reminder of the goddess appeared before her eyes. Profession. Chief Archon has been upgraded to a gold talent, increasing your authority. Now your stay in the city of the Demon King Rose is not limited in time. You are free to come and go. All life forms loyal to the Demon King of Rose will now be loyal to you. All facilities in Demon King City are now open to you. You can enjoy all its amenities. Now you can get the common sense you need. A constant stream of information filled her field of vision. Chen En frowned as he saw the Rose Demon King slowly disappear in front of him. He involuntarily stepped forward and shouted, "Which no? Demon King Rose? Demon King, what should I do? Be yourself, Chen En King. Our plan has failed, and I, who was supposed to be your guide, can no longer accompany you. So even if the plan fails and all your efforts are in vain, it has nothing to do with you. I won't ask you for anything. I understand the complexity of this matter." Before the witch could finish speaking, Chen En interrupted her with a wave of his hand. He looked at the witch and said, "Of course, I know that all this has nothing to do with me, and I also know that it is not my responsibility. After all, I did not promise anything. I am an outsider in this situation. But witch, you cannot take away my desire to save you. Tell me, if everything is okay, what should I do now?" The witch looked at Chen En and smiled. "You want to save me?" Chen En's face was serious. "I want to save you. We were together for a short time, but this is my true desire. I do not know where I got this impulse from. Witch, tell me, what can I do for you?" The witch held back her smile and after a pause said, "Dadalava's tombstone is a teleportation trap. Break it and you can go to the place where Si Zhaoqing lived, where you can resurrect him. You still remember Si Zhaoqing, right? He looks scary, but in reality, he is a kind man with a strong sense of justice." Chen En nodded. "I'll remember." The witch's figure dissolved. She pointed behind her and said with a smile, "I leave this little room to you. I have successfully made tiramisu and put it on the dining table. I hope you like it." Points of light danced like fireflies. Chen En blinked and suddenly discovered that the witch had disappeared. Where she had just stood, a golden fire was still burning. Chen En froze for a moment, then took a step, pushed the door open, and walked straight into the dining room. On the pine table, he saw an exquisite little cake. Without thinking twice, Chen En walked over and picked up the cake. It was impossible to develop deep feelings in such a short time. The reluctance that echoed in his heart at that moment was probably just a moment of loneliness. It was a fleeting melancholy that everyone experienced. She was harmless. Chen En swallowed half the cake in one bite, puffing out his cheeks. The taste was sour and bitter. The Demon King's pastry skills clearly needed improvement. Chen En sighed softly as he looked at the immaculately clean dining room. The room was filled with a light, refined aroma that was calming. The stairs leading to the second floor were right next to the dining room, which was supposed to be the Demon King's bedroom. The Demon King said that this wooden house now belonged to Chen En, but he had no intention of exploring it. He washed the baking tray with the cake, carefully placed it in the cupboard, and he walked out slowly, closing the door behind him. A fire burned quietly behind the gate. Chen En touched it, and a panel appeared in front of him. Two options appeared on the panel. Check my status teleport. Previously, the bonfires in the Demon King's castle only served as a checkpoint for his status, allowing Chen En to complete quests such as leveling up. But now, after he learned the honorable name of the Demon King, everyone, the Demon King in Chen En's skill descriptions changed to Rose Demon King, allowing him to take advantage of all the amenities of the Demon King's castle. He pressed teleport, and suddenly a map appeared. In addition to its current location, 3 fires were clearly marked on the ground, under the rock, in front of the cemetery, and in the cemetery itself. Chen En clicked on the fire at the top of the cemetery, and suddenly a thick fog appeared. 3 seconds later, the fog cleared, and everything around changed dramatically. Chen En stood on the top of the mountain, with rows of pitch-black tombstones below him. He was teleported to the top of the cemetery. Chen En was stunned. The absurd spatial transformation caused a deep sense of distortion, and he even doubted the reality of what he saw. He walked down the steps, making his way through the forest of tombstones, and soon found Dadalava's grave. There was no inscription on the pitch-black tombstone, only the words, "Here rests Dadalav, guardian of shadows." Words were superfluous. Chen En pulled out an axe from his belt and slammed it with the back of his hand. Bang! The stones flew and a bright light flashed. Chen En's body, sucked in by the sudden suction force, disappeared into the starry sky. He opened his eyes, trying to see everything around him, but nothing was clear, although it seemed that everything was clear. The stars converged into a river, cutting through space like a silk thread, rushing in all directions with furious speed. Every now and then, a passing star contained both its rise and fall, kingdoms spanning centuries. This is the core, the place where the past is kept, Arch-Ont. By absorbing the seed of deception, you, through great magic, entered this place and can change the history that has already happened. Bright red words flashed before his eyes. More precisely, it is a replacement, not a change. What has already happened must happen, and those who have died must die. All we can do is squeeze in more outcomes so that the only outcome is no longer unique. Your Excellency, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Chen En really didn't understand. I know all the characters, but I can't understand them all together. Understand? Yes, you are smarter than I thought. Chen En was stunned. I don't understand. If you can't predict what I'll say, can you please not ask questions in advance? This is nonsense, big brother. Okay, let's begin. In the original universe, the hero of death was blinded in one eye on the day of the black solar eclipse, which seriously undermined his combat effectiveness and forced him to recuperate in the rear. Now let's add some more results. When the hero of Death Omen had just become the hero of Lucky Omen, he blinded his left eye. When the hero of Lucky Omen killed the Death Raven and became famous, he blinded his left eye. When the hero of the Lucky Omen's faith collapsed and he fell into the hero, Omens of Death, after killing the king, blinded his left eye. On the day of the black solar eclipse, he blinded his left eye before the traitor did. We only need to insert another result so that the fact of the blinding of the left eye occurs earlier, and we can make it a real story, thus erasing the original story. So once we succeed, we win. Now let's go back. Time. Ding. There was a sound, clear as a bell, and a star particle splashed out from the sea of stars. At first, it was the size of a grain of sand, but only because it was too far away. Starry, the particle rushed towards Chen En with the speed of lightning, and when it appeared in front of Chen En, he discovered that at the size of a planet. This bang! Before he could even take a breath, Chen En was sucked into the star particles. Chaos washed over him. The weightlessness caused by the colossal acceleration made him feel sick. Chen En landed with a thud, and it took him a while to recover. It was cool and dim. Chen En looked around and found himself in a deserted alley. Beyond the alley lay a wide street, on both sides of which crowded men and women in strange outfits, talking to each other in an incomprehensible language. This is brave. Look, the happy hero has arrived. Oddly enough, Chen En understood their words. He headed towards the exit of the alley just in time to see a brown-haired man wearing a wreath standing on a chariot and waving to people on either side. People cheered and threw flowers at him. Chen En heard them shouting, "Brave!" Is this the happy hero? He was so young. His face was covered in collagen, and he was full of strength and energy. He looked no more than 18, and he was completely different from the old man with the iron staff he had met before. How can a good person become a monster in old age? The target appears. Please blind the left eye of the favorable hero within the allotted time. Time remaining, 5:59:24. You have acquired the skill, Insidious Sacred Devotion. You can only use this skill during this period of history. insidious sacred devotion. Burn your life to temporarily raise the target's level to 50 and gain corresponding attribute blessings. If the target uses the power you give them in combat, they will lose their left eye after the battle. Warning: you have arrived here through great magic. The demonic aura around you is not hidden. Any high-level professional will recognize your personality and will inevitably become hostile towards you. The time is limited to 6 hours, and the skill is also limited. The reason for 6 hours is probably because the one using magic has limited abilities. Invading history requires great magical power. Chen En didn't have such a possibility. He was just thinking. As for the warning, since it was impossible to hide, there seemed to be no other way out. He could only avoid the crowd as much as possible. Wow, look who it is. Demon! A voice came from behind him. Then, the sound of a blade being drawn was heard. Chen En turned around and saw a fully armed black-haired swordsman unsheathing his sword with a sardonic smile on his face. It appears the association's intelligence is correct. Demons have indeed infiltrated the capital, intending to kill the auspicious hero while he is still weak. But what I wonder is, why did the demons send you? You look so weak. A cold light flashed, and the sword swung like a dragon. The black-haired swordsman's speed was astonishing. He reached him in the blink of an eye. Chen En didn't even have time to react. His shield didn't move an inch, and the sword was right in front of him. Helpless, Chen En swung his axe furiously, trying to block. Zen! The blades of the sword and axe collided, piercing the thick blade of the villager's axe, and the tip of the sword pierced Chen En's chest. The black-haired swordsman looked at him with disdain, snorted. A weapon with white letters? You are the most pathetic demon I have ever seen. The battle is over. You have not gained any significant benefit from this battle. Turbulent accumulation has been successfully activated. In a rage, you arbitrarily took over your opponent's skills. You have temporarily taken possession of the instant body. The goddess wrote everything down diligently. 2 messages flashed before her eyes, but Chen En could not understand their meaning. Chen En spat out blood and fell to his knees. The next morning, Chen En was still sleeping when the phone next to his pillow suddenly rang. His head was splitting, and he opened his eyes with difficulty to see that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, hello. As soon as he picked up the phone, his sister Chen Dan's desperate voice rang out. Is he dead? Is he dead? It seemed so. Chen En was in a trance, and suddenly his eyes opened wide and he abruptly sat down. The terrifying sword strike from the black-haired swordsman was vividly etched into his memory. Chen En looked at his chest. His pajamas were intact, and there was not a single wound on his chest. He's not dead. In that story, being killed would not have been a problem. But in the story, death seemed to be punished. Chen En did not wake up immediately, and has been unconscious ever since. He put the phone down and looked at the date. It was the next day, and Chen En had been unconscious for about 10 hours. Chen En was worried that the farmer's axe, which was lying next to the pillow, had cracked. A piece of the blade was missing. The axe that was pierced by the black-haired swordsman did not return to its original shape. It was seriously damaged. Does this mean that what I received in history will also be embodied in reality? Control panel, Chen En whispered as he opened his control panel. He scrolled down to the skills section and found a new skill, teleport. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Go to Demon King's castle was on cooldown. You had died in history, and Demon King Rose's castle had rejected you. You will only be able to use this skill again after 12 hours. 12 o'clock. Hello? Hello? Are you there? His sister barked on the other end of the line. Chen En, having regained consciousness, muttered angrily, Dead. Chest cut open, killed instantly. A relieved voice came from the receiver. Death is good. With such a burden on my shoulders, I don't know if I will ever marry a good man. What's happened? Chen En didn't argue with Chen Dan. He couldn't win the argument anyway. Chen Dan was undergoing a month-long refresher course at the regimental headquarters, and logically, she was not allowed to use. Phone. She's calling now, so it must be something important. Nothing special. You're taking your adventurer's certificate today, right? Are you sure? Just like that? Chen Dan snorted. What do you mean, just like that? You little brat, so arrogant. Will you pass? If you're not sure, forget it. I will earn money to support you. Chen En snorted. Did you see the message I sent you? Sis, there's a lot I can't tell you, but in short, I got here. What's happened? I can't say. There was silence on the other end of the line. Then Chen Dan said, Forget it. I don't want to bother you. I forgot to ask you earlier. Are you going to become a Grey Veil adventurer? Chen En became serious. I'm taking the exam today. It's guaranteed. It's impossible to fail. As soon as I pass, I'll go to Beaver City about. Good luck then. Yeah. Hang up. Beep. Chen Dan hung up the phone decisively. Chen En put down his phone and saw a message from Coach Ann 10 minutes earlier. Knock on the door when you wake up and I'll take you to the exam. Coach Ann was incredibly smart. Chen En sent him message and they agreed to meet at the gates of the Beaver settlement. After washing, changing clothes and packing his weapons and equipment, he wandered towards the gate and saw Coach Anya standing by a black jeep, waiting. Chen En ran up. Coach, how long have you been waiting? Just arrived, the coach answered. Anya with concern. Chen En looked at the car and asked, Did you buy it? Coach Ann waved his hand. I rented it. Get in, I'll take you to the exam. About. He sat down in the passenger seat and took the box of fried noodles offered by Coach Ann. Chen En looked at Coach Ann suspiciously. Coach, did you not sleep well last night? You are so pale. Ah, Coach Ann sighed and said mysteriously, A soldier from Zhao Hu's squad has died. Chen En knew about this. To be precise, this man died right before Chen En's eyes. Echo. After the third section fell, a large crater formed at the crash site. Amidst the clouds of smoke and dust, Chen En didn't even know where the body had gone, and didn't bother looking for it at the time. The jeep pulled away, slowly turned the corner, and drove towards the examination hall. Instructor Ann looked serious and continued. The regiment found his body. I heard that his remains were horrific. Half of his body was crushed by the impact and he was buried in the ground. There was also a meteorite crater at the scene. It's hard to imagine what he went through before he died. Chen En ate the noodles silently and asked, Where is Zhao Hu Ren? Zhao Hu Ren is okay. He is slightly injured, but I heard that his mental state is very bad. He does not want to see or talk to anyone. The regiment is trying to enlighten him. Is it true? Instructor An looked at Chen En's indifferent gaze and said, You are very calm. Chen En looked at him and said, Taking risks and fighting monsters is actually very risky. How can there be an invincible general? Of course, I feel sorry for him. I will continue his unfinished business and destroy the Ash Dungeon as much as possible to keep everyone safe. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to remind Chen En of the risks of fighting monsters, but he didn't expect Chen En's words to sound so logical and will make Instructor Anya's blood boil. Coach An paused, then shook his head. When the dungeon first opened, those who dared to risk their lives with only a shovel in their hands were truly outstanding. Chen En, you are so brave, aren't you? Chen En smiled. What can I do? I was forced. I can't do anything. While they were talking, the car drove onto the highway and sped towards the examination hall. Coach An learned of the news last night. At first he was scared, then he felt relieved. If Zhao Hu hadn't made the decision to replace him at the last minute, he could have died. After that, he quickly thought of Chen En. The deceased warrior was a member of the Grey Veil. I heard that he was quite unlucky, with an overall ranking of only D rank. It is unknown how he got involved with Zhao Hu. D rank is too weak, and Chen En, this guy, was even weaker than him, D. Even though he had the counter shield, the Grey Veil and the wilderness were full of dangers. Even with his formidable skills, there was no guarantee of safety, let alone Chen En. Alas, given this guy's personality, he'll probably go to the grey screen once he gets his adventure pass. Let's help him out any way we can. Coach An thought as he pressed the pedal. Gas Chen En patted his hand, frowned, and said, "What are you talking about, Coach?" "We passed by." "Eh?" "About." He turned around, changed lanes, stopped, and put the car on the parking brake. Coach An pointed to the open iron gate on the side of the road and said, "Go straight ahead and find someone named Huang Shan." I already said hello. Chen En's face was filled with disbelief. "Do I really have to just say hello? You don't think I can pass the exam, do you?" "I knew you could pass. That's why I showed off." "Fine." Chen En got out of the car. Coach An took out his phone and called, "Master Yuan, it's me, Xiao An, who called you yesterday. Are you awake? Good morning to you too. Are you feeling better? Oh, I'm glad you're okay. Remember what I told you yesterday? Oh yeah, I have an apprentice who uses an axe too. I would like you to teach me. You are a graduate. See you in about an hour. What do you say?" "Okay, agreed. I'll be at your house in an hour." "Okay. See you later, Master Yuan." "Ready." Coach An put down the phone and smiled. 2 flowers blossomed, each beautiful in its own way. Chen En walked to the examination center's registration counter and saw a long line of people waiting to receive their certificates. Finding ourselves at the end. Queue. He quickly looked around and noticed that most of them were around 20, and some were around 30 and 40. "Are you Chen En?" A voice came from behind him. Chen En turned around and saw a polite employee. He had an employee's certificate hanging on his chest. Chen En looked at him and said, "Uncle Huang, I am Chen En. Come with me." "Where?" Chen En followed Huang Shan into the study. Huang Shan wasted no time. He pointed to a piece of blue stone on the ground and said, "Cut it with an axe. Show me how. Chop this stone." Bang! Chen En struck with his axe, and the blue stone shattered into countless pieces. Like bullets, it flew into the wall, piercing 2 to 3 centimeters deep. Huang Shan's face was distorted with astonishment. He limply picked up a card from the table and handed it to Chen En, asking, "The power of your axe is so great that even a level 20 warrior can't cut it down. How did you do it? You don't need to take an exam. Here is your certificate." Chen En took the certificate and answered inappropriately, "Is this normal?" Huang Shan covered the cup with his hands. "Special issues are decided in a special order. If you think this is against the rules, I will give you an exam. Let's just follow the rules." Chen En looked at Huang Shan and smiled. "I think the rules are very important." Huang Shan was a little surprised, but still said, "Of course, go and stand in line." Chen En, clutching the certificate in his hands, returned to the car. Coach An remained calm and simply asked, "What took you so long?" Chen En fastened his seatbelt. "I don't need it. I want to take the exam myself." Coach An looked at him suspiciously and continued, "Chen En, in Dihua City we have an axe master known as a pair of iron forks that can cut through mountains and rivers, a sharp axe that can open the gates of heaven." "Did you know?" Chen En asked in surprise. "Is there such a master in Dihua City? Don't know? You're surprised by something you haven't seen before." Coach An smiled. He stepped on the gas and continued, "You're lucky. This master usually hides behind closed doors. He recently suffered a minor injury and is recovering outside of Dihua City. I contacted him yesterday and he said he was willing to train you." Oh, Chen En thought for a moment and decided that it was possible. After mastering Revolving Blade Plus, his axe skills had clearly advanced and he could no longer be called a beginner. But, as they say, there are always better people, and among the strong, there are always better ones. Chen En, even more ambitious, sought to achieve more, to meet people he couldn't reach. He wasn't going to pass up this opportunity to become stronger. He asked, "Will it cost money?" Coach An smiled. "This old master is an honest man. He teaches you to help others and has told you many times that it is free. But you still have to give him something. You can't just show up empty-handed, right?" "How much?" "I'll pay. Do you have money? Give it to me. Consider this my contribution to honor your success." Coach An stepped on the gas again, and the jeep sped off towards the suburbs. After 40 minutes of crazy driving, the Jeep reached a small, sparsely populated suburban town. The only sights to be seen were elderly people basking in the sun near their houses by the roadside. Near the grey curtain, the town seemed lifeless. Coach Anne and Chen En got out of the car at the gate and walked side by side towards a 2-story house with a courtyard. Chen En noticed a sign above the gate with 3 characters, Gate of the Dragon and the Tiger. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher. Anne hesitantly knocked on the door and called out, Master Yuan, are you here? Yuan? Master Yuan? Really? Chen En suddenly remembered that the immortal master Yuan Jingyuan also wore axe. Squeak. The courtyard gate swung open, and Yuan Jing, a man in civilian clothes with a white beard and hair, appeared. His expression was calm, his figure resembled a crane, and his expressive black and white eyes were without a shadow of darkness, even brighter than the young man's. What a master! Then his face froze when he saw Chen En staring at him in astonishment. This instructor, and rubbed his hands, smiling. Master Yuan, I've heard a lot about you. My name is Xiao An, and I'm a little late. Don't mind. Oh, it's better to see once than hear 100 times. Your demeanor. If someone doesn't know you, they'll take you for a god. A Yuan Jing shook hands with instructor An. He looked at Chen En and asked, Is this the newbie you want to teach me? Instructor An nodded. He pushed the confused Chen En forward and said, This guy is called Chen En. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In fact, he has very poor qualifications and is useless. Look, his profession is an axe. Master Yuan, please take the trouble to teach him a little. Low qualification? Useless? Yuan Jing looked at Mentor An with distrust and couldn't help but ask, You want me to teach him? Anya's mentor's face suddenly distorted with fear. He gathered his courage and said, Master Yuan, Chen En's ability is indeed a little lacking, but this guy is very smart and hardworking. He is ready to work hard. I will say this, you can teach him if you can. If he really can't study, I'll take him away immediately and not disturb him. What's going on here? Yuan Jing put his hands into his sleeves and looked at Teacher An suspiciously, wondering if this was a problem of inability to learn. The problem of inability to learn. Lack of qualifications. 3 pure ones. Yuan is eager to learn a few tricks from Chen En. What can I teach him? He waved his hand and said, Okay, come in. I live alone, Xiaoan. You can read a book, watch TV, or surf the internet. I won't entertain you anymore. Chen En, come with me. Yes, yes, yes. Instructor An agreed several times and whispered to Chen En, Behave well and don't anger the master. Chen En nodded uncertainly. I know. Yuan Jing's house was quite large. The wall of the backyard was torn down, and a fairly spacious Taoist temple was built on the side of the house. The ancestor was resting in a shrine, and in front of him was an empty wooden floor. Chen En took the tea Yuan Jing brought, and they were silent for a while. Chen En asked, How is Master Yuan's injury? Yuan Jing squeezed his left hand and smiled. It's okay. He will recover after about a week of rest, young friend Chen. What's going on? At your level, do you need me to teach you? Chen En smiled and said, Master An is my senior and has always taken special care of me. This time I was brought here for instruction because I had heard of Master Yuan's fame, his iron palms that could cut through mountains and rivers, and his sharp axe that could open the gates of heaven. Ah! Yuan Jing's face turned red. He waved his hands, and all of his immortal soul evaporated. These are just rumors spread by gossips. Cut through mountains and rivers, open the gates of paradise? Young friend Chen, you're laughing at me. Thanks to their previous friendship, communication was very pleasant. Yuan Jing told his story openly. He was a Taoist priest of the Dragon Tiger Gate and a minor internet star. Before the dungeon, he had over 200,000 subscribers on the video site, Gulu Gulu, and he usually published materials related to Taoism, and he was doing well. After invading the dungeon, Yuan Jing awakened his mystic profession. Following the justice in his heart, he descended from the mountain to fight the monsters. After a period of adaptation, Master Yuan began recording videos, editing them, and posting them on Gulu Gulu. His fan base has skyrocketed, and he now has 3 million, making him the top UP host. Because he is a master of fist fighting and axe fighting, he is spoken of as a pair of iron palms that crush mountains and rivers, and a sharp axe that opens the gates of heaven. Yuan Jing touched the axe and said with a smile, "The profession of a mystic is very common. I suspect that the goddess could not determine the profession of a Taoist and imposed it on me at random. Otherwise, how can a mystic be a master of wielding an axe? This is nonsense." Chen En asked, "Then why the axe? Do Taoists use axes?" "Probably because I spent 7 years chopping wood when I was young. That's why I was given the skill of a hand axe." There may be some truth in this. Chen En looked at the axe in Yuan Jing's hand and remembered the villager's axe he had damaged. "Master Yuan, this is equipment with green lettering. This is the mountain axe, indeed, with green lettering. It also adds 5 points of strength. Where did you get it? Do you have any more? Bring me some too." Yuan Jing was stunned, then held the axe horizontally and extended it with both hands. "I bought this axe from the people of the Grey Vale for 200,000. If you want to use it, I will give it to you. The mountain axe will definitely be more useful in your hands." Chen En quickly waved his hands. "I don't dare to take it. I thought a monster dropped it." "You bought it. How can I take it?" Yuan Jing was grateful to Chen En for his saving grace. If Chen En wanted the axe, why not give it to him? Isn't his life and the lives of the other 4 worth 200,000? Now that Chen En doesn't want to forget about it, it was bad to begin with. With Chen Xiaoyu's combat ability in the future, let alone the green axe, even blue and purple won't be a problem. However, if I can't give him the axe, I can still give him information. Yuan Jing thought for a moment and then said, "Friend Chen, do you know about the ghost hiding in the mountain mist?" "What is this?" Yuan Jing chuckled. 300 kilometers to the south. To the east is the city of Guanhai. To the south of the city is a lonely mountain, and on it is the Guanhai Temple. Before the disaster, it was very popular. Now, a thick fog covers the lonely mountain. Rumor has it that there lurks an evil, green-faced, fanged ghost wielding 2 axes who specializes in hunting down passing professionals. His name is the ghost hidden in the mountain mist. The ghost hidden in the mist wields a pair of axes, and their quality is rated green or higher. Green axes. The monster has a pair in his hands. Chen En became interested and asked, "Really?" Yuan Jing continued, "Of course it's true. Friend Chen, why don't you try your luck? The ghost, hidden in the mountain mist, is not very strong. As far as I know, a level 17 professional encountered it and was unable to defeat it, but he still managed to escape. It's just that this beast hides in the fog, so you may not encounter it. Can go." Chen En needed to improve his strength, especially his weapons. He couldn't afford the green axe now, but it didn't cost money to hunt monsters. Besides, the square tower is about to open. Not to mention the incredible rewards in this secret gospel realm, Chen En would definitely go there to explore the expansion nest. It would be even better to get the green axe before it opens. He said calmly, "I will go to Dushan as soon as possible." Yuan Jing believed that Enya has such an ability. After thinking for a while, he suddenly displayed a skill on the control panel and said, "Young friend Chen, look at this. Dragon Tiger. Breathing technique. Regular rhythmic breathing increases the recovery rate of mana and stamina by 500%. Chen En was stunned. "And there is this skill in stock?" Yuan Jing smiled faintly, handed him the secret book and said, "I am surprised too. The Dragon Tiger breathing technique is one of the core skills of our Dragon Tiger sect. You can try it. It's not very effective, so using inheritance stones to learn it would be a waste of time. But if you can learn it yourself, why not? It increases the recovery speed by as much as 5 times. If I could get this skill for free, It would be truly wonderful. Thank you, Master Yuan. Chen En smiled brightly as he accepted the leadership. They exchanged a few more words, and after about a quarter of an hour, Yuan Jing perked up, regaining his former commanding air. He took Chen En to Instructor An and said, "Xiao An, the talent of the young. Chen's man is truly unprecedented in my life. It's a pity that the shoulder injury turned out to be more serious than I expected. I added him as a friend and will teach him breathing techniques today. The rest, we'll discuss later." After 2 years of wandering, Yuan Jing understood perfectly well that, for some reason, some professionals are in no hurry to reveal their true abilities. He himself was half buried in the ground, so why did he need additional confirmation, for example, to help Chen En? It was tacit consent. Chen En understood, shook the textbook in his hand, and nodded to Instructor An. Instructor An, slightly delighted, began rubbing his hands again. He took out a red envelope from his pocket and held it out with both hands. "Master Yuan, this is a small gift. Thank you for your trouble. If this boy, Chen En, can't learn it, don't be polite. Just kick his ass." Yuan Jing looked at the red envelope in front of him and for some reason glanced at Chen En. Chen En didn't answer, but just looked at him with a smile. Yuan Jing suddenly waved, sleeves betraying slight contempt. Little friend Chen and I immediately found a common language. "Xiao An, you insult me with these yellow and white things. Take them away. Take them away. If you don't clean it up, don't blame me for turning away from you. This is it. This is a real master. Coach." And sheepishly put away the red envelope and said, "I heard that Master Yuan is a noble and honest man. Seeing him today, I know it's true. Master Yuan, I admire you." Yuan Jing laughed and said nothing. After saying goodbye, Chen En and Coach An returned the same way and got into the car. As he started the car, Coach An asked, "Should I take you home?" Chen En shook his head. "Take me to the grey curtain checkpoint." "Boy, you don't want to rest for a minute, do you? Now is not the time to stop. Okay. Coach. An stepped on the gas, glanced at Chen En's profile, and felt an inexplicable reluctance to leave. After 2 years together, their relationship became both mentoring and friendly. Now that their separation was inevitable, how could he not feel sad? But Chen En, with a heart full of ambition, how could he be content with simple food and simple poverty? The horse's place is in the pastures, the dragon and the phoenix in the sky. He will definitely take the risk and take part in the large-scale, brutal task of destroying the underground city of ash furnaces. Instructor An asked, "Maybe I should take you home first." Chen En shook his head. "No need. I brought everything I needed. Fine. I received orders from my superiors to change positions soon. Today is the day of transfer of duties, so I will not take you to the dungeon. Is this true?" Chen En asked. "Are you no longer a coach?" Coach An smiled. "At the forefront is a level 35 professional, an elite. He recently had his leg torn off by a monster. That's why he retired. The organization asked him to take over my coaching duties. He is much stronger than me and was actively involved in the work of the strategy group, so he has experience. Allowing him to coach aspiring professionals is encouraging." Chen En remained silent. He felt that Coach An was doing a great job and there was no need to replace him. He asked, "What is your new position?" Coach An shook his head. "I don't know yet. I'll just follow the instructions." "About." The car raced in silence. Soon they arrived at a grey checkpoint. Coach An stopped without saying a word. Chen En opened the door, came out, and leaned towards me and said, "Coach, I'm leaving." Coach An waved his hand dismissively. "Come out." The midday sun was mercilessly blazing, casting a haze at the end of the highway, sweltering with the summer heat. Even at the beginning of autumn, the heat would still be scorching. The checkpoint was deserted. Chen En, alone, approached the heavily armed soldiers. The soldier checked his ID, nodded, and smiled. "Just got your ID today? Welcome to the grey curtain, professional. Please step forward." 5 kilometers away is Fenglai City, the starting point for all professionals. Starting point for all professionals? Chen En involuntarily turned his head. Ko Chan got out of the car behind the checkpoint. He stood next to the car and waved his hand energetically. There are hotels and restaurants at the Grey Curtain checkpoint. Chen En finished eating lunch at the restaurant at noon. He took out a golden invitation letter, and the countdown on it read 1/20/10/5. In 5 days, the Square Tower will open to her. Right now, the Square Tower should be the top priority. The hidden ghost in the mountain fog on Mount Dushan can also be explored. But Chen En opened the panel and looked at his go-to-Demon King city. He died in history around 10 o'clock yesterday evening and was rejected by Demon King City for 12 hours. Now the skill recharge was rewound. Chen En thought for a moment, stood up and went to the nearby hotel to book a room. In the cramped single room, he sat down on the white sheets and put the skill to use. A black fog appeared. Chen En opened and closed his eyes and was already standing by the fire at the top of the cemetery. He approached Dadarafa's tombstone as if it were familiar to him. The damaged tombstone had not been repaired, and a cloud of black smoke swirled into a ring, twisting like a whirlwind. Chen En reached out and touched him. Want to step into history and go on an adventure? A bright red text appeared before his eyes with options to confirm or decline. Do you want to go? Of course, yes. To make history, to create new results, to save the Pink Demon King's castle from certain destruction. That was why he, the Archon, had come here. Yesterday, when he, for the first time in history, the axe broken by the black-haired swordsman was not restored, which gave Chen En even more hope. If the damage is not repaired, does this mean that his achievements and achievements in history will also return to reality? If the answer is yes, it will be huge. Advantage! No penalties for death, rewards for completing levels. What could be more enjoyable? Chen En answered yes without hesitation. Archon, relax and good luck. Look, the lucky hero has arrived. This is brave. The bright red signs flashed by, and Chen En, stunned, found himself back in the narrow alley. Available time? 5:59:59. The crowd cheered. Chen En glanced at them, then turned around and tried to walk in the other direction. Wow, look at that. Who is that? Demon. But someone blocked his way. Chen En looked up and saw a black-haired swordsman leaning against the wall of the alley. His dead eyes were emotionless, but the corners of his lips curled into a disdainful smile. He continued slowly, "It seems that the association's intelligence is correct. Demons have indeed infiltrated the capital, intending to kill the lucky hero while he is still weak. But I wonder why the demons sent you. You look so weak." There he was. Even though their meeting was just one, Chen En understood perfectly well that this black-haired swordsman was of an incredibly high level in strength and was definitely not an opponent he could defeat right now. Chen En pulled out his tortoise shield and raised it vertically in front of yourself. Who are you? The black-haired swordsman stood straight, looking at Chen En. You don't even know me. Dog Luke, you can call me. Excuse me, what is your level now? Level 55. What happened? Nothing more. Without thinking, Chen En jumped into the alley next to him and rushed away. After running about 10 meters, he stopped abruptly. It was a dead end. The surrounding walls were more than 10 meters high, and Chen En, without the skills to improve his jumping and climbing, could not jump that high. Step. At that very moment, Hound Luke stepped into a puddle, blocking his path. Demon, it seems you were not prepared. As you can see, this is a dead end. Chen En let out a sigh of relief and pulled out his summoning bell. Don't relax! Ding! Ding! Shake the bell! A black whirlwind formed between the two men, but Dadalav never appeared. Instead, a bright golden message appeared. Unable to find the required soul. Summoning failed. Check your summoning bell. The call failed. Soul not found. Why? Because in this story, Dadalav hasn't died yet? Jokes. Dog Luke noticed Chen En's weakness and, no longer holding back, swung his sword. The next moment, Sir, be careful! A sharp cry came from the entrance to the alley, and a demon in a purple vest burst out from there. He looked very similar to Dadalava. Unfortunately, the demon in the purple vest arrived too late, and Dog Luke's attack was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the blade was right in front of him. Chen En took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then he disappeared on the spot. Telekinesis. Dog Luke's sword missed, and he was incredibly surprised. He turned around and saw Chen En appearing next to the purple vest demon. He shouted, "How can you do telekinesis? It's a family art passed down through generations in my Luke clan." Chen En sneered disdainfully. "This is our second meeting, human swordsman. Your skills are very useful, and I like them." After being killed by a black-haired swordsman one day, Chen En gained the skill of telekinesis. The teleportation effect is the same as the Flash. He instantly appears 10 meters ahead. It was through teleportation that Luke Dog was able to carry out such a swift attack, and Chen En also used it to avoid imminent death. The demon in the purple vest, unaware of what was happening, smiled happily. He grabbed Chen En's hand and unrolled the black scroll. "Master, follow me." A black fog appeared and disappeared. The demon in the purple vest and Chen En have disappeared, and their whereabouts are unknown. Shh. Luke Dog smacked his lips, his dead fish eyes reflecting weariness, and he sighed. "Teleportation? How troublesome! I don't want to move. Captain? Captain Luke!" Shouts came from the entrance to the alley, and two people, a man and a woman, rushed towards them. The tall woman asked worriedly, "What happened?" "We feel the magical power of the devil." Luke the dog looked indifferent. The association's intelligence is accurate. The devil has infiltrated the capital, and it is very likely that he wants to kill the hero of Good Omen. The hero of Good Omen is the hero of destiny and the hero beloved by the goddess. He can put an end to all the demon kings and put an end to their cruel and evil reign. So let's go to the tavern for a drink first. Bang! The tall woman hit Captain Luke on the back of the head with a wooden stick and said angrily, "The most important thing now is to find these demons." "Captain Luke, this is such a hassle. I don't want to do this. Even if you don't want to do it, you have to do it well. You are a lazy dog, Captain." Bang! Another blow with the stick. Luke the dog was not angry. He thought for a moment and went out alone. "Come with me to the Acorn Tavern." "Or shall we have a drink?" No, Luke smiled strangely. Catching demons. Chen En's vision went black, and he realized that he had been transported. He heard noise, smelled the aroma of wine and meat, and then looked around. It was a very old wooden room. "Sir?" A voice came from next to him. Chen En turned around and saw that the purple-robed demon who had brought him here was standing respectfully, like a servant. He didn't dare to look at Chen En, but only asked, "Are you a subordinate of a certain demon lord?" Chen En replied calmly, "Can you tell?" "Yes, you have the aura of a master." "Demons. You are the chosen higher demon." "Incorrect. Not a higher demon, but a human." Chen En carefully examined the demon's face and asked, "Are you Dadarao?" "Ay." The demon in the purple robe was clearly surprised. He looked up at Chen En, then quickly lowered his head. "This is Master. How do you know my name?" "I am just an unknown wanderer." "Because they are similar. Demons seem to be an ageless race." The demon in the purple vest in front of him was exactly like the ghost of Dadaru he had seen earlier. The only difference was that this demon was very immature. His movements, his behavior, his words, everything betrayed his immaturity. Chen En silently thought, at this period of history, the happy hero was just appearing. He had not yet fallen, had not yet become one of the 4 heavenly kings. Demon King rose. Dadaro also seemed to be just a young man, not yet a shadow guardian. Then let's think a little deeper. Was Dadaro's appearance here a coincidence? Obviously not. To put it simply, why was it necessary to choose this time and place to mold the happy hero? Wasn't that possible? do it at another time? It makes sense that Happy Hero was still a baby. Wouldn't the adult Chen En have had a better chance of succeeding with a single sword strike when he was still in diapers? The timing must have been carefully chosen. This is the life of the Death Omen hero. He must know when to strike with the greatest chance of success. That's why Dadarao appeared at the entrance of the alley and saved Chen En, who was supposed to be doomed. In other words, there is a way to skip classes. Chen En stood by the window, looking at the sign on the house opposite. It was a text he had never seen before, but Chen En understood it and knew what it meant. Warmly welcome the hero of good omen to the capital. Chen En's guess was Erna, but he didn't expect that was supposed to come here with the Demon King of Rose, who was supposed to provide him with the information he needed to achieve his goal. But now there was no information. Without the Rose Demon King, all the amenities were hidden in the fog, and Chen En-yu had to find them himself. He turned around to Dadarao and said, "Dadarao, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Supreme Archon under the Demon King of Rose. Are you ready to work for me?" "Chief Archon? What kind of title is this? What a sonorous sound." Dadalava's body trembled as he realized his chance. His face became serious and he said, "Mr. Chen, of course I am willing to serve you. I am a pure-blood demon and have always wanted to serve a certain demon lord, but unfortunately, such an opportunity never came. Not only me, but my brother and I are ready to serve you." Chen En frowned. "Your brother?" "Yes, my brother and I accepted the abyssal oath signed by the 13 demon lords to kill the auspicious hero here. Lord Chen, how about meeting my brother? Where is he?" Dadalov smiled faintly. "He is here. My brother is a faceless demon, skilled in disguise. This Acorn Tavern belongs to him, and he has been hiding in the capital for 7 years." Click! The gears stopped turning, and a dark substance filled the air. The world froze. Chen En was startled. The curtains stopped dancing. The birds soared high in the sky. And outside the window, the pedestrians on the street froze in different poses. Joy and sadness frozen on their faces. Chen En had seen this before. The whole world. Chen En was the only one in the world who could move. He stood up and looked at the motionless demon in front of him. "Dadalov?" Dadalov did not answer. "Select." Golden words appeared in frozen space and time. "A. You understand that Dadalava's help is necessary to achieve your goal. So, you accept Dadalava's offer and agree to meet his brother. B. You do not consider Dadalava trustworthy and do not consider his brother a useful assistant. You refuse Dadalava. C. Obtuse angle. What is this?" Chen En was completely confused, torn between the first two options before finally, he chose C. Click! The dark substance dissipated and the world flowed again. Dadalov, confused, looked at Chen En and asked, obtuse angle? Mr. Chen, what is an obtuse angle?" Chen En, confused, he replied, "Of course, call your brother. I'll let him know right away." Dadalov turned around enthusiastically and left. Chen En put his hands in his pockets, his face full of confusion. In the room, Chen En sat on a chair, looking at the two demons standing in front of him. On the left stood a demon in a purple shirt, Dadaro. On the right is a man in silk, with a Mediterranean and beer belly. He was the owner of the Acorn Tavern, the faceless demon. From their words, Chen En finally understood what was going on. The city beneath his feet was the capital of some kingdom, and a ceremony was taking place there. During the recent class awakening, a young man from a village awakened as a hero. What's more, surprisingly, the moment he awoke, the goddess appeared and blessed him. She gathered rays of light and a strong wind into a pair of shoulder pads, which she personally placed on the shoulders of the good hero. All present heard the goddess whisper, "These shoulder pads are called one-shouldered. Keep them for now." The goddess appeared and personally bestowed the shoulder pads. It was an unprecedented miracle. This hero became known as the good hero. The demon lords also took notice of this outstanding hero, jointly issuing the Oath of the Abyss, calling on all demons to kill the good hero. A demon who successfully killed a good hero could choose any demon city and become a high-ranking official there. Chen En studied the signatures on the oath, abysses, and found that they were signed by 13 demon lords. But the name of the demon lord Rose was not among them. Chen En casually placed the void oath on his knees and turned to ask, "Demon Lord Rose's name is not there. Do you know why?" Dadalav and the faceless demon looked at each other, unable to answer. Chen En raised his finger and firmly stated, "Because he takes this matter very seriously. Unlike other demon lords, Rose Demon Lord takes this matter extremely seriously. He even sent me, the chief consul, to oversee the battle. Let me tell you, the other demon lords are just trying to give you a high-ranking official. Before I set out, Demon Lord Rose himself said, 'You don't even need to kill the hero of Lucky Omen. All you have to do is blind his left eye, and you can take any position on the Council of Elders. 4 heavenly lords, Council of Elders, and you can take any position.'" Dadalav and the faceless demon shuddered, their eyes shining with surprise. Their first reaction was, "This is impossible." But Chen En was emitting the aura of a demon lord. It cannot be faked. He must be the demon lord's confidant. Since he said so, it can't be a mistake. The 2 demons were about to express their determination when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The man at the door said, "Boss, Captain Luke of the Royal Capital Patrol has arrived. He said he wanted to ask you something." "Captain Luke?" Chen En and Dadalav exchanged glances, each noticing a slight doubt in the other's eyes. Click. The next moment, the world stopped again. Dadalav and Faceless Demon froze, and the 3 golden versions appeared before Chen En's eyes again. Please make your choice. 3 options appear, one after another. A. You just escaped from black-haired Luke, and he appears right after you. You don't think it's a coincidence. You make a decisive decision to run away, without any regrets. B. Black-haired Luke's appearance was too random, and you were wary. But you remained calm and did not run away. Instead, you forced the faceless demon to try to take black-haired Luke away. By choosing this option, you will receive a rare item, Faceless Demon Amulet, unowned item. C. A man of honor. How can you retreat? Since black-haired Luke has come to die, grant his humble wish. Enter the fray and fight him. Hint, you can't take anything away from history. However, if the item remains unclaimed in history, you can return it to reality. What the hell is this? Chen En looked at the people around him who were frozen like statues and tried to escape through the window while everyone was still immobilized. But he soon discovered that there was an invisible membrane around him. Let alone leaving the room, he couldn't take a single step. When the world stopped, he couldn't move. Chen En looked at the options and thought for a moment. This time, it was clearly more dangerous than last time. The black-haired Luke appeared so quickly, it couldn't be a coincidence. He was probably following him. Choice C seemed stupid. There were no obvious advantages or disadvantages between A and B. Chen En hesitated for a long time and chose B, simply because he had something to take. "Let him go," Chen En said quietly, and the faceless demon nodded seriously. He turned to the door. "Is Captain Luke here? Just in time. I'll change my clothes." Then, Faceless Demon took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Chen En. "Master Chen, this is the Faceless Demon Amulet I created from my own skin. Activate it to hide your demonic aura and change your appearance. The capital is now full of high-level professionals, and your pure demonic aura is a target for them." Chen En took the talisman and directed his magical power. His demonic aura instantly weakened and his appearance changed. He turned to look at the silver mirror in the room. "Damn it, Andy Lau!" The faceless demon opened the window and said to Dadalav, "Dadalav, take Master Chen and leave first. Captain Luke's arrival was something completely unexpected. He could have been on your trail." Dadalav asked, "What are you going to do?" The faceless demon replied with alarm, I have my own plan. You go first." "Oh." Dadalav sighed, turned around and said, "Master Chen, let's go." Chen En, of course, didn't object. He patted the faceless demon on the shoulder and then followed Dadalav out the window, climbing over the rooftops of other houses as he escaped. They barely managed to get over 50 meters, like boom! A powerful explosion came from the second floor of the Acorn Tavern. Chen En turned around and saw the portly figure of the faceless demon fly back through the window, landing on the neighboring roof, breaking a row of red tiles. The next moment, dark-haired Luke appeared again. Stepping on the window frame, he turned and smiled at Chen En, whose face was distorted with horror. "Damn it! Master Chen, let's go." "Yes, we have to go." The sacrifice of the faceless demon could not be in vain. Chen En remained silent. He glared at Luke and then followed Dadalav off the roof and into the maze of alleys. Dadalav was clearly well versed in his surroundings. He led Chen En around the area, and after 7 or 8 minutes, they reached the back door of a residential building and entered using a key. The dwellings were dim and shabby. Dadalawa's face was pale, but he remained respectful. "Master Chen, this is our back road. There's a passage in the basement that leads directly to another area 3 kilometers away. Even if someone finds us here, we can evacuate. Theoretically, it's safe here, so don't worry. Very thorough preparation." Chen En nodded, noticing the suppressed sadness on Dadalawa's face. "Is the faceless demon okay?" Dadalav shook his head. Black-haired Luke doesn't want to let him go, especially now. The faceless demon must be, "I don't know how to console you, Dadalav. Master Chen, it's not your fault. Ever since we took the Death Abyss oath, the faceless demon and I have disregarded life and death. We want to become famous, not be wandering, unemployed demons." Chen En really didn't know what to say. He was not of this time and space, and this was his first meeting with Faceless Demon. Seeing him injured while defending himself and Dadalawa from the attack, he felt, frankly, more confusion than surprise. More surprise than anger. Even now, when he had enough space to think calmly, he simply thought that the Faceless Demon was an amazing person, and nothing more. But what bothered him most was what exactly this choice represented. The sudden pause in time, the sudden choice, gave Chen En a deep sense of unreality. He thought, perhaps this is the magic of the great magic. In history, the right choice may be more important than my own fighting prowess. So the question was, how will this choice be implemented? Chen En looked at Dadalawa and asked, "Dadalawa, tell me your plan. Now that you've taken the Void Oath, there must be a plan of action, right?" "This is exactly what I want to explain to you, Mr. Chen." Dadalav took off his purple vest and took out his adventurer's clothes from the closet. He shook the golden ticket and said, "Today is the hero of auspicious initiation ceremony. After the audience with the king, the hero of auspicious will go to the Adventurers Guild to select 3 teammates to form the Team of Brave. I, Dadarao, intend to infiltrate their ranks, become a member of the Team of Brave, and then kill him." Chen En sighed and leaned back in his chair. "Tell me more." After Dadarao's explanation, Chen En finally understood his plan. After the initiation ceremony is complete, the hero will select teammates from the Adventurers Guild's list of recommended adventurers. This year, the Adventurers Guild selected 30 qualified adventurers from thousands of candidates for the title of Hero of the Favorable. These 30 people have impeccable pedigrees and unlimited potential. Each of them is a true leader. Dadalav sneered contemptuously. "Master Chen, people are dirty, arrogant, and disobedient. The good hero has performed a miracle, and many influential people want their children to join his team. Some rich children were not included in the 30, so they organized the royal selection, choosing 50 adventurers for the good hero." Chen En simply nodded. The requirements for the 50 chosen by the kingdom are not high. All you have to do is send enough money to the Minister of Finance to qualify. I donated 3,000 gold coins and successfully secured a place for myself. Dadalav smiled and shook the selection certificate in his hand. Click. At that moment, the world stopped. 3 options appeared before Chen En again. A. Dadalawa's plan is riddled with flaws. You don't think the auspicious hero would be stupid enough to choose a demon as a teammate. You have other plans and want to convince Dadalawa to give up his plan. B. Dadalava's idea is sound, but the person he chooses is wrong. You say that you are more qualified for this task and ask Dadalava to give you his place. C. You praise Dadalava's wisdom. You think the plan is very feasible, and the person he chooses is ideal. Chen En considered 3 options. Option A was initially excluded. Chen En didn't know if Dadalawa's plan was good. The problem was that he didn't know what to do. He stopped other people's plans, but he couldn't come up with his own. What kind of amateur leader is this? There is no choice. BB was similar. Chen En had no idea about local customs, and he was not necessarily better than Dadalawa. The only option left was option C. More importantly, was there no reward? He had given the faceless demon amulet before, but this time it was not there. How could he choose? Chen En randomly chose C, and time flowed. He looked at Dadalav and asked, "Dadalav, how sure are you?" Dadalav wasn't sure either. This is my first time attending a hero selection conference, so to be honest, I'm not sure. Let's take it step by step. Master Chen, let's go to the selection site. Lead the way. Dadalav opened the basement door and led Chen En into the tunnel. The tunnel connected to the capital's sewer system. Dadalav apologized. "The smell is a bit strong," then quickened his pace, leading Chen En through the underground well to the surface. Turning the corner, Chen En saw a dense crowd of people. Crews. The street was lined with richly decorated carriages and elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies lined up along the streets, communicating. Dadalav pointed at them and said, "These are the nobility of the capital, and over there are the adventurers." The street was clearly divided. On the left were the nobility, on the right were the adventurers. Compared to the nobles who strutted around like peacocks, the adventurers' outfits were less elaborate, but their fighting spirit was noticeably higher. They polished their armor and weapons, trying their best to appear fierce and experienced. Their methods were different from those of the nobility, but they also flaunted their appearance, hoping to attract attention. "Master Chen, be careful!" Chen En was about to say something when Dadarao, who was standing next to him, suddenly shouted. The next moment, the sword pierced his chest. Chen En felt the coldness of iron before blood gushed out from his mouth. He turned around and saw Luke, the hound, appear behind him and stab him through the heart with one blow. "You said we've met before?" "Demon," Luke whispered. He curled his lips and continued. "But you don't seem to know that I'm an incredibly skilled tracker. I've put a mark on you. Until you take it off, I'll find you, no matter where you run. Mark, the fight is over. You did not gain any significant benefit from this fight. Rampage successfully activated. In a rage, you arbitrarily took over an enemy's skill, losing telekinesis but temporarily gaining a mark." Chen En coughed up blood and said, "I'll be more careful next time." Luke narrowed his eyes. "No, next time." He drew his weapon and pushed Chen En away. Chen En opened his eyes and the window was completely black. He remembered everything he had experienced, instinctively touching his chest. After making sure he was okay, he took out a golden invitation. 10-10-3-20. 10 hours passed and it was 10 in the evening. According to the sign, "Go to the Demon King's castle," he was forbidden from entering for another 12 hours, and there were still 3 hours left before the next entry. Alas, although he would not die, the memories of death still did not leave him. The moment when Dog Luke pierced his heart with his sword was truly terrifying. Even though he knew it was fake, Chen En still felt goosebumps all over his body. He thought for a moment and then climbed in the pocket. There were 2 items there. One is the Oath of the Abyss, and the other is the Amulet of the Faceless Demon. What he received in history actually followed him into reality. Fine! Chen En clenched his fist, put the oath back into his arm and examined the amulet. Amulet of the Faceless Demon. Rare item. Made primarily from the dandruff of a faceless demon, it serves as a camouflage amulet. Use it to transform into someone else. Transformation. Change all your external features. Chen En could easily imagine how useful a gadget that could change one's appearance could be. It was like gaining a new identity, allowing me to do many things that were previously uncomfortable. Even more important was Andy Lau. For some reason, perhaps by fate, the Faceless Demon's amulet contained an image identical to Andy Lau. From this image alone, Chen En believed that the amulet was worth 2 million. Perhaps this was not enough. Historically, death has clearly carried with it punishment. The inability to immediately reach the Demon King's castle was only a minor problem. The most devastating consequence was not immediately awakening after death, but falling into a deep sleep. Tired and hungry, Chen En struggled to his feet and headed to a restaurant nearby, hotel where I ordered a bowl of rice. While waiting for food, he took out the void oath and examined it carefully. Historically, this parchment scroll was completely new. Now it was brittle and cracked, as if it had been there for a very long time. This is an ancient notebook. A voice came from nearby. Chen En turned around and saw a young scholar in a grey robe with a veil, who was looking at the parchment scroll in Chen En's hand in surprise. He turned to the grey-haired professor standing behind him. "Teacher, do you think he's holding an ancient notebook?" "Old." The professor looked at Chen En, then at the parchment scroll, shaking his head. How could this be an ancient notebook? "This is the void oath." This is the void oath? Wow. The old professor who had been holding the scroll just now turned into a monkey and ran towards Chen En. Chen En caught a sour, unpleasant smell, slightly repulsive. It seems that this professor did not care about personal hygiene at all. He held out the void oath and said, "Could you please study this?" "Yes, please. Thank you." The old professor reached out to take it, but then changed his mind. He looked at the student and said, "Go get me gloves and a magnifying glass. Is this really necessary?" "Don't be shy. Take a look. If that's not enough, I'll bring you the box later." Chen En threw parchment scroll on the table, took a bowl of rice from the waiter and asked, "Old man, do you know the Order of the Abyss?" "Of course. The Order of the Abyss is a decree issued by the Demon King. Historically, that is, in the history of the Grey Curtain, it has been issued more than 70 times. Each issue marked a significant event, making it extremely valuable for research. The old professor's eyes sparkled as he looked at the parchment scroll. He looked at the signatures at the bottom, muttering, "This is the signature of the Demon King of the Far East. This is the signature of the Demon King. Eclipses 1, 2, 10, 13. Gradually, he realized that something was wrong. He turned to Chen En and shouted, "The void death oath signed by the 13 Demon Kings. It has only been seen once in history. Could this be the void death oath, calling on demons to kill the happy hero?" Chen En put down his chopsticks, also a little surprised. "Do you know the happy hero?" The professor stared at him. At first, he was a hero, the beloved of a goddess, receiving endless expectations and praise. Eventually, he lost his way, killed the king, and degraded to one of the 4 heavenly pink demon kings. Which of the grey masks does not know about this shame of a hero, about this traitor to humanity? Chen En was a little surprised, but soon accepted it as normal. After the dungeon descended, the Demon Queen Rose appeared. Her connection with the grey veil was normal for her. It would be incredible if she had no connection. Chen En put down his chopsticks and asked, "Professor, as you can see, I am a local resident, and I am very interested in the story of the grey veil. I am very interested in the lucky omen of the brave. Tell me about her." "Tell me?" The old professor's student has returned with a toolbox. The old professor couldn't wait and asked, "How about I decipher the Oath of the Abyss first, and then tell you the story?" Chen En waved his hand and said, "This parchment scroll is much more valuable in the hands of a scholar like you. Tell me a story, and I'll lend you the void oath for research. How could he be so embarrassed? Okay. The professor took a photo of him, signed a receipt, and left the student with the order of the void oath. Then he held out his business card and said, I am a senior lecturer in the archaeology department of the Mingguang Academy of Magic. My name is Guliang. Chen En nodded. Professor Gu. Professor Gu outlined the situation and then added, the happy hero later fell and was betrayed. There are few historical records of his life, and those who knew about it kept it secret. To us, his descendants, he is a mystery. What is certain is that the happy hero was attacked by a demon on the day of the witnessing ceremony. Demonic attack? Chen En frowned. He and Dadalov were captured by the Hound Luke before they even entered the selection room. Was it another demon who did this? Yes, it was probably murder. It is known that the hero of fortune survived, but there are different opinions about whether he was wounded, and there is still no clear answer. All that is known is that the red armor given to the hero of fortune by the goddess, the shoulder pads called the One Shoulder, have disappeared. Most likely, a demon took them. What? Chen En immediately became interested and asked, is this equipment condensed by rays of light and strong wind? The professor nodded and replied, yes, some historians believe that the hero of fortune's fall was inevitable. From the moment he lost the equipment given to him by the goddess, he lost all his abilities. His betrayal of humanity was also predictable. Chen En folded his hands and asked, Professor Gu, I am particularly interested in this period of history. Could you tell me more about it? What did the demon who killed the great hero look like? When did it happen? How did the meeting to select the brave ones go? Who was elected in the end? Professor Gurian was stunned. He had not expected such diligent work from the young man. He felt a slight desire to help him. After thinking for a while, he replied, I can't tell you anything now. To reconstruct the historical details, you need to read a lot of literature and reason logically, based on the humanistic environment of that time, in order to come to a more reliable conclusion. So, I'll leave you the phone number. Professor Gu wrote down his number and handed it to Chen En. He smiled and said, I'm going back to Mingguang Academy in Beavertown. Come in when you're free. I'll give you permission to look through the literature. This way, you will have a more intuitive understanding. Who's on American time now? Chen En picked up the phone and asked, who were the members of the first generation of auspicious heroes? It shouldn't be hard to find out, right? Professor Gu thought for a moment. I remember that the first patriarch of the Sun family, a mage named Weru Sun, was a member of the first generation of auspicious heroes. The other two, there are no clear records in the history books. It seems that they were two ordinary adventurers. Their names were never left, and it is not even known when they left the team. Isn't that the same as keeping silent? Chen En remained silent. Professor Gu smiled and continued. However, the method of selecting teammates by the good hero is quite ingenious. He personally wrote the words justice, equality, and friendship on 3 pieces of paper and handed them out to 3 people in the royal capital, declaring that whoever found the 3 pieces of paper would become his teammate. Isn't this a real revelation? Chen En's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Professor, you have a good memory. So, which 3 have the note? The good hero is a disgrace to humanity. Everyone wants to distance themselves from him. The exact identity of the note's holder is now unknown. I only know that justice stands at the gates of the military police in the royal capital. Equality stands at the gates of the Church of the Goddess, and friendship stands at the gates of the Adventurers Guild. Professor Guri glanced at his watch. He stood up and said, Disciple Chen, I have a meeting today and I need to go. Don't forget to contact me. I'll wait. Chen En replied contentedly, Goodbye, Professor. 3 hours later. Chen En glanced at the activated journey to the Demon King's castle and took one last look at the skill he had extorted. Tag. Luke's unique skill, the pride of the Luke Hound clan. It leaves a unique mark on any target in its field of view. No matter where they are or how far away they are, you can clearly pinpoint their location. This was undoubtedly why Luke bit Chen En. It's a pity to lose the instant body, but only after receiving the mark, we will be able to get out of the impasse. The black fog swirled, and Chen En cast a spell to teleport to the Demon King's castle. He reappeared at the cemetery's bonfire, heading towards Dadaru's resting place once more. Touching the black vortex, want to travel back in time and go on this adventure? Yes, select a point. This time, the great magic did not activate immediately. A new stage was added. Chen En looked up and saw 4 options. First, on the second floor of the Acorn Tavern, before Luke the Hound arrives. 2. On the second floor of the Acorn Tavern, after Luke the Hound arrives. 3. In the houses on Refugee Street. Nangavda. Start from the beginning. 3 nodes corresponding to 3 decision points. The last one is to skip saving and go through the process again. It made sense. Chen En saved at the moment of choice while playing Gal Game. Anyone would have done the same. He clicked on the 3rd option and the world suddenly turned upside down. When he came to, he was already in the houses on Bezhentsev Street, where time stood still. A. Dadalawa's plan is full of flaws. Don't you think the lucky hero is stupid enough to choose a demon as a partner? You have other plans and you are trying to convince Dadalava to give it up. B. Dadalav's idea is good, but the person he has chosen is wrong. You say that you can do the task and ask Dadalav to give you his place. C. You praise the wisdom of Dadalava. You consider this plan to be quite feasible and the person he chose to be ideal. Chen En chooses option B and time begins to flow. He looked at Dadalav in front of him and said, Dadalav, you have done well. Leave it to me. I need you to do one more important thing for me. Dadalav looked at Chen En and asked, Mr. Chen, how can I help you? Chen En raised his hand, squeezed the mark Luke had left on his palm, and showed it to Dadalawa. Do you know what this is? Dadalav shook his head. I don't know. I feel like this is a magical sign. This is the skill of the black-haired swordsman. I didn't notice it at first, but then I reacted. It was by this mark that the swordsman sensed where you and I were and chased us to the Acorn Tavern. Dadalav frowned and remained silent. Chen En continued. I want you to accept this mark, Dadalao. With this mark, you must immediately leave the capital and flee to Demon King Rose's castle. You can give me your place, and I'll deal with the auspicious hero. There's only one question left. Are you sure you can leave safely? Dadalav nodded quickly. I am willing to take the risk, Mr. Chen. Chen En transferred the mark to his body and said, Go to Demon King Rose's castle, Dadalaw. There your wish will come true. Dadalav nodded and accepted the mark. Initially, I wanted to update once every 6 hours and once every 12 hours to see if this chapter would be more detailed. Now there seems to be no effect. That's it. That's it. Will the next update be the same as now? Or will there be 2 updates in a row at 6 a.m.? If a lot of people request 2 updates in a row, I will change the update schedule. A meeting was held in the Puzzle King's capital to select a team of heroes. The time was an hour later. Chen En, wearing the adventurer's outfit prepared by Dadalav and clutching the careful selection certificate in his hand. Kingdoms mingled with the crowd. According to Professor Gurian, the auspicious hero will announce a unique selection format that requires qualified attendees to search for a piece of paper. But Chen En did not exist in history. Will Chen En's appearance in this time and space change the plot? Chen En didn't know the answer. He could only proceed with caution. Everyone, silence. Din din. Suddenly, an old man appeared on the high wall of the Adventurers Association and struck the gong. With a smile on his face, he said, Before. Well, thank you all for taking the time to come here and take part in the Hero of Fortune team selection meeting. According to the rules of previous years, you all have to appear before the Hero of Fortune, demonstrate your skills, and impress him with your undeniable strength. But this year, things are different. Broke out down a discussion ensued. A handsome blonde man stepped forward and shouted, Mr. President, what do you mean? Master Ji Zhao Yongji won't interview us? The old man smiled weakly and replied, "No, it won't." Wow. The crowd exploded with noise. The impatient ones took a few steps forward, blushing and loudly protesting. Even those who maintained their composure could not refrain from verbal altercations. Chen En stood in the crowd and smiled. Great. Here it is. The script, ding ding ding. The president struck the gong, continuing to smile. Everyone, be patient. By the decision of Master Ji Zhao Yongzhe, the selection conference will be held in an unprecedented manner. Please watch. There were 3 scrolls hanging on the wall, each with 3 short phrases. The brave are brave for a reason. The determined are determined for a reason. Despise the strong and flatter the poor. All people in the world are brothers. President looked around the completely silent selection hall and continued. Each phrase is a word. The good hero writes this word on a piece of paper and gives it to someone for safekeeping. This person stands in the most visible place in the capital, where the word will be most clearly visible. All qualified candidates, first you must guess the word. Then find the person with the paper and say it to them. So they will pass the paper to you, and you will become a teammate of the good hero. Guess a riddle, and then you need to find someone? What's the point? We adventurers just need to fight. What's the point of all this nonsense? Ha! It must be those damned masters. I knew it from the very beginning, ever since they started this royal selection. That's right, it's not fair. Don't think this auspicious hero is a good person. Many in the selection room were unhappy. The new selection method turned previous ideas upside down. The previous excessive quota for the royal selection had already left some unhappy, and now this unexpected situation had naturally left them furious. But many others disagreed. One man, hearing the complaints of those around him, suddenly had an epiphany. He exclaimed, "Fair enough. Yes, that's right. Despise the rich and powerful, flatter the poor and humble. Isn't that right? Crap." He spoke quickly. The thought was expressed, and he immediately fell silent. Everyone heard his words, and there was a deathly silence. Everyone thought. Yes. The second sentence clearly stated fair. So where is the fairness? Church of the Goddess. What good are the rich and powerful before God? What is poverty? God sees everyone equally. She is the most beautiful. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people understood the answer. Without saying a word, they suddenly ran towards the Church of the Goddess. Frustrated by his slowness, he realized he was ahead of them and shouted, "Damn it! Church of the Goddess! The second note must be in the Church of the Goddess. This is the most beautiful place, where even the king kneels before the goddess. Brothers, attack! It is easy to be tempted by the crowd. There are 80 suitable candidates, but only 3 vacancies. Why waste energy here? It's better to just follow the main force and rush forward. As long as they can run fast and outsmart others, they can secure a place for themselves." Chen En, watching the raging crowd, definitely would not get involved in a fight. As a future guest, he knew the answer. Instead of fighting with the large crowd for a place in front of the church, it would have been better to grab the Adventurers Association friendship note nearby. After the announcement of the president of the Adventurers Association, he did not leave. He remained on top of the high walls, quietly watching the few suitable candidates below. Chen En took advantage of the opportunity, stepped forward and shouted, "Friendship!" 2 voices were heard at the same time. Chen En turned around and saw a young woman in a grey robe behind him, looking at him in astonishment. With dazzlingly fair hair, eyes as bright as sapphires, and lips as pink as water, she was strikingly beautiful and had a dazzling appearance. In sharp contrast to her dazzling appearance, her clothing was made of cheap fabrics and washed to a pale shade. Is this really the first head of the Sun family, Veru's son? The guild leader on the high wall was stunned, looking at the 2 boys and girl below in surprise. He jumped down, came up to me and said, at the same time, This is really unexpected. You 2 have the same sharp mind." Chen En remained silent. The girl stepped forward and said, "Then, Guildmaster, How will this be decided? Who, him or me, will get this note? This, the guild leader looked from Chen En to the girl, at a loss for words. He did have a friendly note, but only one. The two people in front of him were simultaneously solving a puzzle and talking, completely confusing him. Click. At that moment, the world stood still. Please choose. Chen En, who was used to this, read the golden words that appeared in front of him. A. You admire the girl's intellect. She solved the puzzle as fast as you, who already knew the answer. But you don't want to back down. You propose a duel with the winner to be chosen. After all, the hero's comrades need fighting strength, so it's a reasonable suggestion. B. History cannot be changed. You realize that the girl in front of you is Val's son, who will go down in history. To avoid unforeseen consequences, you decide to refuse. By choosing this option, you will receive a training device for the legendary skill Unconditional Universal Love. C. Obtuse Angle. This what should I choose? I need to explain? The answer to the first puzzle is justice. Knowing that they are doing justice makes the brave brave and the determined steadfast. But not everyone expects this level, which makes this puzzle the most difficult of the three. Chen En could easily give up friendship and strive for justice. And he could master the legendary skill. Chen En didn't hesitate for a second and decisively chose B. Chen En made his choice. And time has flowed. He looked at the girl next to him and said, You have the same brilliant mind as me, young lady. Thank you. The girl looked at Chen En warily. And what are you going to do, sir? Are you going to give up? Chen En smiled faintly and said, I won't give up. I'm looking for another answer. The answer to the first riddle, you see? The girl shook her head. No, I only solved the riddle of friendship. Then go and declare friendship. Soon, young lady? Chen En took 2 steps back and turned to leave. What is this? Change? Does this person know what he is giving up? Becoming an ally of the hero is every professional's dream. As the main force in the fight against the Demon King and his minions, the hero and his allies are respected and trusted by every kingdom. They will receive the best equipment, master the best skills, and gain unlimited glory. Who doesn't love a hero? And now, when such a chance opened up before him, he gave up so easily. Wait, the girl said, grabbing Chen En's hand. Seriousness shone in her blue eyes as she declared, I will not allow myself to be taken advantage of, master. You cannot back down so easily. Your generosity is unreasonable. How about this? Let's fight. A magical duel, a fight with weapons. We will fight with fists and feet. Chen En pulled his hand back. There is no need for that. No! Duel! Come out to duel! The girl grabbed Chen En's hand, clinging to him like an octopus. Chen En tried several times but couldn't break free. He looked at the girl clinging to him like an octopus and angrily demanded, I give this to you, and you don't even want it? The girl still held on. The only thing that is reliable is what you earned with your own hands. I refuse your arms. The guild leader couldn't help but smile as he watched the boy and girl tangled up in a ball. One voluntarily surrendered, giving up a precious opportunity to the other. Another, refusing to accept the offer of humility, insisted on a duel to determine the winner. Really? They are not the true embodiment of friendship? However, the note could only be given to one person. But this other person might have been worthy of mastering this skill. The president stepped forward and said, Sir, madam, listen to me. You both deserve the friendship I offer you. Since this gentleman has voluntarily surrendered, I will give her to this lady. And, besides, he reached out and pulled out a mottled, dull gold badge. Chen En looked down and discovered that it was a purple item. Proof of great love, epic item. Proof of great love, a unique inheritance stone containing the legendary skill Free Universal Love. However, legendary skills have their own principles, and only those who have been recognized can master this skill. Over time, the spiritual energy of the proof of great love will soon run out, in 90 days. The guild president handed the Great Love Certificate to Chen En and said, "The Great Love Certificate may be a purple item, but its rarity is undeniable. A legendary skill, truly powerful. Sir, I see the spirit of unity and the friendship certificate in you. You are an exceptional adventurer, perhaps worthy of mastering this legendary skill. Please accept it." Chen En was stunned, suddenly doubting whether he should accept it. "President, is this okay?" The guild president smiled. "Please accept, sir. Honestly, I have had the Great Love Certificate for 20 years. Despite constant reflection and selfless pursuit of justice and mercy, I have yet to receive recognition for my skills. In 90 days, it will disintegrate. I am hopeless. I give it to you. Perhaps you can master it." This Chen En came from hundreds of years in the future. What use could this thing have for him? He was afraid that the Great Love Certificate would turn into fossil once he returned. Chen En glanced at the girl and took it. "Thank you. I will do my best to master it." The guild president smiled, nodded, and looked at him encouragingly. The girl realized how valuable this item was and stopped fussing. She took the friendly note handed over by the president and turned to Chen En. "Sir, is this okay? This thing can instantly make you and me teammates with the Blessed Warriors, and the one in your hands won't necessarily allow you to master legendary skills." Chen En waved his hand. "I say the same thing. We will meet soon, as teammates of the Good Warrior Y." The girl looked at Chen En suspiciously, not understanding where he got such confidence from. A moment later, she extended her hand and said, "I am Wailu's son. In the future, I will become the greatest magician among humans." Chen En put away the Great Love Certificate, intending to study it later. He simply shook the girl's hand. "My name is Chen En, and I come from a distant land." Hurry, hurry to the crew. Troops of military police rushed out of the royal gate. Capital Military Police. The fat captain quickly buttoned his uniform and ordered the sergeants to get into the carriages. As he came out of the gate, he was surprised to see dead Fisheye leaning against the gate. "Sir Luke? Sir Luke! You've arrived just in time. Please help us." Dark-haired Luke glanced at him casually. "What happened?" "Demons! Demons have appeared on the streets of the royal capital. Of them, more than one place." About? What did you say?" The military policeman, sweating profusely, continued. "Sir Luke, you hurry up and help us deal with the demons." Luke waved his hand. "I have other things to do, so I have to stay here. However, I can lend you my people." He nodded, and the young men and women next to him stepped forward. "Sir, we are ready to help you." "Oh, good. Get in, quickly." Luke watched as his men climbed into the military police carriage, then turned to look at the thick smoke rising over the capital. The association's intelligence data proved to be remarkably accurate. The 13 demon lords came together. The order to destroy the abyss was given, and a huge number of demons entered the capital, sowing chaos and destruction. The city's defense department took action, but the number and strength of the invading demons seemed to exceed the imagination of the powerful. The military police, not originally responsible for protecting against demons, were forced to mobilize and put out fires everywhere. In this situation, Luke had to be on the front lines, but he couldn't leave. He carried with him the justice note. The adventurer will take away his justice and become Lucky Hero's teammate? Who was so lucky? Yes. Footsteps were heard from the side. Hound. Luke turned his head, raised his eyebrows, and saw a surprised face. It was that very man. The man who escaped his fatal blow in the alley and escaped pursuit at the Acorn Tavern. Ha! Luke smiled and drew his sword. "It's you, the demon." The one who came was, of course, Chen En. On the deserted street at the empty gendarmerie gate, Chen En and Luke exchanged glances. Chen En's eyes were full of irritation. He looked at Luke and asked, "Why you again?" "Ha ha, believe me, demon, I don't want to be here either. But my king gave me a task, and I must carry out his orders." Luke smiled strangely. He looked at Chen En's adventurous outfit and asked, "You look more cunning and insightful than I thought. You came here for justice." Chen En spat out these two words with equal intensity and drew out his jagged peasant axe. "You have the justice note with you, right, Luke? Give it to me. It is your duty." Luke ducked into a fighting stance. "According to the rules, I have to give you a note. In the end, you solved the riddle and found me. But, demon, think about it with your toes. How can I let a demon be a hero's partner? Damn it. How could he, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get past Luke? What's wrong with this boy? Does he have a script in his hands that was specifically designed for this period of history to turn people off?" Chen En thought to himself, "If you die, you die. I will die in sleep. Why should I be afraid of you?" The breath of the abyss has spread. Dark magic surrounded Chen En. He looked straight at Luke and sneered, "Let me see if Dog Luke has any real skills. To battle." Seeing this, Luke's smile widened. He sheathed his sword and said, "Don't worry. We are one of us." "What?" Chen En shuddered and stopped. "Master Chen, Sir Luke is one of us." A voice came from the side. Chen En turned around and saw a head peeking out from the nearby flowers. It was Dadalav. "What's happening?" Chen En shifted his gaze from the flower-clad Dadalawa to the glassy Luke, unable to keep up with him. So what? This swordsman who killed him more than once was not a man, but a demon? "You don't?" "You look surprised, demon." Luke stepped forward and handed him a note of justice from his pocket. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry I showed hostility towards you. You know, I didn't want to reveal my true face until the very end, so I pretended to be human. But now, I think we can work together." Chen En tilted his head. "Do you think it's time?" "Yes, the moment you appear here in front of me will be your last. Demon, you have an exceptional mind and we can work with you. Let's join forces to kill the lucky hero." Luke's tired face was shining, his eyes were sparkling with a murderous gleam. Chen En, realizing the justice, asked, "What should I do?" Luke smiled weakly and replied, "Everything is under control. Now take you to Lucky Hero, and you will be his teammate. Lucky Hero is still very immature, and his understanding of heroes is shallow. He only sees glory, not the burden of responsibility. Now that the capital has been taken over by monsters, he will not miss the opportunity to prove himself. He will be happy to destroy you and try to suppress the unrest in the capital." Chen En nodded, but said nothing. The important people of the capital, especially those families who have flirted with the happy hero, will be glad to cooperate in his plan. They are quite capable of controlling the situation, but people are always so stupid, especially these self-proclaimed important people. Luke's words were filled with deep contempt. They do not consider the appearance of demons in the capital a disaster. They don't care about the safety of the citizens. They see this as an opportunity, a chance for the happy heroes to quickly gain authority. They will intentionally allow the demons to wreak havoc in a certain area. This area should not affect the capital's economy, and certainly should not harm the wealthy merchants and nobles. But this should be clear to many people. A few civilian deaths are not a problem. Only when many people see it with their own eyes will the reputation of the happy heroes reach its peak. So this place is... Luke made a gesture, trying to get an answer out of Chen En. How could Chen En know? He's not even from this timeline. Seeing that Chen En was silent, he smiled confidently. Dadalov thought, "That's right. The answer is so obvious that Lord Chen doesn't even bother to answer." He stepped forward and said, "This must be Refugee Street west of the capital. There are no workshops or shops on Refugee Street, only bankrupt merchants, disillusioned writers, unemployed people, and labourers. It's the perfect place. Click." Luke snapped his fingers, then looked at Chen En and continued, "Demon, I will set up an ambush at Refugee Street to the west of the city. If the lucky hero goes there, that's all that matters. If not, you'll have to find a way to lure him in." Chen En nodded seriously. "Refugee Street, huh? I see. Good to know. Follow me." Luke waved his hand, sending Dadalawa first into the ambush on the Street of Running Water, then led Chen En to a mansion in the east of the city. "Sir, this is the adventurer who solved the problem of justice, Mr. Chen En." Standing respectfully in front of the pavilion in the courtyard of the mansion, Luke introduced Chen En to the happy hero. Yes, the happy hero looked at. "Chen En," replied coldly. "Chen En, you really did it?" Wailu was excited, waving his hand and smiling sweetly. This mansion in the east of the city was a quiet refuge amid the hustle and bustle, luxurious and elegant. The courtyard was beautifully landscaped, lush and green, like a forest. The noise of the capital, the cries of the townspeople who died tragically from the blades of the monsters, were naturally inaudible. One only had to look up to see thick smoke rising into the distant sky, smoke from burning streets and burnt houses. The lucky hero, 17 or 18 years old, was dressed in glittering silver armor, with a precious sword at his belt and an elegant ring on the middle finger of his left hand. He raised his cup without even looking at Chen En and simply asked, "What do you do and at what level? How should I answer him?" "Oh, this question mark, can you answer honestly?" "Forget," he grumbled. The brave Ji Zhao finished his coffee and stood up. "Forward, everyone. The citizens are in danger, and as a brave man, I cannot sit idle. Everyone, stand up. The king needs us." Of course, I have to be frank. Ji Zhao's gaze slid over Chen En, Ver Sun, and the sturdy swordsman. These three were his chosen teammates. "If you can't handle this operation, I'll think about replacing you. Understood?" "Understood," came a hoarse reply. Except for the strong swordsman, Chen En and Veru remained silent. Ji Zhao looked at them with a frown and asked, "What about you two?" Chen En raised his hand. "Okay." Veru sighed. "Ha! Mr. Brave, what will you do if you can't handle it?" "I can't be mediocrity." "Okay, let's go." The brave man waved his hand and led them to a luxurious carriage prepared in the courtyard. Chen En and the others followed him, sitting down one by one. Wiley sat down last. Looking around, she saw the hero sitting alone on one side, Chen En and the swordsman on the other. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. She squeezed between Chen En and the carriage, half of her buttocks resting on Chen En's lap. Chen En was puzzled. He pointed to the other side and said, "Sit there." Wailu glared at him. "I think it's a blessing to be surrounded by a young girl, especially one as beautiful as me." "Chen En, don't be ungrateful. Doesn't matter." Chen En moved closer to the swordsman. Wei Lu looked at Chen En intently and asked, "Chen En, what is the effect of this unconditional universal love? This is a legendary skill, and this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes." Chen En waved his hands and said, "I haven't learned it yet, so I don't know the details. Is it true?" Wei Lu extended her palm and said, "Then show me the great love certificate. Have an outstanding talent. Perhaps I can master it in the blink of an eye." Chen En glared at her. "If you learned this, what should I learn? We're teammates now. If we're teammates, shouldn't we share the good stuff?" Wei Lu said confidently. She nudged Chen En's waist with her elbow and continued, "Show me. If I master it, won't I give it to you? And it won't waste your magic power." "I think this is a very good deal." Chen En smirked. "Don't even think about it. What kind of person is this?" Ahem. Perhaps Chen En and Wei Lu were chatting too enthusiastically, and the lucky guy felt left out. He coughed and said, "Quiet. Of you, shut up." Seeing this, the big swordsman added, "Both of you, now is not the time to talk. The townspeople are being attacked by monsters. Are you not worried at all?" Wei Lu chuckled. "Aren't you cold, sir? Standing on your moral superiority? When monsters attack the citizens, the city defense forces, those nobles and those fat pigs in the palace, must respond. We pay them taxes, but have they fulfilled their obligations? What's the point of me worrying? You..." The swordsman stared at him as if insulted. He looked at the brave man and said, "Mr. Ji Zhao, look at her. This is simply treason." Brave Jijiao also frowned. He was about to say something, but Wailu interrupted him. Am I wrong? Master Brave, you are also from the village. You must understand what I am talking about. Or has the busy life of the last 2 days made you forget the face of the nobility? The brave Jijiao shifted uneasily. He covered his left hand with his right, hiding the ring on his middle finger. Seeing that the newly formed team was beginning to fall apart, Chen En quickly mitigated the situation. Mr. Jijiao, where are we heading now? Brave Jijiao straightened up. To the west of the city, on Refugee Street. Finally, chose Refugee Street? My lord, this is not a good idea. Chen En's mind was crystal clear. He knew who was a friend and who was an enemy. Was Luke the dog a friend? Obviously not. Chen En's goal was to blind Jijiao, and Luke's goal was to kill Jijiao. The difference between them was noticeable. They were in different positions. Luke had killed Chen En twice before, and he knew he was quite capable. He looked at the three in the carriage and asked, "Come to think of it, I still don't know your combat strength. Mistress Wailu, what level are you?" Wailu looked at him. Level 30, mage. The swordsman crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes. Level 32, swordsman. Hero Jijiao smiled faintly. I just became a hero. I'm only at level 1 yet. Even if the two level 30 characters were exceptional, their combat strength would probably be comparable to Chen En. Heroes gain extremely powerful bonuses when fighting demons, allowing them to defeat opponents above them. No G. Xiao was only level 1, and even with his high bonuses, his weakness, I wouldn't make it stronger based on that. Can this team compete with level 55 Demon Luke? Chen En believed that they had no chance of winning. Having entered and exited history 3 times, Chen En has made some guesses about the situation here. First, this story will not strictly follow past events. If everyone, controls and events can only develop as they do in the real world, then why is Chen En here? He could not blind the warrior Jijiao because blindness would come much later. Therefore, even if warrior Jijiao was killed at this moment, he would still die. Chen En had to prevent his death, since that was not his goal. Secondly, Chen En's actions in this story could not have significantly affected reality. The reason for this assumption was save, load. Chen En thought to himself as he stroked his cheek. This golden option is clearly great magic or whatever it is that's interfering. It segments my actions and loads them. If I do something crazy at a certain point, for example, I'll kill a famous person, I will destroy the landmark, or I'll even create a historically unrelated news item, then she will refuse to download and save my actions at this stage. I will only be able to read the previous node until I stop my crazy behavior, and the consequences will not be much different from the real story. That's why Chen En looked at Auspicious Hero's youthful face. If I leave him alone, Auspicious Hero will most likely die. Death means the mission has failed, and I will have to read the previous node and start this story over again. It's quite a hassle. If I can do it in one sitting, then I will do it in one sitting. Chen En looked at Lucky and said, Hero, be careful. Of the city are clearly following you. Your reckless advance will give them a chance. Refugee Street is complex and prone to ambushes. A rash move could lead to suffering. Perhaps we should wait and scout the situation before entering? Jijiao frowned. Are you afraid? Before Chen En could say anything, the huge swordsman snorted. Coward? You... Don't worry, Chen En, there is no danger. Wei Lu disagreed. She looked at Chen En and smiled. This is the royal capital, full of experts. We're just following orders. Wow. At that moment, the carriage stopped. The coachman jumped out, opened the door, and said to Jijiao, Hero, we have arrived at Refugee Street. Forward. Jijiao led the squad forward and jumped out. The swordsman and Wei Lu followed him. Chen En had no choice but to follow him. Only then did he realize that the situation was somewhat better than he had thought. The imaginary street fire never appeared. The Imperial Guard in silver armor controlled the situation and moved forward in an organized manner, engaging in limited combat with the demons in the narrow alleys. With this arrangement, the demons had less and less room to maneuver, and they were gradually pushed into a corner on the eastern side. Refugee Street's Master Jijiao, I've heard a lot about you. As they watched, an officer in black armor stepped forward. He saluted Jijiao and said, Master Jijiao, all actions are complete. We have driven the last demon to the east side of Refugee Street. The newspaper reporters are in place, and we are waiting for you to lead us to victory. Is it all over already? Jijiao was a little surprised and nodded, saying, Okay, then shall we go? Please. The black armor general gestured that he would lead. At this moment, a golden choice appeared before Chen En. Unlike before, time did not stop, and there was only one option left. It was a new format. General Black Dragon, may I speak to you for a moment? I have important intelligence information. What's happening? There is no choice. We are entering history, and we must follow the original story? Chen En pressed the select button without thinking. He didn't say anything, but everyone around him looked at him. The black armor general was a little surprised. He looked at the hero and asked, Mr. Jijiao, who is this? Jijiao smiled. General, this is my teammate. His name is Chen En. The black armor. General nodded, showing Chen a little respect. Mr. Chen, speak directly. There is no need to hesitate. Fine. Then I will be frank. Your subordinate, Dog Luke, is a person from the Demon King clan. He is plotting to assassinate Lord Jijiao. Impossible. The black armor general categorically denied it. His eyes were blazing with rage, and he stared at Chen En, saying, You are slandering a true warrior. I know Luke. He is definitely not a minion of the Demon King. Mr. Chen, please choose your words wisely. Click. This time stood still. Please pick up. Here it is. Disagreement. A. General Black Dragon's blind trust seems superficial and absurd to you. If he doesn't believe, let him suffer. You didn't object, just grinned, as if the fun was just around the corner. B. Realizing that you can't convince him, you compromise by claiming that you saw with your own eyes how Dog Luke talks to the demon. However, you have no evidence, and mentioning it now means caring about the auspicious hero. C. You open your hand. You use the battlefield move to reveal your demonic nature, claiming to be a member of the Watch, and then reveal Dog Luke's plan. Warning, this choice is critical, and we are at the last minute. Regardless of the outcome, you will not be able to return to this part of the story. Please be careful. Careful, careful. This is quite a difficult choice. But simply throwing a tantrum won't help matters, and Chen En isn't sure he can turn the situation around on his own, so he doesn't consider that option. BB is actually quite pretentious too. It's like betting on someone else's belief or disbelief, but the question is, where does Chen En get his strength of conviction? Unlike Chen En, whose path is unclear and whose reputation is unknown, General Black Dragon clearly trusts Dog Luke more. The course of events will most likely remain unchanged, and Chen En will even be interrogated and suspected. Chen En wants to choose option C, which is the most beneficial and can have the greatest impact on the plot. But you can't go back to this historical period. This warning is so strong that Chen En hesitates because of the risk. After hesitating, he feels relieved. I should relax. Have 4 chances, and this historical period is only the first. If the only reason not to choose C is the high risk, then I don't need to hesitate. Choose C. The breath of the abyss spread. The smell of the devil. You. The lucky hero and the Black Dragon General shuddered and quickly drew their weapons. Chen En, you. Veru-sun opened her red lips and looked at Chen En with disbelief, unable to believe her eyes and feelings. Chen En remained calm and collected. He made a gesture with his hand and said to General Black Dragon, General, can you believe what I say? The stunned Black Dragon General looked at Chen En and asked, Who are you? Chen En chuckled as he removed the dark magic from himself and spoke the golden inscription that appeared before him. With your authority, it is understandable that you do not know my identity. I can tell you, General, that I am a human spy embedded in the Demon King's camp. I renounced everything, accepted the abyss, and sought light in the darkness. Oh yeah. The Black Dragon General's expression changed, and his grip on the hilt loosened. Wailu frowned, as if thinking about something. The strong swordsman, his eyes wide, shouted, You are the Slime Watcher of the Society. Watch ? What is Slime Watcher? Chen En sneered disdainfully, but remained silent. The auspicious hero was completely unprepared. Being a simple village boy, he couldn't help but ask, What is the watch? The sturdy swordsman, with admiration in his voice, said, Sir, this is an ancient organization. Its members, although they have turned into demons, remain pure in soul. They constantly supply the human kingdom with information about the demon lords, thereby ruining their plans. About? Exclaimed the auspicious hero, overcome with awe. Madame Wailu looked at Chen En with suspicion and said, The Guardian Society should have been destroyed 100 years ago. 100 years ago, at the Battle of Qingshui River, the defeated Demon King of the Far East threatened to destroy the Guardian Society. He bribed the ruler of one of the kingdoms, obtained a list of the Guardian Society members, and sent his 4 heavenly kings to destroy all the Mud Guardians, sparing even their descendants. Chen En, can't the Guardian Society be destroyed? General Black Dragon turned around, clearly embarrassed. Chen En had no idea what these people were talking about, but he remained unperturbed. His suspicions turned out to be correct. Under the influence of the great magic, Chen En's own abilities were not affected. Decisive. The main thing is the right choice. If every step was correct, a miracle will happen. The golden text, visible only to him, thickened and shone. Chen En calmed down and then said with a slight sadness, My teacher's teacher was collecting information in the Rose Demon King's castle. About. The rest was silent, but the face of the Black Dragon General gave away confidence. He nodded and said, No wonder the Rose Demon King is the most eccentric and independent of all the demons. Her mood is changeable, and she likes to contradict her own kind. It seems that the last spark of the watch was preserved thanks to the peculiar nature of the Demon King Rose. Did he manage to do it? As expected. General Black Dragon looked at Chen En and said, Sir, I can't trust you based on just your one-sided story. So I'm calling Luke to talk to you. Do you agree? No need. I have a better plan. Chen En took action, approaching the auspicious hero. Without any golden words to guide him, it was Chen En's own decision. He raised his hand and cast a spell. A golden sacred light enveloped the auspicious hero, and his aura instantly soared upward. Ooh, power! The force has risen! The auspicious hero stared at his hands in amazement, exclaiming in bewilderment, My level instantly reached 50. What is happening? Level 50? How is this possible? Nobody knew what happened. Except for Chen En himself. Insidious sacred devotion. It seems like a powerful buff, but it actually contains a horrible skill that takes away your right eye. At this point, the puzzle was complete. Even without the appearance of golden words, Chen En knew what he had to do. He looked at the auspicious hero tenderly and said, My lord, this is a temporary buff, a unique skill inherited from the Guardians. It will greatly increase your combat effectiveness. Now you are worthy of fighting even against the mighty warriors of the Demon King, not to mention the little dog Luke. Yes, now I am very strong. Ha! The auspicious hero sighed in relief and clenched his fists tightly. He noticed that Chen En was weak and pale and asked, Chen En, what's wrong with you? How? You see, I'm extremely weak right now. My powerful skills are causing serious side effects. Maybe... Chen En smiled helplessly and shook his head. He looked at Ji Zhao and continued, Go fight, Master Ji Zhao. Destroy the evil monsters and protect the villagers. You are a brave warrior, chosen by the goddess. You have abilities, and you deserve this honor. Yes. A soft, pleasant voice rang out among the magnificent light. Chen En looked and saw a radiant light and a strong wind converging on the warrior Ji Zhao's left shoulder. A magnificent, crystal-clear, lotus-shaped shoulder pad suddenly gathered. The shoulder pad given to the warrior Ji Zhao by the goddess? One-shouldered? Warrior Ji Zhao turned to General Black Dragon and said, "General, take Chen En for treatment. I will deal with the monsters in the royal capital." "Yes, the master is brave." General Black Dragon agreed, looking at Chen En again. "Master Chen, this way. The best healer in the royal capital is here. You will be fine." "Yeah, great." Now Chen En no longer felt under pressure. It was the capital, and Dog Luke was only level 55. How could he threaten the blessed hero of the auspicious? The outcome was predetermined. The outcome has already been decided. And Chen En successfully completed its mission. The sturdy swordsman, no longer in his usual mood, respectfully supported Chen En and led him to the healer. In the next moment, boom! Behind him, there was a powerful explosion, and the shockwave knocked Chen En off his feet. He took 2 steps forward and looked back. Hero Blagapriatnog swung his sword, clashing with Dog Luke's sword. Both were level 50 professionals, formidable by nature, and there was no room for mercy in this life-or-death fight. A collision of magical energy from one blow caused a powerful explosion that almost destroyed the entire street of refugees. Brilliant! Lord Auspicious Hero has defeated Luke. He has won! The huge swordsman shouted, clenching his fist. General Black Dragon turned to Chen En with a satisfied expression. "Mr. Chen, your magic is amazing. This sword is incredibly powerful. No, no, no. Is this the problem?" Crying women and children, fleeing refugees, and countless wounded lying on the ground and sobbing. He looked at General Black Dragon in amazement and asked, "You didn't evacuate the residents?" General Black Dragon glanced at Chen. Enya said, "These are not residents. The people living on Refugee Street are parasites and a cancer of the royal capital. They steal, rob, do everything for money. No one knows how much evil lurks on Refugee Street. If they die, the atmosphere in our royal capital will be better." Chen En looked at the Black Dragon General with disbelief and asked, "General, do you think your words are reasonable?" General Black Dragon turned his head and said with a smile, "Lord Chen, their deaths are valuable. First, the palace had long planned to clean up Refugee Street, drive out the pests, and turn that filthy rat's nest into a workshop street. Lord Ji Zhao destroyed most of the street with a single sword. It's almost done. Very good. Secondly, the general in black armor took 2 steps. He turned to Chen En and continued. Secondly, the deaths of about 100 people will demonstrate the seriousness of the situation and the intensity of the battle. And only then will Lord Ji Zhao's deeds be even more glorious. Soon be sent out to all the nations of the continent. And Chen En, your name will be mentioned there. Put aside your sense of justice and prepare to be praised. You will reach the pinnacle of your life. Bloody and meticulous calculations, sinister and ruthless plans that disregarded justice were revealed before Chen En. General Black Dragon openly proclaimed his plans, not only without a shadow of a doubt, but also with a smug look. It must be the limitation of time. This is the inevitable ignorance of a backward system. The general before him never opened his eyes to the real world. In this era, human life is so insignificant, civilians are useless. But Chen En cannot accept such arguments and cannot agree with the general's opinion. Select an option. The next moment, the world stood still. Chen En was faced with 2 golden options. A. After you. You'll go away. Who cares about the flood? What do you care about people dying hundreds of years ago? You also deeply understand that in this age of ignorance, your demands will go unanswered. What people here need is increased productivity and ideological liberation, not your wild and baseless rhetoric. Choose this option, and the mission is completed, and the hero of death will be resurrected. B. You know you can't change anything, but you can at least make your voice heard. It's a weak, noisy voice, and no one cares. But you have to roar, even if it only brings ridicule. Choose this option. and the mission will fail, and this chapter of the story will be closed for good. Is there a choice at all? After all, Chen En does not belong to this era, and what is happening now is not real history. This is magic. Chen En is just a role-playing game. Let alone the death of hundreds of thousands, even if everyone in this kingdom ascended to heaven, what does that have to do with him? What was supposed to happen has already happened. Select A. Select A to end it all. And the hero of death, a one-eyed old man with an iron rod, will be resurrected. If you really care, you can ask the hero of death what happened then and what happened to him. Chen En's finger hovered in the air. Select an option. A golden reminder appeared, and then the countdown began. 5, 4, 3. Why should I hold back my anger? In the last 2 seconds of the countdown, Chen En had an epiphany. I can't stand this. I think it's wrong. So I have to confront you. Who do you think you are? Choose option B. Choose option B. Express your attitude. Tell General Black Dragon, I will never agree with your idea. This is what Chen En said in his heart. Tick-tock. The sharp tap of the second hand echoed in my ears, and the countdown became 2. In the frozen time and space, Chen En's face was blank. Suddenly, a pure smile of a witch appeared before his eyes. He remembered the short time he spent with the witch. In these few days, the witch helped Chen En with all her heart, asking for nothing in return. Whether Chen En came during the day or at night, she always showed up first, greeting Chen En with a gentle smile and a friendly manner, as if she didn't need sleep and had nothing to do. He who has known despair is able to understand, and anger. He who has known loneliness is able to learn to be meek. The reason the witch was like that was because she was very lonely. Chen En felt that he lacked friendliness. Every time he came and left in a hurry. He knew that the witch was eager for companionship, but he never accompanied her seriously. He always felt that there was still a long time and a long way to go. It was very unfortunate, and Chen En regretted it. Are there really only monsters in the Demon King's castle? There are obviously some beautiful views there too. Why not go and see them with the witch? The resurrection of the hero of death is necessary. Chen En needs the guidance of his predecessors. He needs someone to tell him about the witch's current situation and tell him what to do to bring back the woman in the white dress. So yes. 1. When the countdown came to an end, Chen En pressed hard on option A with the heel of his palm. Refused. Is he from his ideas? No. Choice is choice. Actions are actions. Chen En is a robber, a greedy robber. He wants to keep the opportunity, but is not ready to give up his ideas. He wants everything. He turned around, looked at the indifferent Black Dragon General, and sneered, "You are an executioner with blood on your hands, and the hero of good omen is just a fake hero with a false reputation. I feel sick just standing in the same camp with you. Your Excellency, draw your sword. To battle!" The magical power from the abyss froze around his body, and dark armor covered Chen En's face. "Darling, come here." He touched the ring, and from the golden stream, a pitch-black ghost horse sprang out, rushing headlong towards General Black. "Dragon!" Chen En unleashed all his might, gathered all his strength, and smashed the axe onto the Black Dragon General's forehead. Echo, Part 1. This strike, embodied in his conviction, was incredibly powerful, and Chen En was confident that this was his most powerful axe strike to date. But, crap! The Black Dragon General didn't even draw his sword, but used the sheath to block, easily blocking Chen En's full-force strike. The axe and the scabbard collided, and Chen En, thrown back by the force of the reaction, fell headfirst from his horse. General stood motionless like a mountain. Frowning, he looked at Chen En, who was trying to get up, and said, "What's wrong with you? Stop. I'll forgive you for insulting him." The strong swordsman stepped forward and shouted, "Chen En, do you understand what you are doing? Immediately and apologize to the general." "Apologize?" Chen En sneered disdainfully. "Sometimes you have to pay with blood to awaken 1 or 2 people. General Black Dragon, listen carefully. Today, Chen En, I will swing an axe at you for the sake of the people of Refugee Street. Echo, second paragraph. Faced with Chen En's fierce attack, General Black Dragon found it ridiculous. He waved his hand furiously and released a powerful stream of magical energy. The sharp magical wind, like a blade, easily cut through Chen En's flesh, leaving dozens of deep wounds that could be seen down to the bones, and then sent him flying 30 meters away. You overestimate your strength. General Black Dragon snorted coldly, his gaze devoid of pity. He lifted his chin slightly. He looked at Chen En, who had risen to his feet with difficulty, and sneered, For you, the captain of the brave, I will spare you. But Mr. Chen, if you attack me, the general of the empire, again, I will kill you mercilessly. Itching. Burning. Chen En didn't understand what was happening. He knew was that a gust of wind had torn him apart. Blood was running down his forehead, and his eyes were blood red. The breathing became louder and louder, and even with his mouth wide open, he still felt suffocated. Despite this, Chen En struggled to his feet. Chen En. Chen En. Worried cries were heard from afar, and Vera Sun, throwing everything else aside, rushed towards him, lifting her robe. She looked at the bloody figure in front of her, and her heart was pounding. She grabbed Chen En's hand and quickly whispered, He's not stupid. He won't understand. General Black Dragon was born into one of the oldest aristocratic families in this country. He received an elite education from childhood. How can he possibly understand our thoughts? In his eyes, the lower classes are perhaps even worse than animals. Yes, yes. Chen En heard Wei Liu's words, released his clenched fist and asked, So what? Wei Li shuddered and then added, Don't insist. I'll take you to get treatment. No. Wei Liu, treatment is not the most important thing now. I don't intend to come back alive. I just want to tell him. Tell this man. The shadow of the Black Dragon General appeared before his eyes, but Chen En continued to look at him. He is guilty. Attack. Attack. Take the ugliest pose, launch the boldest attack. Chen En didn't notice that the previous magic. The wind completely destroyed his peasant axe. Now, he clutched tightly in his hand a simple piece of wood, the blade of which had long since disappeared. He simply stood up for the righteousness of his heart, expressing his thoughts and ideals through his actions. A quiet laugh came from the other side of the sky and spread throughout the world. The next moment, simultaneously, appeared and a strong wind blew. Wei Liu froze, watching as Chen En's uneven steps suddenly became measured. The pink clouds and strong wind condensed into a crystal, clear, majestic shoulder pad that was placed on Chen En's left shoulder. The dying man changed his appearance just a moment ago, and Chen En burst forth with incredible divine power. Why is the one shoulder granted by the goddess resting on your shoulder? General Black Dragon looked at Chen En with astonishment and bewilderment. He saw Chen En rushing in front of him. He saw, as a snow-white shining sword appeared in his hand, and I swung my lightsaber at Chen En with all my might and brought it down. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move. The boundless light swallowed him up, and when the light went out, the stage was empty. Chen En and General Black Dragon disappeared from this story at the same time. Chen En opened his eyes again and found himself floating under the starry sky. It was the core, the place where the past was kept. Your Excellency, Archon, welcome back. The first historical journey is complete. You have succeeded. Chen En looked at the bright red text in front of him and smiled faintly. He looked down at his body and found no damage. The previous feeling of imminent death seemed like an illusion, but so real. He stared into space and said, Not bad, huh? The great magic has been successfully activated, successfully replacing history. The deadly hero will escape certain death and be reborn. However, this may take some time. You can watch the progress at Dadaro's tombstone. And one more thing. Since you have completed the story, you have mastered secondary great magic. This is truly wonderful magic. You can try. Secondary great magic? Chen En blinked but said nothing. I'm about to reveal the next chapter of the story to you. It'll take a while. Please pay attention to your skill bar. After the next chapter of the story opens, you can still get here through Dadalawa's tombstone. In that case, I wish you and me all the best. The bright red ink faded and an inexplicable attraction arose. Body was uncontrollably thrown back, and he was once again plunged into the thick fog. What's happening? The fog contained a healing power, and Chen En felt that it was very similar to the scene of a settlement in a secret realm. But is entering into history also considered as entering a secret kingdom? Confused, golden words appeared. Welcome back, professional. Now we enter the Phase P settlement. You have spent 3 hours and 7 minutes in the secret kingdom, finally successfully achieving your goal. Congratulations. Traveling back in time and seeing history is a unique experience, a landscape unattainable for ordinary people. Given this, it is only natural to reward you with 50,000 experience points. You died together with a level 70 Black Dragon General. A truly heroic feat. Unfortunately, since you are both humans, according to the law of the stars, you can only obtain a minimum amount of experience points. By defeating the Black Dragon General, you obtained 450,000 experience points. Your latest action is admirable. While those from the future are naturally gifted with a broader outlook, remaining true to one's original aspirations within the confines of history is still rare. Your righteous deed has been recognized with the Certificate of Great Love. You have learned the Unconditional Universal Love skill. Unconditional Universal Love. Sphere skill. You summon a pure white sphere around you, imbued with powerful healing power. Everyone in this realm receives your unbiased and equal love, healing effectively and without fatigue. The radius and duration of the sphere depend on the amount of kindness you have. So, your rating for this secret world, S. There is no need to make decisions. The awards have already been distributed and you will receive them in due course. I look forward to your next performance, professional. The fog has cleared. Chen En, distracted, found himself in front of Dadalawa's tombstone. The dark vortex continued to swirl. Touching it with his hand, he saw a message. History replacement, summoning the hero of Death's Omen. I'm following the final intrusion into the story will occur after the successful summoning of the hero of Death Omen. Please come back later. Invasion of history? Summoning the hero of Death's Omen? Okay, looks like it will take some time. The golden letters of the agreement puzzled me. It read, "The rewards have already been paid, but Chen En had no idea where or what it was. He searched his body, but found nothing. However, the experience panel showed an additional 500,000. Was this a reward? No way. S rating? Chen En wanted to appeal, but couldn't find a connection. Reality is so unfair that sometimes you just have to endure it in silence. Anyway, let's level up. He was now level 11 with 548,950 experience points. Level 11 to 12, 60,000 experience points. Level 12 to 13, 80,000 experience points. Level 13 to 16, total 360,000 experience points. What? As for levels 16 to 17, it's a ridiculous 160,000 experience points per level. 540,000 experience points seems like a lot, but in the end, you only go up 5 levels. Now, Chen En had 7 stat points to distribute. Twice, he put them all into magic. The only reason was that his magic bonus was the highest, so adding it wasn't a disadvantage. He then opened the panel and looked at his current stats and skills. Chen En. Human. Level 16. First profession. Bandit. Second profession. Chief Archon. Strength. 15, 35 plus 35. Durability. 26 plus 26. Dexterity. 20 plus 20. Magic. 17 plus 17 times. General skills. Shield. Counterattack. One-handed sword basics. Equipment skills. Thunderclap. Makeover. Current look Little Andy Lau. Shadow Guardian. An ability granted to you by the calling bell. This is the proudest and most skilled skill of Dadalava. You don't need to summon it. You can use it yourself. Class skills: Axe Mastery, Spinning, Axe plus Extortion, Available Plunder, Available Absolute Master of Magic, Journey to the Demon King's City, Enter the Battle, Lesser Great Magic. Legendary skill: Unconditional Universal Love. Well, that's basically it. Chen En knew that this was quite an impressive panel. Zrania today was the day after he received his adventurer's certificate. Apart from the heirs of noble families, who could rival his valor? Demon King Rose City became Chen En's place of ascension to power. This was his unique opportunity. Putting everything else aside, Chen En carefully studied the detailed description of the lesser great magic. Little great magic, a lower level magic, below the highest great magic, a skill possessed only by those who have personally traveled through history and successfully achieved their goals. Lesser great magic allows you to retrieve unclaimed items from a certain period of history and take them for yourself. Possession: unclaimed items? Confused, Chen En activated the skill. The magic power in his body decreased slightly, and several clues appeared in front of him. Search a story has been found that can be invaded. Kingdom 0, Capital, Auspicious Hero Ceremony Day, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Ho Tita to invade this story with the aim of taking possession. Ownerless things? Current number of intrusions: 3 out of 3. This again? Chen En frowned and clicked. Okay, no strange phenomenon occurred, and Chen En did not disappear on the spot. Only the subtitles changed. You arrived in the capital of Zero 100 years ago and were amazed by the prosperity here. But you are not a tourist, but a treasure thief with ulterior motives. Where are you headed now? First Adventurers Association. Second Ceremony of Testifying the Auspicious Hero. Mundram. Just wander around. This became a play on words? This is truly secondary great magic. It's all very simple. Chen En's fingers moved up and down and finally chose 3. Spend 500 experience points. You can invade twice more. Do you want to continue? You wandered around the capital, finding nothing. When the clock struck 3 p.m., your vision went dark and you fell out of history. Chen En looked down and saw that his experience points had indeed evaporated by 500. Instead of 48,950, there are now 48,450. Each choice cost 500 experience points. That's the price. So, what is the reward? Price is good, but how can there be no reward? Moreover, there seemed to be a strict limit on the number of times a minor spell could be cast. Invasions were only allowed 3 times per historical period, and it was unclear whether this limit could be replenished. In theory, this spell should only be used after careful consideration. Chen En remembered Professor Gurian from Mingguang Academy and pressed number. He pulled out his axe, peasant, and was about to head into the wild forest to fight the fallen swordsman when he suddenly realized that only the hilt was left of him. Where is my axe? After beating 12 fallen swordsmen to death in the forest with the handle of his axe, Chen En activated Journey to Demon King's City and came back to reality. He checked out of hotel and headed to the internet cafe at the Grey Curtain checkpoint, where he opened the official website of the Adventurers Association. Even in the Grey Curtain, there was an internet connection. Thanks to the strong support of the Kingdom of Li, the Adventurers Association has long since gone paperless. Professionals' Grey Curtain. They also appreciated the convenience of mobile phones, computers, and the internet, and few of them did not know how to use them. They even visited online forums and chat rooms more often than the Kingdom of Li. Chen En opened the association's website for 2 main reasons. First of all, I wanted to know my current strength. After the real battle, Chen En realized that his level and characteristics were illusory. He had only reached level 9, but he had already fought ghosts and gods in the secret world with the recommended level 20. Yuan Jing from Dragon Tiger Gate had already reached level 18, but he looked unremarkable. Chen En doubted that he could defeat him with one hand. In addition, Chen En was interested in the square tower and hoped to receive each more information. On the official forum, everyone was discussing the expansion nest. Chen En glanced at the forum for a moment and noticed that several people had already defeated the elite monsters in the nest, posting photos of their golden invitations. Looking more closely, he saw that all these people, without exception, were renowned certified professionals. After spending some time studying, Chen En summarized a few points and wrote them down in his phone's notepad. Firstly, the golden invitation is not transferable. The one who deals the last blow to an elite monster in the expansion nest will receive. Invitation point. The choice of candidates for the tower is fixed and cannot be replaced. Those who do not wish to go must abstain. Secondly, the invitation received in Layer 17 can only be used to enter the tower located in Layer 17 and cannot be used for anything else. Thirdly, the tower is closed, guarded by a powerful force, and its depths are inaccessible. No one knows its true power, whether there are monsters inside, and how dangerous it is. Fourth, the golden invitation can be obtained not only by killing elite monsters in the lair. Chest hidden somewhere in the secret realm can be opened to receive an invitation. Invitations obtained in this way are not gold on a black background, but gold on a white background, and they can be passed on to others. Someone on the forum is already selling white invitations, and the asking price on the forum alone is over 3 million. Chen En longs to enter the secret realm again and search thoroughly. This is where the information about the tower ends. Chen En searched for a long time, but found nothing more useful. He changed direction, intending to find a source with which to compare his current strength. The best example, without a doubt, is Captain Nightingale. Like Chen En, she slew an elite monster in the secret world. If she knew Captain Nightingale's current stats and skills, she could compare them to Chen En's combat power. But where can I find specific Nightingale specifications? Professionals keep their abilities a closely guarded secret, and even those close to them may not see them. While I was thinking about this, and suddenly a notification appeared. Chen En clicked on it and saw the official message from the website. Dear adventurers, greetings. I'm sure you've all heard about the expansion nest that appears on the grey screen. The second phase of the expansion nest, Square Tower, has a unique mechanic. In order to better protect the safety of the people, thwart the monster's plot, reduce the complexity of the secret world, and protect the rights of professionals, the association has decided to provide a platform for communication for all professionals who have the right to enter the tower. To all professionals with golden invites, please, upload a photo to the back end with an invitation in your hand. The photo should contain your resume. After verification, the staff will add all qualified specialists from one nest to the chat for communication. Communication platform, good idea. An invitation was required to enter the tower, and since the invitees were strangers and cooperation was inevitably difficult. If sufficient communication and mutual understanding had been achieved in advance, cooperation would have been more reliable. Chen En did not hesitate. He found a white wall as a background, scrolled down his profile to the "You defeated the Grey King of Bones" and received a golden invite section, then took a photo of the invitation in his hand and uploaded it to the back end. Pip. The site beeped, indicating a message from the administrator. Dear Scarecrow, after verification, you have become the owner of the first golden invitation to Expansion Nest number 17. Click the link below to join the Strategist 17 chat group. Scarecrow was Chen En's forum ID. He clicked on the link and was redirected to a chat group but saw someone there already, Captain Nightingale. Welcome, said Captain Nightingale in a ringing voice, as if she was online and quickly sent a message. Surprisingly, Nightingale, in contrast to her usual restraint and coldness, even added a cute cat attack.jpg. Chen En replied, Captain Nightingale, do you know me? Well, Captain Nightingale is famous. How can I not know her? Is it true? Thank you, Nightingale replied, adding another cute smiley. She quickly changed the subject. Scarecrow, I have already posted my basic characteristics on the photo wall. I suggest you do the same. The Fangta will be quite strong, so it is important to get to know them well in advance. Chen En didn't object. Captain Nightingale was right. How could they work together without knowing who their teammates were? At the very least, they needed to have a general idea. He took a picture of his stats showing the bonuses from the Lionheart braces and finally used the program to change his name before uploading. Scarecrow, man level 16. Strength, 35. Stamina, 26. Dexterity, 20. Magic, 17. Why change the name? It's just that Chen En couldn't change his forum ID, so he had to use the nickname Scarecrow. When someone joins the group, he will be able to see his characteristics and he will no longer have to ask, "Who? This little bastard named Chen En?" This way, Chen En won't feel awkward. After loading his statistics, Chen En glanced at Nightingale's statistics. Nightingale. Human. Level 35. Strength, 27. Stamina, 20 dexterity, 70 magic, 25. With as much as 70 points of agility, general characteristics. Makeup 142. Chen En, with 20 points from the Lionheart braces, now only has 98. Respectively, Captain Nightingale killed an elite warrior, and so did I. So, in combat mode, my combat power is almost the same as that of a mid-level professional at level 35. The combat mode skill turned out to be even more powerful than I expected. He said to the group, "Captain Nightingale, your stats are simply amazing." About. Not bad. Something is happening in the group, I'll go and deal with it. Eh? Where is his facial expression? Where is cat attack? .jpg. Captain Nightingale's tone became colder, and he suddenly became very busy, instantly switching off. Nightingale's sudden indifference was within the bounds of tolerance. Chen En judged others by his own standards. He wouldn't pay too much attention to mediocrity. It's okay if he's busy. The main thing is not to be sarcastic or tease him. With the tower's opening approaching, Chen En still had a lot to do and didn't have time to play devil's advocate in the chat. The immediate task was, of course, to obtain weapons. Chen En only had the goblin's axe, without even the white inscription, and only the handle remained of the farmer's axe. And this, no matter what he thought, he couldn't take any risks. He naturally remembered the information that Master Yuan had given him. Mount Dushan seemed to be inhabited by a ghost hiding in the mountain mist, armed with a pair of hatchets with green inscriptions. He got off his horse, returned the payment, called his sweetheart to a deserted place, and rode to Mount Dushan. The sound of hooves echoed across the deserted desert. After 2 hours of racing, he occasionally noticed a group of professionals looking for adventure. But they only glanced at Chen En from afar and did nothing. They said Chen En hurried, occasionally lowering his eyes and asking, "Darling, are you tired?" "Humph." The cutie answered each question vaguely, slightly quickening her pace, showing that it didn't bother her at all. In the distance, a small hill appeared, shrouded in fog. Chen En was a local resident. Temple on Mount Dushan was famous far and wide, and he had visited there several times with his grandmother as a child. At the foot of Mount Dushan stood the city of Guanhai, now abandoned. However, Chen En was surprised by the checkpoint at the entrance to Guanhai City, where 2 men stood guard. Dark blue uniform. These dark blue uniforms belonged to the Wildlife Service Command, a government agency affiliated with the Adventurers Association. They specialized in eliminating serious anthropogenic threats in the wild. For example, if corrupted people tried to summon evil creatures, the maintenance team would intervene. Or if evil bandits were going to rob and kill people in a certain area, that was also within the scope, responsibility of the maintenance team. Chen En, holding the cutie's hand, slowly approached the checkpoint. As he approached, before he could say anything, the man at the door immediately asked, "Are you the professional who accepted the task?" Chen En tilted his head. "What? What? If you didn't accept the quest, what are you doing in Guanhai City? I heard that there was a ghost hiding in the mountain fog here, so I came to take a look." The man shook his head and chuckled. "There is no ghost hiding in the mountain fog. Have you been following the association's announcements lately? The latest investigation shows that a group of people are causing mischief on Mount Dushan. Our support team has arrived to stop this criminal group. Brother, if you are not participating in the operation, please leave. Here now. The deployment of the wildlife support team was, at best, a military operation. It was clear that a military operation would require closing and clearing the mountain. After all, the troublemakers on the mountain were people too. If Chen En breaks through, he might be mistaken for an accomplice and killed. So, let's explore the surroundings later. After 2 hours of driving, he felt a pang of humility as he returned empty-handed. Chen En hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Lord One, is there really no one on the mountain?" "Monsters?" The guard shook his head. "No, there aren't any. You adventurers. You're willing to risk your lives for vanity, aren't you? Go back. The mountain is closed." "Fine." Chen En did not insist. He nodded and was about to leave when his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out. It was Yuan Jing. "Young friend Chen, where are you now?" Chen En looked around and said, "I'm heading to Dushan." "Ah, it's my fault. Maybe a bit out of date. I just saw an announcement from the Adventurers Association. The situation on Dushan may be difficult. Check your phone. I took screenshots and sent them to you." "Fine." Chen En hung up and opened the phone. And indeed, he saw a stack of screenshots. Yuan Jing was attentive. Noticing the change in the situation, he did not rush to contact Chen En. Instead, he collected information and sent it to Chen En. Chen En looked through the screenshots one by one, quickly understanding the whole story. 3 months ago, a canary brooch suddenly appeared on the black market, attracting the attention of interested parties. This brooch belonged to the Sun family, an influential clan in the criminal world. Sun family? Chen En frowned, remembering Vera Sun's charming face. He scrolled down the screen to continue reading. A woman from the Sun family recently disappeared while wandering in the wilderness, and now her brooch has appeared on the market, naturally attracting the attention of the Sun family. Following Canary Brooch, they gradually lifted the curtain of a bloody secret, revealing a criminal organization known as Dushan's Bandits. The Dushan Bandits used the thick fog on Mount Dushan as cover, using online platforms and a host of internet trolls to spread rumors about the existence of a ghost lurking in the mountain fog. This lured professionals there to hunt monsters and take treasures, but they were brutally killed. According to the association's current statistics, over the past 2 years, at least 200 professionals have disappeared after arriving in Dushan, presumably killed by them. Chen En was stunned. Was this period online platforms? A lot of internet trolls? This method was too mean. He wrote in the chat, "Does the leader of the adventure party Dushan really know so much about the internet?" Yuan Jing, who was online, quickly replied, "Not necessarily the leader, but there should be some among them. Some locals who are internet savvy. Yes, this huge army of internet trolls clearly does not belong to the Grey Mask. Dushan's gang must have a troll leader. Otherwise, this operation will simply fail." Chen En was furious. What a monster. I hate idiots like this the most. Trolls certainly exist. For a while, the comments under my videos were only about the ghost hiding in the mountain fog, and there were even many level 1 bots who urged me to eliminate harm to people. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to it, but now that I think about it, I realized that I myself was already a target. Trolls. But my friend Chen, the ghost lurking in the mountain mist, is not necessarily fake. Chen En replied with a question mark. Yuan Jing sent video. "Watch this video. One of my fans sent it to me. He wanted me to share it as a warning to those planning to go to Dushan, but it's too bloody and won't pass muster." After downloading the video, he clicked on it. Blood dripped onto the demon's face, making it look even more terrifying. Ah. The screen then began to shake violently, and the person filming the video let out a terrible scream and quickly fled the scene. He really ran away? Chen En hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Master Yuan, is this your video authentic?" Yuan Jing quickly replied, After I received the video, I went to visit the fan. He looked very scared, so I think it is genuine. However, it is difficult to say whether the monster in the video is the mountain mist ghost. Is this true? Understood, Chen En simply replied, returning to the guard and handing over the phone. Friend, I just received the video. It seems there is a very strong monster in Dushan. I suspect this is the mountain mist ghost. Maybe I should send it to you to take a look. The guard chuckled. Thank you for your kindness, but it is not necessary. We are professionals in the maintenance team. We can handle any situation. Fine. Chen En nodded as he led the horse away. Mounting his horse, out of sight of the guards, Chen En randomly chose a direction and rushed into the thick fog. His vision instantly deteriorated and he could only see 3 or 4 meters ahead, which worried him a little. Luckily, he had a new recruit. Ding-ling! Ding-ling! He rang the bell, calling Dadalava. Blue and Dadalav, dressed in azure armor and clutching a silver spear, appeared next to the horse. His face and eyes remained impassive. He looked more like a puppet than a living being. Chen En simply said, Dadalav, show me your skills. It's so foggy that I can't see anything. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without saying a word, Dadalav raised his hand and summoned 7 shadows. Shadow guards. The moment the shadow guards appeared, they cast camouflage spells and disappeared without a trace, then vanished in a gust of wind, looking around the area. It was quite remarkable. If Chen En allowed his mind to clear, images of other places would appear before his eyes. He seemed to tower over each shadow guard, surveying the surroundings from a bird's eye view, watching as the 7 shadow guards roamed and patrolled in all directions through the fog. At first it seemed alarming. It was like having 7 videos on at once, unable to watch one without the other. Even watching 2 at once, let alone focusing on all of them, made my skin tingle. Fortunately, the correct method was soon found. The Shadow Guardians had a certain degree of autonomy. Once they had located the suspect target, they would signal in advance, warning Chen En to be on guard. Chen En was deep in thought when his attention was suddenly drawn to the number 4 shadow creature, and a precise message flashed through his mind. 720 meters to the left, on a mountain path, sitting, apparently, human beings. Their abilities were low, around level 13, but their fighting spirit was full, and they were full of enthusiasm. Master Chen, attack or observe? Shadow Sentry. Number 4 maintained his disguise, awaiting Chen En's instructions. Chen En, a self-taught man, gave the command while thinking in his mind, Shadow Sentry number 3. Immediately approach the target. Once in position, team up with Shadow Sentry number 4 to attack. Shadow Sentry number 3, who was reconnoitering at the time, turned and raced away. Shadow Sentry number 4 remained motionless, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Dusan was not truly lifeless. Once a place of worship, it boasted a wide mountain path for pilgrims. At that moment, 2 people with drawn swords were standing on the path. The eyes of one of them were shining brightly, and a strange green light was emanating from them. His gaze pierced the fog and landed on the 2 men and horse on his left. Brother Shu, there are 2 of them. Wow, this is incredible. Brother Shu, unable to see anything in the fog, asked, Only 2? What's wrong with them? One is a man on a horse, apparently from a noble family. The other 3rd is probably a cosplayer. What Pule? The first bandit was much younger and followed the latest trends. He looked at Brother Shu and added, Cosplay, role-playing game, has 2 horns on his forehead and a pair of wings on his back. He probably represents a demon. Brother Shu clicked his tongue. Why don't you just say that he's wearing weird clothes? He's still trying to catch Puleya Xiaoliu. Maybe he's not just pretending. He's a real demon. Haha, doesn't that sound like us? Right. Maybe we have reinforcements arriving. Ha 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 ha! Brothers Zhu and Xiaoliu laughed uncontrollably. Their laughter carried far through the fog, even reaching Chen En's ears. At that very moment, the saber was drawn. A shadow thickened in the fog behind Brother Shu. The pitch-black shadow whistle dropped its disguise and struck Brother Shu in the back. Puff! Blood spurted. At that moment, a blade emerged from Xiao Liu's chest. He turned around, staring incredulously at the dark shadow behind him. "How dare you?" Shadow Whistle said, showing no emotion. Xiao Liu's question remained unmoved. Realizing that the man was still alive, he mercilessly drew his saber and struck again. Click! A hand blazing with crimson flame grabbed Shadow Whistle's arm. The Whistle of Shadows was invulnerable to physical damage, but would disappear from the slightest elemental impact. Flames burst out from Xiao Liu's hand, instantly igniting the Shadow Whistle, which disappeared into smoke. So weak. Xiao Liu was surprised. He turned around and saw that Brother Shu had dealt with him with the same ease. No, to him, do not compete. With a stab wound to the heart, Brother Shu and Xiao Liu, if they were human, would have already been dead. However, they were surrounded by a stream of crimson flame. Their skin cracked and peeled, revealing non-pink flesh, and seething dark magma. Brother Shu, still trembling, exclaimed, "What danger! What danger! If it weren't for the magical power of the Ghost Lord, you and I would already be corpses." Xiao Lu's face twisted. He looked towards Chen En and shouted angrily, "How dare these two bastards hurt me, Brother Shu? Kill them and eat them! Forward!" Whoosh! The flames shot up. Chen En was driving along a mountain path when he suddenly saw two tiny red lights in the fog ahead. The light grew closer and brighter, and in a moment it floated before him, revealing two human figures. He remained calm and smiled. No wonder they dared to block the road. They must have a backup plan. Whoosh! Dadalov swung his spear and led into battle. Chen En did not dismount, but simply said, "Dadalov, show me how you can fight." Dadalov turned around and nodded his chin. And then the earth shook. Amidst the din, Chen En saw, out of nowhere, emerged. It was no more than 1/2 meter high, and its internal area did not exceed 30 meters. It was battlefield plus question mark. No, what kind of battlefield was this? Roughly speaking, it was just a pigsty or a sheep pen. Dadalov stood behind a low wall, the magical energy around him gradually turning a deep black shade, and the aura steadily grew. Watching him, Chen En felt an inexplicable sense of invincibility. It was protective uniform. Even though the battlefield was incredibly harsh, as long as Lady Dedala was inside, she could take a defensive position. Ah ha ha ha. Kill, 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 and then eat. Wild laughter spread through the fog, and two nimble figures appeared from the swirling fog. Brother Shu and Xiao Liu rushed closer. They saw a low wall appear out of nowhere and, without thinking, jumped over it. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Xiao Liu's face twisted in disdain, and he was about to say something when he suddenly saw a flash of silver light pierce his side. The spear flew out like a dragon. Heads are flying. Brother Shu, who came with him, and was a little stronger, had his head torn off by a spear. This Xiao Liu heard a buzzing sound and instinctively turned around. It seemed he had turned too quickly, and his head had come off his neck, spinning wildly through the air like a ball. While the world was turning, Xiao Liu suddenly realized, "Oh, it's not that I turned around too quickly, it's that my head was cut off." Click. The head fell to the ground. Dadalov swung his spear sharply, shaking a light drop of blood from its tip. He thrust his spear into the ground with a loud thud. He looked at Chen En, as if waiting for further instructions. Chen En couldn't say anything to him. Dadalov, quite strong. Dushan, Guanhai Temple. This ancient temple has stood on Dushan for over 300 years, and despite several recent restorations, it remains strong. 3 years later, the temple buildings remain intact. However, the Buddha statues were destroyed and taken away, piled haphazardly in a corner of the courtyard. The brazen demonic bandits took over the temple, leaving it covered in blood. In the main hall where Buddha once stood, there is now a tiger skin chair. On it sat a stocky, black-bearded man, imposing and impressive. He held the phone and received a message from the Adventurers Forum administrator. "Dear Black Whirlwind, After verification, you have become the owner of the third golden invitation to expansion nest number Padineravda. Click the link below to go to the Strategy Group 17 chat. The black-bearded man smiled coldly and joined the group. There were already 2 people in the group, one with the Nightingale ID and the other with the Scarecrow ID. Black Whirlwind looked through the group photo album, examining the tables. Characteristics uploaded to the photo wall and thought, this woman named Nightingale is simply amazing. High level, high characteristics, she is capable of much. And this is Scarecrow. He was just average. Total level 16. His characteristics were decent. How did this man defeat the minor boss of the secret world and get the golden invitation? Black Whirlwind stroked his beard and thought, this guy must be from a rich family. The elders of the family took him with them and beat the small boss to death, so they let him go. There is no other option. This it didn't matter. Black Whirlwind didn't care if he could clear the square tower. A purge would be great, of course, but if it doesn't work out, kidnapping this rich young man is a bonus. Black Whirlwind was about to send a message to the group chat when one of his subordinates ran up and said, Ghost Lord, it seems the situation has changed. Our 2 brothers who were standing by, foot of the mountain, killed. Black Whirlwind raised his head. Has the Guanhai village maintenance squad taken action? It's unlikely that the maintenance squad hasn't moved out yet. There are only 2 killers. Perhaps they are reinforcements from the Sun family. Black Whirlwind sensed danger. If it really is reinforcements, we can't wait any longer. The Sun family has a solid foundation. Even with the mind corridor, they might not be able to stop them from climbing the mountain. The eldest daughter of this Sun family must be dealt with. Pass on orders to everyone. Put on your armor. Come down the mountain for me in half an hour. Yes. The subordinate hastened to convey the instructions. Black Whirlwind looked down again. He noticed that Nightingale had been verified in the group chat. He opened a search engine and typed in Nightingale from Broccoli's adventure group. The next moment, his eyes widened. What a wonderful nana. Your summon killed the fallen man, earning 700 experience points. Chen En opened his resume and saw the goddess's entry. 2 firefighters. The ones who had come running earlier had human form, but there was an unpleasant, evil energy around them. They must have absorbed some of the power and taken on a demonic form. Killing them will of course give you experience points. However, the word call was too catchy. Chen En still thought of Dadalawa as a witty ghost demon. He liked Dadalawa's bold personality more than his current lethargy. I wish he would get better. If it can't be restored, how could Demon King Rose's castle have produced a hero like Dadaru? The summoning bell allowed Chen En to borrow the Shadow Guardian skill. He summoned Dadaru and used the skill himself. The 7 guardians appeared again, patrolling Dusan. Chen En stood there, waiting for intelligence, when his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. The message was sent to the expansion nest number 17 chat group. He opened it and saw a new man, Black Whirlwind. Hello everyone. I've been busy lately and haven't been online much, so I'm a little late. Chen En was wondering whether to say hello when Nightingale appeared. Nightingale. Welcome. Black Whirlwind, you can share your characteristics so that we can get to know you better. Black Whirlwind. That's no problem, Miss Nightingale. But first, I would like to know Black Whirlwind. Photos. Black Whirlwind. Is that you? Chen En quietly sank into the water, watching their conversation. The photo published by Black Whirlwind was of Nightingale. Mrs. Nightingale, still wearing a pencil skirt and a white shirt with a blue ribbon, sat at the table and wrote something with concentration. It was impossible not to say. She was charming. Her long but seductive legs in black stockings, thin ankles and rounded knees. Just the sight of them makes you drool. Flowed, but what attracted the eye most was her impressive chest. She was like a fruit bending on a branch. It was, of course, only a photograph, but still her sweet aroma could be felt. These 2 treasures embodied the sweetness of a bountiful harvest. Nightingale quickly replied, "It's me." This is supposed to be a press release for an Adventurer weekly interview I did with our Broccoli Adventure group a month ago. I took this photo at their request. Black Whirlwind's answer was not long in coming. You are so charming. Dean. Dean. 2 more messages appeared in the group chat. Chen En took a closer look and saw that Black Whirlwind had sent 2 more pictures, one of which was a table of characteristics. Level 30, Strength 70, Stamina 30, Dexterity 10 Magic 30. The characteristics are quite impressive. Only 30 levels but a whole 70 strength? How can this be? And Chen En frowned, thinking to himself, is this the Black Vortex's stat table? I understand his name is hidden, but why is his race blacked out? Accident? Maybe. Everyone has the same stat table, from left to right. Name. Race level. Black Whirlwind couldn't resist running his finger across and accidentally crossing out his race. It hardly made sense. Chen En suppressed his doubts and looked at the second message. Photo with flash. The second message was actually a flash photo. Chen En clicked the flash photo and saw a burly man with a black beard, fully armed, sitting on a chair made of tiger skin. With his dark skin, determined gaze and strong torso, Black Whirlwind looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Quite impressive. The flash photo lasted only 3 seconds. Chen En quickly glanced at it and was about to remove his finger when he suddenly noticed the background. Bright red columns, yellow curtains, and dull, apparently Buddhist frescoes on the walls. This it looked like the main hall of Guanhai Temple. 3 seconds passed and the photo with flash was taken automatically. Disappeared. Chen En couldn't confirm his suspicions. He had visited Guanhai Temple when he was a child, but he was just bored and wanted to go home and play. How could he notice the frescoes in the main hall? Even if he looked at them for another 3 minutes, he still wouldn't be sure that the main hall of Guanhai Temple was in the background of the photograph. It seemed so to him. Chen En did not hesitate. He mentally ordered, Shadow Guardian number 1, immediately proceed to the main hall of the Buddhist temple on the top of the mountain. Roger. Without hesitation, the Shadow Guardian turned into a dark shadow and ran towards the top of the mountain, heading towards the temple. Chen En closed his eyes as the scene in front of him flashed past the trees and thorns, reaching the edge of the yellow wall. The Shadow Patrol climbed the walls and tiles, dodging several scattered guards, and quickly reached the entrance to the main hall. When the Shadow Patrol turned around, Chen En saw that the Buddha statue in the main hall had disappeared, replaced by a tiger skin chair. There was someone sitting on the chair, a monster with a green face, fangs, and 4 arms. It was clearly a ghost hidden in the mountain fog. What surprised Chen En even more was that the monster was holding a mobile phone in his hands and poking his finger at the screen. Here it is, lunch meat. Everything was connected. The online hype was real, the band of bandits on Dusan was real, and the ghost lurking in the mountain fog was real too. The only difference was that the leader of the gang was a ghost hiding in the mountain fog. This Black Whirlwind clearly had the ability to a transformation similar to Chen En's battle entry, allowing him to change appearance and gain even greater strength. Chen En opened his eyes and looked at the group chat. This time, Miss Nightingale was clearly not very busy, and there was nothing in particular to deal with in the group. She answered politely, without enthusiasm but appropriate. They had already discussed their fighting styles. Black Whirlwind must have taken on a ghostly form to improve his stats and win Nightingale's favour. That was understandable. The bad thing was that he didn't expect such a coincidence. Someone from a group of 3 people shot at him. Chen En closed the notification and put the phone back in his pocket. He was about to head to the top when the sentry's denunciatory speech came into his head. Master Chen, please be patient. The investigation revealed that the mental corridor spell was in effect here. Mental corridor is a mental spell that deceives the target through sight and hearing, imposing suggestions on them that cause them to walk in circles and become lost in the fog. A small group of people was spotted 730 meters to the southeast. 8 wounded members of the squad are believed to be unable to escape the mind corridor and are forced to defend themselves. If you decide to advance, you will enter the mind corridor area and will likely become disoriented. Please order the sentry to return and lead you. Chen En calmly asked, "Are you Shadow Guardians immune to the corridor of the mind? Suggestions work only on intelligent beings. Shadow Guardians have no mind, only obedience. Suggestions are powerless against us." Impressive. Chen En spread his hands. Number 1, wait. Number 2, come back and lead. The rest remain on guard. As ordered. Guardian Tenny received instructions and carried out the order. The Shadow Guardian returned with lightning speed, holding a knife in his hand, bowed, and attacked Chen En. Chen En simply said, "Take me to the locked people first." Shadow Guardian extended his hand. "Master Chen, please take my hand and try to focus only on my legs." Chen En hugged her tightly. The man, the Shadow Guard, and the horse walked through the fog. Chen En walked along, feeling an inexplicable irritation. He looked at the Shadow Guardian suspiciously, thinking, "Where is he taking me? This is not the way up." The momentum grew stronger, and Chen En could barely contain himself. He wanted to shake off the Shadow Guardian's hand and question his intentions. Just as his anger was about to explode, Chen En suddenly realized, "I am being affected by magic." Yes, magic. The spell, known as the Corridor of the Mind, was so powerful that it could not only confuse others, causing them to remain in their current state, but also to interfere with their minds, making them doubt what is right. He calmed down and thought carefully. Shadow Guardians will certainly be loyal and reliable. As summoned beings, how could they go against Chen En's will and deliberately lead him astray? But once under the spell, the impossible became possible. Anyone who was not immune to it would be affected by it. Fortunately, Chen En had his own chief archon, a man not only skilled in magic, but also possessing high resistance to spells, which allowed him to realize the situation in time. "Who are you? Stop!" A few minutes later, screams were heard from ahead. Chen En looked up and saw 2 neatly dressed guards who looked rather frail. He stopped and said, "I am a passing specialist, not a robber." The guard didn't believe him. A passing specialist? Rumors about robbers in Dusan spread, and the maintenance team closed the mountain. How can a specialist pass now? Chen En smiled and said, "Dushan is so big. How can it be completely blocked? People in the town at the foot of the mountain warned me to leave, but I didn't listen." The 2 guards looked at each other, and one of them asked, "Sir, do you have dry food and water?" Chen En nodded. "Yes, but only a little. The girl hasn't eaten for 2 days. She needs food." About. Chen En didn't expect that the group would end up in such a dire situation. He pulled out a can of lunch meat and a bottle of mineral water from a cute little hanging bag and asked, "Canned goods?" The guard was still on guard. He reached out, took them, and said, "Please wait here. I will report to the girl." Chen En watched him go, then turned to another guard and asked, "What's going on?" The second guard was younger. He looked no more than 20. His chin was covered with a light stubble, and he was not in the best of moods. He shook his head and sighed, saying, "We were careless. There is something strange about this mountain. There must be a disorienting curse in the fog. We climbed the mountain 2 weeks ago, and after wandering around, we still couldn't find the Guanhai temple. About Chen En just experienced the power of the corridor of the mind, so it's not surprising." The guard continued, "We took few supplies with us, and they all ran out for the last 2 days, so we had to slaughter our horses to satisfy our hunger. I am afraid that if we do not find a way out," Chen En smiled and said, "There is always a way out. I don't have many supplies, but I can get some food. Lunch meat? Canned goods? Lister, do you think the Sun family's descendants will be able to digest such crap?" Before Chen En could finish speaking, an angry roar rang out through the fog. The man's voice was quite clear. However, he may not have been in the best shape. His voice sounded weak. His aura was dull. The young security guard is awkward, smiled. It was our eldest daughter's voice. She is a princess, so she has very high nutritional requirements, and we are usually not ready to meet them. Chen En was stunned. Are you still so picky at this hour? A big family always looks different than us mere mortals. Is it true? Chen En didn't quite understand and remained silent. The first guard's voice came from the fog. Madam, the current situation is different from usual. I know you can't eat these things, but I hope you can be patient and get through it. You haven't eaten horse meat before, and I'm worried. Listen carefully, Guard Lister. You are only a commoner, and I am the descendant of a noble family with a history of centuries. There is a fundamental difference between us. Don't try to guess my thoughts, otherwise you'll hit a wall. I'd rather starve than eat this coarse food. Madam, get out of here with your canned goods and that damn bottle of water. The conflict in the fog became increasingly tense. Alas, the gatekeeper returned to List dejected, like a defeated rooster. He returned the canned food and water to Chen En and said, Sir, I'm very sorry. You must have heard that the girl rejected your offer. Please take these things back. Chen En refused. He said, If the girl doesn't want to eat them, you won't either. Young guards deep sighed and looked at List impatiently. The leaf shook his head and said, Sir, you have no idea how strong this fog is. I must explain it to you more clearly so that you are mentally prepared. You will not be able to get out of this fog just like us. Chen En He smiled, but remained silent. Leaf handed over the cans of food and water, saying seriously, We desperately need food and water, but I know that you too will soon be starving and in the same predicament as we are. Take these with you. They will help you live for a few more days. Chen En answered calmly. He asked, How many of you are left? The leaf was struck. Survivors, but the only ones left who were able to fight besides the young lady, were me and Little Dove. Leaf patted the young guard, Little Dove, on the shoulder. Chen En nodded and said, In this fog, there is a spell called the Mind Corridor. It's a mental spell that will give you clues, causing you to lose your way and become lost. I have a way to break the spell. Eat and recuperate. Then either follow me up the mountain to kill the bandits, or I'll lead you down. What? List's eyes widened. He stepped forward and asked, What? Sir, do you have a way to clear the fog? Chen En smiled faintly. Without some skills, would I dare to climb the mountain alone? Sir Lister, I am not a fool. This Lister realized that this was important information and quickly said, Sir, wait a moment. I need to give this to the young lady. No need, I heard everything. Knock, knock. The sound of heels clicking on stone. Someone was slowly approaching. His steps were even and unhurried. Chen En looked up and saw a thick fog swirling around him. A pair of plump headlights pierced the fog, followed by a swaying waist, intertwined thighs, and a pair of white high heels with golden soles. A gorgeous young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes walked up to Chen En and stopped. So big, so white. The woman in front of him was fully aware of her beauty and was not shy about showing it off. Her face was pale as paper, but her eyes were unusually bright and piercing. Commoner, are you telling the truth? Do you have the ability to remove the spell? I'll tell you honestly, I hate those who lie to me. If you can't, I'll rip your tongue out. So arrogant, so barbaric. The girl in front of him didn't look young, but as soon as she spoke, her face was full of thorns, leaving him unsure of how to react. Chen En, who considered himself relatively a flexible person, he remained silent. Can I hit her? I wanted to punch her right in her flat stomach. Seeing that Chen En was silent, List quickly asked, Sir, this is our eldest daughter, the eldest daughter of the Sun family, Hortense's son. Who are you? Chen En looked at him. My name is Chen En. Ha! Before List could say anything, Hortense gave a scornful smile. She shook her head and said, Are simple names still as aesthetically pleasing, Chen En? How rude. Chen En was puzzled. How dare you, with your surname, son, say such things about me? How dare you mock my family name? Are you slandering my family, Mr. Chen En? You speak as if you had not slandered me. What is this? Your Sun family can't be humiliated, but my Chen family can. You control your temper. You've been here for 3 years. Know that there are no more scientists or officials here. No one is above the other. Oh, Hortensia's face flushed with anger and her eyes darkened. She took a deep breath, unfolded her folding fan, turned sideways and fanned herself. List knew his young lady's temperament and was afraid that her usual arrogance would anger Chen En and ruin his hard-won hopes. He quickly said, "Mr. Chen, forgive me, senior madam. Leaf, watch your position." Before List could finish speaking, the eldest mistress, Hortense, exploded. Her peach eyes sparkled with a sharp light. She pointed the handle of the fan at Lizard's nose without hesitation, gritting her teeth and said, "As my vassal, you should be fighting this arrogant commoner in my stead now, not trying to be a mediator. I am very disappointed in you. You failed. Madam, oh, how hard to please." Chen En looked at Lizard and then at Hortense, not knowing what to say. They met by chance and did not have a strong friendship. Since cooperation seemed impossible, there was no need to force it. Chen En's target was the 2 axes in the hands of the Mist Demon in the mountains, and nothing else. The properties of the Mist Demon have been revealed. If it had been before, Chen En might have hesitated, but now, with the help of Dadalafu, what is there to be afraid of? He silently threw most of the bag of provisions, keeping only a little food for himself. Then he said, "Mr. Lister, this is for you. Do not lose heart. Do not be discouraged. Hold out for 2 more hours. I'll go right now and finish off everything that's on the mountain." "Mr. Chen," Lister stepped forward, clearly worried. Hortensia glared at Chen En's back, gritted her teeth, and quickly followed him. She didn't ask his opinion, let alone his consent. She said as if nothing had happened, "Commoner, you look very confident. What should I do? Just follow you." Chen En looked back at her and asked, "Are you still able to fight? I just haven't eaten for 5 days." "On me? Yeah, you just have to follow me." Chen En stopped and turned to Hortense. He pointed at the fog around him and added, "The magic of the corridor of the mind is incredibly powerful. It will penetrate your mind, leading you astray. As we ascend, you will doubt my intentions and suspect that I have ulterior motives. But this is all magic at work. It is simply trying to distance you from my role as a guide." Hortense frowned, her blue eyes filling with undisguised suspicion. "Sounds like it paves the way for your spell. Are you saying that any ill will I sense from you is the result of the spell, and not your own intentions?" Chen En nodded. "Yes." Hortensia chuckled. "How can I be sure it's not sincere? Perhaps you harbored ill intentions from the very beginning. If you think so, then don't come. Hortensia, I don't want to risk my life with someone who has been hungry for 5 days. I don't believe that you are a reliable person, and you will hinder me," Chen En said as he stepped back. His figure completely disappeared into the fog. Hortense stood there, frowning in thought. After a moment, she sighed quietly and turned towards the camp. Lys looked at her and shouted with alarm, "Madam, shut up." Hortensia didn't give him a chance to speak. She walked toward her tent alone, but suddenly heard List shout, "Mr. Chen, why did you come back?" "Eh?" Hortense turned her head and saw that Chen En, who had just disappeared, had reappeared. She had a sarcastic expression on her face and was about to make a few jokes when suddenly her face darkened. She saw a strong figure appeared from the fog in front of Chen En, a man with a black beard and about a dozen scoundrels. "Protect the young lady," Lister shouted, and the family guard, who were rebuilding in the camp, rushed towards them. Chen En looked over and saw 5 men running towards them with dejected faces and ragged breathing, clearly lacking in fighting spirit. Then he looked at Miss Hortense. Hortensia stood straight. Her face was pale, but a calm smile played on his lips. At that moment, she did not lose her composure. "Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha!" But Black Whirlwind and his men were not such gentlemen. They looked at the warriors defeated before them and laughed with the most exaggerated laughter. Black Whirlwind pointed at the guards in front of him and sneered, "What is this? Ha 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 ha! Young mistress of the Sun family, Are you planning to defeat me with these people? Hortensia. She tilted her head and asked, Who are you? I am the leader of the Dushan bandits. You can call me Black Whirlwind. Black Whirlwind waved his hand, his face gloomy. He looked at Hortense, focusing his gaze on her shining white breasts. He added, You look even more voluptuous than your mother, and even younger. I want to know if you are as skilled in servicing men as your mother? Hortensia's face was calm. Tell me more. I love to hear it. Huh. Chen En looked at her suspiciously. Black Whirlwind was also a little confused. He looked at Hortense, not understanding what she meant. Hortensia quickly unfolded her fan, hiding a sly smile. This woman is not my real mother. She is just a pathetic whore. She used her body as leverage to get my equally vile father into bed, and that's how she gained wealth and status. Frankly, I hate her so much. Black Whirlwind looked at Hortense, unable to utter a word. Hortensia continued. Tell me more. Tell me how she made you happy, how she served you, and even better, tell me how exactly she behaved when you mated. I love hearing that. I just shake from just hearing something foreign. Pervert! What a pervert! Black Whirlwind looked at her coldly and contemptuously. If you hate her, then why did you come to Doosan? Aren't you coming here to avenge her? Oh, sure, I'm here for revenge, but not for her. Everyone likes a good reputation, right? After all, I came here specifically to kill you. So they will praise me. Hortense bowed her head and smiled. She looked innocent, but her words were not very sweet. I like praise. I want to hear it even more. Is the only reason I'm here. Black Whirlwind realized that the woman in front of him might be a little out of her mind. He shook his head and said arrogantly, Forget it. It doesn't matter why you came. What matters is that you will die here. Everyone attack. Take this woman alive and kill the rest. Whoa! Oh. Hearing this, about a dozen bandits behind Black Whirlwind made strange sounds and pounced on him like mad dogs. Lister knew he was outnumbered, but he had no intention of running. He stepped forward, covering the hydrangea behind him. Himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dark figure walking forward. It was Chen En. What the hell? You walking with a broken axe? It was indeed a broken axe. The goblin axe is not even a weapon with white markings, but simply an axe for chopping wood. The bandit opposite let out a strange cry and was about to swing his blade when the cold light flashed even faster. One axe. Decapitation. Yeah. Having casually dealt with one bandit, Chen En stepped to the side, changed his stance, and swung his axe upward, cutting the second one at an angle. He then raised the axe over his shoulder and activated the skill. Rotating Blade Plus. With a buzzing sound, the goblin's axe spun and pierced. The air, turning into a sparkling disc, pierced the chest of the third bandit. The blade entered 2 centimeters. 1 broken axe, 3 killed. Only 5 seconds had passed, and 3 men had already died a horrible death, their blood and entrails scattered across the ground. The picture was horrifying. The attack stopped, and the bandits fell silent, looking at Chen En as if he was a ghost. Chen En's face lengthened. He pulled out his spare weapon, the silver sword, and pointed its tip at any bandit, instinctively retreating. Hortensia looked at Chen En, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. This seemingly humble commoner in... How can he be like this? Powerful. What level is he? Yirubadu? Muppadu? Hortensia hesitated, thinking to herself, even at level 30, he's still excellent. What a formidable man. Black Whirlwind's face darkened. He realized that the young man he had previously ignored was a formidable opponent. But who is he? He and I couldn't imagine anyone as skilled in Doosan. He was about to find out about this man's past when he saw Chen En put away his sword with a cry from Shien, and then, with a wave of his hand, knock the axe away from the body. He heard Chen En shake his head and say, I don't want to fight anymore. Constantly fighting with losers like you dulls my heart. Black Whirlwind was stunned and then enraged. He grinned and said gloomily, "Boy, it seems you underestimated me. You know who I am? You are the ghost hidden in the mountain mist, right? I am you." Black Whirlwind's eyes flashed. "How do you know?" Chen En smiled faintly. "Strength 70, dexterity 10, stamina and magic 30 each. Am I right, Black Whirlwind?" Black Whirlwind fell silent. "Absolutely right. Why? How could this young man see right through him?" Staring at him in horror, Chen En raised 2 fingers and pointed at his own eyes. "In front of my heavenly eyes, you have no secrets. For someone like you, I don't even have to do anything. Dadalav, kill him! Ding! Ding!" Chen En rang the bell, and a black wind vortex appeared between the 2 groups. An ominous, cold, demonic aura appeared, and in the whirlwind, Dadalav appeared with a silvery white spear in his hand. Black Whirlwind felt this aura, then looked at the horns on his head, Dadalava and wings under the ribs, and in shock exclaimed, "Evil demon! A purebred demon! Who are you? How can you command a demon?" Chen En remained calm. "As you can see, I am just a human. Human. Can he command a purebred demon?" Black Whirlwind and his people willingly accepted the corruption, falling from humanity to demons. In the face of truth, pure-blooded demon, they were naturally inferior. It was a suppressed bloodline between demons. At this moment, Black Whirlwind could barely stand on his feet, but his subordinates had completely lost the will to fight. Their knees buckled, and they involuntarily fell to the ground, surrendering to Dadalav. Chen En. No. Expressing no emotion, he said coldly, "Dadalav, I want to see your true fighting power. I need a direct understanding of your strength. Don't be polite to them. Show me your strongest, most perfect combat assembly plus max." Chen En wanted to see this, and Dadalav naturally gave it his all. He swung his spear, gathering all his magical energy, and thrust it into the ground, causing it to crack. The ground shook with a roar, and the tall buildings creaked. Everyone, including Chen En, lost their balance. Hortense's face turned pale as she watched the sunset. The thick fog that had enveloped the area instantly cleared, and the ground began to rise. The earth and rocks took shape on their own, and suddenly a wall more than 10 meters high and 100 meters long appeared. She, her generals, and Chen En stood on top of the wall. Looking down, Dadalav and Black Whirlwind, standing opposite each other at the foot of the wall, were so tiny that from their height, Hortense could not see their faces. "It was created on the battlefield," Lister exclaimed in shock. He looked at the wall below, his eyes full of disbelief. What skill? A 10-meter wall erected in the blink of an eye, with diamond-shaped platforms for throwing, triangular forts and trenches. This is a battlefield of the highest level. And really, Lister was not the only one who thought so. Hortense shared his opinion. This section of the wall was exactly like the defensive structures of her castle. The demon spearmen summoned by Chen En were so skilled that they could instantly set up a defensive line. The only downside was Earth. Hortensia thought to herself, "It can't be helped. If I remember correctly, battlefields can only be built from local materials. Dusan is not a stone mountain, so..." The change happened in the blink of an eye. Being a master of positional warfare, Dadalav could upgrade the fortress by 1 level without any conditions. Dark magic rushed past, and Hortense was astonished to find that the ground beneath her feet had inexplicably turned into a neatly hewn stone, turning the wall into stone. The changes didn't end there. Bang, 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 destroy, to guard. 4 alchemical dolls, each 5 meters tall at the shoulder, appeared one after another, forming a neat line behind Dadalava. Aura of Dadalav himself steadily increased, and he took on the protective form. All his stats doubled. Hortense, watching all this, was speechless. She turned around and looked at the black-haired boy next to her, wondering if her previous attitude had been too harsh. Is it too late to give up and start? Flirt? Now, undoubtedly, the Black Whirlwind was most active. He looked at Dadalava, who looked lifeless but determined, and for a moment he doubted how to react. Run? No, can he run? There was only one thing left to do, a desperate fight. Puff, puff. Flesh and blood grew. Black Whirlwind's body swelled, his skin turned green. From the mouth, and a pair of completely new arms grew from the back. Transformation into a demon. It was a divine power bestowed upon him by Master Clown. Using this ability, Black Vortex transformed from a normal assassin into a demon. In the 3 years since the dungeon's creation, he has committed a series of crimes, amassing untold wealth, killing hundreds of people, and raping more than a dozen beautiful women. Now, is it really time for payback? My retribution. Black Whirlwind placed his hands on his waist and drew 2 blue and red axes. Not wanting to give up. I won't accept this. I don't want to be judged. I want to sleep with a few more women. Black Whirlwind prepared himself, but he didn't have the courage to attack. His skull trembled as he said, "Master, why do you serve a human? You are a demon, and I am a demon too. We are family, so join us. I can give you my place, and you will become the new leader of the Dushan bandits." No answer. Dadalav crouched down, taking a fighting stance. His golden eyes were devoid of emotion, only a calm, deadly coldness. Your Excellency, devil, there is no need for that." Black Whirlwind licked his lips and continued. Dadalav snorted coldly and took the initiative in the attack. A cold light pierced. Sky and the tip of the spear, bright as a meteor, darted forward and pierced Black Whirlwind's chest. Realizing that there was no room to maneuver, Black Whirlwind, in desperation, flared up with blood and courage and suddenly let out a desperate cry. "Ah, ah, ah, ah! Attack!" Faced with the approaching blade, Black Whirlwind suppressed his fear and actively met it. In defensive mode, Dadalawa's strength reached a staggering 100 units. Given the difference in physical strength between them, Black Whirlwind's reckless actions were bound to be punished. Moreover, 4 puppets were waiting for their moment. Destroy to revive. At the moment of the Black Whirlwind's attack, the 4 alchemical puppets behind Dadal joined their palms and released a beam from them. Svita! Each of the 4 shots hit the Misty Demon's 4 arms. 2 shots shot forward, tearing off both of Black Whirlwind's arms. The arms that grew after the demon's humanization was activated had significantly more resistance, and the same light shot did not achieve the same effect. The rays only scratched the skin. But that was enough. Dadalav snorted coldly, shaking his spear, and with one blow, a salted fish thrust pierced the chest of the Demon of the Mist. "Oh!" howled Black Whirlwind, falling to the ground with bewilderment in his bright red eyes. What's happened? Why? Defeat and death followed one after another, so quickly that it was almost unpredictable. Just half an hour ago, he had been discussing information about the Square Tower with Captain Nightingale of the Broccoli Adventure Group. He had been wondering how to approach Nightingale, how to please her, how to coax her into bed. Why in just half an hour he will die? The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed. Black Whirlwind's eyes darkened. Straining his eyes, he saw a demon approaching in azure armor with an impassive face and a spear raised high. Seriously is dying. Black Whirlwind's eyes widened, and his face showed humility. The spear has fallen. The demon hidden in the mountain fog that had tormented Dusan for 3 years was dead. Dadarao had fulfilled his mission, and the city fortress created by his magic collapsed along with it. Perhaps due to the death of their leader, the thick fog that had shrouded Dusan for 3 years cleared, and the rest of Dusan's gang also turned to ashes amid a chorus of screams. Chen En nothing more. Approaching the corpse, he checked his resume. You killed 3 fallen humans, receiving 2,100 experience points. Your summon killed the hidden demon of Mountain Mist, gaining 50,000 experience points. The hidden demon of Mountain Mist died, and as a result, 15 fallen humans who had evolved under him died. PowerPoint. You have received 10,500 experience points. You have received the following rewards. green axes of excellent quality, evil Buddha on the left and bloody Bodhisattva on the right. You have received the following rewards. Golden Invitation, 3rd place in expansion, nest number 17. Since you already have an invitation to this nest, it has been converted into a white invitation that can be given to anyone. Next to the corpse fell 2 axes, red and blue, and an invitation made of white gold. Chen En first picked up the invitation and watched the countdown, convinced that this is the key to enter the square tower. This invitation cost more than $1 million. With his heart pounding and his hands shaking, Chen En immediately stuffed the invitation into his pocket. He looked around like a thief and saw that Xianghua and the others were still in their 50s or 60s, meters away from him, and finally felt relief. Then he picked up 2 axes from the ground, blue and red, and examined them carefully. Evil Buddha on the left. Elite weapon. This blood-soaked axe gets its name from the image of Buddha on the handle. Strength, increase, equipment. This axe increases your strength by 7. Bloody Bodhisattva on the right. Elite weapon. This axe, famous for countless murders, got its name from the image of the Bodhisattva on the handle. Mana increase. Equipping this top increases your mana by 7. Buddha's treasure twin axes. This skill is a set bonus and can only be used when paired with evil Buddha and bloody Bodhisattva. Your strength and mana stats are increased by 20% when affected by incense and vows. Simple bonus, mediocre. Improvement. Using 2 demon monk axes increases your strength by 7 and mana by 7. Chen En now has 42 strength and 24 mana. Bonus, Buddha's treasure twin axes is calculated last and the decimal point is rounded up. Chen En gains 9 strength and 5 mana. This effect truly a wonderful bonus. These 2 axes should be top-tier gear with a green letter. A voice came from behind him. Chen En turned around and saw Hortensia and a group of others appear behind him. An elegant smile lit up her face, and the sharpness of the past disappeared. She extended her hand gracefully and elegantly. "Mr. Chen, let us introduce ourselves again. I am Hortense's son, the eldest daughter of the Sun family's forest fire branch." Chen En looked at her outstretched hand, but did not shake it. He looked at List and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Li." Chen En turned and left. Hortensia still extended her hand, looking at Chen En's back. On her face, there was no more smile. After thinking for a while, Chen En said, "Mr. Chen, stay." Chen En was walking along the mountain path when Lister's voice came from behind him. He stopped, looked at the out-of-breath Lister, and said, "Mr. Li, don't run. You're very weak. It's better to go slowly. I'm fine." Lister, although he had turned pale, was still smiling. He straightened his collar, straightened up, bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't even know what would have happened. You saved us all." Chen En continued with his usual refrain. "We professionals, when we go on adventures, always find a way to help each other. Today I help you, tomorrow he helps me. Nothing special. Mr. Chen, you are so noble and honest. I admire you. But we accepted your kindness, but remained indifferent. Isn't that disappointing? Mr. Chen, please be sure to leave your contact information. The young lady and I and everyone else want to thank you. Fine. More friends, more ways. Adding a friend is easy." Chen En scanned the QR code and added List as a friend. Leaf hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Chen, our eldest daughter. Although she may not seem very friendly, she is actually very responsible. She prioritized precious food for the wounded. When we ran out of ammunition and had to kill horses to feed ourselves, she was the first to kill her favorite horse so that we could share the food." Chen En did not hide his feelings and honestly admitted, "This is quite unexpected. Ha ha. If you want to get to know her better, you will see that. She is a very remarkable person. Is it true?" Chen En turned his head and thought for a moment, deciding that he might not have the opportunity to get to know her better. He looked at List and said, "Mr. Li, goodbye." The leaf nodded. I look forward to meeting you again, Mr. Chen. They said goodbye, and Chen En found a quiet place to call his cutie and rode towards Fenglai City. Riding his horse, he pulled out an invitation made of white gold and, having carefully studied it, thought for a moment. Being a dungeon. Good news, Fanta received 5 free attributes upon entry, making the reward certainly top-notch. Moreover, the dungeons of the good news did not entail death. Even if they were killed, they simply disappeared, not died. With such generous benefits, a freely sold white invitation card was already prohibitively expensive. 1 million or 2 would not be enough to get one. But exchanging it for cash would be quite unprofitable. For how much can you buy 5 attribute points? In the secret world, there would be other rewards, and with a higher final score, who knows what benefits could be gained? Chen En fished out his phone and found the unknown number that had called earlier, and called back. After 3 long beeps, the phone was picked up. A male voice rang out. "Hello?" Chen En asked. "Excuse me, is this Chen Dan? Who are you?" "This is Chen Dan's younger brother, Chen En." "Oh, Chen Dan." "Phone. What's happening? Aren't they training? Why is he standing next to them?" A moment later, Chen Dan's voice rang out. "What happened?" Chen En simply asked, "Is your study mission important? Can you take a leave? I have the opportunity to guide you. Take a vacation?" Chen Dan looked at the man sitting with his back to her. It was her captain. Chen Dan successfully awakened a year ago. Her profession is a healer. Despite her silver talent, her overall grade is only a C+. At regimental headquarters, this is neither a high nor a low rating. Being the team's deadweight, the healer is also very popular. But the problem is that Chen Dan's detachment is a reserve strategic group. Everyone on this team is elite. As a reserve for frontline fighters, they need outstanding character, strong skills, and strong abilities. 1 C+ here, not enough. Chen Dan tried his best to keep up with his teammates, but the more he tried, the more he lost his composure. The first stage of collective training in this educational institution is completed, and now it is time to improve specialization. 2 of the 3 healers in the team underwent special training on the instructions of their superiors. But she, Chen Dan, your skills are very extensive and you have no shortcomings. Practice by yourself first. This is what the boss told herself. Chen Dan understood this in her heart. The teaching is very extensive, but very mediocre. No weaknesses, just nothing outstanding. If you think about it, the other 2 are a B and a B+, so how can I compare to them? Chen Dan chuckled. "Take me, you little loser so arrogant. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." Chen En's voice on the other end of the line was smiling. "I need a vacation. I really have something to do. Or just think of it as me missing you. Ask for time off to see you and talk. Is it true? You miss me? Yes, I miss you." Chen Dan hung up the phone and said to the captain, "Captain, I'd like to take a few days off." The captain turned around and smiled. "Go ahead. The second phase of practical training will begin in 7 days, so come back before then." "Thank you, Captain." Chen Dan picked up the phone again and asked, "Where are you?" Chen En answered simply, "Almost to Fenglai City, huh? I'm in Fenglai City too. Let's meet at the east entrance." "No problem." Chen Dan hung up the phone, greeted the captain, and walked out of the yard. As they walked through the yard, they accidentally met a woman with long, straight black hair, dressed in clothes in a natural style and holding a wooden staff. She was holding the hand of a long-haired young man with a princess hairstyle, who seemed to be about to go out as well. "Ah, Dan Dan." The princess waved to Chen Dan. Chen Dan hummed in her mind, but a sweet smile appeared on her face. "Lulu, Lilu, therapist, overall rating B." Unlike Chen Dan, who, despite being slightly plump like a child, is more cute than beautiful, Lilu is tall and has a calm personality. Unfortunately, she has a few flaws, but with makeup, she still looks good. At first glance, their relationship seems harmonious, but in their personal lives, they are a mixture of bitter and sweet. Chen Dan often makes shocking remarks and speaks inappropriately, but never criticizes others behind their backs. Her rare willfulness and sharp tongue are mainly directed at Chen En, and she is relatively tolerant towards others. But demon, supporter of brothers, narrow-minded, hypochondriac, Li Lu gossiped about Chen Dan behind her back more than once. Li Lu looked at Chen Dan and asked, Dan Dan, are you leaving? Chen Dan nodded and said, My brother will be arriving in Fenglai City soon. I will pick him up at the east entrance. Oh, that deep... Chen En? Li Lu looked at the smile on Chen Dan's face that suddenly faded, and he suddenly said, and stretched lazily. I trained all day. It was so hard. The special enhancement is too strict. The instructor asked me to do 2 moves in 3 seconds. I trained all day and barely mastered it. Hey, Dan Dan, haven't I met your brother yet? I was just on my way to see Liu Yi. Why don't I go see your brother too? Chen Dan looked at the two of them with narrowed eyes. Isn't this awkward? Convenient, convenient. The long-haired man that Li Lu was holding, a young man named Liu Yi, smiled slightly and said, Chen Dan, let's go together. I are also heading towards the eastern entrance of the city. It's convenient. This Chen Dan hesitated, and Li Lu suddenly took her hand and said gently, Oh, let's go. The 3 of them headed towards the eastern entrance to the city. The objects hidden behind the grey curtains of the narrow path are often in high demand in the outside world, and technological gadgets. The outside world is also extremely necessary for those behind these curtains. City, known as a starting point for professionals, is very developed. It goes without saying that every famous mobile phone brand has its own store in the city. Chen Dan, Li Lu, and Liu Yi arrived at the eastern entrance of the city, avoiding the crowd and stopping on the side of the road. Li Lu, afraid of the sun, she covered herself with her hands. She complained, It's so hot, Autumn. Why is the sun still so bright? Liu Yi looked at her worriedly and said, You should have brought an umbrella. Wow. Chen Dan created an umbrella out of nowhere and opened it with a hissing sound. Lu Lu, I brought an umbrella. Li Lu shuddered. Let's do it. Let's share. Certainly. Chen Dan didn't give her a chance, quickly adding, But my umbrella is small. It can't fit 2 people. It shrank. The fist clenched. A coldness flashed across Li Lu's eyes. Suddenly looked at Chen Dan with a piercing gaze, stroking the staff in her hand. Swing up. Downward swing. Hiss. She stuck out her tongue and licked the sapphire on the tip of the staff. Liu Yi couldn't help but stand in awe as he watched his new girlfriend. He swallowed, wondering what she was thinking. Chen Dan looked away, mentally warning herself. Don't ask, don't ask. Yes, don't ask. Li Lu performed exceptionally well in the first stage of training, scoring the best among the 3 healers. In recognition of her success, the regiment rewarded her with equipment, a sapphire staff, which she now held in her hands. It was a standard item with green letters that added 3 mana points and a special effect that made spells cast faster. In comparison to him, the wooden staff in Chen Dan's hand only added 1 mana point. It was simply incomparable. I came this far and you didn't even ask? Chen Dan. Okay, then Li Lu turned to Liu Yi and asked coquettishly, Liu Yi, what time is it? Why hasn't Master Yuan come yet? Liu Yi, at a loss, just smiled and replied, It's not time yet, don't worry. Oh, Liu Yi, are my bangs all messed up? Master Yuan is an influential person with 3 million followers. He's really going to take us on a vlog? Li Lu glanced at Chen Dan and raised her voice. I heard his latest video topped the Gulu daily chart with over 10 million views. Chen Dan silently took out her phone and started typing something, as if she was talking to someone. In fact, it wasn't him. She pricked up her ears, not wanting to miss a word of it. Mouthed naturally, she opened Gulu and found Master Yuan. 3 million subscribers? First place in the daily rankings? Is this really it? The same Yuan Jing from Dragon and Tiger Gate? How could Li Lu even know him and want to make a vlog? Liu Yi smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, Master Yuan was recently injured and is currently recovering. I contacted him yesterday and he said he was willing to work with professionals from the Dihua City Youth Union to film the competition for free. Tea lunches. Aha, here he comes. Chen Dan immediately looked up and saw a Taoist priest with a sage and a white beard walking towards her. It was indeed Master Yuan Jing Yuan. Master Yuan! Wow! Master Yuan! Liu Yi and Li Lu rushed to meet him. Yuan Jing chuckled and asked Liu Yi, "Is this Taoist Liu? Am I late?" "Not at all, not at all." Liu Yi rubbed his hands. "Master Yuan, are you here alone?" "Oh, my team arrived in Fenglai village this morning and is preparing for filming." Yuan Jing glanced at Li Lu, then at Chen Dan, who was standing nearby, and asked, "Are these two going to act together?" Liu Yi waved his hand. "This is Li Lu, my girl. She is on the set with me. This is Chen Dan. She is here to wait for her brother and will not participate." About Yuan Jing looked at Chen Dan suspiciously, as if she wanted to ask who her brother was. Chen Dan and Chen En were not the children of the same mother, but they definitely had the same parents, and their facial features were somewhat similar. Yuan Jing looked into her eyes and felt a strong resemblance to Chen En, not knowing whether to ask. Li Lu looked at Chen Dan and said, "Master Yuan, let's go. You are such an important owner that it is not worth wasting your time." Chen Dan didn't answer. She just smiled. She smiled bitterly. She saw Li Lu's slightly raised chin and realized that she had lost miserably today. The sound of hooves was heard. Chen Dan raised her head and saw, galloping towards them. It was a magnificent horse, well-fed and strong, with a piercing gaze and hair that shone like diamonds. Not only Chen Dan and the others, who rarely saw horses, but also passers-by, could not help but loudly exclaim, "What a horse! What kind of horse is this? So majestic! What a beautiful horse! It looks like he's worth at least 3 million. 3 million? Sir, I see you know nothing about horses. This wonderful horse must be worth at least 10 million. At first, Chen Dan's attention was drawn to the dark horse, but when she turned her gaze and saw the man on horseback, she shuddered. Huh? Man on horseback? It was Chen En. And it wasn't just Chen En, but Chen En who waved his hand. Chen En rode Cutie closer, not dismounting, but circling Chen Dan. "Sister, why are you silent? We've only seen each other for a few days. You haven't forgotten what your brother looks like, have you?" Chen Dan looked at Cutie, who was watching her with curiosity, and asked, "Where did you steal this horse?" Chen En chuckled. "Stole? Did I steal? Cutie, what do you think? Wow!" Cutie raised his front hoof in response. Chen En dismounted, took Chen Dan's hand and walked over, saying, "This is Cutie, my companion." "Cutie, this is my sister. Say hello to my sister." "Humph." Cutie snorted, lightly nudging Chen Dan's shoulder with his nose in a show of tender affection. "This—" Chen Dan stroked the horse's head, looking at Chen En with confusion, not understanding what was going on. "Ha ha! Chen, my friend, life is full of encounters. Not believe we just broke up? And now we're dating again." During the short silence, Yuan Jing took the opportunity to greet her. Chen En turned to him and said with a smile, "Master Yuan, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. This is my sister, Chen Dan. Sister, this is incredible. The successor of the Dragon Tiger Gate, the head of Gulu Gulu UP, Master Yuan Jing Yuan. Empty reputation, all this empty reputation." Yuan Jing shook his hand. Where had that aloofness gone, reined in it at the beginning? On his face? But there was surprise in his eyes. He pointed to the red and green axes hanging behind Chen En's back and asked, "Is this the axe of the ghost hiding in the fog in the mountains?" "My dear Chen, it hasn't been even a day since you killed the ghost hiding in the fog in the mountains?" Chen En smiled reservedly. "I have to thank Master Yuan for the accurate information. Otherwise, I would have returned home long ago. How could I cut off the head of an evil ghost?" "Oh!" Yuan Jing took a deep breath and said, "Heroes are always born from youth. My dear Chen, you are so powerful that you destroyed the monster that had been chasing Dushan for 3 years in less than a day. You are a true hero. I, Yuanjing, admire you very much. Fenglai City, Dragon and Tiger Gate Dojo. Chen En, Li, and Lu and the others followed Yuanjing to his dojo. Yuanjing was very polite and said, "Friend Chen, Taoist Liu and I are going to make a video blog. Do you want to participate?" Chen En was not interested in such things. He waved his hand and said, "I don't understand these things. Master Yuan, do you know of any inn nearby? I will stay here for 2 days. Hotel?" Yuanjing grimaced and said, "Friend Chen, you are disgusted by the wretchedness of this place and do not want to stay here." "Master Yuan, what are you talking about? Why stay at a hotel if you're already in my dojo? I'll have someone prepare 2 rooms for you. You can stay as long as you want." Chen En had already thought about it. "Well, I'm sorry." Yuanjing smiled happily. "Everything is fine. Taoist Liu, I'll go check if everything is ready for filming. Please wait." Master Yuan left, leaving Chen En, Chen Dan and the couple in the room. Liu Yi didn't notice anything, still anticipating the upcoming filming. Li Lu looked down at the phone and looked indifferent. All the way, Chen Dan couldn't help but smile. She grabbed Chen En's hand tightly, as if asserting her power, and even now she refused to let go. Chen En looked at his stupid sister and pulled her hand away. "Let go. Let go. What's happened? Chen Dan remained silent and only laughed. Chen En felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know how to react. He pulled out a wooden staff and said, "Sister, this is the staff of intent that I received from the monster I killed some time ago. This is a green weapon. See if you can use it. Ta-dam!" Li Lu's fingers flicked the screen, producing a dissonant sound. She looked up and saw Chen Dan pick up the staff with a pretentious expression and exclaim, "Green staff! Add 5 magic points! What's happening?" Chen En looked at his sister suspiciously and said, "Not bad, huh?" To be honest, Chen En thought the staff was incredibly powerful. This was an item obtained after killing the Goblin Chieftain. Although the Goblin Chieftain was weak, he seemed to have a superior status, wielding a formidable staff. Chen Dan looked at Li Lu intently and began to stroke her staff. Stroked him upwards, stroked downwards. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked it. "Ooh, what are you doing?" Chen En in bewilderment. Unable to bear it any longer, he pushed her head, interrupting the spell. He looked at her angrily and demanded, "Isn't it dirty? Don't play with the gun. Don't like it. Return it. I like it. I don't want to play with him anymore." Chen Dan, clutching her staff, immediately gave up. And indeed, Comrade Taoist Liu, enough. Come here and film. At this moment, Yuan Jing appeared at the door, waving his hand at Liu Yi. "I'm coming." Hearing this, Liu Yi immediately walked out with the sullen Li Lu. Only the Chen brothers and sisters remained in the room. Chen En, looking at Li Lu's back, asked, "What happened? Do you have problems with her? She can't resist me." Chen Dan smiled brightly. The smile disappeared from her face for no apparent reason. She looked at Chen En and said, "Are you really going to give this to me? A staff with green letters that can store skills. I think 200 to 300,000 is not a problem." Chen En was puzzled. The equipment does not depreciate. You have so little money? Why sell it now? And I think the staff of conscious intent is worth more than 20 or 30, maybe 50 or 60. The ability to store spells should be very useful. That's not what I meant. What do you mean? Do you feel unworthy of such a good staff? No way. Chen Dan pursed her lips and shouted, "You seem to be eager to fight. I will hit you." A weak attack flew towards her. Chen En symbolically blocked it twice, and then suddenly asked, "Do you know the nest of expansion?" "And who doesn't know?" Perez asked Chen En. "You know the second stage of the expansion nest, the square tower?" Chen Dan nodded again. "Yes, the square tower seems to be the God's secret realm. The rewards in the gospel secret realm are incredibly good. Once you enter, you gain 5 attribute points, and you will not be harmed if you are killed inside. This is a clean dungeon for the common good, she emphasized. Then Chen Dan looked around, lowered her voice slyly and added, I heard that the regiment just received a grant from the Ministry of Finance, an average of 8 million per invitation. We have received 5 or 6 white invitations. Everyone is wondering who will go to the Square Pagoda, and I think Xiaoxia will definitely get a place. It was inevitable. As a hero, Qi Tianxia will definitely get a place. I just didn't know which expansion slot it would go into. Chen En took out a golden invitation from her pocket and handed it to Chen Dan. Hear what? Chen Dan casually picked up the white card, turning it over and over again. When she saw the item marked by the goddess, she cried out loudly, Golden invitation? Where did it come from? Chen En remained calm. Why are you shouting like that? I told you I'd take you with me. Do you think I'm kidding? Xiao Chen, the Square Pagoda opens in 90 hours. Let's get ready in 2 days and then go in search of adventure. Eh? Chen Dan was at a loss for what to say. Chen En spoke first. Of course, if you don't want to go, we can sell it, but I don't recommend it. Entry only gives 5 attribute points. 5 attribute points for 8 million? The choice is yours. Think about it. Sell? Certainly. Even now, 8 million is a huge sum. With that kind of money, the Chen siblings could easily move to another city, far away from the Hearth Dungeon. But Chen Dan remembered 3 years ago, and her grip on the golden invitation gradually tightened. I want to go. I want to become stronger, to become a nightmare for monsters. Chen En felt relieved. That's right. 8 million is nothing. The value of what we want to do is not measured in money. Chen Dan smiled, and then an idea struck him. Chen En, 1 invitation allows 2 people to enter the square tower. What will you do if I enter? Chen En pulled out another invitation. Oh, I only remembered about you after I got the second one. Chen Dan was stunned. She looked at her brother incredulously, unable to imagine what he had gone through. Brother, what exactly happened? Did you fall off a cliff and take your martial arts textbook? Chen En smiled but remained silent. Don't ask. If you ask, I'll just say, I have a gift. Bout. Chen Dan didn't ask any more questions. She looked at her brother's face, feeling that he had grown even more. His shoulders seemed broader too. Okay, that's all. The director clapped his hands and said to Liu Yi, Well done, filming here. Xiao Liu, stay tuned for the next 2 days. We'll show you a rough draft. If you have any suggestions, don't forget to let us know. Liu Yi humbly replied, What can I ask for? Don't you trust Master Yuan's team? But if you could get some more close-ups of my girlfriend, that would be great. The director looked at Li Lu with obvious displeasure. Li Lu was absent-minded and sullen throughout the filming. Constant reminders did not help. Luckily, since she wasn't the main character, the director didn't bother. Now, is he going to show her close-up? With such a sour face, is he really going to irritate the audience? The director smiled weakly and said, I'll try. Fine. Liu Yi bowed and let go. Film crew. He looked at Li Lu and noticed that she was not in the mood. He asked, Lulu, what happened? Are you not looking forward to the shoot? Why so gloomy? Nothing. Li Lu played with her phone without even looking up. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her, and she asked, Liu Yi, do you know Chen En? Liu Yi was stunned. How would I know him? Aren't you close to Chen Dan? Haven't you met her brother? My relationship with Chen Dan is useless. What's happening? Isn't Chen En a D-M? Li Lu expected to see him as a fat, ignorant and stupid boy, but when she saw him at the city gate today, oh my God. Tall and imposing, with a sparkle in his eyes, he looked like a passionate, young general on horseback. Liu Yi was already considered a respected person in the battle preparation team, but next to Chen En, he looked like a chicken, completely devoid of charm. Liu Yi, seeing Li Lu's silence, didn't know what to say. He chuckled and said, Lulu, Let's not do it today. Go back. It's so late. Why don't we find a hotel to stay overnight? You must be tired after filming today. Li Lu stood up with a dissatisfied look and said, I need to go back to the regimental headquarters. I have training tomorrow. Get up. How long will you sleep? The next morning, Chen En was woken up by his sister. He glanced suspiciously at his shining sister, then at the dim sky outside the window, and sat down again. What time is it? Chen Dan sat by the bed. I can't sleep. You look so energetic. That's why I can't sleep. Chen Dan took out a white gold invitation. The secret god realm is a great place. 8 million per seat. I never thought I would have such an opportunity. Chen En ignored her. If you can't sleep, go do morning exercises. A few laps can even increase your endurance. Chen Dan looked at his brother in bed and remained silent. Master Yuan was very hospitable. Yesterday, he held a grand banquet at the best restaurant in Fenglai village, Sea Hai, and made him very happy. He also invited Lan Yu and the others to the party, and they had dinner until 9 in the evening, and then went to sing karaoke. Chen En was not used to such a hectic life, but I couldn't refuse. Hospitality and came. As Chen En's older sister, Chen Dan, naturally received due treatment. Not only was Master Yuan respectful, but Lan Yu and the other four were also polite, and impeccably polite. After their explanation, she finally understood what Chen En had done. Help, support. She extended a hand to those in need, just as the white robes had saved the people of Beavertown. You keep your word? You are a real man. Chen Dan smiled at Chen En, who buried his head in the blanket. Then, get up, get up. She began to move. Chen En, unable to bear it any longer, stood up with a sour face to wash her face, and then followed Chen Dan to breakfast with a sullen expression. She remained silent all this time, her discontent expressed by silence. Chen Dan, who was used to this, did not give in. She offered no advice or comfort. Instead, she refused to eat and took Chen En for a walk outside. Finally, after breakfast, Chen Dan took Chen En to the adventurer's shop to buy everything he needed for the adventure. After all this fuss, the sun was already high in the sky. The Chen brothers and sisters returned to the Dragon and Tiger Gate dojo. Chen turned on his computer, went to the official website of the Adventurers Association, and joined the chat. Chen Dan sat down next to him and asked, Should I come over and say hello? Chen En shook his head and replied, Not now. It will be difficult to explain, and problems may arise. Information that the owner of the black invitation will be handed over to the killer after his murder was bloody and cruel. One invitation was selling for 8 million yuan, and no doubt many were willing to take the risk. He didn't know how many people knew this information, but Chen En didn't want to share it. He opened the page of Strategic Group number 17 and was surprised to find a new person in the chat. He looked at the identifier, Hortensia. Can't Be Chen En clicked on Hortensia's profile and saw her certificate, eldest daughter of the 23rd generation of the forest fire branch of the Sun family. It was really her. Wow, how beautiful. Chen Dan leaned on Chen En's shoulder, looking at Hortensia's profile picture. Is this the real one? It shouldn't be. I've never seen such beauty before. Number? This was the real her. And no Photoshop. This noble woman was simply beautiful. Group chats can be saved. Chen En flipped through them and found that Nightingale had already exchanged messages with Hortense. Nightingale? Hydrangea? Nightingale. Are you Miss Hortensia of the Sun family? Hortensia. As you can see, I'm Captain Nightingale of the Broccoli Adventure Group. Is there anyone like you in Broccoli? Nightingale. It is quite natural that you do not know me, Miss Hortense. Compared to you, I am truly nothing. Then there was silence. 5 minutes later, another message appeared. Hydrangea. Not bad characteristics. Nightingale. Ah, that's the best compliment I've heard this year. I'm honored to have attracted your attention. Nightingale. Actually, I have hidden some of my characteristics. Miss Hortense, if you want a more complete picture of my abilities, I can personally send you my true characteristics. Hydrangea. No need. Hortensia. Miss Nightingale. The square tower mode is unclear. If this is a shared instance, I hope you can follow my example and coordinate your actions. Nightingale. Of course, I am ready to help you. Hortensia. Very good. I just arrived in Fenglai City. If you are interested, you can come to my place at number 3 Fenglai Street so that we can get to know each other in advance. Nightingale. My honor. Madame Hortense, I will come to you tomorrow. Hortensia. The same goes for everyone else. If you want, you can come right up to me. I'm willing to be patient and entertain you. After all, we're all heading towards the same square tower. At this point, the conversation abruptly ended. Chen En watched the video several times and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Da-hee looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Chen En pointed at the screen and said, "I've seen this Nightingale before. She's always so arrogant, but I didn't expect her to flatter Hortense like that." I couldn't help but laugh. Chen Dan knew little about the situation inside the grey curtain, let alone Nightingale and Hortense. From the tone, this Hortense must be from a noble family, and Nightingale is a purebred representative of the grey curtain. She asked, "Are we going to number 3 Fenglai Street?" Chen En thought for a moment and replied, "There is no need for that. Nightingale is of a very high level, and this Hortensia is a bit arrogant and haughty. If we go there, not only will we not be allowed to speak loudly, but we will also have to behave modestly and obsequiously. Might even be ridiculed. Can you handle it?" Chen Dan thought for a moment and said, "If I successfully pass the square tower, I can temporarily become their lackey and lick their boots." "What kind of people are these?" Chen En's face became serious. "No, I won't allow it. Why should my sister lick other people's boots?" Chen Dan crossed her arms, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "It's okay if we don't go. After all, once we're in the square tower, it's done. We're already inside. Even if they are less capable, we will have to endure it. If they dare to scold us, we will simply give in. If we are destined to die, we will die together." Chen En breathed a sigh of relief. It was true. The brothers and sisters came to a common opinion. Chen En saw that there was nothing interesting in the chat and was about to close it when a notification suddenly appeared. A new member has appeared. Li Mu. "Hello everyone. I am the brave Li Mu." Chen Dan was immediately overjoyed when she saw the name. Li Mu. "Chen En, it looks like we're lucky. Li Mu is in the same tower with us." Chen En also knew this man. There was no way he couldn't know him. One of the 4 heroes of the Li Kingdom, the dual sword hero Li Mu. Chen En saw her sister's expression and asked, "Do you know Li Mu?" "Tsk, tsk, tsk." "Chen Dan." She raised her finger and licked her lips. "I don't know him, but Shioxia told me about him." Shioxia said that Li Mu has a strong sense of responsibility and is very hard-working. The few times I saw him, he was training under the team. Although he only became a hero this year, his fighting abilities are already impressive. Is this true? Chen En touched his chin and remained silent. A thank you gift from Hortensia. Whether it is the Grey Curtain or the Li Kingdom, now or in the past, the word brave represents strength. With their unique bonuses in battles with demons, brave warriors have always been the weapon of choice for those in power. They get the best equipment, the best skills, and a team specifically built around them. Just think about it. Even Zhao Hu reached level 18 in 3 months and got 2 inheritance stones. Just how rich is Li Mu? There was no one in the chat. About 2 minutes, Li Mu smiled wryly and said, "Is there anyone? I'll be back later." Chen En didn't answer. He took out the golden invitation and looked at it. Countdown 75, 11, 45. 3 days later, the square tower opened. Chen En stood up and said to Chen Dan, "I'm going to see Master Yuan. You coming?" Chen Dan bowed her head. "Master Yuan? Why?" "Dragon Tiger breathing technique. I want to learn this technique from him." "Then I'll go too." In a quiet room of the Dragon Tiger dojo, inhale, expand your chest, tighten your stomach. Continue, Ms. Chen, until your brain feels oxygen deprived. Exhale slowly, for about 7 seconds, at a steady pace. Chen En sat on the cushion, cracking melon seeds, and watched Yuan Jing instruct Chen Dan. After another instruction, Yuan Jing sighed helplessly, but still patiently added, Madam Chen, pay attention to the rhythm. Technique is not that complicated. The rhythm is the most important thing. Feel it, and you will quickly master it. Chen Dan frowned and said, Master Yuan, I seem to have quite a good rhythm. Chen En snorted disdainfully before Yuan Jing could say anything. Chen Dan turned around like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She looked angrily. What are you laughing at, you little creature? Chen En snorted disdainfully. How dare you speak so loudly? Is the dragon tiger breathing technique really that difficult? I've been practicing for over 2 hours and still haven't mastered it. Don't tell anyone that you're my sister. I can't afford to lose face. Crunch. Sister clenched her fists. Yuan Jing chuckled and said, It's not difficult, but it's rare that someone like Chen Xiaoyu can master it in 3 minutes and master it in 10. In general, people like your sister are the most ordinary people. It takes years of practice to adapt to the rhythm of breathing. It took me half a year to feel it. Chen Dan immediately exclaimed, Did you hear me? Think about yourself. Master Yuan and I are just ordinary people. What to think about? To think about whether he understands too well, whether his control over the body is too strong. After mastering the battle, Chen En clearly felt that his control over himself had increased. The dragon tiger breathing technique was only fleeting skill. However, the dragon tiger breath was only an auxiliary one. Chen En glanced at his control panel and still felt a lack of skills. The Prime Archon's property-enhanced spells, while Spinning Axe and Echo were just combat skills, providing no bonuses. Dispatch was a spell, but it lacked direct damage, and the bonus, the Archon, was not visible enough. He needed to find a way to learn magic. The general skill set included Fireball, and the Archon skill set also included damage-dealing spells. But Chen En didn't have a legacy stone. Dad. Chen En slapped his thigh, thinking about how to get the stone. Heritage before the square tower opens. At this moment, a Taoist child entered the quiet room and said, Fellow Taoist Chen, there is a man in a grey robe outside who calls himself Lister of the Sun family. He says he wants to see you. Lister? Who? Before Chen En could say anything, his sister spoke up. Chen En stood up and said, The professional I met before. Sister, I'll step out for a minute. About? Chen Dan closed her eyes and continued to watch her breathing. At the Dragon and Tiger Gate dojo stood a man in neat armor, his head held high and his chest thrust out into the sun. He is from the Sun family. That's right, he has the scorched earth emblem on his back. He is from the wildfire branch of the Sun family. Hearing the words of the passerby, Lister's face remained indifferent, but his chest became even straighter. Servant of the Sun family. He was proud of this. Mr. Lister. A voice came from in front of him. He opened his eyes and saw Chen En approaching with a smile. He said quite gently, How do you know I'm here? Come in and have a cup of tea. Lister, of course, was grateful to this savior. In the battle with the Black Vortex, Chen En displayed unrivaled combat prowess, earning Lister's respect. Lister bowed his head and said, Hello, Mr. Chen. It is a great honor to meet you again. The Sun family has settled in Fenglai City. Yesterday, the eldest woman ordered us to find you. We checked the CCTV footage at the entrance to the city and found you. Chen En was stunned. He didn't expect that the Sun family had such enormous strength. Dushan was not far from Fenglai City, so Chang'en would probably need some time to rest after the hunt. To predict his appearance in Fenglai City. The task was in access to video surveillance recordings and in searching for people to view them. Chen En asked, Does the Sun family cooperate with the government? Lister smiled. Of course we know. We helped establish your mage training system. The head of the family also appointed several of our tribesmen as magic instructors in various regimental headquarters. The Dihua City headquarters is cooperating with us even more closely. About! They are ours again. Chen En's face darkened. Thank you very much. Your help was invaluable. You have saved us a lot of trouble. Lister smiled. It's okay, Mr. Chen. I came today to thank you. Please accept this. Lister handed over the wooden box and opened it in front of Chen En. Inside were 2 round stones, black and red. Chen En knew what this black stone was. Inheritance stone. 1 inheritance stone was worth 500,000, which was not much for the Sun family. Simply giving it away as thanks for saving our lives seemed a little lame. The other stone was truly valuable. Chen En pointed to the red stone and asked, "What is this?" Lister smiled slightly and said, "This is the special heritage stone. Contains a magic spell called Owlfire. Owlfire is only a level 3 skill, but it has its own unique features, and it is a unique skill that is not in the goddess's arsenal of skills. Mr. Chen, as a token of our gratitude for your kindness, Elder Lady will bestow one upon you." This, Chen En asked, "Is this magic?" Lister nodded. "Magic. Fine." Chen En looked at List and said, "Then I won't be polite?" "No need to be polite. You deserve it." Leaf handed over the box and said, "Besides, Elder Mistress is currently in Fenglai City. She wants you to come and express her gratitude in person." "I wonder if Mr. Chen would be willing to do me the honor of visiting me?" Chen En thought for a moment and replied, "Of course. Captain Nightingale, we have arrived." At the corner of Fenglai Street, the younger brother slammed on the brakes and addressed Nightingale in the passenger seat. Nightingale remained calm, saying, "You can drive around town. I'll contact you if necessary." The younger brother nodded. "Okay." Captain Nightingale today looked amazing. Although she was still wearing black tights, a pencil skirt, a white shirt and a blue ribbon, her makeup was exceptionally meticulous. Her eyes, with their elegant eyeliner, were especially captivating. Even without warmth, they had a captivating charm. Nightingale stepped out of the car and froze, breathing a sigh of relief. She was a little nervous. Chen En didn't know about the Sun family's strength, but Nightingale did. As one of the 3 great families of the Grey Curtain, the Sun family enjoyed excellent reputation and exceptional strength. Besides, the Zilinkai Adventure Group had been flourishing in recent years, but Captain Zilinkai wasn't even worthy of entering the Sun family. This may seem unbelievable to the people of Lee Country, but this is only because they do not understand the value of the Greyvale family. Nightingale gave great, the meaning of Miss Hortense's invitation. She spent at least 3 hours thinking about her outfit for today, and even spent a huge amount of money on buying a dress. But after much thought, she decided to put on her usual clothes and meet Hortense in a good and businesslike manner. House 3, Street. Fenglai, the door was closed. Nightingale straightened up, holding the gift in her hand, and rang the doorbell. "Captain Nightingale? Hello?" A voice came from behind. Nightingale looked back and saw the face of a peaceful young man. "Chen En, why are you here?" "Wow." Chen En pointed at Lister in front of him and said, "Lister brought me here." Lister frowned at the woman in the business suit and then asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why are you wandering around here?" Nightingale glanced at the emblem on Lister's armor and quickly replied, "I am Nightingale of the Broccoli Adventure Group. I have come here at Miss Hortense's invitation to discuss the capture of the tower." "Oh, Captain Nightingale Lister, nod saint." He swiped his card to open the door and pointed to the reception area next door. He said to Nightingale, "Mrs. Nightingale, please wait in the reception area while I report to her." Nightingale smiled and nodded. "Yes, sir." Finally, Lister smiled and said to Chen En, "Mr. Chen, please come this way. Miss Hortense is waiting for you." Nightingale looked at Chen En silently, her eyes full of confusion. Chen En looked at Lister silently, equally astonished. He didn't understand what was happening and didn't understand what was going on. Once he was told to leave, he decided to leave. He nodded to Nightingale and followed Lister. Nightingale forced a smile as she watched them go. She couldn't help but think, isn't Chen En from Dihua? How could he know Miss Hortense? And they seemed to be quite close. Unbelievable. Nightingale reached the reception area and pulled out her phone. She found Chen En in the Ordinary Adventurers group and transferred him to the focus group. Then she wrote in the chat, "Great, Chen En, I was wrong. Send. How do you know the eldest daughter?" Family ? Send. Nightingale paused for a moment, feeling that simple words couldn't fully convey her meaning, so she sent another emoji. Cat Attack. .jpg Fenglai Road is a luxury residential building in Fenglai City. On the outside, perhaps a little too big, but inside it is truly magnificent. Knock knock. Walking up to the door on the second floor, Lister knocked and said, "Miss, Mr. Chen is here." "Let him in." A voice came from the doorway. List took his time and continued. "And also, Nightingale from Broccoli Adventure Group is also here. Take a look. You should entertain her first and not be impolite. I'll talk to Chen En first and then come over right away." "Yes." Lee turned the door handle and let Chen En in, and went downstairs to greet Nightingale. Chen En agreed to come and watch because the members of Tower 17 were gathering there, and he wanted to check it out. Unexpectedly, Nightingale has only just arrived, so he may not have heard yet. Intelligence data. Chen En pushed open the door and saw the fair-haired, blue-eyed Hortense, leaning back on the sofa in a rather uncomfortable position. She was wearing only a top, and when she leaned back, her white breasts hung to one side, forming a sensual curve. Wore a short skirt and white stockings, her long legs dangling in the air, her toes tucked into sandals. A languid beauty. Hortensia heard the voice and saw Chen En, but she didn't react, her gaze still fixed on the comic book in her hands. More precisely, it was a doujinshi. Series, Master and Servant. She read, Master and Servant Rai Anya Guru. Chen En was a guest, but given how clueless the host was about hospitality, he forgot all about politeness. He sat down on the sofa opposite him, but his gaze was drawn now to Hortensia's slender legs, now to her lush breasts. Ugh! Hortensia hugged the master servant to her chest, hiding her beauty. Then, curling her scarlet lips, she sneered, "Commoners are commoners. You have no sense of etiquette." "I didn't tell you to sit down, so why did you do it?" Chen En sneered disdainfully. "Then you, a young lady from a noble family, do you even know any manners? You invited me here and, as a punishment, you ask me to stand?" "Stand? Hey, commoner, you are quite funny. I didn't mean to scold you." "Do you really think I'm good-natured?" Hortensia straightened up, poured Chen En a glass of water herself, and pushed it towards him. "Forgive me earlier. I was in a terrible mood, and this difficult situation threw me off balance. Perhaps my words were a little harsh. I beg your forgiveness." Chen En was stunned. He looked at Hortense, doubting the sincerity of her apology. Hortense's face was indeed devoid of any trace of apology. Raising an eyebrow, she added, "I think you'll accept my apology. After all, I rarely speak so sincerely to others. And I also think you have to understand that, in a sense, being insulted by someone like me is an honor for you." Yu Chen En was confused and asked, "Why is it an honor to be insulted by you?" Hortensia picked up a book of fan fiction and said, "Look at this comic too. There's a very popular poisonous maid. In your world, many people like that. When a beauty is insulted and a shoe is stepped on her head, it gives you a thrill, doesn't it?" Chen En looked at Hortense as if she was a monster. Hortensia didn't notice anything at all, or maybe she didn't care. She cupped her face with her hand, looking straight at Chen En with her shining eyes. She said, "I am a beautiful girl, and of noble birth. Chen En, you would get aroused if I insulted and trampled you, right? Don't be embarrassed. You can be honest." "I like honest perverts." Chen En shook his head and sighed heavily. "Hortense, I don't want to say anything more. You should look at the strange things less." 3:30. Fine. Hortense bowed her head, clearly confused as to why Chen En would say that. She quickly ignored Chen En's suggestion, stood up and said, "Come with me." "Where?" To Nightingale, of course. What else? Hortensia returned to the inner room and emerged about 5 minutes later in a red and black dress. She clutched a folding fan, tossing back her long golden hair, and walked out of the room. Chen En sat there, puzzled. Yes. Hortensia stepped back, stood in the doorway and, suspiciously, "Come on, what are you thinking about? Someone explain what's going on. Why is this woman acting like she's in charge?" Chen En stood up, confused. Hortense wanted to meet with Nightingale, so of course they would discuss the strategy to take over the square tower, which was what worried Chen En. So he followed Hortensia into the reception area at the entrance. On the way, swaying gracefully. To be honest, compared to Nightingale's curvaceous figure, Hortensia was noticeably less curvaceous. But she came from a noble family and had been professionally involved in makeup since childhood. Dress she changed into was hand-sewn by a skilled craftsman, something completely different from store-bought items. Chen En followed Hortense, his gaze quickly landing on her slender waist and swaying hips. "Like," a voice came from ahead. Hortense continued walking with her head held high, without turning around. She answered the question herself and added, "Of course, she looks great. I am a beauty, one of a kind, flawless in both appearance and figure. This corset dress was tailored to my body shape, with a narrow waist and cuffed hem. It perfectly highlights my thin waist and plump hips." Chen En looked confused. "How can you, such a beauty, have such lips?" Hortensia snorted coldly, without saying another word. But she showed no restraint whatsoever, and continued to behave as she pleased. Without losing its beauty, they entered the reception room silently. As Chen En suspected, the rich family's reception room was no less luxurious. The decor spoke for itself. Inside, a 4-piece string orchestra played classical music for Nightingale and another young man. Dad. Hortensia entered the room and tapped her hands with a folding fan. The orchestra immediately stopped playing and left. Nightingale stood up and said, "Hello, Mrs. Hortense. Captain Nightingale, I've been waiting for you." Hortense nodded modestly, looking at the seated man. "This is the brave Li Mu?" Li Mu had already stood up and extended his hand. Family has a long and rich history, and its reputation is known not only behind the grey curtain, but throughout the entire Li kingdom. I have long heard that Miss Hortense is the most outstanding representative of the younger generation of the 5 solar branches. Meeting you today, you are truly dazzling. Hello, I am Li Mu, one of the 4 heroes of the Li kingdom. I must say, he looked quite presentable. Li Mu, with his sharp eyebrows and clear eyes, gave the impression of a scholar general. He spoke with a sincere look, and his sincerity was obvious. Chen En had a good impression of him from his first impression. However, Hortense wasn't sure. She arrogantly waved away Li Mu's hand and said, "Mr. Li, you are exaggerating. I am not the most outstanding young man among the 5 branches of the sun. Among my brothers and sisters, I am only first class, not the only one." Li Mu awkwardly pulled his hand back, his face expressionless. "Madame Hortense, you are too modest." All 3 sat down in order of seniority. Chen En was at a loss as to where to sit. Seeing his hesitation, Hortense said, "Chen En, stand behind me." "Why?" Chen En frowned slightly and asked, "Are you just going to let me stand?" Nightingale shuddered at Chen En's words, her whole body trembling. Her plump chest shook and trembled, and she instinctively glanced at Chen En, surprised by his impudence. What did it mean that he was standing behind Hortense? This was certainly a sign of trust. Trust of a noble family. Hortense was willing to support Chen En by giving him the privilege of personal bodyguard. If it had been Nightingale, she wouldn't have even needed to say anything. She would have taken the right position and frozen from the start. On the other hand, Chen En, he actually refused such an honor. Hortensia looked at him and said to the others, "Sorry, Chen En has a strong character, and I like it. Chen En, since you don't want to stand, pull up a chair and sit next to me." Nightingale shuddered at Hortense's words, and the waves of emotion that had just died down flared up with renewed vigor. Madam Gortonzia, you actually let Chen En sit next to you? This treatment is more than just security. What was their relationship like? Pair? Or a master and servant bound by a contract with the goddess? Nightingale didn't know the answer. She was grateful that she and Chen En kept in touch, and she sincerely prayed that he would not notice the slight disdain she harbored in her heart. This Chen En deserved more attention. Meanwhile, by this time, Chen En finally understood. Hortensia went crazy. She seemed to have accepted Chen En as her subordinate and began to command him. He pulled up a chair and sat down next to Hortense, whispering, "Hortense, do you consider me your little dog?" Hortensia bowed her head. "Are you flattered or even overjoyed?" "To be honest, I think you're just funny." Try to be patient for a little while. 300 an hour starting from the moment you see me." About. Chen En simply gave up his seat. He stood behind Hortensia and said, "Patience is okay. A man can't say no." Hortense looked at him with a look that became completely meaningless. "Chen En?" Li Mu, who was sitting opposite him, looked at Chen En with suspicion. He paused and asked, "Sir, are you from Dihua?" Chen En, embarrassed, replied, "Yes." "Are you Chen En from Beavertown? Childhood love of Qi Tianxia? Childish love? Do they really say that even now?" Chen En nodded and said, "Qi Tianxia and I are neighbors. We grew up together. It's really you." Li Mu jumped up. A warm smile lit up his face. Under the mocking gaze of Nightingale and Hortensia, he walked up to Chen En and squeezed his hand tightly. "Hello. Hello. I've wanted to meet you for a long time." A hero who bravely fought monsters even before his awakening in the early days of the dungeon. Chen En, embarrassed, did not answer. Li Mu continued, "I often hear Elder Qi Tianxia talking about you. She speaks highly of you, calling you determined, courageous, and incredibly capable." This Chen En was slightly taken aback, but then smiled. Qi Tianxia's impression of me may have been stuck in the past. Li Mu, to be honest, my overall rating is only D-. Li Mu's expression did not change. He continued, "I know this, and Qi Tianxia knows it too. It has been bothering her for a long time. I want to tell you, Chen En, that the overall rating is only one of your traits. It is not everything. Is your courage weakened by a D-? No, on the contrary, it emphasizes your character." I can handle this, Li Mu." After this short pause, the Fangta Raiders officially began their first trade. Mrs. Nightingale has seen the world by climbing the steps. She spoke appropriately and treated Hortense politely. She was enthusiastic, but not overly so, finding the perfect balance. Needless to say, Hortense remained calm and at ease. Born for grand events, she dealt with small ones with ease. Li Mu was, after all, a brave man, and his behavior was natural. As for Chen En stood like a subject. After these pleasantries, Hortensia took out a white invitation and began. The nest. Expansion is not new, but the Gospel Secret Kingdom is truly rare. According to my data, the Square Tower is a secret kingdom for 6 people. It has 3 black and 3 white invitations. I am 4th place. And you? Nightingale pulled out a black card. I am 2nd place. Li Mu also got a white card. 6th place. Hortensia smiled slightly and said, "Now, let me introduce you to the 5th place. Chen En, come up." Chen En turned sharply to Hortense, wondering how she knew he had a golden invitation. But then, ding ding. Hortense rang the silver bell on the coffee table, and the door to the reception room swung open with a bang. Leaf walked in with a smile on his face. In his hands, he held an invitation made of white gold. Chen En took a closer look and saw that the invitation was tied with a red ribbon bow, making it look more like a gift. Hortense smiled and said to Nightingale and Li Mu, "I spent a fortune on 2 white cards for Nest 17. Chen En is a person I value, and I would like him to enter the Square Tower too. Are you for it? Or against it?" Nightingale did not object. She looked at Chen En and smiled. What an enviable attitude Chen En has. When I met you recently, I didn't expect that Miss Hortense would appreciate you so much. Li Mu's reaction was even simpler. He shook her hand and said with a smile, "Excellent." Chen En? Chen En's face remained expressionless. In the silence, Leaf appeared. He handed him a white card and said, "Chen En, take it. You deserve it." This Chen En hesitated for a moment and then said something startling. "I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this invitation." Nightingale's smile froze for a moment, and she shuddered again, her chest shaking again. She looked at Chen En in shock. "This is impossible." Chen En actually refused. Does he even understand what this means? This is not just a golden invitation, nor is it just Hortense's kindness. It's a combination of both. A golden invitation from Mrs. Hortensia. Is a golden invitation rare? Rarity. Is Hortensia's kindness a jewel? Jewel. Getting both is a stepping stone to success. And then a fabulous opportunity appeared. Together, they are the rarest of the rare, the most precious of the precious. Why did Chen En refuse? Nightingale couldn't understand his thoughts. Because it's expensive, right? Ha! Commoner, your poor imagination certainly can't comprehend my life. I never use the golden pole because I don't hoe the land. For a descendant of the Sun family, a few million is nothing. Zipper. Hortensia fanned herself in the gentle breeze, her golden hair fluttering. She crossed her legs and continued. You can accept this with gratitude and then swear. Serve me all your life, huh? She stopped mid-sentence. Chen En took out a black card from his pocket and addressed the three to those present. I will not hide this from you now. I am the first place. Hortensia, your gift is truly valuable. But what is more important, I already have an invitation. It was a golden invitation. Chen had the same thing. Nightingale and Li Mu suddenly turned to Hortense. Ah, Hortense moaned, fanning herself, her hand shaking slightly. The gift she had prepared so carefully, thinking it would definitely make Chen En jump for joy. Joy, he already had it. As proud as she was, she now wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Yes. Hortensia suddenly stood up, stamping her feet hard on the floor. With a smile on her face, she pulled Chen En by the collar and said to Nightingale and Li Mu, Wait a minute. Chen En, come here. Where? Come here. Nightingale watched helplessly as Hortense dragged Chen En out of the waiting room. The next moment, a lion's roar came from the doorway. You had a golden invitation. Why didn't you tell me right away? You thought it was funny to watch me make a fool of myself. I had no idea this was happening. Who knew you had 2 invitations and you were going to give me one? Then Chen En's weak voice began to make excuses. Are you saying that it's my fault? I wanted to send you to the Gospel Secret Kingdom, and I'm wrong too. Oh yeah, it's my fault. I was wrong, okay? How annoying. Chen En, I hate you. Zipper! Hortense turned away, and began to fan herself frantically. Chen En had seen this move before. On Dushan, Hortensia did the same thing when she lost her power of speech. Seeing her hurt expression, Chen En handed her a white card. Hortensia, sit in the 5th seat. I can't use it. Hortensia snorted coldly. For you? You have a sister, right? Tell her. How do you know I have a sister? Your sister is a secret? It was no secret. But at least only those who knew Chen En knew his family. Hortensia continued. Take it. You saved my life on Dusan. These 2 inheritance stones are a reward from the Sun family. And this invitation is my personal gratitude. Such a clear difference. But Chen En coughed and lowered his voice. I already have an invitation for my sister. She doesn't need it. There was a big question mark written on the little face. Hortensia's face was filled with disbelief. She looked Chen En up and down and asked curiously, Really? Do you know how rare it is to get an invitation to Fanta? Chen En didn't know. Really? Have 2 of them. 1 black, 1 white. Both from the 17th nest. Who are you? Chen En threw the white card back. Not sacred. Commoner? Fire? Hortense, embarrassed, did not return to the reception room, leaving List to deal with Nightingale and Li Mu. Chen En saw no point in staying any longer and apologized. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. Outside, List said, Mr. Li Mu said that he wanted to discuss something with you. Hortensia lay on the sofa. I have nothing to talk about with him. Mr. Li Mu said he wants to buy that gold invitation you're holding in your hand for 8 million. Certainly. Keep it for yourself. No point. Hortensia still didn't get up. She just said, if he wants it, give it to him. Yes. A voice came from the doorway, full of indecision. Hortensia realized something and asked, what happened? Lister immediately replied, nothing. It's just that this thing is a little strange. The brave Li Mu didn't seem to buy into this on behalf of the Dihua City Regiment headquarters. It seems he paid for it with his own money and specifically asked us not to make it public. Pay for it from your own funds? Keep it secret? Hortensia sneered and said, do as he says. He is a brave man and should be the main force of this operation. Satisfy the demands of the main forces. Yes, Lister answered and left.